Su Wanwan has entered into matrimony, yet she remains blissfully unaware that her husband is none other than a billionaire. One is a concealed, illegitimate daughter, having navigated life's hardships from a tender age. The other is a paragon of privilege, standing high above the rest. Chapter 1. The Unexpected Husband. You are already married. Why are you here to register again? Are you not aware of the crime of bigamy? Su Wanwan stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, bewildered, clutching the marriage certificate just printed by the staff. The man accompanying her, gazing at the strikingly beautiful girl before him, lamented, "Miss Su, you are already married. Why would you pay me for a sham marriage?" He then left her with a curt remark, "The deposit is non-refundable," and hastily departed. Su Wanwan bit her lip, still in a daze. Having never even been in a relationship, how could she possibly be married? Looking down once more at the printed document, she scrutinized the photo. The girl appeared somewhat restrained, her smile forced, a teardrop-shaped beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Indeed, it was her. As for the man, his features were striking, with a prominent nose and lips that held a faint, elusive smile. His deep-set eyes seemed to pierce through the lens, sharp enough to penetrate the very paper itself. Even in monochrome, the photo could not conceal his enigmatic presence and formidable aura. She then glanced at the name, Wanwan. She was certain she did not know this person at all. What on earth was happening? Su Wanwan pulled out her phone, snapped a picture of the document, opened WeChat, and sent it to a contact with a black avatar. "Please help me find out who he is." The reply came almost instantly. Understood, Su Wanwan stifled her confusion and mounted an old electric bicycle, leisurely making her way into an opulent villa district, arriving at the Su residence. Today marked a momentous occasion for her elder sister, Su Wanwan, as her fiancé was to formally propose. The household was adorned with vibrant decorations, and the servants bustled about in an orderly fashion, having even hired several temporary workers. Su Wanwan parked her bicycle in a corner, overhearing the murmurs of the temporary workers and servants behind her. "Who is she? She's stunningly beautiful." She's the acknowledged, illegitimate daughter. Her mother was the mistress. She had the audacity to confront the wife while heavily pregnant, which led to both of them giving birth on the same day. That old woman has had the thickest skin, finding all sorts of excuses to remain in the house all these years. Miss Wanwan seems to know her place. She moved out during middle school and hasn't returned in years. I wonder what brings her back today. Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, pretending not to hear their conversation as she entered the living room. Her mother, Li Wanru, awaited her at the door, the elegant woman still exuding grace as she anxiously pulled her upstairs. "Come with me to find your sister. By the way, have you collected the marriage certificate?" Su Wanwan's voice was soft, devoid of discernible emotion. "I have." Although the groom had changed, it could still be considered as having obtained it, couldn't it? "That's good. You must remember your place. Wanwan is your sister's fiancé. Such a prestigious family is beyond the aspirations of a mere illegitimate daughter like you. Only your sister is worthy of him." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of scorn flickered in Su Wanwan's eyes. Wanwan is the legitimate grandson of the prestigious Hua family in Haiqing. He pursued Su Wanwan for 4 years during their university days, and on the day of their graduation, he proposed to her. Upon learning this, Li Wanru insisted that Su Wanwan immediately find someone to marry, thereby severing any potential connection with Wanwan once and for all. This pattern had persisted since their childhood. Whenever there was even the slightest conflict of interest between her and Su Wanwan, Li Wanru would demand her unconditional concession. As a child born out of wedlock, she was led to believe that her very existence was a source of original sin. Brainwashed in her youth, she accepted the burdens placed upon her as a matter of course. However, she has since awoken to the truth. With a grave expression, Su Wanwan spoke deliberately. "We agreed that this would be the last time. The fault lay with Li Wanru. It was she who lingered at the Su household daily to be near her father, and it was she who sought to curry favor with Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan would not sacrifice her own life to settle Li Wanru's debts. This time, it was an opportunity to repay her for the gift of life and to bring closure." Li Wanru, with an air of impatience, replied, "I understand." As they spoke, the two entered Su Wanwan's room. The enchanting girl, resembling a princess, was adorned in an exquisite gown, seated on the sofa as she selected jewelry, the room radiating an aura of opulence. Su Wanwan, in stark contrast, appeared rather shabby, yet her posture remained impeccably upright. Noticing her, Su Yin greeted her, "Nange, what brings you here?" Before Su Nange could respond, Li Wanru interjected, "Yin, Nange is getting married today." Su Yin expressed her surprise. "So soon? Who is the groom? Is he better than Zichen?" Li Wanru scoffed. "How is that possible? In the entire Haicheng, there is no one of higher status than young Master Hua. Yin, what kind of good family could she possibly find? She's from a dilapidated household and didn't dare bring him here, fearing that his shabby appearance would taint your eyes." Su Yin, with a hint of jealousy in her voice, retorted, "How can that be? Nange is so beautiful otherwise. Zichen wouldn't have pursued her for 4 years. What use is beauty? A broken shoe pairs with a torn sock. With her status, she can only attract some lowlife who doesn't know where he came from to marry her. Young Master Hua merely views her as a toy, something to play with. Only your status, Yin, is worthy of young Master Hua." Su Nange furrowed her brows. The person in the photograph bore no resemblance to a dilapidated household or a lowlife, yet she found no interest in countering such trivial remarks. At that moment, Su Yin had chosen her jewelry and wished to wear high heels, only to discover that the gown was too tight, making it difficult to bend down. With a faint smile, she looked towards Su Nange. Li Wanru immediately nudged Su Nange. "Useless thing, why are you still so oblivious? Your sister is in need. Hurry up and help her put on her shoes." Su Nange replied, "It was always like this." Did Li Wanru truly believe that she remained the naive little girl who was bullied and didn't know how to resist? With a cold gaze, she spoke with barely concealed impatience. "You can help her yourself." "Su Nange, what kind of attitude is this? Do you think you have grown wings after getting married? Your husband is merely a sponge, and in the future, you will still have to rely on the Su family." Li Wanru raised her voice. "If you do not mend your relationship with your sister now, there will come a day when you and your husband will find yourselves seeking her out. Moreover, the Su family raised you. You ought to serve them faithfully." At that moment, a towering figure appeared at the doorway. Her father, Su Wanwan. The man frowned and inquired, "What is all this commotion about? We have an esteemed guest arriving shortly." Su Yin remained silent, feigning innocence. Li Wanru lamented, "Is it not this ungrateful girl? Now that she has obtained her marriage certificate, she no longer regards me, her mother." Su Wanwan's gaze fell upon Su Nange, and he frowned. "Married? Why did you not allow the family to assist you in finding a partner? Where is the marriage certificate? Show it to me." Confronted with the unfamiliar concern from her father, Su Nange hesitated and retrieved the printed document from her bag. However, before she could present it, it was snatched away by Li Wanru. "Let me see. What is the name of your useless husband?" Su Yin inquired with curiosity. "Dad, who is coming that has you so anxious?" Su Wanwan recalled the guest and felt a surge of excitement as he uttered a name, Hua Beiyan. Su Nange was instantly taken aback. "Who?" Chapter 2, darling. Su Yin expressed her confusion. "Who is Hua Beiyan? Is he truly formidable?" Su Nange listened with curiosity. Despite her connections in Haicheng, she had never encountered the name Hua Beiyan before. Su Wanwan clarified, "It is quite normal for you not to recognize him. He is rather enigmatic. Even I have yet to meet him. He is the younger uncle of Hua Zichen, and at the tender age of 28. He has become the true power holder of the Hua family." Li Wanru instinctively gasped. "Does that mean he is more suitable for Yin than Hua Zichen? A power holder far surpasses any firstborn heir." Su Wanwan retorted with irritation, "What nonsense are you spouting? Mr. Hua is already married." Su Nange narrowed her eyes. "Married? If the person on the marriage certificate is indeed him, it appears that Hua Beiyan must be aware of the situation." Li Wanru felt a twinge of disappointment. "Who is his wife? She must be extraordinarily fortunate to have him." Su Nange's gaze immediately fixed on Su Wanwan, only to hear him say, "I do not know." It is said that both he and his wife are not fond of socializing. Su Wanwan furrowed his brow in contemplation. "I wonder why he would come here today on such short notice. The Hua family is the foremost aristocracy in Haicheng, and the power holder's status is exceedingly prestigious. The Su family, though of above-average lineage, is merely a match for Hua Zichen. For a power holder to attend a wedding is already remarkable. Why would he personally come to offer a betrothal gift?" Li Wanru decisively stated, "It must be that Yin is exceptionally outstanding, catching the attention of the Hua family. Yin, this diamond necklace is insufficient for the occasion. With such an important elder visiting today, you should wear something more luxurious." She hastily shoved the unexamined printout back into Su Nange's hands, anxiously pulling Su Yin to select jewelry anew. Her concern surpassed even that of Su's mother. Su Nange offered a mocking smile. "Sir, the Hua family is arriving soon." The butler's reminder prompted Su Wanwan to turn and descend the stairs, casually remarking as he passed Su Nange, "You haven't been home in quite some time. Why not enjoy a celebratory drink before you leave?" Su Nange nodded in agreement, determined to stay and discover the true identity of Hua Beiyan. Inside the room, Li Wanru assisted Su Yin in selecting jewelry, personally adorning her with the chosen pieces. Observing the radiant girl before her, Li Wanru could hardly contain her joy and satisfaction. Over 2 decades ago, had it not been for Madame Su Nanjingshu's intervention, she would have been the one marrying Su Wanwan. Her resentment towards Nanjingshu had driven her to orchestrate a scandal, ensuring they gave birth on the same day and surreptitiously swapping their children in the hospital. Now, her daughter was poised to marry in splendid fashion, with Nanjingshu preparing a lavish dowry for her. Meanwhile, Su Nange was destined to marry a petty thug as an illegitimate daughter, penniless. The wheel of fortune turns. This was all a debt owed to her by Madame Su. Downstairs, Su Nange languidly leaned against the dim corner of the staircase, her gaze fixed on the entrance, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Hua family. After an indeterminate period, Madame Su descended the stairs with the assistance of a maid. She wore a purple qipao, her figure slightly emaciated, exuding an air of scholarly elegance imbued with a chilly demeanor. The maid quietly advised, "Madam, your health is frail. Perhaps it would be best not to come down." Madame Su shook her head. "No? Cough. On such an important day for Yin. Cough. I cannot miss it." Unbeknownst to them, Su Nange was walking towards the doorway. Su Nange gazed at Madame Su's receding figure, her eyes brimming with admiration. It is quite ironic that the person who should harbor the deepest resentment towards her, Madame Su, is the only source of warmth within the Su household. Li Wanru bore no resemblance to a nurturing mother, often neglecting to feed her during her childhood. The young Su Nange, frail and emaciated, scavenged for food in the trash as soon as she learned to walk. One day, after being discovered by Madame Su, she began to place food in the garden for her daily, a practice that continued for 12 long years. Had it not been for Madame Su's benevolence, she would have perished from starvation long ago. As she watched Madame Su grow more distant, listening to her intermittent coughs, Su Nange furrowed her brow in concern. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance. The Hua family had arrived. Su Wanwan and Madame Su greeted them at the door, exchanging pleasantries before stepping aside, allowing a throng of guests to enter. Su Nange's gaze immediately fell upon Hua Beiyan. Clad in a meticulously tailored black haute couture suit, he walked at the forefront, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. His face appeared even more chiseled than in photographs, with a resolute jawline and pronounced features. His deep-set eyes held an unfathomable depth, and his thin lips exuded an air of aloofness, every gesture imbued with an aristocratic grace. Sensing her scrutiny, he abruptly turned his gaze towards her. In that instant, their eyes locked, his piercing stare causing Su Nange's heart to flutter. She yearned to decipher the emotions hidden within his gaze, but he swiftly averted his eyes, focusing elsewhere. This left Su Nange somewhat perplexed, as she could not discern whether he truly recognized her or not. Su Wanwan smiled and complimented, "Mr. Hua, where is your wife? Did she not accompany you?" Upon hearing this, Su Nange felt as if Hua Beiyan cast another glance in her direction before he replied nonchalantly, "She is unable to attend." As the group chatted, they proceeded toward the reception room. Hua Zichen, an old classmate who had pursued her for 4 years, trailed behind the elders, dressed in a suit. He appeared more mature and composed than during their university days. He did not notice Su Nange, as he was preoccupied with a quiet conversation with Su Yin. The crowd gathered around Hua Beiyan as he took the seat of honor, commencing discussions about the couple's impending nuptials. It was then that Su Nange stepped out from the shadows, standing quietly as she observed the lively scene within the reception room. Suddenly, her arm was tugged, and Li Wanru whispered sharply, "Su Nange, what are you still doing here? Are you not yet over Hua Zichen? Let me remind you, he is now your brother-in-law." Su Nange freed herself from the grasp, scoffing, "Rest assured, I have no interest in being a mistress. Mr. Su invited me to enjoy a cup of celebratory wine." Since she became aware of her surroundings, she had always addressed Su Wanwan as Mr. Su. Li Wanru gritted her teeth in frustration. That was merely his polite gesture. "Do you truly take it to heart? You seem oblivious to your own standing. In a gathering like this, even I cannot afford to disgrace the Su family. How could an illegitimate daughter like you belong here? You need to leave at once." Truly relentless, it was exasperating. Su Nange furrowed her brows in impatience. About to speak, when her peripheral vision caught sight of Huo Beiyin standing up. He gestured towards his phone before making his way to the balcony, presumably to take a call. Su Nange's eyes brightened. Good, she would leave. She casually dismissed Li Wanru and stepped out of the living room, but did not depart. Instead, she altered her course towards the balcony. The first-floor balcony connected to a small garden outside. As Su Nange approached, the man on the phone abruptly ended the call. His expression severe, and cast a sharp glance in her direction. Su Nange hesitated, in meeting his dangerous gaze. A playful smile tugged at her lips as she tentatively called out, "Husband?" Chapter 3. I am married. A glass door separated the lively atmosphere of the meeting room. Su Nange's gaze remained fixed on Huo Beiyin, keenly observing his reaction. Upon hearing the term of endearment, the coldness emanating from him intensified. His pitch-black eyes revealed an icy chill, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he turned to return to the meeting room. Su Nange swiftly stepped forward, blocking his path. Huo Beiyin frowned slightly, commanding, "Step aside." His voice was deep and melodious, each word imbued with an air of nobility, evoking an irresistible urge to hear him speak further. Su Nange sensed something amiss. "You do not recognize me?" Huo Beiyin looked down at her from his elevated stance. "Am I supposed to know you?" Since entering the Su family, he had felt an unusual gaze closely following him. That gaze was bold and unpretentious, unlike the obsequiousness that others displayed, which he found distasteful. Huo Beiyin had stolen a few more glances at her. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her fair complexion complemented by a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes adorned with a charming tear mole at the corner, exuding an air of rebelliousness despite her demure stance in the corner. Upon noticing his gaze, she did not shy away but met his eyes with confidence. Initially, he believed she was unlike the other women who would rush towards him upon sight. However, to his surprise, she was bolder, approaching him and affectionately calling him husband. Huo Beiyin's expression shifted to one of irritation as he emphasized, "Miss, I am married. Please conduct yourself with decorum." Su Nange was taken aback. This man clearly did not recognize her, yet claimed to be married. Could it be that the Civil Affairs Bureau had made an error in their records? She inquired, "May I ask who your wife is?" "None of your concern." The response was once again cold and curt. Su Nange presented a photocopy of their marriage certificate to him, stating, "Mr. Hua, the male party listed here should be you, correct?" As Huo Beiyin glanced at the document, his gaze fell upon the name of the female party, Su Nange. Raising his eyes once more, he scoffed, "Miss Su, an original copy isn't expensive, is it? If you intend to forge documents, you should at least do it professionally." With that, Huo Beiyin turned away, striding out of the small garden towards the parking lot. Su Nange hurried after him, eager to clarify, but was halted by two bodyguards clad in black. She halted, calling out to his retreating figure, "Mr. Hua, this certificate is genuine. If you doubt it, you may verify it at the Civil Affairs Bureau." Unfazed, Huo Beiyin continued on his path, entering his vehicle and departing. His personal assistant remained behind, returning to the living room where he encountered Su Yin. Su Yin happened to witness Su Nange entangled with Huo Beiyin, but she could not discern their conversation. At that moment, seeing Huo Beiyin depart, Su Nange hastily pursued him on her electric scooter, immediately inquiring, "Why did Mr. Hua leave? Was he confronted by someone?" The personal assistant smiled and replied, "Mr. Hua has urgent matters to attend to and has left ahead. Please kindly inform the elders at home." The absence of any reprimand directed at the girl from the boss implied a sense of indifference. Su Yin promptly nodded, courteously bidding the assistant farewell. After finalizing the wedding date, the remaining members of the Hua family finished their lunch and took their leave. Once they were gone, Su Wenzong expressed his concern. "Why did Mr. Hua leave? Did we fail to entertain him properly at home?" Recalling Hua Zichen's distracted demeanor today, as if searching for someone, and juxtaposing it with Su Nange's face, which seemed to bring calamity, she clenched her fists. Her gaze flickered as she said, "Father, I saw Nange entangled with Mr. Hua, and he left angrily, even leaving a message." "What message?" "Mr. Hua mentioned that you should properly discipline the daughters at home." Su Yin bit her lip. "If Nange behaves this way, will the Hua family think our family lacks proper upbringing?" Su Wenzong's expression instantly darkened. Meanwhile, Su Nange, having just exited the villa area on her electric scooter, lost sight of him. Just as she was feeling vexed, her phone rang. Upon answering, a male voice came through. It was her subordinate, Ji Ming. "Boss, lately many are investigating who Dr. Nan is." Su Nange raised an eyebrow. "Has there been any exposure?" "Indeed. It is quite astonishing that Dr. Nan, who has triumphed over the challenges of hydrogen fuel energy, is merely a recently graduated young woman who appears utterly harmless. Is there anything else? Su Wanwan interrupted his incessant chatter. Ah, right. I've gathered information on Hua Beiyan. It is said that Hua Beiyan is the second son of the esteemed Hua family patriarch, notorious for his mercurial temperament and ruthless demeanor, which led to his being sent abroad from a young age. Many assumed that the Hua family legacy would be handed down to the eldest son, Hua Zichen. Yet no one anticipated Hua Beiyan's abrupt return to the country last week, nor the formidable measures he employed to compel his father to relinquish control, thus seizing command of the Hua group. Curiously, Ji Ming inquired, "Did you not seek a more manageable individual for a sham marriage today? How did the groom transform into such a cold-hearted figure? If your marital status remains unstable, it may adversely affect the company's IPO." Su Wanwan furrowed her brow. "Please investigate his contact details and itinerary. I shall seek him out." The reason she acquiesced to Li Wanru's absurd demand for an immediate marriage was that having a married individual as the legal representative would be more favorable for the IPO application. However, now she found herself ensnared in an inexplicable marriage, uncertain of the underlying conspiracies involved. Given Hua Beiyan's formidable status, the most prudent course of action would be to pursue a swift divorce to avoid unnecessary complications. After hanging up, Su Wanwan rubbed her temples. Realizing the situation was rather troublesome, with someone of Hua Beiyan's caliber, encountering him would not be an easy feat due to his entourage of bodyguards. Today, I should not have impulsively called out husband, causing him to storm off in anger. She sighed, started her old clunker of a car, and leisurely made her way home. Departing from the bustling and vibrant city center, she arrived at the suburban village. When she moved out of the Su family home in junior high, she had very little money and could only afford to rent this old house. Eventually, she became accustomed to it and never relocated. As she turned a corner, she was suddenly startled by an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 80s or 90s, who darted out from the roadside. Su Wanwan swiftly slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding with her. She glanced at the old woman, initially suspecting a scam, but soon realized something was amiss. Though frail and diminutive, the elderly lady was dressed respectably, suggesting she belonged to a family of some standing. Around her neck hung a sign bearing a contact number, which concluded with a note: "If this elderly person goes missing, please call the number provided, and a generous reward will be offered." It was evident that she was suffering from Alzheimer's disease. One could only wonder whose grandmother had wandered off. Without hesitation, Su Wanwan took out her phone and dialed the number on the sign. At that moment, the elderly woman suddenly reacted, grasping Su Wanwan's wrist with surprising vigor, her murky eyes sparkling with recognition. "Granddaughter-in-law. You are my granddaughter-in-law." Su Wanwan couldn't help but twitch her lips. After 22 years of being single, how had she acquired a husband? Was the Civil Affairs Bureau conducting a wholesale operation today? Amused, she casually inquired, "Grandma, who is your grandson?" The old lady furrowed her brow in thought. What was her grandson's name again? Oh, right, Hua Beiyan. Chapter 4, Granddaughter-in-Law. The elderly woman began, "His name is Hua. What was it again?" Just as she was about to recall the name, it slipped her mind the moment she attempted to speak. The woman appeared somewhat anxious, her mouth moving as if she were trying to articulate those elusive words. "Do not worry, my dear elder. It is perfectly fine if you cannot recall," Su Wanwan reassured gently as he dialed the number. Meanwhile, not far away, on another street, Hua Beiyan sat in his Bentley, his expression dark and foreboding. His subordinate, Yi, dared not breathe, for he felt the weight of his failure. An elderly lady had gone missing under his watch. The man remained silent, the chill emanating from him sending shivers down Yi's spine. The elderly lady, often in a daze, had unexpectedly regained her composure today and, after discreetly sending everyone away, had slipped out. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered she had taken a bus to the outskirts. This area was rather dilapidated, with many streets lacking surveillance cameras, necessitating a thorough search for her. Just then, the phone rang unexpectedly. Hua Beiyan answered immediately, and a calm female voice came through. "Hello. Your elderly lady is in my possession." The atmosphere inside the vehicle froze instantaneously, the air growing several degrees colder. Everyone sprang into action, some prepared to call the police. While Yi traced the source of the call, Hua Beiyan's gaze sharpened, his voice steady. "How much do you want?" "Just a jest." The girl's voice came through with a hint of playful mischief. "I merely wish to remind you to take better care of the elderly." She then provided her location before hanging up. Yi breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. That good Samaritan is rather cheeky. Hua Beiyan, however, felt a slight lift in his brow, suddenly realizing that the languid voice on the phone sounded oddly familiar. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the location where the elderly woman was, but the girl who had made the call had vanished without a trace. Only a police officer remained, accompanying the elderly lady. "Grandmother, how did you end up here?" inquired Huobian. The old woman replied mysteriously, "I came to find my granddaughter-in-law. She lives nearby." Huobian paused slightly, then sighed. "Grandmother, there is no granddaughter-in-law." "Impossible. I saw her," the elderly lady protested. "That heartless girl left me with the police and just walked away. By the way, could you lend me your phone?" Huobian handed her the device, and the old woman diligently noted the recent call number in her little notebook. At last, she had a means to contact her granddaughter-in-law. Su Wanwan was apprehensive, fearing that the elderly woman's family might come looking for her, showering her with gratitude. She was not adept at handling such scenarios. Thus, upon seeing the police on patrol, she decided to entrust the old woman to them and returned home directly. The following morning, she received a call from her university mentor, Su Wanwan. "Come to the school immediately." Confused, Su Wanwan rode her electric bike over, and upon entering Professor Liang's office, she discovered that Su Wanwan and Li Wanru were also present. Su Wanwan squinted her enchanting eyes. Both she and Su Wanwan attended Haicheng University, the premier institution in the area. Su Wanwan had gained admission with outstanding grades. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan had founded a company, making remote management inconvenient, and to avoid overshadowing Su Wanwan's accomplishments, she had deliberately opted for the least sought-after major, energy and power. Little did she expect that the concept of renewable energy would suddenly surge in popularity 2 years ago. Su Wanwan promptly switched her major, and once again became her classmate. Su Wanwan appeared relatively normal here. However, what was Li Wanru doing in this environment? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Professor Liang's expression turned grave. "Wanwan, your qualification for graduate school has been revoked." Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. "Why? Your mother claims that you lack moral integrity and come from an improper background, which disqualifies you from consideration for graduate studies." Professor Liang frowned and added, "Is there some misunderstanding between you and your mother? You should apologize to her promptly. Your future holds great promise. Do not allow a moment of anger to jeopardize your prospects." Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan sighed deeply. "Professor Liang, Wanwan's mother is only looking out for her." She then turned to Su Wanwan. "You have offended Mr. Hua, who has made it clear that he intends to ensure your disappearance from Haicheng." It took Su Wanwan a while to comprehend that Mr. Hua referred to Huobian. Yet, she had merely exchanged a few words with him, and he had not seemed angry when he left yesterday. Why was he being so calculative? Instead, it was Su Wanwan who always seemed to weave falsehoods. Lost in thought, Su Wanwan approached her directly. "Wanwan, this is a plane ticket your father has purchased for you. He wants you to go abroad to avoid the storm. Otherwise, the Su family cannot guarantee your safety." A flicker of derision crossed Su Wanwan's eyes. How eloquent. To avoid the storm, the Su family was merely afraid of being implicated by her. She glanced at the destination on the ticket, Argentina. It was the farthest country from Huaxia. How terrified were they of her return? She pushed the ticket back, coldly stating, "No need." Seeing her rejection, Su Wanwan produced a bank card, seemingly sincere. "Are you worried about being unable to survive abroad? Here lies a sum of 50,000 yuan, which I am personally providing as your living expenses. This is all the savings I possess at present. Utilize it for now, and should you find it insufficient, I shall provide you with more from my pocket money later on." Is it truly the case that the esteemed daughter of the Su family has only 50,000 yuan? Su Wanwan found it rather amusing. However, Li Wanru snatched the bank card from Su Wanwan's hands, exclaiming, "Wanwan, what are you doing? The Su family has already been exceedingly generous by assisting you in purchasing a plane ticket." She then turned to Su Wanwan, commanding, "You are to pack your belongings and go abroad immediately. I have already taken care of your withdrawal from school." Su Wanwan gazed at her defiantly. "What gives you the right to make decisions for me?" "Because I am your mother," Li Wanru retorted. "Besides, with your academic performance, pursuing further studies would merely be a waste of time. You might even struggle to graduate. It would be far wiser to start working and earning money sooner." Professor Liang promptly interjected, "Madam, you are mistaken. Su Wanwan has performed exceptionally well in her major subjects during her time at school." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Wanru. "Professor, there is no need to defend her. I am well aware of her situation. The only reason she wishes to pursue a graduate degree is that Wanwan intends to do so as well. She ought to take a good look in the mirror and recognize her own worth." What right does she have to compare herself to Een? Her coarse remarks left Professor Liang momentarily speechless, yet he soon turned to Su with astonishment. You plan to pursue graduate studies? I recall you neither secured a recommendation for graduate school nor took the entrance examination. Su smiled slightly, humbly responding, Indeed, I am following a special admission route. If a renowned professor places significant value on a particular student, private admissions are permitted, provided the professor is well known. Professor Liang understood, promptly inquiring, May I ask who the professor that wishes to admit you is? Su however, adopted a modest demeanor. It is Dr. Nan. He has successfully developed clean fuel from hydrogen energy, applied for a patent, and has been awarded a doctoral title. Upon hearing this, Su looked at her in astonishment. Who are you referring to? Chapter 5. Clarification. Dr. Nan? She wondered why she was unaware of the special invitation for Su. Professor Liang exclaimed in surprise, You actually know Dr. Nan? Su smiled faintly. It is indeed a matter of fate. My mother once supported Dr. Nan's education, and after he achieved success, he sought out our family, expressing that my mother was his savior. Over the years, he has consistently provided technical support for our family business and should not refuse any of my requests. Su raised an eyebrow. Growing up in the Su household, she relied entirely on the nurturing of Madame Su. Thus, upon acquiring capabilities, she had reached out to Madame Su under the pretense of being a beneficiary of support, hoping to find a reason to repay her for her upbringing. For years, whenever there were technical issues with the company under Madame Su's name, she had assisted without charge. Yet, when had it become that Su could obtain any favor from Dr. Nan? It truly seemed exaggerated. Professor Liang, however, took it at face value. Which school is Dr. Nan currently affiliated with? Su replied, I promised the dean that I would invite Dr. Nan to teach at our university. Wonderful. Professor Liang exclaimed with delight, turning to Su Nange, your research direction aligns with that of Dr. Nan. When the time comes, I shall introduce you to him. If Dr. Nan advocates for you, there may yet be hope for your graduate school application. Xu wore a worried expression and inquired, Professor Liang, is this really acceptable? The Hua family is the wealthiest in Haicheng and annually allocates substantial funds for our school's research and development. Professor Liang dismissed her concerns, stating, Dr. Nan is currently in high demand. I have heard that both Houghton University and Oxford University have extended invitations to him, and numerous enterprises are eager to invest in him. If Dr. Nan is willing to step forward, the school will undoubtedly choose him. Xu feigned a sigh, but Dr. Nan is inclined to favor my mother. If it were me, he would certainly go to great lengths to assist. Yet Nangu is my father's illegitimate daughter and stands in opposition to my mother. Nangu, should I inquire with Dr. Nan on your behalf? Xu Nan replied, No need. At that moment, Xu appeared to be a mere buffoon. She smirked slightly and directly addressed Professor Liang. Professor, there is no need to trouble yourself. As you know, I never intended to pursue graduate studies. Professor Liang's expression turned blank, filled with regret. It was he who had recognized Xu Nan's talent in her field and had insisted on her pursuing a master's degree, never anticipating that matters would reach this juncture. His eyes reddened as he said, Then I shall write you a letter of recommendation for employment. Li Wanru scoffed, Don't waste your efforts, having offended Mr. Hua. Do you think she can find a job in Haicheng? Dream on. Professor Liang, exasperated, retorted, I refuse to believe that anyone can truly dominate Haicheng. If you cannot find work, come assist me as a teaching assistant. I want you. A warm current surged within Xu Nan as she explained, Professor, the situation between Mr. Hua and me is merely a misunderstanding. Once clarified, there will be no need for concern. Professor Liang sighed, expressing a longing for clarity, wishing for the return of his student. Su Nange, gazing at the earnest expectation on her teacher's face, replied softly, All right, I will return. Becoming a mentor at Haicheng University would be quite splendid. Yet Su clenched her fingers tightly. She could not fathom why Professor Liang, despite her being an exemplary student, seemed to favor the mediocre Su Nange. Was the old man truly beguiled by her mere appearance? An intense fury surged within Su as she glanced at Li Wanru and suddenly spoke. Nange, are you still intent on pursuing Mr. Hua? He's already married, and your actions are quite inappropriate. Li Wanru, indeed, was seething with rage. A resounding slap echoed throughout the office. Su Nange felt a burning sting on her cheek, staring incredulously at Li Wanru, taken aback by her sudden aggression in front of Professor Liang. Li Wanru showed no remorse, pointing a finger at her and scolding, You shameless wretch, It seems you have forgotten the family rules after these years. Apologize to your sister at once. I assure you, you shall never set foot near the Hua family again. The warmth in Su Nange's eyes slowly faded, leaving only a chilling glare. It appeared that her previous warning had fallen on deaf ears, and Su still regarded her as the submissive, ignorant girl who had always yielded to her. Since reason had failed, she would not hesitate to show no mercy. Su, watching from the sidelines, felt a swell of triumph. In their childhood, Su Nange had bowed and scraped before her, never retorting or retaliating. Later, she moved away, and the two encountered each other again at the university. Su Nange, who still appeared quite shabby, straightened her back in front of her. It seemed that the years had dulled her sense of hierarchy. Today, Li Wanru would teach her a lesson. Just as Su contemplated this, she saw Su Nange slowly approaching her, seemingly ready to apologize. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Yin's lips, but in the next moment, Su Nange suddenly raised her head, her hand striking Su Yin's face with force. Slap, slap. Su felt dizzy, momentarily dazed by the blows. Li Wanru then rushed over, shouting, Su Nange, how dare you? Su Nange abruptly turned her head. Her gaze was fierce, her entire being exuding the aura of a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell, radiating an insatiable bloodlust. Li Wanru was momentarily paralyzed by her appearance, stunned in place. What do you intend to do? Ungrateful wretch, I am your mother. Do you still wish to lay a hand on me? You unfilial beast. If you fail in your duties as a daughter, do not blame me for being ungrateful as a mother. Su Nange's voice was icy, each word deliberate. Do not meddle in my life any further, otherwise, should you attempt anything against me again, I will repay Su in kind. She withdrew her gaze and bowed deeply to Professor Liang. Expressing her gratitude for his care over the past 4 years, I shall return. With those words, she turned and left without hesitation. It was only after her figure vanished from the room that Li Wanru regained her senses and hurriedly rushed to Su In. Are you all right? That wretched girl actually dared to lay a hand on you. She has truly gone too far. Su touched her swollen cheek, trembling with rage, yet calmly inquired. What gives her the audacity? Li Wanru, taken aback, pondered. Could it be that Mr. Hua has genuinely taken a liking to her? That seems implausible. She is already married. How could Mr. Hua be attracted to a withered branch? Su shared this sentiment. However, upon recalling that woman's captivating yet perilous beauty, uncertainty began to creep in. Professor Liang was utterly stunned by the unfolding drama. He gazed incredulously at Li Wanru, absorbing her vile utterances, and couldn't help but wonder. Is this truly Su Nange's mother? Not Su Yin's. Perhaps it was a figment of his imagination, but Professor Liang suddenly perceived a peculiar resemblance between the two women before him. As Su Nange stepped out of the school gates, Ji Ming's call broke the silence. Boss, I found out why Hua Beiyin claims to be married, yet does not recognize you. A new book heralds fresh beginnings. I hope everyone continues to lend their support. For those who have come, please leave a comment. Chapter 6. Seeking the daughter-in-law at the school entrance, a throng of people bustled about, each face glowing with vitality and exuberance. Su Nange, pushing her electric bike, felt enveloped in solitude. She licked her slightly swollen lip with her tongue and said in a husky voice, Speak. Despite the Hua family's outward prosperity, internal strife has plagued the vast clan in recent years. The patriarch has shown favoritism towards the eldest son's family, intending to entrust the Hua legacy to the first branch, while Hua Beiyin, as the youngest son, has been consistently marginalized. Years ago, the elder had arranged a series of dubious candidates for a union with Hua Beiyin, which caused quite a stir until Hua Beiyin announced that he had already tied the knot with a woman from an ordinary family. With that revelation, the matter was put to rest. Speaking of his wife, she is quite the enigma, having never made a public appearance or attended any family gatherings hosted by the Hua clan. Thus, the truth is singular. That is, Ji Ming elongated his tone, intending to build suspense, but before he could articulate it, Su Nange had already grasped the situation. Understood. Have you managed to obtain his itinerary and contact information? Ji Ming was momentarily taken aback and sheepishly replied, I will send you his schedule for the next few days shortly, but his personal number is untraceable. Su Nange replied nonchalantly, No matter, I shall intercept him. For someone of Hua Baiyin's stature, it is entirely normal for his private number to be kept under wraps. Ji Ming immediately turned inquisitive. He is surrounded by bodyguards. Getting close is no easy feat. Are you considering using forceful means? Or, best keep a low profile for now. Su Nange smirked with a hint of mischief. Besides, I am a woman. Being forceful is not in my nature. Jiming. The Hua Corporation is situated in the heart of Haiqing, a towering edifice that pierces the clouds, a testament to the Hua family's staggering wealth. Su Nange adjusted her courier uniform and, clutching a package, entered, stating to the receptionist, "This is Mr. Hua's delivery and requires his personal signature." After the receptionist contacted the secretary, she was granted access to the upper floors. Su Nange entered the exclusive elevator and ascended to the 88th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, the vista before her suddenly expanded. The secretary's office, comprising over 100 individuals, operated solely to serve the singular needs of Hua Beiyan. Su Nange followed closely behind the secretary who had come to fetch her, smoothly arriving at the president's office. She knocked gently on the door, and a melodious voice resonated from within. "Come in." Su Nange breathed a sigh of relief, just as she anticipated a seamless meeting with Hua Beiyan, when an elongated figure unexpectedly obstructed her path. The assistant, Yi, furrowed his brow and scrutinized her. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" "Yesterday, this individual had caused a disturbance at the Su family residence, and though their boss had refrained from reprimanding her, she audaciously assumed an air of entitlement, even masquerading as a delivery person to pursue him." Yi's expression soured as he summoned 2 bodyguards. "What is going on? Is it permissible for just anyone to ascend to the top floor without proper identification? Remove her immediately." Su Nange's demeanor remained unperturbed. "What do you mean by this? Does Hua Corporation look down upon delivery personnel?" Yi scoffed. "You truly have the audacity to flip the script. We hold every profession in high regard. But are you genuinely a courier?" "I am. Do you expect me to believe such absurdity? If you are indeed a courier, do you possess an identification badge?" No sooner had Yi spoken than a badge was thrust before him. Su Nange smiled, a hint of mirth in her expression. "Indeed, I do possess one." Yi's countenance stiffened momentarily. Then, recalling something, he sneered. "You didn't just register today, did you?" As the badge was unveiled, the registration date was clearly marked. Yi was taken aback. 8 years ago? She truly is a courier? Is it not permissible to work while studying? Su Nange's voice was languid as she addressed the room. "Mr. Hua, may I now proceed with my work?" A steady voice emanated from within. "Let her in." Su Nange cast a provocative glance at Yi, noticing his impending irritation, before she sidestepped him and entered. Hua Beiyan's office exuded a minimalist elegance, its monochromatic palette of black, white, and gray lending an air of starkness to the space. He sat behind an expansive desk, the sleeves of his black shirt rolled up, revealing a slender yet powerful forearm, with bony fingers deftly wielding a fountain pen. After signing the documents before him, Hua Beiyan finally lifted his gaze, his ebony eyes devoid of discernible emotion. Su Nange pointed to the delivery slip, saying, "Mr. Hua, please sign here." Her fingers were slender and pale, the tips slightly calloused, evoking a sense of resolute beauty. Much like herself, despite her delicate frame, she maintained an upright posture, embodying an unyielding spirit. Hua Beiyan's gaze lingered momentarily on the corner of her bruised lips as he signed. Suddenly, Su Nange spoke, her words startling. "Mr. Hua, you are not actually married, are you?" The man paused, his pen halting midair as he abruptly lifted his gaze, his penetrating black eyes locking onto hers, an invisible pressure enveloping the room. Su Nange was acutely aware that her conjecture was correct. The civil registry required personal details to be filled out by hand, leaving no room for error. Hua Beiyan publicly claimed to be married, yet had no knowledge of her existence. Following Ji Ming's investigation, the truth became evident. Hua Beiyan had fabricated a wife to appease his family's marriage pressures. He had never set foot in the civil registry, and thus remained oblivious to the fact that they were not married. Su Nange spoke earnestly. "Mr. Hua, I understand that my words may sound rather preposterous, but we are indeed married." Hua Beiyan gradually straightened his posture, a hint of amusement gracing his features. "Miss Su, do not delude yourself. Even if I were unmarried, I would never marry you merely to spite Hua Zichen." Su Nange was momentarily taken aback. Did he know of her past with Hua Zichen, believing she sought him for revenge? Was that why he remained skeptical of her claims? Su Nange clarified. "I am not here because of Hua Zichen. I wish to discuss a divorce. I have no interest in the entanglements of your affections." Hua Beiyan interrupted her, swiftly signing his name and handing her the delivery slip. "Do not disturb me again, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind." Su Nange felt a surge of indignation. "Haven't you already been unkind? You have openly declared that I should disappear from Haiqing. Hua Beiyin frowned. When did I? Before he could finish, his phone rang. The tone unmistakably belonging to his grandmother. He answered immediately, the voice of a caretaker on the other end. Mr. Hua, the old lady has gone missing again. Hua Beiyin sprang to his feet, anxiety propelling him out of the room. Su Nange intended to pursue him for further clarification, but was halted by Yi Yi. Miss Su, I advise you to stop here. With a sigh, Su Nange exited the Hua group, making her way home at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching her doorstep, she turned back and noticed the elderly woman from their previous encounter stealthily trailing behind her. Su Nange was about to speak when the little old lady grasped her wrist firmly. Granddaughter-in-law, do not think you can abandon me again. Chapter 7. Ho Bei Yan's generosity. The dwelling rented by Su Nange was adorned with a neat and cozy ambience. She observed the elderly lady sitting at the dining table, who had just consumed 3 glasses of water, and said earnestly, I truly am not your granddaughter-in-law. You are, the stubborn old woman retorted, clutching her cup and gulping down another glass. Su Nange realized that reasoning with her was futile, so she took out her phone and dialed the number from before. It rang once before being answered. Hello. Su Nange felt a vague sense of familiarity in the man's voice, but just as she was about to speak, the phone was abruptly snatched away by the elderly woman. At that moment, Ho Bei Yan was nearby, searching for her with a group of people. His exterior remained calm, yet anxiety churned within him. His grandmother, not only suffering from Alzheimer's disease, was an 87-year-old whose bodily functions had begun to deteriorate, posing a constant risk to her life. When the phone rang, he answered it immediately, only to hear his grandmother's robust voice on the other end. You little rascal, don't come to fetch me. I am with my granddaughter-in-law. Granddaughter-in-law. The phone number belonged to that girl from before, so his grandmother was with her again? Ho Bei Yan's expression darkened as he inquired, Where are you? I won't tell you. Do you think that by not telling me, I won't be able to find you? You must not come looking for me, nor send anyone to track me down. Ho Bei Yan rubbed his temples and, covering the mouthpiece, quietly asked the attending physician, Is it possible to forcibly bring the old lady back? The doctor shook his head and whispered, The old lady cannot be subjected to any form of stimulation at the moment. It is best to acquiesce to her wishes. That girl from last time did not seem like a bad person. Hua Beiyin tightened his jaw and coaxed his phone. Grandma, I must deliver your medicine. No need to bring the medicine. I have it with me. Just rest assured and wait for me to bring my granddaughter-in-law home. The elderly lady concluded her statement and promptly hung up the call. She returned the phone to Su Nange, declaring, Granddaughter-in-law, it's all settled. Su Nange was taken aback. What sort of unreliable relatives are these? They are entrusting the elderly to a stranger? Just as she was about to make another call, a notification chimed from WeChat. Someone had requested to add her as a friend using a phone number, leaving a message, grandson of the elderly lady. Su Nange accepted the friend request and noted, grandson. The grandson quickly sent a message. Please take care of my grandmother for a while. She has not been well and cannot be subjected to any stress. Su Nange scoffed, typing coldly on her phone. That's inconvenient. This is not a charitable organization. Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly heard a commotion from the kitchen. She hurried over to find the elderly lady boiling eggs. Su Nange casually asked, Are you hungry? Eating only eggs is not sufficient. No, the elderly lady replied, turning back with a kind smile etched upon her wrinkled face. Granddaughter-in-law, applying some egg on your face will help reduce the swelling. Su Nange was momentarily stunned. Perhaps she herself was unaware that after being struck by her biological mother today, although she appeared indifferent, a veil of detachment enveloped her, separating her from the world. At this moment, the elder's words dispelled the chill surrounding her, and warmth flickered in her eyes. She pressed her lips together and glanced back at her phone, only to find the chat interface suddenly illuminated by an orange notification. You have received a transfer notification. Your grandson has transferred 300,000 yuan to you. Grandson, this is your living expense for the week. Let me know if it's insufficient. Su Nange stared at her input screen, methodically erasing the words she had just typed, and rephrased her response. All right. She couldn't comprehend why she had suddenly become so meddlesome. It must have been the generosity of the other party that overwhelmed her. At the Su residence, Su Yin's cheeks were swollen and marked with clear handprints. Her eyes were red and puffy as she sat silently weeping on the living room sofa. Li Wanru, with her head bowed, remarked, Inin, that little wretch must be envious of your impending marriage to the Hua family. Do not cry. When your father returns, we shall have Wenzong teach her a good lesson. Madame Su, Nanjingshu, descended the stairs with great effort, her voice feeble yet resolute. Cough. Nange is not that kind of person. You must have provoked her in some way. Suyin clenched her fists and, with a downcast expression, lamented, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have accepted Zichen's proposal. She adores Zichen so much. It must be for this reason that she is entangled with Mr. Hua." Madame Su's complexion was pale, tinged with an air of frailty. How could that be? Nange has always understood the values of propriety and integrity since childhood. Otherwise, she would not have stubbornly moved out of the house. Li Wanru said resentfully, "It must be that she has been led astray by others over the years." Her heart was filled with bitterness. Today, not only had she turned against Yin, but she was also ready to confront me, her own mother. Mrs. Su remained unconvinced. Su Yin's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, "Mom, perhaps we have shown her too little affection over the years." These words awakened Li Wanru. "Isn't it because she refuses to come home? Madam, you treated her so well before, yet she never comes back to see you. What an ungrateful wretch. She doesn't remember your kindness at all. Deep down, she is truly cold-blooded." Mrs. Su was taken aback. She had never harbored prejudice against Su Nange. Having raised her with care, she had developed feelings for her. When that child left all those years ago, she had expressed hope that she would visit more often. Yet, throughout these many years, Nange had indeed never returned home. Had that child truly grown so indifferent? Seeing her mother's hesitation, Su Yin felt a sense of satisfaction. She then changed the subject, playfully saying, "Mom, could you invite Dr. Nan to serve as a mentor at Haicheng University?" Mrs. Su immediately refused firmly. "Yin, one should not repay kindness with obligation, and besides, Dr. Nan has already contributed enough to the family business over the years." Su Yin was not surprised by her mother's response and smiled, saying, "Mom, that's not what I meant. Haicheng University is the best university around here. Perhaps Dr. Nan would like to go there himself? We could help him connect with the school, which would also be a way to repay him for all his assistance over the years." Mrs. Su found this reasoning convincing and took out her phone to open WeChat, saying, "Then I will ask him." Su Yin sat beside Madame Su, blinking her eyes. "Dr. Nin has done so much for our family. Any favors owed have long been repaid. Shouldn't we host a banquet to express our gratitude? Would it not be better to inquire about him in person then?" Dr. Nin would invariably respond to Madame Su's requests. Once he arrived, if she expressed her desire to become his graduate student, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Convincing her, Madame Su sent a message to Dr. Nan on WeChat. "Xiao Nan, do you have time to visit us?" Upon receiving this message, Su Nange's heart raced. Why would Madame Su suddenly request a meeting? Could it be that her health had declined? The thought of Madame Su's cough echoed in her mind. Su Nange rose and walked outside. "Is it convenient? Should I come over now?" Chapter 8. He has requests of others. Su Nange clenched her jaw, her heart filled with anxiety. Just as she was about to step out, Madame Su's WeChat message arrived. "No need to rush. Aren't you working overtime on Saturday? I would like to treat you to a casual meal." Only then did Su Nange realize that her concern had clouded her judgment. But to dine at the Su residence? A bitter smile graced her lips. It had been 10 years since she moved out of the Su household, and she had only returned once on the first weekend after her departure. Entering the courtyard, she glimpsed through the glass window, seeing Madame Su, Su Yin, and Su Wanwan laughing and chatting together, Madame Su wearing a radiant smile she had never witnessed before. Li Wanru remarked, "Did you see that? Without your presence, they truly resemble a complete family. If you genuinely care for Madame Su, refrain from disturbing her in the future." Ultimately, Su Nange slipped away quietly. Every year, she purchases a modest gift to place at the doorstep on Madame Su's birthday. After so many years, it is time for a meeting, isn't it? Su Nange replied to the message. "It should be I who invites you. 6 o'clock this Saturday, let us not miss it." She sent the location of the restaurant. Visiting the Su residence would only incite unnecessary disputes. It is preferable to meet outside, where she can quietly converse with Madame Su and also check on her health. Madame Su responded, "All right, let us not miss it." Exiting the chat with Madame Su, Su Nange noticed several messages from her grandson. The old lady, as she ages, resembles a child more and more. Her temper is impatient. One must exercise ample patience. The old lady suffers from insomnia and struggles to fall asleep at night. The blue pills, 2 per day, once in the morning and once in the evening. A series of 5 reminders concluded with, "The above is a forwarded message from the family doctor. I would appreciate it if you could contact me immediately should Grandma feel any discomfort." Upon reading this, Su Nange quietly entered the spare bedroom and recorded a brief video for her grandson. Not far away, two inconspicuous vehicles were parked along the street. The lead vehicle, a well-equipped van, resembled a small suite. Hua Beiyin, clad in a black suit, sat on the sofa, attending to work on his computer. Meanwhile, the family doctor of the elderly matriarch sat in a corner, his expression grave and prepared for any eventuality. The old lady had suddenly changed her location, and it was evident she would not sleep well tonight. Her frail health made her susceptible to insomnia, which could lead to irregular heartbeats, posing a potential life-threatening risk if not monitored closely. The vehicle behind was equipped with medical apparatus, ready for any emergencies that might arise. The elderly matron resides nearby, allowing for a swift response in times of emergency. As such thoughts crossed her mind, a notification from WeChat interrupted, revealing a moment of surprise on the typically stoic face of Hua Beiyin. The family doctor immediately inquired, "Has something happened to the matron?" Hua Beiyin pursed his lips and presented the video for viewing. There lay the matron, sprawled comfortably on a floral-patterned bedspread, soundly asleep and even snoring softly. It was merely 9 in the evening. Typically, she would only find rest by 1 in the morning, a fact to be thankful for. The family doctor appeared utterly astonished. The matron truly has a unique affinity for this young lady. If she could remain by her side, the matron's health would undoubtedly improve. Given her advanced age and frailty, sleep was of paramount importance. Hua Beiyin's jaw tightened and his gaze deepened. The following day, as Su Nange prepared to leave, she instructed the rosy-cheeked matron, who had enjoyed a restful night. "I have called Ji Ming to keep you company. He will arrive shortly." "Very well." The little matron replied obediently. "Granddaughter, where are you off to?" "I am going to meet someone." "Who might that be? Is it absolutely necessary?" "Yes." If she did not seek out Hua Beiyin, he would eventually discover their marital status at the time of marriage registration. However, with the company poised for an IPO, Su Nange was anxious to finalize the divorce. The little matron waved her hand grandly. "I will have my grandson arrange a meeting for you." "My grandson has quite a reputation." Su Nange chuckled. "Grandma, I fear your grandson may not be of much help. The Hua family is the wealthiest in Haiqing, and no matter how affluent the old lady's family is, it cannot compare to the Hua family." Riding her electric scooter, Su Nange arrived at the Hua group. Hua Beiyin's personal schedule is rather monotonous. He indulges in neither leisure nor entertainment, being perpetually engaged in work or en route to it. As Su Nange approached the reception desk, before she could utter a word, the receptionist interjected, "You again? Assistant Yi has instructed that Mr. Hua does not have any deliveries today, and you are not permitted to go upstairs." "I am not here to deliver anything." "I am," Su Nange attempted to explain. But the receptionist, displaying impatience, cut her off. "Do you have an appointment? Without an appointment, you cannot go upstairs." Just as Su Nange was about to respond, the receptionist's eyes suddenly lit up, her previous irritation evaporating as she eagerly addressed the figure behind Su Nange. "Miss Su, you have arrived." Furrowing her brow, Su Nange turned to see Su Yin, who appeared graceful and composed, offering a slight smile to the receptionist. "I am here to see Brother Zichin." Her gaze swept over Su Nange as she added, "However, I forgot to make an appointment in advance." "Miss Su, you jest. What status do you hold that requires an appointment?" "Young Master Hua would be exceedingly delighted to see you." The receptionist swiped her card to grant access, saying, "Please come in." Yet, Su Yin turned to Su Nange and sighed reproachfully. "Nange, the Hua group is not a place where just anyone can enter. If you wish to pursue Mr. Hua, do not make things difficult for the receptionist here." Su Nange was taken aback. "When did I make things difficult for the receptionist?" The receptionist, however, frowned. Assistant Yi only mentioned that this girl was not allowed upstairs, without providing any further explanation. Was it truly because of this? The receptionist displayed a look of disdain, her face contorted with annoyance as she remarked, "Some individuals are utterly oblivious to their own worth, believing that mere looks could elevate them to the heights of a phoenix. One ought to consider the context, dear lady. Kindly keep your distance and refrain from disturbing my work, or I shall have no choice but to summon security." Su Nange raised an eyebrow, initially inclined to retort. Yet upon witnessing her condescending demeanor, she simply smiled and quipped, "It seems you are the one preventing me from ascending the stairs." Meanwhile, upstairs, Hua Beiyin, having completed an urgent document, retrieved his phone and noticed the pinned contact labeled 5 elements lacking iron. Such an unusual moniker belonged to the girl. He swiftly typed a message. "Hello, how is your grandmother faring today?" The reply arrived promptly. "She was well when I left the house." Hua Beiyin frowned. "Did you leave for work?" 5 elements lacking iron responded. You could say that. Hua Baiyan's expression soured. How could she leave her grandmother alone at home? After all, she was not merely a hired caregiver, and there was no justification for her absence. Yet, he found himself in need of her assistance. After a moment of contemplation, he messaged, "Where are you? I would like to meet and discuss matters concerning your grandmother." Without hesitation, 5 elements lacking iron sent him an address via WeChat. Upon reading it, Hua Baiyan's gaze slightly faltered. Wasn't he at the entrance to Hua Corporation? He promptly stood and made his way downstairs. Chapter 9. The encounter. The receptionist personally escorted Su Yin to the elevator. While waiting, Su Yin noticed that Su Nange had not departed. Instead, she sat on the sofa in the lobby of Hua Corporation, clearly intent on lingering. How utterly persistent. Su Yin glanced at the front desk, acknowledging their hard work. "I will speak to Brother Zichin and recommend a salary increase for you." The front desk staff's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Miss Su. Please feel free to let us know if you need anything." Su Yin sighed softly. "My sister is quite stubborn. I hope she doesn't truly wait for Mr. Hua." With those words, Su Yin stepped into the elevator. As the doors closed, she caught sight of the front desk staff approaching Su Nange, a triumphant smile gracing their lips. Did Su Nange truly believe that her looks alone would garner Mr. Hua's favor? How naive. In the world of the affluent, emotions take a back seat to interests. Hua Zichin pursued her for 4 years, so enamored with her. Yet in the end, he sought a marriage proposal from me. All of this was because I possessed the leverage to unite with Hua Zichin through marriage. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 68th floor. Upon entering her office, Su Yin's demeanor had transformed into one of calm grace. Dressed sharply in a suit, Hua Zichin had shed his youthful naivete. A hint of harshness now shadowed his features as his gaze settled on her face. "What happened to your face?" he inquired casually. Su Yin lowered her eyes. "I was hit by Nange." Hua Zichin's expression darkened with displeasure as he cautioned, "I told you not to provoke her." Su Yin paused. "It was my mistake." She approached Hua Zichin and said, "Brother Zichin, I heard that your new project focuses on renewable energy?" Hua Zichin regarded her earnestly. "Indeed, if Hua Corporation cannot develop the latest technologies, we will be surpassed in the future." Su Yin smiled and added, "I have arranged a dinner with Dr. Nan and my mother. Perhaps I could persuade Dr. Nan to join your research team?" Hua Zichin's expression softened considerably. "All right." His demeanor shifted as he wrapped his arms around Su Yin's waist, gently caressing her cheek. Indeed, Nan Ge was remarkably naive. "Does it still hurt? Let me blow on it." Su Yin lowered her eyelids, feigning shyness, yet inwardly she scoffed. With her connections to Dr. Nan, how could Su Nange possibly compete with her? As for whom Hua Zichin truly loved, she was utterly indifferent. Her sole ambition was to marry into the Hua family and become Hua Zichin's wife. This way, even if her lineage were to be revealed later, her lifetime of wealth would be assured. In the lobby downstairs, Su Nange sent the address to her grandfather. The elderly man was currently residing at her home, and it was essential to clarify responsibilities with his family to avoid any future complications. Just as she contemplated scheduling a meeting, her surroundings dimmed. The front desk, accompanied by 2 security guards, stood before her, imperiously declaring, "You cannot sit here. You are disrupting my work. Please leave immediately." Su Nange's expression darkened. The lobby's sofas were intended for casual seating, and she had not uttered a word. How could she possibly disrupt the front desk's duties? Leaning back languidly, she retorted, "If your work is so easily disturbed, perhaps you should consider working in a private office." The front desk attendant was momentarily speechless, then, in a fit of frustration, commanded the guards, "Throw her out at once." Just as the guards moved to act, the once bustling lobby fell into an unexpected silence. The exclusive elevator for the president opened with a measured grace, and Hua Baiyan, exuding a calm authority, stepped out alongside Yi Yi. The impeccably dressed man cast a fleeting glance in their direction before shifting his gaze, seemingly searching for someone among the crowd. Yi Yi noticed the situation here and strode over. His brows were tightly knitted as he turned to Su Nange, inquiring, "Why is it you again?" The receptionist, eager to cast the first stone, interjected, "Assistant Yi. She claimed she wanted to go upstairs to deliver a package to Mr. Hua. I refused her, and now she refuses to leave." Su Nange replied coolly, "I mentioned it is not a delivery." The receptionist scoffed, "Assistant Yi, did you hear that? She is no longer pretending, directly stating her intent to find someone upstairs. Since I want to let her up, she is causing a commotion here. I will have security escort her out." Su Nange languidly remarked, What regulation of the whole corporation states that I cannot sit on this sofa? The receptionist was momentarily silenced. Yi, growing impatient, told Su Nange, then you might as well stay here. The boss will not pay you any mind. He then turned to the receptionist, displeased. The urgent matter is that the air conditioning on the top floor is malfunctioning. The repairman said he had already arrived, yet you are preventing him from going upstairs. What is going on? The receptionist was taken aback. I haven't seen any repairman arrive. Yi furrowed his brow, truly none? The receptionist quickly nodded. I have been here the entire time, and how could I be careless about the top floor's issues? There is no way I would obstruct him. Yi took out his phone. Let me call and see if he went to the wrong place. Before he could even dial, a languid voice interrupted. He hasn't gone wrong. Yi was momentarily stunned. Su Nange smiled. Indeed, it is the receptionist who is preventing me from going upstairs. Yi, receptionist. Both were left bewildered. After a long while, Yi finally comprehended. You are the repairman? How can that be? A work certificate was presented before him, bearing a date from 9 years ago. Yi was incredulous. Is this yet another job you secured while working your way through school? Su Nange did not deny it, her gaze drifting towards Hua Beiyan not far away. You won't even let me speak, and now you wish to cast me out, even slandering me for causing a disturbance here. Mr. Hua, your front desk is truly impressive. The receptionist glanced at Hua Beiyan in a fluster. Mr. Hua? Hua Beiyan, his expression devoid of emotion, coldly declared, you are dismissed. The receptionist's face turned pale in an instant, yet she dared not plead for mercy. Only then did Hua Beiyan turn his heavy gaze towards Su Nange. Yi had investigated the girl. She had moved out of the Su family during middle school and had since been supporting herself through various jobs. One day she was a courier, the next a repairman. How many jobs had she held? Despite her impoverished life, her posture remained resolutely upright. Such a defiant woman, yet she willingly chose to debase herself, repeatedly entangling him? At this thought, the fleeting admiration Hua Beiyan had just felt vanished, replaced by a profound impatience. Miss Su, are you satisfied now? Su Nange nodded and stood. Mr. Hua, have you checked with the Civil Affairs Bureau? Hua Beiyan ignored her, turning to Yi with a frigid tone. Take her upstairs to work, and remember, do not let me see her again. Su Nange. Yi grasped her arm. Miss Su, this way please. I advise you to give up, even if you exert every effort to gain access to the top floor. Our boss would not spare you a second glance. Although the identities of the courier and the repairman are indeed genuine, her frequent visits to the Hua group raise questions about her true intentions. Everyone is well aware of this. Hua Beiyan no longer pays her any attention. Instead, he takes out his phone and initiates a voice call to Wu Xing K-Tai via WeChat. At that moment, Su Nange's phone begins to ring. Chapter 10. Have you been to the Civil Affairs Bureau? When Su Nange's ringtone sounded, Hua Beiyan was momentarily taken aback. He turned to look at Su Nange, wondering if Wu Xing K-Tai was indeed her. Su Nange answered the call. Hello. However, Hua Beiyan's phone remained silent, and upon glancing at it, he realized that the other party was already engaged in a call. The voice communication had not gone through. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. Meanwhile, several individuals in the lobby were on the phone, making it impossible to distinguish who was speaking with her. At that moment, Wu Xing K-Tai sent a message. Sorry, it's not a good time to meet now. Let's reschedule. On the top floor, Su Nange was simultaneously answering a call from Ji Ming while messaging her grandson. Ji Ming, with a hint of mischief, remarked, Boss, are you capable? It's been years since you've done any repair work, hasn't it? Su Nange replied coolly. If you're so free, why not help me find Hua Beiyan's personal phone number? It would save me from having to seek him out repeatedly. If she had his number, she could call him every hour to remind him to check at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Under such relentless pressure, even if he found the situation absurd, he would eventually look into it. Ji Ming immediately exclaimed, How could that be possible? You should know. There's no information about him online. It took me considerable effort just to uncover his personal schedule. That's because you're not resourceful enough. As Su Nange hung up the phone, she noticed Yi displaying a look of disdain beside her. Miss Su, our boss's private number is confidential and inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Su Nange playfully teased him. Do you believe that in the future, not only will I possess your boss's number, but I shall also have his WeChat? The divorce procedures are somewhat cumbersome, and I will undoubtedly be in frequent contact with Hua Beiyan. Yi scoffed, such a daydream. Just then, Su Nange's phone chimed with a message from her grandson. Feel free to call me anytime. 10 minutes later, Su Nange repaired the air conditioner. She clapped her hands together, explaining, the filter had been used for too long, accumulating dirt that affected its cooling function. A thorough cleaning and replacement will suffice. Observing her deftness in resolving the issue, Yi's animosity towards her diminished somewhat. To prevent her from seeking out the boss again, Yi personally escorted her downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance, he remarked meaningfully, Miss Su, we will no longer have any signed deliveries to the top floor, nor will there be any malfunctioning appliances. Su Nange discerned the implication in his words, but merely smiled. See you at noon. She turned and departed. Yi, unperturbed by her response, returned to the top floor. At noon, Huo Beiyan had a business luncheon. Although he detested socializing, he felt it necessary to respect the dining customs of Huaxian now that he was back in the country, even if such occasions were rare. Yi accompanied him throughout. Upon arriving at a private restaurant, he suddenly heightened his vigilance upon noticing the uniformly attired waitstaff. After all, the most common job choice for students working part-time was often that of a restaurant server. He surveyed his surroundings, scrutinizing every waiter. And upon realizing that Su Nange was absent, he finally exhaled in relief. However, he soon found his reaction amusing. How could Su Nange, already a courier and a repairman, possibly take on another job? He was truly overreacting due to her innocuous remark about meeting at noon. Yi relaxed as he entered the private room, and when the dishes arrived, the chef came over to express gratitude. Hello everyone, are you satisfied with today's dishes? A familiar female voice resonated, causing Yi to freeze in place. He turned abruptly, as if he had seen a ghost, and beheld Su Nange standing at the doorway, donning a chef's hat. She bore a faint smile as she briefly introduced the menu of the day. Finally, she approached Huo Beiyan and whispered, Mr. Hua, perhaps you should check at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Huo Beiyan, his jaw tightened, and the usually composed expression on his face revealed a hint of fracture. Yi stared at her in astonishment. You are the head chef? And you possess a certification? Indeed. Su Nange reached into her waist pouch, intending to retrieve her chef's certificate, but inadvertently dropped 1, 2, 3, a total of 5 different work IDs. Yi swallowed hard. You have 5 part-time jobs? Su Nange replied, not quite. Just as Yi felt a wave of relief, he heard her nonchalantly add, there are some I haven't brought with me. Yi. Su Nange smiled sweetly at Huo Beiyan. As Mr. Huo requires, I am capable of performing any task. I presume Mr. Huo would prefer that I cease my inquiries, so why not check at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Huo Beiyan maintained his stoic demeanor. The woman's peach blossom eyes shimmered like water veiled in mist, her speech imbued with a hint of tender affection that irresistibly drew the gaze of everyone at the table. Huo Beiyan's expression darkened instantaneously. He continued to ignore Su Nange and directed his attention to Yi. Investigate at once. A flicker of joy surged within Su Nange. Had she finally persuaded this man? Yet, he coldly added, who leaked my itinerary? Yi stepped forward, once again obstructing Su Nange's path. Miss Su, please leave immediately. Su Nange found herself once more expelled from the private room, standing outside with a sigh. Why could Huo Beiyan not trust her? Even with her abundant patience, she felt a twinge of frustration at this moment. She chose not to leave, but to wait outside. When had she ever been subjected to such neglect in the past 2 years? The more she pondered, the angrier she grew. Su Nange took out her phone, seeking someone to vent her feelings to, but after browsing through her WeChat contacts, she found no suitable confidant and decided to post on her moments instead. Inside the private room, the guests savored their meal while showering compliments upon Huo Beiyan. He listened with growing impatience, pulling out his phone to feign busyness. Bored, he scrolled through his moments, where he stumbled upon a post from iron-deficient Wuxing made 2 minutes prior. Don't be angry. One must possess a bit of patience with grandchildren. Huo Beiyan was momentarily taken aback. He quickly messaged iron-deficient Wuxing. What is your age? You already have grandchildren? Surely. One could not expect an elder to care for a grandmother. Iron-deficient Wuxing. Question mark. Iron-deficient Wuxing. If you are referring to my moments. That was an insult. Someone never seems to comprehend my words. Huo Beiyan. It was then he realized he had made a fool of himself. He sent a message to mask his embarrassment. The mind is a daily necessity. He may have mistaken it for a decorative item. Wuxing Keitai responded, I could scold you a bit more. Huo Beiyan smirked. We only insult others. Let's refrain from scolding him. Wuxing Keitai said, considering your eloquence, I shall treat the old matriarch tonight. Does she have any dietary restrictions? Huo Beiyan replied, The doctor advised her to avoid sweets and spicy foods. Everything else is fine. Wu Xing Kai acknowledged, understood. Their conversation consistently bestowed upon Huo Beiyin a sense of camaraderie, akin to chatting with an old friend, which felt quite pleasant. He suddenly inquired, "May I visit grandmother tonight?" Wu Xing Kai answered, "Of course, you are always welcome." Subsequently, she sent him a message containing a specific address with the doorplate number. Huo Beiyin memorized the address and replied, "I shall intrude then." He felt it imperative to bring the family doctor to examine his grandmother's health tonight. Otherwise, he would remain quite uneasy. Wu Xing Kai did not respond further. She seemed to disfavor such politeness. Huo Beiyin quietly noted her little quirks. "Mr. Hua, are you sending a message to Mrs. Hua?" Someone nearby jested, unable to conceal their amusement. Huo Beiyin's smile faltered. He put away his phone and turned to the speaker. Since he ascended to the position of CEO of the Hua Group, Mrs. Hua had not appeared publicly, prompting many to question the authenticity of her existence. Therefore, he refrained from denying it. The individual took his silence as acquiescence and complimented. "Mr. Hua truly maintains impeccable integrity, unwaveringly loyal to Mrs. Hua. The chef from earlier was truly remarkable, yet Mr. Hua remained unfazed, a true paragon for our generation." The others, witnessing this, immediately chimed in. "We are exceedingly curious about Mrs. Hua. What manner of person could possibly capture Mr. Hua's heart? Surely, the old matriarch must be quite pleased with such a granddaughter-in-law." It was subtly known among them that Huo Beiyin's relationship with the Hua family was rather tenuous, with only the old matriarch occupying a significant place in his heart. Huo Beiyin lowered his gaze, responding lightly, "Indeed, my grandmother holds her in great affection." Outside, Su Nange was languidly passing the time when a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Su Nange." She turned to find a familiar, striking face before her. Hua Zichen, clad in a black suit, his typically warm and considerate expression now clouded with displeasure as he regarded her. "So you are indeed here." Su Nange pressed her lips together. During their university days, she had often walked alone, akin to a lone wolf, while Hua Zichen, effervescent and sociable, had been her sole companion. However, their current circumstances felt rather awkward. She hesitated. "Is there something you need?" Hua Zichen scoffed. "Su Yin has revealed your background to me. Why did you conceal it? I have always detested mistresses and illegitimate daughters, yet I foolishly pursued someone like you for 4 years. Was it amusing?" Su Nange felt as though her heart was suddenly gripped by a powerful hand. She had never comprehended why Hua Zichen had assured her of a surprise at the graduation ceremony, urging her not to reject him again, only to propose to Su Yin. So this was the reason. His family was fraught with discord, seemingly with a half-sister as well. Su Yin merely uttered her identity, effortlessly shattering 4 years of camaraderie. Su Nange took a step back, distancing herself from him. Yet, Hua Zichen stepped forward, interrogating, "Do you not have anything to explain to me?" "Explain what?" "Explain why she was an illegitimate child? Why she chose to emerge from Li Wanru's womb?" Su Nange scoffed softly. "No?" She turned to leave. With differing paths, there was no need for their association. If he looked down upon her origins, then this friendship was better left unformed. Her resolute demeanor inexplicably vexed Hua Zichen. As he watched her retreat further away, a sudden panic gripped him, and without a moment's thought, he seized her arm, exclaiming, "You cannot leave." Su Nange turned to look at him. "Is there something else?" Hua Zichen's expression was tense. He found her aloof and indifferent demeanor to be heartless. A surge of frustration welled within him, intertwined with an inexplicable sense of grievance. He, the one who had initially let go, felt as though he were the one being forsaken. He taunted, "You are still working here, which means you haven't found a proper job, have you? Su Nange, why not become my personal assistant?" Su Nange freed herself from his grasp, coldly declining, "I fear I would not be competent." Hua Zichen, however, continued, "You need not do anything. I have an apartment near my office. You only need to reside there and attend to my daily needs. I will pay you 50,000 a month. Will that suffice?" Su Nange's gaze turned frosty, her tone as chilling as winter. "You wish for me to be your mistress?" Hua Zichen scoffed. "You can undoubtedly handle this, considering your mother was a mistress. Growing up in such an environment, you have a certain pedigree. I believe you must be quite the expert." Smack! Su Nange swiftly delivered a slap across his face, exclaiming, "Hua Zichen, enough!" Rather than reacting with anger, Hua Zichen laughed, his gaze twisted with a sinister intensity. "Su Nange, do you believe that if I do not want you, no one in Haicheng will dare to claim you? You will find neither work nor a husband, ultimately reduced to being someone's plaything." Given this, why not choose me? At least, out of our shared history as classmates, I would show you a bit more kindness. I shall grant you time to contemplate. Should you change your mind, you know how to reach me. With that, Hua Zichen strode away. Su Nange let out a self-deprecating smile. As she turned around, she was taken aback to see Hua Beiyin standing at the door of the private room. Hua Beiyin, who typically detested socializing, had sought an excuse to leave with Yi Yi. However, upon stepping out, he unexpectedly witnessed the scene that had just unfolded in the corridor. His gaze was deep and inscrutable, revealing no hint of his emotions. Yi Yi, on the other hand, remarked to Su Nange with a TSK. I was wondering why you hadn't secured a stable job after graduating from university, opting instead for multiple part-time positions. It turns out Hua Zichen has been applying relentless pressure? Su Nange replied with a questioning look. Yi Yi sighed again. So, your entanglement with the boss is somewhat unavoidable. Isn't it? After all, in Haicheng, few dare to stand against the Hua family. Su Nange narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, choosing not to contradict him. For the first time in 2 days, they were able to converse calmly. Yi Yi, with a heart full of compassion, suggested, Boss, why don't we lend her a hand? She seems quite pitiful. Su Nange felt a glimmer of hope. Yes, indeed. Let us assist the unfortunate child. Perhaps we could accompany her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize her divorce paperwork? Her company is awaiting its public listing. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Hua Baiyin's cold retort. Why should I allow an inconsequential person to displease Hua Zichen? He strode away from Su Nange with determined steps. Is she truly pitiable? Though the girl feigned innocence, her eyes betrayed a cunning delight that was anything but sorrowful. Indeed, her demeanor was quite detestable. Furthermore, her ability to obtain his personal itinerary indicated a depth of cunning and resourcefulness. The corridor swiftly fell into silence. Su Nange remained rooted in place, feeling as if Hua Baiyin's heart were as frigid as his disposition. Yet, she thought, perhaps her grandson was right. She ought not to harbor anger towards him, for it would only serve to vex herself. With a resigned sigh, Su Nange exited, leisurely riding her electric scooter home. There was an elderly person awaiting her. She could not linger outside for too long. Tomorrow, she would seek him out once more. That evening, Hua Beiyin concluded work promptly and made his way to an old residential complex on the outskirts of the city. He carried a bag of fruit and, following the address from WeChat, approached a particular household, knocking gently on the door. The familiar voice of his grandmother soon resonated from within. Coming, coming. Chapter 12. Old Lady Hua. As the door swung open, Hua Beiyin beheld his grandmother, her complexion rosy and vibrant, radiating good health. Only then did he take in his surroundings. The room was immaculate and tidy. The cozy 60-square-meter two-bedroom apartment exuded warmth. On the dining table lay 4 plates of light, nutritious dishes, perfectly suited for an elderly palate. Only the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Was this a sign of the 5 elements lacking iron during a bath? The door was made of frosted glass, through which a graceful silhouette of a young woman could be dimly discerned. Hua Beiyin instinctively averted his gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The family doctor, following closely behind him, was about to enter but was halted by Hua Beiyin, who positioned himself to shield the doctor's view. Hand me the instruments. You wait in the car. The family doctor nodded and left, courteously closing the door behind him. Hua Beiyin promptly measured the elderly woman's blood pressure, blood sugar, and heart rate. Perhaps due to a restful night, all her readings were remarkably healthy. The old lady beamed with pride, exclaiming, My granddaughter-in-law takes such good care of me. Witnessing this firsthand, Hua Beiyin finally felt at ease. He cast another glance towards the bathroom before tidying up the instruments. Since you're well, I'll take my leave now. The old lady paused, surprised. Aren't you going to stay for dinner? My granddaughter-in-law cooks delicious meals. It's rather inconvenient. Hua Beiyin placed the medical instruments down. I'll leave this here. The old lady's eyes twinkled with mischief. You should take it with you. If left here, my granddaughter-in-law won't know how to use it. Besides, I don't want Dr. Xiaofang to come here. I want you to check on me every day. If her grandson came over daily, he could see his wife, nurturing their relationship and perhaps ending their separation. The old lady felt that her chubby great-grandson was beckoning to her. Just as Hua Beiyin was about to respond, the sound of running water abruptly ceased. He immediately stood up, hastily grabbing the medical box as he exited. Then I shall take my leave. Please expect me tomorrow. Very well. At the moment the door to the room was shut, the bathroom door swung open. Contrary to what Hua Beiyin had envisioned, Su Nange was fully dressed, drying her freshly washed hair. Where's your grandson? She inquired. He left, claiming it was inconvenient. He was overly formal and often wore a displeased expression. Su Nange, is it because of this that you don't like him? It can all be changed. I am not your granddaughter-in-law. You are, Su Nange replied, feeling exasperated. After 2 days of interaction, she discovered that the elderly lady was exceedingly amiable, accommodating her in every matter, yet she remained obstinate on this particular issue. After drying her hair, she dined with the little old lady. By 9 in the evening, Su Nange lit a calming incense, and the elderly woman obediently lay down in bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. She dutifully sent a video to her grandson, who promptly replied, "Grandma is in good health." "Thank you." Su Nange responded, "You are too kind." The grandson continued, "How did that grandson fare today? Does he need assistance?" Su Nange understood he was referring to the matter on social media, and with a slight smile, she replied, "No need." In the RV, Hua Beiyan observed this response, his previously cold demeanor softening slightly. This girl, unaware of her own status, exhibited kindness by agreeing to take care of his grandmother, tending to her with great diligence. Ultimately, she did not leverage this kindness to demand his help, unlike Su Nange, who, despite having no connection to him, relentlessly entangled herself, attempting to use him to intimidate Hua Zichen. The contrast between the two was stark. Hua Beiyan sent a message, "I owe you a favor. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Su Nange did not take those words to heart. The only assistance she currently required was for her divorce, which could only be facilitated by Hua Beiyan. Her grandson was of no help. The next day, in the morning, Su Nange took the elderly matriarch to the largest luxury goods store in Haicheng for a shopping excursion, intending to purchase her some fresh attire. The elderly lady, being a wealthy matron, deserved to be treated with dignity and not suffer any indignities while in her presence. As anticipated, upon entering the boutique, the elder displayed an air of familiarity and ease, clearly accustomed to the surroundings. The matriarch of the Hua family had a particular fondness for this brand, with the brand manager delivering the latest collections to her home each quarter for her selection. This was her first visit to the store, and it was quite an intriguing experience. Not far away, Su Yin linked her arm with Su Wanwan's, affectionately saying, "Father, you're so busy. There's really no need for you to accompany me on this shopping trip." Su Wanwan smiled indulgently. "Tonight marks your first visit to the Hua family. It is essential not to underestimate the gifts for the elders, especially the matriarch." Su Yin inquired, "I've heard that great-grandmother is already 87 years old. Why does the Hua family place such importance on her?" Su Wanwan lowered his voice. The main branch of the Hua family and Hua Beiyan have been covertly vying for dominance, seeking to reclaim the position of authority. The elder matriarch holds 20% of the shares. If you can win her favor, your standing in the Hua family will be secured. Su Yin immediately asked, "What are the matriarch's preferences?" Su Wanwan recalled the elderly lady he had encountered 2 years prior and remarked, "She suffers from dementia, has a peculiar temperament, yet possesses a fondness for H family's garments. Simply cater to her preferences. Even if you cannot win her affection, do not incite her disdain." Su Yin nodded in agreement. The two then entered the H family residence. Su Wanwan settled onto the sofa while Su Yin began to explore. As she approached the fitting room, she unexpectedly spotted Su Nange alongside an elderly woman. The old lady had just emerged from the dressing room, inquiring, "My dear granddaughter-in-law, what do you think of this one?" "Granddaughter-in-law? This elderly woman is the grandmother of her wayward husband?" A smirk appeared on Su Yin's lips as she observed Su Nange shake her head. The elderly lady tried on another outfit, and once more, Su Nange shook her head. The old woman sighed. "Why do none of these clothes look appealing?" A hint of disdain flickered across Su Yin's face. "What is unattractive? It is simply a lack of funds to purchase them." She approached and spoke. "Nange, what a coincidence. Is this your husband's grandmother?" Su Nange's expression turned cold, and she chose to ignore her. Su Yin then turned her attention to the elderly woman. "Good day, grandmother. I presume you have never purchased clothing from this brand before? Each piece here is quite expensive and requires a certain poise to carry off. It is unsuitable for ordinary individuals." The elderly lady immediately grew indignant, clutching her chest. "Whom are you accusing of lacking grace? How impolite you are." Su Nange hurriedly supported the frail old woman, fearing she might become unwell from the distress. Su Yin continued, "Nange, considering your grandmother's status, she might find the wholesale market more suitable, where quality and affordability abound." "Get away," Su Nange snapped sharply. The commotion drew Su Wanwan's attention. He strode forward, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Su Yin, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Father, Nangu tried on numerous garments with her husband's grandmother but purchased none. So I merely offered a small suggestion." Su Wanwan grasped her implication and furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards Su Nangu. Upon noticing the elderly lady supported by Su Nangu, he was momentarily taken aback. Lady Hua? Chapter 13. The elderly lady's subtle schemes. The nearly 90-year-old woman appeared frail, her features no longer resembling those of her youth. Her emaciated hands clutched her chest, as if she were on the brink of collapse. However, Su Wanwan felt he might be overreacting. How could someone of Lady Hua's stature possibly visit the shop in person? Fearing that Su Yin might fall victim to the elderly woman's schemes, he spoke sternly to Su Nangu. "Enough. Your sister is merely looking out for your best interests. Must you react so dramatically? Is it not embarrassing to cause a scene here?" The little old lady immediately turned to Su Nangu, asking, "Granddaughter-in-law, is this your father?" Su Nangu lowered her gaze. The term father felt alien to her. Her emotions towards him were profoundly complex. During her childhood in the Su household, Li Wanru forbade her from approaching Su Wanwan. As a small child, she would hide in the shadows, secretly gazing up at him, watching him smile at Su Yin, lifting her and twirling her around, his towering figure resembling a divine savior. In countless nights of being beaten by Li Wanru and denied food, she fantasized whether her father would one day descend from the heavens to embrace her and deliver her from suffering, even if just once. Yet, that moment never came. He had never shown concern for her. Their occasional encounters were limited to him advising her to heed her mother's words. The dynamics within the Su family were peculiar. It seemed they had all accepted Li Wanru's presence, yet apart from Madame Su, no one was willing to acknowledge her existence. Su Nange pressed her lips together, refraining from responding to the elderly woman's remarks. Her gaze drifted to the garments she had just tried on. She selected one that was barely acceptable and handed it to the attendant, preparing to settle the bill and depart. Noticing this, Su Wanwan interjected, "I know you lack funds, so I shall cover the cost of this dress. Consider it a gift for your future mother-in-law." Suddenly, Su Yin spoke up, "Father, I just browsed the store and found that this dress is the most suitable for a present." The attendant immediately chimed in, "Miss, your taste is impeccable. This piece features exquisite hand embroidery and is the only one of its kind in Haiqing. Perhaps you might consider something else?" Su Wanzong's eyes lit up at her words. "Then let us choose this one." He turned to Su Nange, "This dress is for your sister. You may select another for yourself." Su Nange's eyes, resembling blooming peach blossoms, reflected a tumult of emotions. "Why should I? Your sister is visiting the Hua family, and this is a gift for the esteemed matriarch. Does that mean I must yield it to her?" Su Wanzong reprimanded. "Is it so difficult for you to be understanding? Must you compete with your sister?" Su Nange found the situation amusing. She could not comprehend how a dress she had initially desired had morphed into a matter of rivalry with Su Yin. Su Wanzong remarked, "Let's do it this way. This garment costs 50,000. I will give you 200,000, which can be considered a supplement to your wedding dowry." Su Yin pretended to be sincere, saying, "Nange, you have not found a job since your graduation. Hurry and agree with father. Do not let your resentment towards me lead you to forfeit such a substantial benefit, lest you regret it later." Finally, Su Wanzong threatened, "Think carefully. If you insist on choosing this one, I will not assist you with the payment." Truly a seasoned veteran of the business world, using both coercion and temptation merely to buy a piece of clothing for Su Yin. What a devoted father he is. Su Nange, weary of further disputation, was about to retrieve her bank card to settle the bill when the silent elderly lady unexpectedly pressed her hand down, saying, "Granddaughter-in-law, I do not want this. It is not appealing." Su Nange glanced at her. "Grandmother, the others are even less suitable for you." The elderly lady remained obstinate. "Then I shall not settle for anything less." She had already purchased all suitable garments for this season. What remained in the store were merely the leftovers she had rejected. How could there be anything worthy of attention? Furthermore, from their conversation, it seemed that the granddaughter-in-law's sister intended to gift this garment to old Madame Hua. Old Madame Hua. That name sounds so familiar. Who am I again? The elderly lady felt a bit bewildered. Observing this, Su Nange dared not persist, acquiescing to her wishes. "Then we shall not buy it." Only then was Su Wanzong satisfied. "If you had understood sooner, would it have required so much discussion? In the future, if you cannot afford it, refrain from entering such stores casually, lest you be seen by acquaintances and bring shame upon the Su family." Su Yin scoffed lightly. Just moments ago, she was harmonizing with the elderly lady, performing as if it were genuine. Yet, it was merely a lack of funds that hindered her. The elderly woman instructed the attendant to package the clothing, then turned to Su Nange, saying, "Thank you for allowing me this. Once I wed into the Hua family, I shall assist you and your husband in securing a good job." Su Nange paid her no mind and prepared to depart with the old woman. "Wait." Su Wanwan obstructed her path, presenting a check. "Here are 200,000. You should accept it as your dowry, and it may help supplement your living expenses." Su Nange was momentarily taken aback. "There is no need. Are you dissatisfied with the amount?" Su Wanwan retorted, "Your company is under Yan's mother, and it will only be passed on to her. This is the utmost I can offer you." He continued with a tone of condescension, "Accept this 200,000, and you and your husband may set up a small stall to sustain your lives. From now on, let a modest existence and refrain from yearning for what does not belong to you." Su Nange briefly thought that Su Wanwan harbored some paternal affection for her. But at this moment, she only felt mockery. What does not belong to me? For instance, shopping in places like this, or perhaps your attempt to seduce Mr. Hua. Su Wanwan warned, "You are courting disaster. Do not implicate our Su family." Today, the staff refrained from confronting an elderly lady of her age, so they let this slide. Should you provoke Mr. Hua, no amount of pretense from this elderly woman will quell his wrath. Su Nange's heart sank completely. "Rest assured, I have long severed any ties with your Su family." Without a backward glance, she departed. After walking a distance away, the elderly lady took her hand and said, "My dear granddaughter-in-law, your father and sister are truly unkind. From now on, let my grandson protect you. I assure you, no one will dare to look down upon you." A warm feeling blossomed in Su Nange's heart as she replied, "All right." The elderly lady, in a huff, added, "That ugly outfit is meant for that old lady, Mrs. Hua. I refuse to wear it." Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, a male voice on the other end said, "Mom, why don't you come home with Hua Beiyin tonight? It's time for you to meet Zichen's fiancé for the first time." The elderly lady paused, and suddenly, the fog that had clouded her mind dissipated, as if something had been pulled away. In a flash, she remembered who she truly was. It turned out she was the infamous Mrs. Hua. Recalling the disdain and mockery she had just encountered, the elderly lady clenched her teeth and declared, "I will definitely go home." She hung up the call and sent a voice message to Hua Beiyin on WeChat. "Grandson, I've been wronged. You must come home tonight and stand up for me." After sending the message, the elderly lady grasped Su Nange's arm and said mysteriously, "My dear granddaughter-in-law, I've just remembered my grandson's name." Chapter 14. The dogman. Su Nange inquired, "What is it?" Her curiosity piqued about who this grandson might be. Given her extensive work experience, it was possible they had crossed paths before. The elderly lady beckoned her closer, and Su Nange bent down, leaning in to listen. The elderly lady whispered, "I will only tell you one name, but you must not speak of it to anyone." Su Nange replied, "All right." The elderly lady cleared her throat and said, "His childhood name is Dogwazi." Su Nange, the elderly lady explained, "My grandson was born under the sign of the dog. When he came into this world, he weighed a mere 3 pounds and 2 ounces. The doctors all said he wouldn't grow big. So I decided to give him this name. A humble name is easy to nurture." Su Nange couldn't help but twitch her lips, nearly bursting into laughter. From the old lady's words, it was evident that her grandson held the esteemed position of a company president. Did his subordinates truly know him as Dog Boy? Just as she was about to inquire about his proper name, the old lady continued, "Daughter-in-law, the clothes here are rather unappealing. Would you accompany me back home to fetch a couple of decent pieces tonight?" Upon hearing the voice message the old lady had sent to her grandson, Su Nange realized that he would indeed be returning. Since they had already planned to meet, she did not refuse, replying, "All right." After having lunch in a clean place outside, Su Nange initially intended to escort the elderly lady home for a rest before confronting Hua Beiyin. However, the old lady insisted, "I am not tired at all. I will accompany you to work. It will be just in time for me to return home with you after your shift." She seemed almost anxious that Su Nange might change her mind and not accompany her to retrieve the clothes. Truly a child at heart, Su Nange reluctantly agreed. They arrived at a charity fundraising event organized by an official body. Su Nange arranged for the elderly lady to rest in the lounge before taking her press credentials to find a suitable seat within the venue. Today, Hua Beiyin would represent the Hua group on stage to make a donation. She positioned herself in the center of the front row, conveniently placed for him to notice her. She had also informed the organizers that she would stand up to pose a question later. In front of the crowd, She intended to subtly remind Hua Beiyin to check his marital status at the Civil Affairs Bureau. At that moment, Su Nange envisioned that He Baiyin's expression would undoubtedly be quite unfavorable. As the event commenced, the host swiftly mentioned the name of the He group. Filled with eager anticipation, Su Nange awaited He Baiyin's arrival, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Yi Yi had ascended the stage. With a meaningful glance towards Su Nange, he regretfully announced that Mr. He had to attend to an urgent matter today, yet the donations from the He group must be delivered as scheduled. Su Nange's smile faltered, freezing on her face. She retrieved her phone, only to discover a message from Ji Ming sent 5 minutes prior. Boss, all of He Baiyin's recent engagements have been rescheduled at the last minute. What a dog this man was. However, it likely wasn't due to her. For in He Baiyin's eyes, she was merely an inconsequential presence. Perhaps he had realized that his itinerary had been leaked, and to ensure safety, he had to make last-minute adjustments. TSK, whom was he guarding against? Su Nange continued with her interviews, eventually handing over the equipment and the content of her discussions to a colleague from the same newspaper, instructing them to leave first. She proceeded to the lounge to fetch the elderly lady before making her way to an automobile manufacturing plant, a subsidiary of the He Group. While He Beiyin could cancel the remainder of his appointments, he could not reschedule a visit to the grassroots factory. The facility had long been prepared for his inspection, and to change plans at the last minute would be a profound disrespect to the numerous workers. Indeed, as she and the elderly lady waited momentarily at the entrance of the factory's CF, a discreet black Bentley glided through the factory gates. Su Nange requested the CAF staff to assist in looking after the elderly lady before she approached. She produced her temporary worker ID and presented it to the guard, who merely glanced at it before stating, "I'm sorry, but today Assistant Yi has instructed that during Mr. Hua's inspection, all delivery personnel, maintenance workers, interns, and temporary staff are prohibited from entering." Su Nange had anticipated this. Yi was indeed determined to thwart her attempts to meet Hua Beiyin. A smile graced Su Nange's lips as she retrieved another work ID and handed it over. Upon seeing it, the guard immediately straightened his posture, and his gaze conveyed a sense of respect. "You may enter." Su Nange took back her ID and gracefully stepped through the gates. She soon located Hua Beiyin, who was inspecting the workshop accompanied by the factory manager. All the workers remained outside, the entrance guarded by bodyguards, rendering entry impossible. Su Nange could only watch him from a distance through the glass window. The man, clad in a tailored suit, possessed a striking visage and an air of nobility that contrasted sharply with the surrounding dim, cold machinery, creating a visual spectacle. He listened intently to the manager's presentation, occasionally interjecting, which left the manager visibly awestruck. Within a few minutes, the manager was thoroughly impressed by this newly appointed authority figure. Suddenly, the man seemed to sense something and slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Su Nange. She waved at him, but Hua Beiyin furrowed his brows and averted his gaze. At that moment, Yi approached the window and swiftly drew the blinds, cutting off all sight. Su Nange. Once again, she was ushered out of the factory by the bodyguards. Yi stood at the entrance, reprimanding the guard. "Didn't I make it clear? Interns and temporary workers are not allowed inside." The doorman murmured, "But she is not an ordinary temp worker. Yi scoffed, interrupting the doorman. "Indeed, she is anything but ordinary. After all, how could an average person juggle so many jobs simultaneously?" Yi, filled with exasperation, turned to Su Nange and exclaimed, "Miss Su, previously the boss chose not to engage with you, yet you persist in your unwelcome advances. If you dare to appear before the boss again, we shall have no choice but to report you for harassment." Su Nange sighed. "If you wish for me to cease my pursuit, then simply check with the Civil Affairs Bureau. Mr. Hua and I are indeed married. Why is it so hard for you to believe me?" Yi laughed derisively. "In our country, the documentation required for marriage is extensive. It is unheard of to obtain a certificate without the parties present. Your fabrications are utterly preposterous, a jest unless one were bereft of reason." Su Nange found herself at an impasse. She shrugged with resignation and replied, "Then I shall have to persist." Yi retorted coldly, "Do you truly believe our boss is someone you can meet at your whim? Should you encounter him again, it would reflect my incompetence as an assistant. At that point, I might as well broadcast myself eating feces." Su Nange fell silent and turned to leave. It seemed she would have to resort to more forceful measures tomorrow. After picking up the elderly lady, Su Nange sent a WeChat message to her grandson. "The old lady wishes to return home to collect a few garments. What is your address?" Her grandson quickly replied with a location, followed by another message. I will finish up shortly. Where are you? I will come to pick you up. Su Wanwan glanced at the location and was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 15. To the Hua family. The number 1 manor is a legendary place in Haiqing. Nestled on the hillside, the entire estate spans 3,000 acres, with the Hua family's ancestral residence occupying over 2,000 acres. The remaining villas are sparsely scattered around the Hua family, making it the most renowned affluent district in Haiqing. Su Wanwan had presumed that the elderly lady resided in one of those modest villas and did not dare to consider the Hua family's estate. She replied, "No need. We are already in the taxi." The elderly lady appeared weary and fell asleep shortly after getting into the vehicle. The taxi wound its way along the broad and tidy mountain road, entering the number 1 manor and depositing them directly at the designated location. Su Wanwan gazed up at the majestic black gate, adorned with intricate carvings, hesitatingly asked, "Grandmother, is this your home?" The elderly lady, still drowsy, looked somewhat dazed and replied, "I cannot recall, dear granddaughter." Su Wanwan sent a message to her grandson. "It seems we may have taken a wrong turn." Her grandson responded, "Please wait there. I will arrive shortly." During the drive, Su Wanwan had noticed that the nearest residence required a 5-minute drive, making it indeed unsuitable for aimless wandering. She supported the elderly lady and sat beside her on a stone bench. Suddenly, a BMW X7 halted before them. Su Wanwan and Li Wanru emerged from the back seat and rushed towards them. Li Wanru, her brow furrowed, scolded, "Su Wanwan, it really is you. What are you doing here?" She had accompanied Su Wanwan to the Hua family as a nanny and had seen a girl lingering at the entrance from a distance. Never expecting it to be her, Su Wanwan gazed at the tightly shut door of the Hua residence and remarked, "Nengu, are you once again entangling yourself with Mr. Hua?" Upon hearing this, Li Wanru retorted furiously, "Wretched woman, do you not realize what day it is? Depart immediately, if you disrupt Yin Yin's recognition ceremony. I will not let this matter rest." Su Wanwan found their antics exceedingly vexatious. However, with the elderly matriarch present, she refrained from confrontation and suppressed her irritation, explaining, "I have come to escort the elder home, but I seem to have taken a wrong turn." Su Wanwan instinctively responded, "Isn't that your husband's grandmother? How could she possibly reside in this community?" Su Wanwan retorted sharply, "Why is that impossible? Is this community owned by your family?" Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Li Wanru, however, scornfully declared, "What are you pretending for? Could your impoverished husband's grandmother afford to live here?" She then turned directly to the elderly matron, "Old woman, tell me, which villa number do you reside in?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan furrowed her brow, about to respond, when the elderly lady suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "I've just remembered. I live here. Granddaughter-in-law, come home with me." She grasped Su Wanwan's hand, pulling her towards the Hua family's entrance. They were still 100 meters away from the gate, but after taking only a few steps, Su Wanwan interjected, "Nengu, you've concocted so many excuses. Are you still planning to use the elderly lady as an excuse to go to the Hua residence?" Su Wanwan halted abruptly, her gaze fixed ahead. The Hua family? Although the grandiosity of the entrance stirred a vague suspicion within her, she could not reconcile the courteous grandson she had encountered on WeChat with the cold, unfeeling Hua Beiyan. Perhaps the elderly lady had simply made an error? She was about to reconfirm, but suddenly, Li Wanru charged over, reaching for the elderly lady, exclaiming, "You old fraud, how dare you spread such lies and take advantage of others? You have no shame. You are not permitted to disturb the Hua family." Su Wanwan was taken aback, one hand shielding the elderly lady while the other grasped Li Wanru, forcefully pushing her away, and sternly demanded, "What are you doing? The elderly lady is far too fragile to withstand such rough treatment." Li Wanru stumbled back, regaining her footing before angrily retorting, "You ungrateful wretch. You would strike your own mother for the sake of this old hag. I will report you for your filial disgrace." Su Wanwan ignored her, but the elderly lady immediately countered, "The granddaughter-in-law is not unfilial. You speak nonsense." Li Wanru sneered, "Old woman, what kind of destitution has driven you to sell your granddaughter-in-law to another man? Has she brought you a share? Or is this what your family is known for? You must have served numerous men in your youth. How disreputable. Be silent." Su Wanwan interjected sharply, quickly turning her attention to the elderly lady. The elderly lady had never been subjected to such insults and was visibly trembling with rage. Her hand pressed against her chest as her body uncontrollably quaked, and she began to collapse to the ground. Su Wanwan rushed to support her, "Grandma, what is wrong?" The elderly lady took a deep breath, unable to articulate her distress. Su Wanwan hastily rummaged through her pocket for a quick-acting heart remedy, only to find the bottle empty. Her pupils dilated in shock. The elderly woman's health was severely compromised. Only in dire circumstances was artificial cardiopulmonary resuscitation deemed appropriate, and medication was the preferable option. She abruptly turned her gaze towards the large door. The Hua family must possess medicine. Even though the elderly woman was not a member of the Hua family, she was their neighbor, and they would not stand idly by in the face of peril. Su Wanwan lifted the elderly woman, declaring, "Grandmother, do not fear. I will take you to find medicine." However, she was forcefully restrained by Su Wanwan, who grasped her arm tightly. "Wanwan, you mustn't behave this way." It was one thing to take advantage of the elderly while shopping for clothes, but how could you dare to scheme against the Hua family? "They will not permit you entry." Su Wanwan glanced at the frail, elderly woman, a shadow of malice flickering in her eyes. The woman's pallor indicated her grave condition. She seemed on the brink of death. If she were to perish like this, Su Wanwan's husband would surely loathe her. How could she ever dare to pursue other men after that? In that moment, Su Wanwan felt an overwhelming surge of fury. Her enchanting eyes blazed with uncontainable wrath as she raised her foot, poised to kick Su Wanwan away. "Get lost." Her voice was tinged with hoarseness. In the next instant, her leg was tightly embraced by someone. Li Wanru sat on the ground, utterly disregarding her dignity, clinging to her with all her might. "Do you think you are the only one capable of scheming? Who isn't? I too am at death's door. And I fear my own daughter will be the one to end me. My chest aches terribly. I can't go on. Even if I were to die today, I shall not allow this old hag to exploit the Hua family." Su Wanwan trembled with rage, her expression darkening. She forcefully kicked Li Wanru away and struck Su Yin's abdomen with her elbow before striding forward. Su Wanwan doubled over, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead from the pain. Li Wanru, disregarding her own pain, lunged forward to clasp her legs, wailing, "Help! A murder has occurred." Su Wanwan, mindful of the elderly woman in her arms, found herself momentarily unable to break free. At that moment, a sleek black Bentley approached slowly. Ho Beiyin stepped out, his voice sharp as he demanded, "What is happening here?" Su Wanwan quickly interjected, "Mr. Ho, it's Wanwan." She insisted on bringing a dying elderly woman to the Ho residence to cause a scene. "It's my fault for not stopping her." Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan turned slowly. Upon seeing the grandmother she held, Ho Beiyin's pupils dilated in shock. Tomorrow will bring consequences. Chapter 16. She is married. Ho Beiyin strode purposefully towards them, his exterior calm, but his heart racing with trepidation. The grandmother was the most cherished person in his life. In recent years, her health had deteriorated, and the family doctor had subtly indicated that the elderly lady might not survive the year. He could not bear to lose her. Su Wanwan, sensing his approach, grasped the situation but knew this was not the time for explanations. She hurriedly said, "The old lady is experiencing a heart attack. She has just run out of her emergency heart medication and requires immediate treatment." Pausing, she added, "Timely medication will ensure her safety." Ho Beiyin pressed his lips together. He reached out to take the grandmother from her, turning without a backward glance as he rushed into the Ho residence. Su Wanwan did not follow. Her legs were still ensnared by Li Wanru. Su Wanwan gazed quizzically at Ho Beiyin's departing figure, an intense wave of unease washing over her. Could she truly be the Ho matriarch? How could the esteemed Ho matriarch be associated with Su Wanwan? After all, she was the grandmother of Su Wanwan's husband. Li Wanru released Su Wanwan, rising to her feet and brushing off the dust from her attire. "Mr. Ho appears quite anxious. Perhaps he fears that a genuine catastrophe might occur, resulting in the Hua family being accused of neglecting to save a life, which would not reflect well upon them." She shot Su Wanwan a fierce glare, contemplating that it was precisely this leverage that emboldened her to charge toward the Hua residence with that old man in tow. Su Wanwan furrowed her brow in thought. Indeed, it was inconceivable that Su Wanwan's delinquent husband could possibly be Ho Beiyin. She had been overthinking. At that moment, the grand entrance of the Hua residence swung open, and Hua Zichen emerged. Su Yin's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Zichen, you could have waited for me at the parking lot. Why venture all the way to the entrance?" Hua Zichen wore a displeased expression. Though Su Wanwan had messaged that she was nearing, the gifts she bore were rather numerous, and she had playfully requested him to come out and meet her. After waiting for an extended period without sight of her, he decided to step outside for a look. Upon spotting Su Wanwan, he hesitated momentarily. In an instant, his irritation dissipated, replaced by a hint of gentleness as he softly addressed Su Yin. Yes. Since it is your first visit, I was concerned you might have trouble finding your way. Su Yin dashed to his side, possessively linking her arm with his, and shyly remarked, Zichin, you are so wonderful. She tentatively inquired, is the old matriarch at home? Yes. Has she been here all day? Indeed. Great-grandmother is unwell and has been resting at home. The elderly matriarch resided in a separate courtyard, where she preferred solitude and disallowed disturbances. Hua Zichin's words were spoken as a matter of course, yet Su Yin took them at face value, feeling an immense sense of relief. Hua Zichin gazed unabashedly at Su Nange. He did not miss any subtle expression on the woman's face, attempting to discern hints of jealousy, envy, or resentment. Yet, there was none, not a trace of it. His countenance gradually darkened. Su Nange was preoccupied with thoughts of the elderly lady and paid no heed to the affectionate scene unfolding between them. She was now nearly certain that the grandson was Hua Beiyan. Gazing at the grand entrance, she pondered whether entering now would result in being stopped. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted as Hua Zichin appeared before her, stating directly, Su Nange, have you come to find me because you've come to a realization? Su Nange responded with a question mark. Hua Zichin scoffed, his words laced with malice. If you've come to a conclusion, just call me. Who allowed you to come to the Hua family? Is the grand entrance of the Hua family a place of bast RD daughter like you can enter? Su Nange pressed her lips together. The stubbornness etched on her face softened Hua Zichin's heart unexpectedly. If you truly wish to go inside and take a look, you may. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Yin. Zichin, you misunderstand. Nange is waiting for her husband's grandmother. The elderly lady just suffered a heart attack and was carried inside by Mr. Hua for emergency treatment. Hua Zichin paused in surprise. Husband? Su Yin smiled. Yes, I haven't had the chance to tell you. Nange is married. Hua Zichin's eyes suddenly reddened, and he gritted his teeth. Su Nange. Who is that man? His demeanor resembled that of a man catching a cheating spouse. Su Nange's eyes glimmered with derision. Hua Zichin. Who my husband is has nothing to do with you. Hua Zichin's voice rose sharply. How is it not related? I want to see who dares to marry you without my consent. Su Yin hurriedly replied, I've heard from Nanji's mother that he is a little thug. Hua Zichin clenched his fists and, in a fit of anger, retorted, Are you truly belittling yourself in such a manner? Indeed. A love child and a petty criminal make for a perfect match. Su Yin continued to stoke the flames. Nange must feel quite aggrieved. Hence her relentless pursuit of Mr. Hua. Su Nange scoffed coldly. Su Yin, you consider yourself a lady of refinement. Yet your mind is filled with thoughts of rogues and harlots? Is there nothing more? Su Yin's expression stiffened, her fingers clenched tightly. She sighed, Nange. I understand you seek revenge against me and Zichin, but Mr. Hua is already married. You should not meddle in another's marriage. Hua Zichin, upon hearing this, was infuriated. He had been waiting for Su Nange's call these past few days, contemplating that if she were to soften and plead for mercy, he might grant her a reprieve. But it turned out she had already found a new suitor. He erupted in fury. I wondered why your husband's grandmother fell ill at my doorstep. It seems you came looking for your little uncle instead? Su Nange, how shameless can you be? He was seething with rage, pointing at Su Nange as he instructed the guard. Did you see clearly? Remember this face. She must not set foot in the Hua family home. Su Yin lowered her head, suppressing a triumphant smirk. She still held some sway over the Hua household. However, the next moment, the Hua family's housekeeper emerged from within. Her gaze swept over everyone before settling on Su Nange. Miss Su Nange, the sir requests your presence inside. Su Yin was taken aback. Hua Zichin stood in stunned silence. Su Nange raised her gaze, a smile playing on her lips as she addressed the doorman. So, may I enter now? The doorman cautiously cast a glance at Hua Zichin before unhesitatingly opening the door. He was well aware of who held the authority in the Hua family. The Hua residence was vast. Upon entering, a shuttle vehicle awaited to convey Su Nange directly to the main entrance of the mansion. The butler greeted her with utmost respect, stating, The old lady is well now. She and sir are awaiting you in the reception room. Su Nange felt a wave of relief wash over her. As she alighted from the vehicle, her eyes fell upon the BMW X7 belonging to the Su family, parked not far away. Su Yin and Li Wanru, led by Hua Zichin, approached with an imposing demeanor, converging with Su Nange at the entrance. Li Wanru glared at her, exclaiming, Mr. Hua must have sent you to fetch your grandmother. Once you've retrieved her, do be sensible and leave promptly. We wouldn't want a lowly creature like you to tarnish the Hua family's carpet. With that, the group entered the reception room, where they immediately spotted the formidable figure of the old lady who was seated regally on the main sofa. The elderly matriarch glared at them, her voice laced with ire. Chapter 17. Slapping Su Huabayan sat coldly to her left, while a man in his 60s, Huabayan's father, occupied the right. On a side sofa sat a couple in their 40s, Huabayan's elder brother and sister-in-law, who were also Huazichen's parents. Though no one formally introduced the elderly matriarch, it was evident that only the esteemed lady who could claim the seat of honor within the Hua family. Li Wanru stood frozen in place, stammering, "You." She struggled to articulate a coherent thought. Su Yin's legs buckled beneath her, and she nearly collapsed, only to be steadied by Huazichen. Huazichen was perplexed. "What is the matter with you?" Su Yin's hands trembled. She was already striving to elevate herself to the esteemed Hua family, where every elder was someone she had to painstakingly please. Yet before even crossing the threshold, she had already offended the matriarch. A bitter smile suddenly crossed her lips. "Nange, why did you deceive us into believing that the old matriarch is your husband's grandmother? You have caused us to show her disrespect." In that instant, Su Nange felt several skeptical gazes fixated upon her within the room. Li Wanru also came to her senses, exclaiming, "Unfilial daughter. Knowing full well that the old matriarch suffers from dementia, how dare you deceive her? What do you take the Hua family for? Kneel down and apologize at once." Su Nange's eyes darkened. This was an attempt to shift the blame, casting all the faults upon her, while Su Yin sought to absolve herself. Truly a clever maneuver. Suddenly, a teacup was hurled by the elderly matriarch, striking Li Wanru directly. The scalding tea splashed all over her, yet Li Wanru dared not scream. "Rascal," the old matriarch fumed. "She is my granddaughter-in-law." Li Wanru, enduring the searing pain, shouted, "Old matriarch, you have been deceived by her. I am certain her husband is nothing but a petty rogue. No need to argue. Why not ask the person in question?" Huazichen's mother interjected, "Beiyuan, is she truly the wife you have kept hidden from us?" Su Nange abruptly turned to Beiyuan, only to hear the anticipated response, "No." The man remained as cold and unfeeling as ever. What an ungrateful and treacherous individual. A flicker of anger ignited in Su Nange's enchanting eyes. Su Yin's face brightened, and she let out a sigh of relief. Li Wanru pursed her lips, declaring, "I told you this was all Su Nange's doing." Su Nange let out a cold laugh, about to speak, when a deep voice from a man resonated again. "It was my grandmother who made the mistake, which is why I asked Miss Su to assist in taking care of her for a while." Su Nange. All right. She conceded that she may have raised her voice a tad too much at her grandson. A hush fell over everyone, as no one anticipated such a turn of events. After a moment, Su Yin lowered her head, saying, "So that's how it is. Nange, why didn't you tell us the truth? If you had, we wouldn't have created this misunderstanding." Miss Su. Huabayan lounged on the sofa, his posture relaxed, yet his words carried an undeniable authority. Is this how the Su family raises their daughters, to hide behind others and evade responsibility? The old lady Hua, incensed by his words, retorted fiercely, "Oh, you think I'm oblivious enough not to see through your little tricks? You make mistakes without remorse and attempt to shift the blame onto others. You two are utterly shameless." Hualeo Furin then turned to Huazichen, "Annul the engagement. I do not acknowledge this great-granddaughter-in-law." Su Yin trembled all over. The marriage she had worked so hard to secure could not simply vanish. She looked at Huazichen, only to find him in a daze, his gaze fixed on Su Nange, evidently still reeling from the shock of her marital status. Su Yin clenched her fingers tightly. She lowered her head and approached Huazichen, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Zichen, it is my fault. Rest assured, even if our marriage is annulled, I promise to fulfill my commitment to introduce you to the person I had mentioned." Huazichen snapped back to reality. Su Yin was still willing to introduce him to Dr. Nan. At present, Dr. Nan was among the foremost figures in China's new energy projects. He hurriedly turned to the old lady Hua and said, "Great-grandmother, Su Yin is not to blame. Please forgive her. Moreover, since both families have already exchanged betrothal gifts, it would be inappropriate to call off the engagement." The old lady Hua gazed deeply at him and remarked, "You have grown up. I can no longer interfere in your affairs. You may do as you wish." The old lady understood a profound truth. She was neither deaf nor mute, and did not wish to meddle in her great-grandson's matters, which were best left to his parents. However, Huazichen's mother interjected with a smile, "Grandmother, have you forgotten to give the meeting gift?" The old lady Hua lowered her eyelids. I will arrange for someone to transfer 180,000 to Zichin. Hua Zichin's mother's expression stiffened. But didn't you previously say you would give the young couple 2% of the shares? I was concerned they might be financially tight during their newlywed phase. If one were to identify the wealthiest member of the Hua family, it would undoubtedly be the old lady Hua. Originating from a prominent family in the capital, she possessed a substantial dowry and controlled 20% of the Hua family shares. Hua Zichin's mother had longed to secure a hefty sum through this marriage. They had initially reached an agreement, yet the old lady had suddenly changed her mind. With a seemingly playful smile, the old lady Hua glanced at her and declared, I am not satisfied with this great-granddaughter-in-law. Thus, I shall not grant it. Su Yin's face turned pale, feeling utterly humiliated. The household of the Hua family is quite large, and such words are certain to spread, leading the entire Haiqing to learn of her disdain from the old matriarch. For a lady of high society, reputation is of utmost importance. Today, the old matriarch has thoroughly trampled upon her dignity. The elderly lady, however, paid no mind to these concerns. She uttered her piece and then promptly took Su Nange and Hua Beiyin to her residence, excusing herself due to a sudden urge to relieve herself. She hastily instructed Hua Beiyin to entertain the granddaughter-in-law before making her swift exit. In the blink of an eye, only the two remained in the courtyard. The night enveloped them like ink. Standing side by side, Su Nange realized that the man beside her towered over her, likely measuring around 188 centimeters. Hadn't the old lady mentioned that he was quite small and frail at birth? As she pondered this, Hua Beiyin suddenly turned to her. His brow furrowed in apparent disdain. Lacking an iron? Su Nange, unwilling to be outdone, met his gaze with equal seriousness. And you, a mere pup? Hua Beiyin's expression darkened ominously. She had managed to coax the old lady into uttering such words. Her intentions were evidently not pure, while the old lady's attachment to her might have been incidental, devoid of any scheming. This woman's willingness to shelter the old lady might very well stem from the accidental revelation of her identity. Su Nange shot back at him, not forgetting the matter at hand. I recall you mentioned assisting me earlier. Could we perhaps visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to check on the marital status? Hua Beiyin's face tightened, his tone sharp with irritation. Fine, let us go. If it proves false, I hope you will refrain from using my grandmother to entangle me further. Chapter 18, Marriage Certificate. Hua Beiyin's expression froze. There was none. The elderly lady glanced at Su Nange with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, inquiring, Granddaughter-in-law, is it truly not the case? Su Nange offered a subtle, enigmatic smile, and from her otherwise impassive visage, a hint of tension could be discerned. It is indeed not, she replied. The man exhaled almost imperceptibly in relief. The elderly lady chuckled warmly. If that is the case, dinner is ready. Do come in. Their evening meal was rather simple, comprising 4 dishes and a soup, perfectly sufficient for the 3 of them. However, the elderly lady lacked an appetite, taking only a few bites before setting her chopsticks down. Weary, she remarked, Granddaughter-in-law, I am quite tired. Let us return home. Su Nange gently urged, do not trouble yourself. It would be better to rest here tonight. This quaint courtyard resembled a miniature nursing home, equipped with a variety of medical apparatuses. Yet, the elderly lady grasped her hand with palpable anxiety. Then, will you stay and keep me company? Su Nange pursed her lips, casting a glance at Hua Beiyin. In truth, she too harbored concerns for the elderly lady. But given the man's evident disdain for her and his suspicion that she might be leveraging the elderly lady to get closer to him, he would likely not acquiesce. After a moment of silence, the man finally conceded, all right. He then cast a significant look in her direction, clearly indicating that his willingness was solely for his grandmother's sake, urging her not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Su Nange twitched her lips in response. The elderly lady was pleased, declaring, wherever my granddaughter-in-law is, that is where I shall be. After dinner, Su Nange escorted the elderly lady back to her room to rest. Today had evidently drained her, having endured yet another bout of illness. She held Su Nange's hand and soon drifted into a hazy slumber. Her sleep, however, was fraught with unease. As Su Nange released her grip, the elderly woman immediately began to fumble in her sleep, calling out for her granddaughter-in-law. Su Nange, feeling helpless, could only sit by the bedside to keep her company. Outside the window, Hua Beiyin wore a grave expression and inquired, what is happening with my grandmother? The family doctor, who had a background in psychology, sighed and remarked, While I cannot ascertain why the old lady has fixated on this girl, I can surmise the source of her anxiety. She fears that her granddaughter-in-law might leave. Why? The doctor cast a glance at Huobeyan and continued. The old lady must sense that she may not endure through this year. She is afraid that if she departs, you will be left without any ties. The granddaughter-in-law is the only companion she hopes to retain for you. Huobeyan was momentarily taken aback, emotions swirling tumultuously within his dark eyes before eventually settling into tranquility. Standing in the moonlight, he appeared as though he intended to merge entirely with the surrounding darkness. After an indeterminate span of time, the man abruptly turned and strode purposefully towards the main residence. Su Wanwan found the meal exceedingly difficult to endure. Because of her, the family had relinquished 2% of their shares. Hua Zichen's mother, Lu Meizhen, was notably displeased and spoke to her with veiled disdain. Isn't Su Wanwan supposed to be your family's illegitimate daughter? How is it that she has managed to win over the old lady while you have not? Su Wanwan could only bow her head in apology, saying, Aunt, I lack the charm of Nange. I am not as adept at pleasing others. Lu Meizhen scoffed. I do not care what means you employ. You must retrieve that 2% of the shares for me. Otherwise, do not expect to set foot in the Hua family home. Su Wanwan found herself at a loss for words. After finally finishing her meal, she seized the opportunity to take her leave. Before departing, Huobeyan returned. The man, tall and imposing, entered the room, exuding an overwhelming aura. His gaze, piercing like a torch, swept across the remnants of the meal on the dining table, darkening his expression further. Grandmother had consumed nothing this evening, yet they seemed to revel in merriment here. Lu Meizhen caught sight of his countenance and dared not speak, while it was Hua Zichen's father, Hua Yuanjia, who furrowed his brow and inquired, Bayan, what brings you here? Huobeyan disregarded this nominal elder brother and turned his attention to Su Wanwan, since there is no annulment of the engagement. She is now considered a member of the Hua family, is she not? The others, perplexed, replied in unison, indeed. Since she is a member of the Hua family, she must adhere to our family rules. Today, she has defied her elders and shall be punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall for the night, Huobeyan declared. Without further ado, gesturing to 2 bodyguards who approached Su Wanwan, Miss Su, please. Su Wanwan was taken aback. Kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire evening? How could she, raised in indulgence, possibly endure that? She turned to Hua Zichen for help, only to find that he dared not oppose the authority of the powerful. Taking a deep breath, she resigned herself to follow the bodyguards. Just before stepping out, she heard Hua Zichen ask, Uncle, what about Su Nange? Has she left? A stern response followed. She is my guest, and will be staying at the Hua residence tonight. Su Wanwan arrived at the ancestral hall with the bodyguards. However, one of them stated, Sir instructed that since you have not yet married in, you cannot enter the Hua family's ancestral hall. You must kneel outside. The ground outside was made of cold, hard blue bricks. Su Wanwan wished to express something, yet the 2 bodyguards stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, coldly gazing at her. Miss Su, please. The October evening air had turned frigid, and Su Wanwan shivered uncontrollably, the biting chill seeping into her bones from her knees. She contemplated taking a moment's respite, but the guards remained steadfast, their presence as formidable as sentinels. Though they uttered no words, their demeanor instilled an unsettling fear. The thought of Su Nange nestled comfortably in a warm, soft bed only fueled her resentment, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration. However, she could only stay at the Hua residence for a single night, while her own future stretched out before her like an open road. She was about to meet Dr. Nan, and she needed to make a favorable impression. When Su Nange awoke, she found herself lying in bed. A gray blanket draped over her, an incongruous addition to the room's decor, which bore the mark of an elderly lady's taste. She dismissed her thoughts and, after freshening up, joined the elderly lady and Huobeyan for breakfast. On the dining table lay a plate of fried sugar cakes. The elderly lady quickly picked one up. But Huobeyan frowned. His grandmother had high blood sugar and should not consume such oily and sugary treats. As he pondered how to dissuade her, he heard the girl calmly remark, Grandmother, those sugar cakes aren't suitable for you. In an unexpected twist, the stubborn, gluttonous elderly lady, who was known to disregard medical advice, turned her hand midair and placed the sugar cake into Su Nange's bowl. With a beaming smile, she said, I've picked this for you, my granddaughter-in-law. Huobeyan blinked, scrutinizing Su Nange with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why his grandmother so readily acquiesced to her. Unfazed, Su Nange indulged in the sugary treat, and then turned to Huobeyan, saying, By the way, We need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau later. Don't forget to bring your ID and household registration book. The little old lady curiously inquired, "What brings you to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Su Wanwan casually replied, "I lost my marriage certificate and need to get a replacement." The truth was, she genuinely required the certificate for her impending divorce. She was not merely dismissing the elderly woman. However, to her surprise, the old lady retorted, "It's not lost." Chapter 19. She had always known suddenly. Su Wanwan realized that the little old lady had referred to her as granddaughter-in-law upon their first meeting. She had always known they were married. Su Wanwan felt she had grasped a thread of insight. Without hesitation, she asked, "Grandma, how come the marriage certificate is with you?" The little old lady paused, her expression turning somewhat bewildered. I can't quite recall." Su Wanwan pressed on. "Then how did Mr. Hua and I get married?" The old lady continued to shake her head. "I don't remember." Growing anxious, Su Wanwan urged, "Grandma, please think carefully." "That's enough." Hua Beiyin interjected sharply, his imposing figure blocking the space between her and the old lady, his gaze icy. "Miss Su, is this certificate genuine?" "Certainly," she affirmed. Hua Beiyin's dark eyes narrowed. "Then, are you suggesting that we no longer need to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau?" It became clear that this was her ulterior motive. She had initially used the pretext of visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau to create a feuds, hoping to coax the grandmother into presenting the counterfeit document, making it seem legitimate. Had he not witnessed the old lady's recent compliance with her, he might have been inclined to believe it. Su Wanwan sensed a subtle menace in the man's tone and felt inexplicably perplexed. "We can forego the visit today. A divorce is not something that can be resolved with just a trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau." For 2 years, they have been legally married, grappling with numerous issues regarding the division of assets, necessitating the signing of a divorce agreement. "No," said Hua Beiyin, his gaze fixed intently on Su Wanwan. He noticed the girl was momentarily taken aback before she nonchalantly replied, "As you wish." Was her performance so masterful that she would not shed tears until faced with the coffin? Or was this marriage certificate genuine? Hua Beiyin suddenly felt a twinge of uncertainty. Resolutely, he picked up the marriage certificate and stepped outside first, declaring, "I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot." Su Wanwan offered a reassuring smile to the elderly lady before following him out. The man walked briskly, prompting her to nearly jog to keep pace. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they spotted Li Wanru, her face filled with concern, supporting Su Wanwan, who stood there with a pale complexion, sneezing repeatedly, her legs trembling. Upon seeing her, Li Wanru's eyes brightened. "Nange." She hurried over, cautiously circumventing Hua Beiyin to stand before Su Wanwan, asserting, "You must help your sister." Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why these two were here so early. Had they not left last night? Without waiting for a response, Li Wanru began to chatter incessantly. "Nange, you are a love child, yet the Su family has raised you without regard for your origins. Even if not for your contributions, you should repay the Su family for their kindness. Your sister has treated you well, allowing you to attend school with her, and she has shared her clothes with you. Moreover, when you were born, your frail body was hardly viable, your mother lacked milk, and you survived only by seizing the nourishment that rightfully belonged to your sister. At that time, the Su family had no intention of taking us in. It was solely due to the circumstance of your and your sister's simultaneous birth that Mrs. Su and your father chose to keep us. Therefore, you owe a debt of gratitude to your sister, and you must treat her well for the rest of your life." These familiar words had not graced Su Wanwan's ears for over a decade. Reflecting on her childhood, she realized how she had blindly believed such nonsense, laboring like a beast in the Su household while being subjected to the whims of Su Wanwan. Now it all seemed laughable. It was true that the Su family had raised her, but parental care is mandated by law. Neglecting her would have constituted abandonment. Indeed, she had attended school with Su Wanwan, yet she was relegated to carrying Su Yin's backpack and playing the role of her devoted underling. If Su Wanwan so much as coughed, it was deemed her fault for failing to provide adequate care, resulting in a beating from Li Wanru. At school, she could only manage the lowest grades, for she was not permitted to outshine Su Wanwan. As for clothing, her parents never prepared any for her. She was left to wear Su Yin's cast-offs, resulting in her garments perpetually being too short. Mrs. Su had once bought her a new dress, but the moment she donned it, Li Wanru snatched it away and gifted it to Su Wanwan, declaring that she was unworthy and must not appear more beautiful than Su Wanwan. Concerning her supposed frailty, what infant could endure 4 or 5 days of hunger without becoming weak? The mockery in Su Wanwan's eyes deepened. Li Wanru, however, remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor. After her remarks, she promptly declared, "Now that you have grown up, you finally have the opportunity to repay the Su family. Nange, doesn't old Madam Hua listen to you quite attentively? Go and persuade her to return that 2% of the shares to your sister." Su Nange lowered her gaze and smiled. "You are absolutely right." Li Wanru's expression brightened, believing she had swayed her. Yet, the next moment, she heard the girl lightly respond, "I am merely a lowly illegitimate daughter. How could old Madam Hua possibly heed my words?" Li Wanru was momentarily stunned and wished to say more. But Su Nange had already strode past her and directly approached Hua Baiyan's car, declaring, "Let us go." Hua Baiyan observed the girl seated in the back, contemplating mentioning that the driver had yet to arrive. However, seeing Li Wanru seemingly attempting to pursue them, he decisively took the driver's seat, firmly shutting the door with a click. He then leisurely fastened his seatbelt before starting the engine and departing. The sleek, black extended Bentley glided smoothly along the road. Through the rearview mirror, Hua Baiyan could see the girl gazing out of the window, her delicate and beautiful features displaying a serene expression. He averted his gaze and continued driving, the words he had intended to warn her with remaining unspoken. Soon, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as he parked, Yi knocked on the driver's side window. Hua Baiyan rolled down the window, and Yi's voice entered, "Boss. The driver mentioned you drove yourself here, which startled me, so I hurriedly followed the GPS. Is everything all right?" "All is well," Hua Baiyan replied, as succinct as ever. Yi turned his gaze towards the Civil Affairs Bureau and inquired, "What brings you here? Have you truly been ensnared by Su Nange's paranoia?" He continued, "Rest assured. I assure you, she shall never see you again, otherwise I would livestream an outrageous act." Before Yi could conclude his statement, a languid female voice interjected. He froze momentarily, then slowly glanced towards the back seat, where he found Su Nange's mischievous peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief. "Which of your live streams is it?" Yi was momentarily taken aback. The trio entered the Civil Affairs Bureau and approached the service window. Yi was the first to pose a query. "Hello? May I ask, is it possible to obtain a marriage certificate without the presence of the individual?" The staff member replied, "Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Yi shot Su Nange a scornful look and, noticing the marriage certificate in her hand, scoffed, "You even prepared a fake certificate? Huh. I shall report you immediately for document forgery and harassment." Chapter 20. Why marry? Hua Baiyan pursed his lips, suddenly finding his actions rather absurd. Despite the certainty that he was not married, he had inexplicably found himself here, even jeopardizing a significant meeting. The staff member soon provided him with an answer. "It is genuine." Hua Baiyan was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing the staff's words, Yi instinctively exclaimed, "How is that possible? Did you make an error in your information registration?" The staff member shot him a glare and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Marriage is a serious matter, and both parties must have their identities meticulously verified and sign a guarantee letter." "Guarantee letter?" Su Nange interjected. "May we see our guarantee letter?" "Please retrieve the guarantee letter." Hua Baiyan spoke simultaneously. The two exchanged a glance, only to quickly avert their eyes. The staff, feeling helpless, stood up and remarked, "You two truly have a tacit understanding as a couple. Very well, I shall fetch it for you." He promptly returned, holding their registration materials, extracting the guarantee letter and presenting it to them. Su Nange noticed that the handwriting indeed belonged to her. Yi beside her exclaimed, "Boss, this is your handwriting." After a moment of contemplation, Su Nange turned her gaze towards the surrounding cameras. "Hello, may I please review the footage from the day we registered?" The staff replied, "I apologize, but we only retain recordings for 6 months." The staff assured them repeatedly that the marriage certificate could only be issued when both parties were present, and there would be no errors in their work. Ultimately, the three exited the Civil Affairs Bureau with a sense of resignation. Standing at the entrance, Yi asked in confusion, "Boss, what shall we do now?" Hua Baiyan's gaze darkened. Su Nange, however, raised her alluring eyes and declared, "Divorce. Divorce." The two uttered in unison once more. Yi paused, then inquired, "So, are we divorcing now? Should we discuss the terms of the divorce?" "I will have my lawyer contact you." "Speak with my lawyer," Hua Baiyan and Su Nange echoed again. After their statement, they couldn't help but glance at one another. Su Nange chuckled lightly and suggested, "How about we each have our lawyers draft an agreement and review it first? If there are any issues, we can then have our lawyers negotiate." Yi scoffed, "With your situation, can you even afford a lawyer?" Yet Hua Baiyan nodded in agreement. Su Nange disregarded Yi and took out her phone, saying, "Mr. Hua, may I add you on WeChat?" It would facilitate our future communications. Hua Beiyin paused momentarily, then meaningfully retrieved his phone to open the WeChat QR code. He watched as Su Nange scanned it, and soon a chat box appeared on her screen, labeled with the note, "Grandson." His expression darkened immediately. Su Nange. She had completely forgotten that they had already exchanged WeChat. Facing the man's displeased countenance, she cleared her throat. The note was randomly chosen at the time. "I will change it." She shielded her phone and casually altered grandson to dog boy. After leaving a brief farewell, she hailed a taxi and departed. Observing her retreating figure, Yi hesitantly turned to Hua Beiyin and remarked, "Boss, you two truly seem like a couple, don't you? The synergy between you is striking." Hua Beiyin shot him a glance, engaged the best divorce lawyer, and draft an agreement to safeguard the assets outside. Yi straightened his posture. Understood. After uttering this, he suddenly grasped something. "I see now. The matter of marriage must be the woman's doing. Now that she cannot win your heart, she intends to seize your wealth. No wonder she can afford a lawyer to contest the divorce. Even if she takes a mere fraction, she could still secure a substantial legal fee." Yi seethed, gritting his teeth. "Rest assured, I will ensure she does not take a single penny from you." She absolutely cannot take even a cent from him. In the taxi, Su Nange was also on a call with Ji Ming, requesting the best divorce lawyer. "No problem," Ji Ming replied with a hint of curiosity. "Boss, what exactly happened with your marriage? You and Hua Beiyin both seem to have forgotten. It can't be that you both have amnesia, can it?" Su Nange replied coolly. "Do you think this is a novel?" Ji Ming responded. "I am just curious. It's both absurd and thrilling. I wish the Civil Affairs Bureau would just assign me a wife someday." Su Nange sighed silently and after a moment, said, "There is one person who undoubtedly knows the truth." "Who?" Ji Ming inquired. "Old Madame Hua. But she can't remember, can she? Isn't the clinical drug for Alzheimer's still in the experimental stage?" Su Nange furrowed her brow and remarked, "They need to expedite the process. Otherwise, it will be too late." "Too late for what?" Ji Ming probed, but Su Nange lowered her gaze and did not respond. She soon returned home. Upon entering her familiar 60-square-meter apartment, she suddenly felt an odd emptiness. Just then, the little old lady walked in with a suitcase, exclaiming, "Granddaughter-in-law, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've brought so many clothes this time." Su Nange paused slightly and then smiled unexpectedly. That day, the most renowned divorce law firm in Haicheng received 2 requests to draft divorce agreements. Both parties remained anonymous, and the stipulations were quite stringent. "My money cannot be taken by the other party, not a single cent." An assistant lawyer commented, "Having seen so many divorces, I've never encountered such ruthlessness. One client is male, while the other is female. When it comes to matters of the heart, both genders can be equally ruthless." Lawyers have witnessed countless instances where affectionate couples have turned into bitter enemies, and even more severe cases exist. With a jovial demeanor, he remarked, "A single contract can effortlessly yield double the profit. Let us prepare it and send it to our employer." At the top of the Ho Group S building, Hua Beiyin had been occupied since returning from the Civil Affairs Bureau, as he received a call from home, informing him that his grandmother was once again seeking her granddaughter-in-law. It was already nearing the end of the workday. His grandmother required daily health assessments to ensure all her vital statistics were in check. He furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively opening WeChat to find 5 elements lack iron, contemplating sending a message but unsure of how to articulate himself. Ever since discovering that 5 elements lack iron referred to Su Nange, he had felt a peculiar discomfort. He casually scrolled through their chat history. Their previous conversations had been rather relaxed, akin to old friends, particularly when he had assisted her in reprimanding someone. Wait a moment. The person she criticized in the restaurant that day seemed to be, perhaps, himself? Hua Beiyin's expression darkened instantaneously. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a divorce agreement sent by 5 elements lack iron. "Mr. Hua, the terms regarding asset division in this agreement are my bottom line. Please review it and let me know if it is acceptable." Asset division. Is this woman truly calculating her marriage for financial gain? As Hua Beiyin opened the document, the door swung open, and Yi entered. Chapter 21. The truth relates to her. He swiftly perused the agreement, his gaze fixating on the asset division clause. Upon comprehending its contents, he was taken aback. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi extended his neck to glance at the computer screen, scoffing, "That woman is utterly ridiculous, isn't she? She believes you would take her fortune. What could you possibly claim from her? Her Aunt Forest credits, perhaps?" Hua Beiyin lowered his gaze and inquired, "What have you uncovered?" "Boss, We discovered that Su Nange only realized you were married a few days ago when she went with her boyfriend to register for marriage. This divorce agreement seems hastily arranged, as if she were genuinely unaware of your prior union. Yi paused, then shifted his tone. However, I find this rather contrived. We conducted a background check on her and found that during the years following her departure from the Su family, there is a significant lack of information available about her. Boss, doesn't that strike you as peculiar? Why would an ordinary person choose to obscure their existence? Hua Beiyin narrowed his eyes, contemplative. So, you believe this matter is intricately linked to her? Indeed. As for her intentions, they remain elusive. Hua Beiyin pressed further. What else? Yi scratched his head. It has been 2 years since the incident. Given our erratic movements at that time, we truly have no leads. Perhaps we must await the day the old matriarch recalls something significant. Hua Beiyin cast a languid glance in his direction. Yi hastily lowered his head. It is our inadequacy. We shall continue our investigation. Hua Beiyin printed 2 copies of the divorce agreement, stood, and made his way outside. Have you contacted researcher Nora? I've heard she is on the verge of developing a clinical drug for Alzheimer's. Hua Beiyin wished to utilize the medication for his grandmother at the earliest opportunity. Yi lowered his head further. Researcher Nora was elusive, as this study had attracted the attention of major biotechnology companies, prompting him to exercise utmost caution. Sensing the chill emanating from Hua Beiyin, his voice dropped even lower. Boss, rest assured, I will definitely get in touch with her. Su Nange had just finished dinner with the elderly lady when she received a WeChat message from Hua Beiyin. I'm downstairs, come down. She made an excuse to take out the trash and descended, spotting the familiar black extended Bentley. She got into the car directly. Hua Beiyin handed her the divorce agreement. I have no objections, just sign it. His dark gaze fixed intently on her, expecting her to find an excuse to refuse. To his surprise, the girl signed both copies without hesitation and inquired, Are we getting divorced tomorrow? Hua Beiyin's eyes deepened. In such a hurry? Su Nange replied, I'm dying to get it done. The company is eager to go public. Hua Beiyin scrutinized her for a moment. All right. Su Nange reminded him. Let's do it tomorrow morning. Bring your ID card, household register, and marriage certificate. We'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hua Beiyin nodded, but suddenly his expression changed. He noticed that the old lady had descended the stairs at some point, her face pale as she stared at them. She clutched her chest, her voice trembling. You two are getting divorced? With that, her eyes closed, and she collapsed to the ground. Grandma, outside the VIP ward of the first hospital. The patient was temporarily out of danger. The attending physician solemnly instructed, the old lady must not be subjected to any further stress. You must not provoke her. Upon hearing these words, Su Nange reflected on the urgent resuscitation measures she had just administered to the elderly lady, feeling a twinge of apprehension. She glanced at Hua Beiyin, who stood nearby, his expression impassive and remarkably composed. However, when the doctor announced that the patient was out of danger, he loosened the collar of his shirt and gradually seated himself on a bench in the corridor, his hands clasped over his knees, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a nurse's voice emerged from the ward. Madam, you are awake. Hua Beiyin immediately rushed into the room. When Su Nange followed, the elderly lady had already opened her eyes. She gazed at Su Nange and, in a hoarse voice, asked, Granddaughter-in-law, I dreamt that you and that scoundrel were getting a divorce. Is this true? Su Nange remained silent. But Hua Beiyin interjected, It is not true. So no divorce? No divorce. Hand me the household registration book and the marriage certificate. All right. Hua Beiyin readily acquiesced to her requests. The elderly lady then turned to Su Nange, Granddaughter-in-law. What that scoundrel said is true. Assent it? Su Nange recalled the doctor's admonition and paused before answering. It is true. Only then did the elderly lady appear satisfied. Though her emotions had been momentarily heightened, she was to remain in the hospital for observation that night. Su Nange and Hua Beiyin kept her company in the ward. As dusk fell, Su Nange languidly settled onto the sofa, engrossed in her phone. She was working on a purely English document concerning clinical research on Alzheimer's disease, grappling with a technical challenge in the final stages that she could not seem to overcome. She needed to consult various biomedical literature for assistance. As she pondered, a sudden message appeared on WeChat. Dog boy, Miss Su, wait until Grandma's health stabilizes before proceeding with the divorce. This request was impossible to decline. The divorce agreement had already been signed, ensuring that their assets would remain separate henceforth. She still held the status of a married woman, which would not impede the company's listing. The timing of the divorce was inconsequential. Su Nange replied, "All right." Hua Beiyin fixated on the two characters displayed on his phone, narrowing his eyes. "Do you have any other requests?" Su Nange responded, "Once grandma is well, let us divorce as soon as possible." Hua Beiyin furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing an air of inscrutability about this woman. The elderly lady in the hospital bed glanced at Su Nange, then at Hua Beiyin. The two had hardly exchanged words. This would not do. The little old lady abruptly declared, "You rascal, I want to arrange a job for my granddaughter-in-law at Hua Group. If they work together daily, sharing commutes and encounters, wouldn't their feelings naturally develop?" Hua Beiyin paused slightly. "Very well." This evening, he was particularly agreeable. Yet the elderly lady soon found herself in a quandary. What kind of job should I arrange? An idea struck her. "Granddaughter-in-law, I shall take care of it. You'll accompany this rascal to work tomorrow." Su Nange blinked her enchanting eyes and replied, "All right." She suddenly realized that Hua Group possessed a wealth of resources, which might include the literature she needed. Hua Beiyin had a meeting to attend, so he led Yi out the door. As they reached the corridor, Yi remarked, "No wonder that woman signed the divorce agreement so readily. It turns out she called the old lady down. This marriage is far from over." He cast another glance at Hua Beiyin and remarked, "Boss, she has managed to persuade the old lady to join the Hua Corporation, which must surely signify a hidden agenda. How could you possibly agree to such a thing? If we don't keep her under scrutiny, how will we uncover her true intentions?" A glint of sharpness flickered in Hua Beiyin's eyes. For the sake of his grandmother, divorce was not an option. As for whether that woman was innocent or not, we would soon discover her true purpose for coming to the company. In the hospital room, Su Nange lay on the sofa when she suddenly heard the old lady's voice. "Granddaughter-in-law, I shall confide in you a secret." Su Nange immediately inquired, "What secret? For instance, how did the little old lady come to know her? And how did she and Hua Beiyin end up married? What secrets did grandma hold?" Su Nange asked eagerly. The little old lady spoke with an air of mystery. "That rascal has an unknown weakness, which I shall now reveal to you. If he ever bullies you, do not hesitate to fight back." Su Nange was somewhat taken aback. She wasn't particularly keen on knowing. Yet, the little old lady continued with great enthusiasm, "Do not be fooled by his seemingly aloof and unapproachable demeanor. In truth, he is afraid of cats." Su Nange's expression froze momentarily as a memory surfaced. A boy she knew in her childhood also seemed to have a fear of cats. But how could Hua Beiyin, standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 2 inches, harbor such a fear? The little old lady then asked, "Granddaughter-in-law, do you prefer cats or dogs?" "Dogs," she replied. Once, she had favored cats, but since the little boy did not, she relinquished her preference. Su Nange quickly comprehended the reason behind the little old lady's inquiry. The following day, atop the Hua Corporation's building, the sounds of barking echoed. A charming little Shiba Inu wagged its tail, circling around Su Nange. Yi, feeling exasperated, remarked that the task assigned to Miss Su by the elderly lady was to care for this little puppy. Hua Beiyin responded with silence. It is often said that as people age, they adopt a childlike mentality, allowing their preferences to dictate their actions. However, to have a job that involves petting a dog felt utterly absurd. He commanded, "Take her to the New Energy Research Department, Group 1. This had been arranged by him long ago. Although the New Energy Research Department was not central to the conglomerate, it was crucial for its future development. Placing her there would reveal her true colors. Yi nodded immediately. Su Nange was indifferent to the arrangements. She picked up the puppy and followed Yi, inquiring, "Does it have a name?" Yi replied, "No, the elderly lady asked you to name it." Casting a glance at the sulking Hua Beiyin, Su Nange suddenly smiled. "Let us call it Kitten then. You want a dog to be named Kitten? Is that not permissible?" "It seems acceptable." The New Energy Research Department was located on the 38th floor of the Hua Corporation. In the elevator, Yi remarked, "Miss Su, most of the staff in our research department are doctorate holders, with the lowest being graduates from prestigious universities. You are the first undergraduate here. It would be beneficial for you to learn diligently from your predecessors. This had been specially arranged by the boss. Of course, there was no need for gratitude, as it was merely the boss's way of placating the elderly lady." Su Nange responded, "It really wasn't necessary. By the way, regarding your relationship with the boss, he prefers it to remain undisclosed to avoid any potential scandal in the event of a future divorce." Su Nange glanced at him lazily and remarked, "Coincidentally, I share the same vexation." Yi was taken aback, wondering how this woman could even express disdain for her superior. He intended to say something further, but the elevator arrived. The research division for new energy was divided into two groups. situated on the left and right sides of the elevator with a communal lounge in between. As Su Nange stepped out of the elevator, she overheard several male colleagues engaged in conversation. I heard that our group is receiving a young and beautiful intern today. Wow. Finally. Our Temple of Monks will welcome a beauty. How splendid. One member from the second group scoffed. Our group will soon have Dr. Nan as technical support. What is so extraordinary about an undergrad intern? Is being good-looking merely for decoration? The members of the first group shot him furious glares, ready to retort. When a reprimanding voice interrupted, "What are you all, a bunch of grown men, gossiping like women? Aren't you supposed to be working?" The speaker was Jiang Yingqiao, the leader of the first group, around 26 or 27 years old, tall and handsome, his face displaying impatience and an air of arrogance. The crowd dispersed immediately. He frowned as he scrutinized Su Nange, expressing his discontent. "Assistant Yi, do you dare to casually assign a complete novice to my team?" Yi forced a smile and replied, "It was the boss's directive." Jiang Yingqiao remained displeased, looking down at Su Nange with haughtiness. "I don't care about your background. You must adhere to my rules while you are here. No dogs allowed at work next time." Su Nange offered no further explanation. Understood. Only then did Jiang Yingqiao indicate an available office for her workspace. After she entered, he turned to Yi. "Assistant Yi, this is the final time. Of course. If my cousin has the capability to recruit Dr. Nan for me, I wouldn't utter a single word even if you presented me with 100 or 80 connections. As a relative of the Hua family, my position in the Hua group is solely based on my own abilities. Hence, I despise reliance on connections." On her first day at work, Su Nange found everything rather intriguing. No one assigned her tasks, and she relished the freedom. Alone in her private office, she played with a little kitten for a while, which eventually curled up in a corner, basking in the sunlight and drifting off to sleep. Only then did she rise, gently close the office door, and prepare to head to the Hua Group's Research and Development Department's archive. It was imperative to develop an effective treatment for Alzheimer's disease. Only then could the elderly lady regain her health and understand the inexplicable nature of her marriage to Hua Beiyan. Su Nange approached a colleague who appeared rather demure and reserved, inquiring, "I would like to access some materials. Could you please direct me to the archive?" The male colleague flushed slightly and was about to offer assistance when a skeptical voice interrupted. "What do you want in the archive?" Turning around, Su Nange recognized Jiang Yingqiao. She replied, "I wish to learn." Jiang Yingqiao scoffed immediately. "You? What qualifications does an undergraduate have to enter the archive? That place contains technical knowledge at the level of international challenges. Perhaps you should first grasp the foundational theories of our group." Su Nange. She retrieved her phone, ready to contact Hua Beiyan directly. Privileges were meant to be utilized. Before the message was even sent, Jiang Yingqiao spoke up. "It is futile to seek assistance. I am not someone who can be easily manipulated like a mere subordinate. Once you join my team, focus on your responsibilities and refrain from posturing in a manner that invites disdain." At that moment, a relatively composed male colleague interjected. "Team leader, she graduated from Haicheng University, and her transcript reflects commendable scores in her major subjects." Jiang Yingqiao immediately retorted, "What is the value of knowledge confined to textbooks? Are not all fresh graduates mere novices at the outset of their careers?" With a casual motion, he seized a stack of materials from the male colleague's desk and tossed it towards Su Nange. "This is the current renewable energy project our team is undertaking. Ask her if she can comprehend it. Newcomers ought to embody the essence of their status." Su Nange glanced down at the project documentation, quickly flipping through the pages. Jiang Yingqiao could not help but exclaim, "Flipping through so hastily, do you fancy yourself as Dr. Nan? If you do not understand, do not squander our time. Retreat to your office. It is said that Dr. Nan possesses the remarkable ability to read rapidly." Chapter 23. Dr. Nan. Just as Su Nange was about to speak, the reserved male colleague chimed in. "Team leader, she likely can comprehend it." Jiang Yingqiao shot him a glare. "Do you know her?" The male colleague smiled shyly. "I am a graduate student under Professor Liang at Haicheng University. Last year, while still a student, Professor Liang brought her along to collaborate on a project with us." Su Nange focused intently on him, striving to recall. "Zhang Chao, the senior?" Zhang Chao shyly nodded and explained to Jiang Yingqiao. "The junior is the only undergraduate student Professor Liang has taken under his wing for a project. She reads remarkably quickly and has prior experience with these foundational infrastructures." However, Jiang Yingqiao still regarded her with disdain, retorting, "These are merely basics. What is there to be proud of in merely understanding them? If you possess the capability, resolve the core technologies." Zhang Chao promptly interjected, Team leader, you are being excessively demanding. Jiang Ingxiao scoffed. If you lack that ability, then you should remain in the group and diligently search the database for the most fundamental information. Do not feel embarrassed? With that, he departed. Zhang Chao sighed and explained to Su Nange, the core technologies have yet to be conquered. And the team leader hasn't slept well for several days. His temper is foul, but he is not a bad person. Do not take his words to heart. Su Nange was indifferent. She had not come to the Hua group to make enemies. After inquiring about the database's location, she headed straight there. The Hua group's database was located on the 60th floor, essentially a vast private library, accessible only to the group's employees. The books here encompassed knowledge from various industries, some of which contained research materials unattainable elsewhere. Su Nange felt a tinge of excitement. Her intuition told her that the information she sought could be found here. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Hua Beiyin was attending to a pile of overdue documents when his phone chimed. It was a WeChat message from the elderly matriarch. Hua Huaique, you rascal, remember to take a picture of yourself dining intimately with your wife at noon. Hua Beiyin furrowed his brow. As he was about to decline with an excuse of a meeting, he noticed the chat window suddenly flash. His grandmother's WeChat name had changed from Flourishing Prosperity to Delicate and Easily Disturbed Grandma. Hua Beiyin stared at the remark for a long moment, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh as he pressed the call bell on the adjacent table. Yi promptly entered. Boss, what can I do for you? Please prepare 2 lunches and bring them here. Understood. Hua Beiyin then messaged the girl with the username Iron Deficiency to join him for lunch on the top floor. However, even after the meals were elegantly arranged on the side table, she still had not responded to his message. Hua Beiyin rose from his seat. Where is she? Yi replied, Miss Su? She's in the data library. Hua Beiyin made his way to the 60th floor, slowly searching among the rows of bookshelves. It wasn't too long before he spotted her in the gaze of Hua Zichen, who was intently watching her. Su Nange was so engrossed in her search for books that she did not notice her phone vibrating. This library boasted the most advanced technical resources of the present day, captivating her attention entirely. She lingered by the shelves, lost in thought, and when she stepped back, she unexpectedly bumped into someone. Sorry. Turning around, Su Nange was met with a familiar face. Hua Zichen, with a complex expression, fixed his gaze upon her. Su Nange. Are you trying so hard to curry favor with great-grandmother to get closer to uncle? Su Nange's expression instantly turned cold. That is none of your business. Yet, Hua Zichen persisted. Your uncle has never shown interest in women over the years. Don't think that just because of your looks, you can win him over. He is not so superficial. For now, he has merely given you a trivial job to pass the time, hasn't he? Su Nange scoffed. Are you implying that your prolonged pursuit of me in the past was due to your superficiality? Hua Zichen was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Nange regarded the young man before her. He had once been her sole friend during her university years. She had even contemplated a relationship with him, pondering whether to accept his advances when he promised a surprise at graduation. Yet, she never anticipated their conversation would reach this juncture. With a sigh, she said, Hua Zichen, can't we part ways amicably? No. Hua Zichen's eyes reddened instantly. I know you resent me for proposing to Su Yin, but I had no choice. Marriages within affluent families entail numerous considerations. I once endeavored for you. My mother even agreed to my association with someone ordinary. However, your background. Regardless of the circumstances, I could never marry an illegitimate daughter. What would become of my standing in the Hua family? I would become a laughingstock in Haiqing. Su Nange gazed at him, recalling her childhood belief that her social standing rendered her unworthy. Yet, as she left the Su family, she realized the importance of self-worth. She averted her gaze and stated, I am grateful for your decision not to marry me. She attempted to leave, but Hua Zichen obstructed her path once more. I heard that Jiang Ingxiao has been making things difficult for you in the RD department. I can arrange for you to join my team in Group 2. I am in charge there. I will bring in capable individuals to guide you. I know you are tenacious and exceptionally intelligent. You will surely learn quickly and soon be self-sufficient, no longer having to endure a life of odd jobs. Su Nange interrupted his ramblings. What are your terms? You must divorce and come with me. Hua Zichen could not fathom sharing her with another man. The mere thought sends me spiraling into madness. Su Nange coldly remarked. You are unworthy. Why? Is your ruffian husband so dear to you? Do you believe that with a sum of money or a threat, I could compel him to abandon you? He can never compare to me. Hua Zichen, seething with rage, seized Su Nange's wrist and forcefully pinned her against the bookshelf. His eyes reddened with fury. Is it that all women are so fickle? You've shared your bed with him, and now you're smitten? If that is the case, Let us see who is truly superior, him or me. With that, he suddenly bent down and captured her lips in a fierce kiss. At the far end of the bookshelf, Hua Beiyan stood, having witnessed the entire scene. Observing Hua Zichen's inappropriate behavior, his expression darkened as he prepared to intervene. However, he was taken aback when the slender girl abruptly knelt and struck Hua Zichen sharply between the legs. In pain, he staggered back, but she did not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap to his face. Smack. Following this, Su Wanwan, still unsatisfied, coldly surveyed Hua Zichen. I had no intention of bruising your pride, but since you insist on digging deeper, let me enlighten you. My husband surpasses you in height, in handsomeness, and in strength many times over. Unlike you, who can only be easily pushed away, perhaps you should spend more time honing your abilities. With those words, Su Wanwan turned to leave, only to encounter Hua Beiyan at the corner ahead. Su Wanwan. Hua Beiyan. At that moment, Hua Zichen, doubled over in pain, shouted in exasperation, "What good is his strength? In the company, I can manipulate you at will, while your husband is utterly powerless." Chapter 24, Remarkable Stamina. It is actually Jiang Yingqiao. He bore a pair of dark circles under his eyes, his face etched with irritation. Hua Zichen was taken aback. "You are her husband?" "Of course not," Jiang Yingqiao scoffed. "If her husband were any man, he would surely confront you for bullying her. How could he possibly stand idly by?" Hua Zichen. With great effort, he suppressed his pain and stood up, casting a menacing glare at Jiang Yingqiao. "I intend to transfer her to our second team." "Not a chance," Jiang Yingqiao declared with authority. "The members of my team are not subject to your whims." He maintained his usual arrogant demeanor, yet to Su Wanwan, he appeared far more agreeable. Hua Zichen, perplexed, inquired, "She is merely a beneficiary of connections. Are you not the one who despises such individuals the most?" Jiang Yingqiao laughed derisively. "What gives you the right to mock her? At least she is just a minor employee, while you, a mere undergraduate, are the leader of the second team. How can you have the audacity to label others as beneficiaries of connections?" Hua Zichen was so infuriated he felt a pang in his teeth. "It's different. I am the legitimate heir of the Hua family. Oh, the greatest beneficiary of connections in Hua Corporation." Hua Zichen took a deep breath and suddenly said, "In a few days, doctor. Then we'll join my research team." Jiang Yingqiao, is he not your idol? As long as you refrain from meddling in this matter, I can facilitate an introduction. Jiang Yingqiao fell silent. Among this group researching new energy, who did not idolize Dr. Nan? Jiang Yingqiao had read Dr. Nan's papers over and over again, each time growing more and more in awe of his brilliance. He had been seeking various avenues, striving to make the acquaintance of Dr. Nan. To his astonishment, Hua Zichen resorted to this as a means of coercion. Jiang Yingqiao hesitated for a moment, showing his respect for Dr. Nan, then declared, "No." He turned to Su Wanwan, saying, "Do not embarrass yourself here. Come back with me." Su Wanwan glanced in the direction where Hua Beiyan had been standing, only to find that the man had mysteriously departed. She silently exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had left. Otherwise, her comment about being physically fit would have been exceedingly awkward. She followed Jiang Yingqiao as they exited the data repository. Jiang Yingqiao, furrowing his brow in displeasure, remarked, "This is all your fault. I missed the chance to meet Dr. Nan because of you." Su Wanwan, however, chuckled, "There will be other opportunities." Jiang Yingqiao scolded her again. "As an undergraduate, can't you simply remain in the office and behave? Coming here to humiliate yourself." Su Wanwan chose not to argue further. Zhang Chao was right. Although the team leader's remarks were harsh, he was, in fact, quite amiable. Meanwhile, Hua Zichen, still lingering at the spot, wore a sullen expression. He clenched his fists tightly. One day, he would make Su Wanwan come to him in tears, pleading for his affection. Taking a deep breath, and once the pain in his body subsided, he dialed Su Yin's number. "Aren't you scheduled to dine with Dr. Nan tomorrow afternoon? Bring me along." Su Wanwan and Jiang Yingqiao returned to the first group of the RD department, where they finally noticed the messages on WeChat. Using the pretext of having a meal, she ascended to the top floor and entered Hua Beiyan's office. The man, clad in a white shirt and black suit, exuded an air of refinement and gentlemanliness, gesturing towards the nearby dining table without lifting his gaze. "You may start eating." Su Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt. His demeanor suggested that he had not heard his own words. As he pondered this, the sound of a camera shutter broke the silence. After capturing the moment and sending the photograph to his delicate grandmother, who was easily startled, Hua Beiyan approached her. Su Wanwan, aware of the purpose behind his photography, refrained from further inquiries and instead remarked, "Mr. Hua, your lunch appears quite sumptuous." "Indeed," he replied, removing his coat and rolling up his shirt sleeves, taking a seat opposite her with an air of sophistication as he gracefully picked up his chopsticks. After all, maintaining proper nutrition is essential for good stamina. Su Wanwan felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks as her gaze inadvertently brushed over his exposed, muscular forearm. She hastily packed a portion of her meal. "Mr. Hua, I just remembered that I have yet to feed my kitten. I shall take my leave." She lifted her packaged meal, adding, "Thank you for your lunch." Hua Baiyan's expression stiffened momentarily. Su Wanwan, however, was in high spirits. In the RD department, Jiang Yingxiao chewed his takeout with a sense of indifference, reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed. Initially, he assumed that the undergraduate was merely ambitious without the requisite skills, but it appeared her diligence stemmed from being let down by Hua Zichen. She aimed to prove herself. Considering the demands Hua Zichen had placed upon her, they were indeed quite humiliating. It was no wonder she was so eager to learn. Unfortunately, haste often leads to failure. And without a solid foundation, even the most profound materials were incomprehensible to her. He rose and approached Zhang Chao, speaking softly, "This afternoon, assign some tasks for that undergraduate and offer her guidance." Zhang Chao paused, taken aback. Understood." Jiang Yingxiao's expression was somewhat awkward as he sternly remarked, "We must prevent her from running around and causing us trouble." Zhang Chao then intervened when Su Wanwan intended to visit the data repository that afternoon, stating, "The team leader has declared that our group does not accommodate idlers. You must fulfill your tasks before you can proceed to study in the data repository." He assigned her some foundational tasks that had already been completed. With no clear scientific framework, organizing these materials proved to be quite tedious. However, the newcomer could glean a wealth of knowledge from them. Zhang Chao believed that understanding these elements would require at least a month, if not more. To his surprise, half an hour later, Su Wanwan returned to submit her work. Zhang Chao was taken aback. Upon reviewing her submission, he found that it surpassed their own efforts. Su Wanwan humbly inquired, "Are there any additional tasks? If not, I shall proceed to the data repository." Zhang Chao was momentarily at a loss for what to assign her. As he still struggled with many aspects himself, resolutely, he decided to delegate his ongoing tasks to her. He had been working on this particular module for a week without completion. Although it was somewhat challenging, it seemed that the junior had a solid grasp of the fundamentals. Perhaps by delving into more complex subjects, she would come to realize the reality of the situation and willingly follow their lead in learning. Yet, an hour later, Su Wanwan astonished him once again by submitting her work. Had she completed it? Zhang Chao was flabbergasted as he gazed at the email on his computer, discovering that she had effortlessly resolved the very technical issue that had stumped him. Zhang Chao decided to seek out Jiang Yingxiao. Jiang Yingxiao pondered, "The point at which you are stuck is where you have become ensnared in a cul-de-sac. That undergraduate must have been fortunate to have resolved the issue through an alternative approach. Let us assign her more challenging tasks." Zhang Chao replied. Even more challenging would mean handing her the core technological conundrum to tackle. This dilemma has been troubling Jiang Yingxiao for an entire month. Jiang Yingxiao asserted, "Give it to her. After all, it is merely to keep her occupied and prevent her from wandering off. Let her experience what constitutes a genuine scientific challenge." Chapter 25. Madame Su is her mother. Su Wanwan took 2 full hours to resolve this issue. She sent the email to Zhang Chao and stepped out to find him. However, Zhang Chao stood up, began to pack his belongings, and appeared quite cheerful. "It's time to leave work. Today is Friday, and the end of the workday is the most joyous moment for every employee. At last, the weekend is upon us." After Zhang Chao finished his cheerful remark, he noticed Su Wanwan. "Junior, how is your work coming along?" Su Wanwan began to respond, Actually, there's no rush." Zhang Chao, brimming with excitement, interrupted her. "Let us enjoy the weekend first. We can discuss everything next Monday." Su Wanwan silently swallowed her words. Although she did not work often, she understood that discussing work at the end of a Friday shift is rather off-putting. It would be best not to disturb her senioress weekend. Surely, the task she had completed was but a minor issue within the RD department. As Zhang Chao slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out, he paused beside Su Wanwan and offered a few comforting words. "Junior, do not lose heart. You are already quite impressive." Su Wanwan was perplexed. She originally had no obligation to work, but out of gratitude for Jiang Yingxiao's assistance that day, she chose to lend a hand. The task was completed, and she planned to return to the office next week to access the archives. With this thought, Su Wanwan returned to her office, picked up the kitten, and departed from the top floor. After finishing his work for the day, Hua Beiyin glanced at the time and stood up, preparing to head home. However, Yi inquired, "Boss, where are you going?" Hua Beiyin paused, realizing he had yet to inquire about his grandmother's whereabouts. He dialed her number. "Where are you, Grandma?" To his surprise, Hua Leofuren replied, "I'm at the hospital." Hua Beiyin furrowed his brow. "Didn't the doctor say you were ready for discharge?" "Well, I suddenly felt pain in my chest this afternoon, so I decided to stay a few more days." "You little rascal, are you coming to keep me company tonight? If not, that's fine. This little old lady is getting on in years. My son is indifferent, and my grandson doesn't take care. Let me languish alone in the hospital, waking up at midnight for a glass of water with no one around. Sigh. I'm on my way. That's more like it. By the way, I told my granddaughter-in-law that she should come to keep me company too, so make sure you both come." After hanging up the phone, Hua Beiyin rubbed his temples. He understood his grandmother's subtle intentions, whether she returned to the Hua family home or lived with Su Nange. They would be apart in the evenings. If they both stayed with her at the hospital, they would have more time together. Yet, she had a boyfriend. Hua Beiyin pressed his lips together, wishing to maintain a certain distance. Yet, considering my grandmother's health, I suppressed my displeasure and sent her a message. "I will pick you up from the hospital after work." To my surprise, she responded promptly, "No need. I've already taken a taxi and am on my way." She seemed to understand the need for discretion and did not cling to me excessively due to my grandmother's favoritism. Hua Beiyin should have felt pleased, yet inexplicably. His discontent grew. Su Nange had not overthought the matter. She simply wished to avoid entanglements with Hua Beiyin until the truth about their marriage was uncovered. This perplexing union was undoubtedly a predicament initiated by Hua Beiyin, for who would pay attention to someone as frail and inconspicuous as she? Clutching her small Shiba Inu, she proceeded directly to the inpatient department, making her way towards the VIP ward. Not far away, Madame Su Nanjing, had just completed her follow-up examination. Su Yin supported her arm as they both gazed in the direction Su Nange had departed. Madame Su hesitated, saying, "Is that Nange? Why is she at the hospital? Is she unwell?" A flicker of annoyance surged within Su Yin. The news of the old lady's hospitalization could not be concealed from the Hua family. However, the matriarch was stubborn and forbade any visitors. Su Yin had attempted to see her today, but was turned away without even catching a glimpse of her. Thus, Su Nange's visit must surely be to keep company with that old woman. Her eyes flickered. She must be there to visit the old matriarch. Nange is indeed very filial. At this remark, the nanny, Nan Ma, who had accompanied her, expressed her discontent, frowning as she retorted, "Filial? I've never seen her visit the lady. Nan Mama, in her 50s, appears to be a decade older than Mrs. Su, has devoted herself to caring for her, and remains unmarried throughout her life. Mrs. Su regards her as a sister, thus granting Nan Mama a significant status within the Su household, where even Su Yin treats her with the utmost respect." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Su's expression turned somewhat melancholic, recalling the time when Nange lived in unfortunate circumstances at the Su residence. Nan Mama then spoke up, "Madam, you still speak on her behalf." Although I too find Li Wanru's family's behavior distasteful, she did utter a truth. "Miss Nange is nothing but an ingrateful wretch. It is foolish of you to constantly worry about her, for she has likely forgotten you long ago." Su Yin interjected, "I heard that Mr. Hua secured a job for her at Hua's group. Perhaps that is how she intends to repay old Madame Hua?" Nan Mama scoffed. "Madame has raised her. When Li Wanru neglected her in her youth, it was you who nourished her, and later, you were the one who sent her to school. Your kindness surpasses the heavens. Yet she has never sought to repay you." Mrs. Su immediately silenced the conversation. "Enough, let it be." However, Su Yin continued, "Mother is kind-hearted. When she extended help to others, she never sought recompense in return. Yet there are those who repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude, such as Dr. Nan. Mother merely sponsored him a little for his education, and over the years, how much has he assisted our family? 3 years ago, when the company was on the brink of bankruptcy, Dr. Nan provided a crucial technical patent that saved us from peril." Nan Mama nodded in agreement. In comparison, Dr. Nan is infinitely superior to Su Nange. I wonder what Dr. Nan looks like. Surely, a kind heart reflects a noble appearance. Su Yin immediately feigned curiosity. "I also wish to know what Dr. Nan is truly like. Mother, will you take me along tomorrow?" Mrs. Su chuckled as she playfully tapped the tip of her nose. "All right, I shall bring you." The group descended the stairs, engaging in conversation as they made their way to the parking lot to depart. This scene was fortuitously observed by Su Nange, who was seated on the sofa beside her bed in the VIP ward. Her gaze followed Mrs. Su. Noting the pallor of her complexion, which betrayed an unhealthy whiteness, her figure slender and upright like a bamboo, exuding an indescribable grace. Su Wanwan was speaking beside her, and Mrs. Su nodded with a hint of resignation. The gestures between the mother and daughter were affectionate. It was not until the vehicle had departed that Su Wanwan reluctantly averted her gaze. As she turned back, she found the elderly lady standing behind her. "Grandma, who is that person? She looks so familiar." Su Wanwan's eyes softened, and she was about to respond when the elderly lady interjected, "She is your mother." Su Wanwan paused momentarily. In truth, aside from sharing the same oval faces, their features were quite distinct. Mrs. Su possessed phoenix-like eyes, while hers resembled those of a peach blossom. If there was any resemblance, it lay in the similar ethereal aura they both exuded at first glance, which was understandable. After all, when she had just left the Su family, in moments of adversity, she would often ponder how Mrs. Su would navigate such situations. Adopting her mother-in-law's demeanor and approach to life, it was hardly surprising that she had unconsciously adopted some of her grace. Su Wanwan turned to the elderly lady. "Grandma, she is not my mother." However, the elderly lady insisted, "She is. My dear granddaughter, how could you not recognize your own mother?" Su Wanwan found herself both amused and exasperated. The elderly lady seemed to be having another episode. Fortunately, at that moment, Hua Beiyin appeared at the door of the hospital room, bearing a sumptuous dinner he had prepared. Only then did the elderly lady cease her preoccupation. The meal was indeed lavish, featuring a variety of light dishes alongside an abundance of fruit meant for three. However, the elderly lady immediately furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "But my granddaughter-in-law cannot eat mangoes. She is allergic." Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the elderly lady in disbelief. "Grandmother, how do you know?" she inquired. It was true that she had once been allergic to mangoes, but after enhancing her physical constitution 2 years ago, she had outgrown the allergy. Thus, she had never mentioned this to the elderly lady. The elderly lady chuckled. "You told me before that whenever you ate mangoes, your face would break out in little red bumps." Su Wanwan's expression grew increasingly grave. "When was that?" The elderly lady appeared puzzled. "I think it was before your wedding." "Yes, you told me before you got married." Yet Su Wanwan was certain that she had not even known the elderly lady at that time. She hadn't suffered from amnesia. Anxiously, she pressed on. "Do you remember anything else? For instance, how Mr. Hua and I obtained our marriage certificate?" The elderly lady shook her head. "I can't recall. It seems that she requires a specific environment to occasionally retrieve certain memories." As Su Wanwan pondered this, she suddenly felt the weight of a scrutinizing gaze upon her. Turning, she met Hua Beiyin's penetrating stare. The man's countenance was frosty, clearly having grasped the implications of the elderly lady's words, and he now appeared to harbor suspicions about her motives. Su Wanwan felt as though she could not clear her name, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Suddenly, she picked up the Shiba Inu and said, "Grandmother, you two enjoy your meal. I shall take the dog for a walk." With that, she stepped out of the room. She did not venture far, merely pausing at the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall with her dog in her arms. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing towards the elderly lady's hospital room. Indeed, it was not long before a tall figure emerged. Upon seeing her, Hua Beiyin approached slowly, his deep voice resonating. "Miss Su, is there something you wish to convey?" Su Wanwan pressed her lips together. "I thought you might want me to clarify something." "Then does Miss Su have something to clarify?" Su Wanwan replied earnestly. "As for what my grandmother mentioned about events prior to marriage, I truly do not understand what transpired." She found her own words quite absurd, for after all, the matter of mango allergies was private, something the elderly lady could not fabricate. She anticipated that the man would question her, yet to her surprise, he simply responded with a single word, "Oh." Su Wanwan was bewildered by his demeanor. "Mr. Hua, do you believe me?" "I do not know." Su Wanwan. Load ADV 7-3. Hua Beiyin suddenly stepped closer, the natural height difference imparting to Su Wanwan a sensation of being scrutinized by him. He spoke slowly. "Miss Su, regardless of your intentions, if you can ensure my grandmother's happiness, I guarantee your safety." At that moment, Su Wanwan suddenly grasped his thoughts. This man was utterly indifferent to the truth or whether she was deceiving him. He wielded immense power, controlling Haicheng with an iron fist, unperturbed by any schemes or plots. His only concern was for the elderly lady. Even if she were plotting something, as long as she could make the elderly lady smile, this man would likely turn a blind eye. Of course, the man suddenly exuded an imposing aura. "If you harm my grandmother, I will ensure you cannot stand in Haiching. Su Nange, one who thrives on gentleness rather than force, retorted with a cold smile. Hasn't he, Mr. Hua, already done so? Hua Beiyan furrowed his brows, about to respond, when a robust voice interjected. Su Nange? Turning her head, she spotted Professor Liang. He appeared to be suffering from a cold. His voice slightly hoarse as he approached and directly stated, I was just about to call you to ask if you found a job. Have you resolved the misunderstanding with Mr. Hua? He really doesn't act like a man, does he? What kind of individual holds a grudge against a girl? It's one thing to revoke your recommendation for graduate studies, but to threaten your very presence in Haiching? Hua Beiyan. Su Nange cast a sidelong glance at Hua Beiyan, her smile tinged with irony. Rest assured, Professor, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Mr. Hua is quite amiable. He has arranged a job for me and is committed to ensuring my safety. The sardonic tone darkened Hua Beiyan's expression further. Professor Liang sighed in relief, then noticed how close the two were. Recalling the conversation between Su Yin and Li Wanru, he instinctively inquired, Is this your dubious husband? Hua Beiyan. His countenance grew increasingly grim. Su Nange's smile became even more radiant. Well, I suppose that's accurate. Professor Liang then earnestly regarded Hua Beiyan. Young man, you are vigorous and handsome. You ought to strive diligently to secure a respectable job. The Su family was gathered together, enjoying lunch in the dining room. Madame Su appeared unwell and seemed to lack an appetite. Su Wanwan immediately inquired with concern, Shu, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Madame Su waved her hand dismissively. Su Yin then interjected, Father, we encountered Nange at the hospital today. I believe Mother is somewhat worried about her. Su Wanwan furrowed his brow. What is there to worry about her? Su Yin sighed. She must harbor resentment towards me for having her withdraw from school and compelling her to go abroad. I fear she might say something to old Madame Hua, and Mr. Hua might direct his ire towards me. Su Wanwan scoffed. It is she who has offended Mr. Hua. What does that have to do with you? Even if she fortuitously saved old Madame Hua, it remains a matter between them. Ultimately, it is Mr. Hua who has insisted we properly educate our daughter. Su Yin's expression stiffened. The incident where she had deliberately mentioned that Mr. Hua had left a message, surely that should have passed by now. She was acutely aware that her father's affection stemmed solely from her being Madame Su's daughter. The implications of him discovering her transgression against Mr. Hua were too dire to contemplate. Just then, Su Wanwan's phone abruptly rang. He answered, Assistant Yi, what an unexpected pleasure to receive your call. Is there an instruction from Mr. Hua? Upon hearing this, Su Yin's heart sank. Chapter 27, Meeting Dr. Nan. Su Wanwan's expression faltered. Disbelief etched across his face as he glanced at Su Yin. Her complexion turned pale in an instant. Su Wanwan offered a plethora of smiles to Yi, ultimately receiving the remark that the Su family indeed ought to properly educate their daughter before ending the call and casting an angry glare towards Su Yin. Su Yin lowered her head, silently shedding tears. At that time, I saw Nangu entangled with Mr. Hua, fearing she would jeopardize my engagement with Zichun. And even more so, that the Hua family would look down upon me. Father, I did not intend for this to happen. Su Wanwan retorted angrily. That does not give you the right to act under the guise of Mr. Hua. Su Yin clenched her fists, her gaze flickering, and sobbed. Father, after all, Nangu is also your daughter. I fear you would be reluctant to reprimand her. Foolishness. Su Wanwan decisively shifted the topic. I have told you countless times. In my heart, there is only one daughter, and that is you. What is Su Nangu? Can she be compared to you? Mrs. Su interjected disapprovingly. Wanwan, do not speak like that. Nangu is still your daughter. Su Wanwan immediately turned away. Shu, after all these years, do you still not understand me? I was wronged by Li Wanru back then. I owe you and our daughter. I will not acknowledge her or her daughter. In my heart, only you and our daughter are my family. Standing nearby in the role of a maid, Li Wanru clenched her fists in resentment upon hearing this. She looked at Su Wanwan with eyes full of bitterness. This was the man she loved deeply, her childhood neighbor and brother, yet in his eyes and heart, there was only Nanjing Shu. After discovering her pregnancy, she sought him out with the test results, offering to be his mistress, but he callously rejected her, vowing never to betray his wife. With no other recourse, Li Wanru could only turn to Nanjing Shu, pleading desperately to stay in the Su household. For many years, Su Wanwan has never shown her a hint of kindness, and he has treated Su Nange as if she were mere air. Fortunately, she has exchanged the two children. Li Wanru lowered her head, struggling to suppress the laughter bubbling within her. Su Wanwan will never know that the daughter he has cherished so dearly for years, the daughter of Nanjing Shu he so often mentions, is actually his own. As for Su Nange, she deserves to be overlooked and suppressed. However, Mrs. Su stubbornly shook her head. Wanzong, Yinin was wrong. She lied first and caused us to misunderstand Nange. Our family ought to apologize to Nange. Su Wanzong furrowed his brow. Apologize for what? Can you and our daughter truly apologize to Li Wanru's daughter? Li Wanru immediately interjected. No, there's no need. The Su family raised her. That is a tremendous kindness. Moreover, she had no shame in pursuing Mr. Hua, which was indeed a mistake. The Su family teaching her a lesson is only natural. It is her fortune. Mrs. Su looked at them, sighed softly, yet did not continue to argue. After dinner, when Su Yinin accompanied her back to her room, Mrs. Su gazed at her. If you have time tomorrow, I will take you to find Nange and apologize in person. Su Yinin's expression stiffened. She had not expected to evade her father's reprimand only to face Mrs. Su's. She replied, feeling wronged, all right. Seeing her like this, Mrs. Su sighed again. Did you not wish to bring Huazichin to meet Dr. Nan? Let us do it together tomorrow. Su Yinin's eyes instantly brightened as she linked arms with Mrs. Su. All right, Mom, you are always so good to me. As a consequence of offending Elder Hua, she lost 2% of the shares in Hua Corporation. She is currently eager to demonstrate her worth in front of the Hua family, fearing that Huazichin might call off the engagement. Mrs. Su helplessly pats her on the head. After Su Yin leaves in high spirits, Mrs. Su turns to Nan Ma and says, Sister Nan, over the years, my health has been poor, and I have lacked the energy to guide Yin. I truly feel negligent. Cough, cough. However, Nan Ma responds, Madam, you are overthinking. I find Miss Yin to be quite admirable, filial, and considerate. Even if she occasionally tells a little lie, she can amend her ways in the future. It is not a significant flaw. Mrs. Su retorts, Nan Gu has never told a lie. She begins to cough violently again. Nan Ma immediately supports her towards the bedside, saying, You, my dear, are simply overthinking. This is why, after so many years, your illness remains unresolved. Mrs. Su's eyes reveal a hint of bitterness. The following day, Su Nange awakens feeling somewhat anxious. It has been 10 years since she last met Mrs. Su, and she wonders whether her mother will be pleased or angry upon seeing her. At noon, she decides to return home for a bath and to change her clothes. The elderly lady asks Hua Beiyin to accompany her home. As they exit the hospital room and descend the stairs, they encounter Yi Yi approaching. Boss. Hua Beiyin nods slightly. And Yi Yi hands a piece of paper to Su Nange, saying, Miss Su, you may want to take a look at this. Confused, Su Nange accepts the paper and discovers a list of renowned domestic universities alongside distinguished professors in the field of new energy. She looks at Yi Yi in bewilderment, asking, What is this? Yi Yi slightly raised his chin and remarked, These professors are all far more renowned than Professor Liang. You may select one to pursue your graduate studies. This is merely the boss's compensation for your revoked qualification for guaranteed graduate admission, Miss Su. Encountering our boss has turned your misfortune into a blessing. Su Nange twitched her lips and replied, No need. She was familiar with most of these professors, each of whom had previously emailed her, eager to seek her expertise. Then do you wish to continue studying under Professor Liang? Not at all. If you find these individuals unappealing, do you aspire to study under Dr. Nan? Yi furrowed his brow. That poses a challenge. Dr. Nan is currently in high demand. I've heard that several foreign universities have extended invitations to him. Miss Su, such a brilliant professor will only accept equally brilliant students. You may not catch his eye. Perhaps you should temper your ambitions and select one from these professors. You can always pursue your doctorate under Dr. Nan after completing your master's. Su Nange regarded him as if he were foolish and directly addressed Hua Beiyin, Mr. Hua. There is no need to see me off. I shall take a taxi home. With that, she departed the hospital and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Yi scratched his head and commented, I heard Su Yin intends to study under Dr. Nan. Is Miss Su attempting to outdo her? Is she really set on Dr. Nan? How presumptuous. However, Hua Beiyin remained focused on her departing figure, his handsome and resolute visage expressionless, his deep-set eyes inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Suddenly, he said, Then arrange for her to contact Dr. Nan. What? Yi was bewildered. Why was her boss treating her with such kindness? Could it be that he was enchanted by her appearance? Mrs. Su, accompanied by Su Yin and Huazichin, arrived at the private dining establishment 10 minutes early. As they got out of the car, Huazichin furrowed his brows, surveying the surroundings. Why did we agree to meet here? Su-yin queried, perplexed. Hwazichin pressed his lips together. It's nothing. Su-yin then turned to Mrs. Su. Mom, has Dr. Nan arrived yet? Chapter 28. Dr. Nan has arrived. Hwazichin scanned the area, but did not spot the familiar figure. He collected his thoughts and glanced at Su-yin. Is Dr. Nan really willing to join the whole corporation? Su-yin discreetly glanced at Mrs. Su and whispered, Brother Zichin, why don't you go inside and have a good conversation with Dr. Nan? I believe if your sincerity shines through, she will be persuaded. She then approached Mrs. Su and shyly said, Mom, I think my undergarment has loosened. Could you accompany me to the restroom to fix it? Mrs. Su followed her to the restroom, leaving Hwazichin to proceed to the private room. His first position at the Hua Corporation had been in the RD department, and if Dr. Nan were to join his team, it would undoubtedly enhance his standing within the company. He adjusted his attire before pushing open the door. Before him stood the graceful silhouette of a woman, her back facing the entrance as she poured tea. The renowned Dr. Nan turned out to be a young woman. Hwazichin suppressed his astonishment and respectfully said, Dr. Nan, hello. I am Hwazichin from the Hua Corporation. It is a pleasure to meet you. With that, the woman slowly turned to face him. Upon catching sight of that exquisite visage, Hwazichin was momentarily taken aback. Su Nange. You, how did you come to be here? Su Nange had received a message from Madame Su, indicating her imminent arrival, prompting her to pour tea for her. However, she did not anticipate Hwazichin's abrupt entrance. A glimmer of intrigue flickered across her face, yet her tone remained languid. That question ought to be posed by me. She had indeed arranged to meet Madame Su. Hwazichin's demeanor turned frosty. Rest assured, I have not come to seek you this time. He glanced around. Where is Dr. Nan? Su Nange paused. Who? Hwazichin, growing impatient, retorted, the guest in this room. Where is he? Su Nange narrowed her eyes, remaining silent. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance, and Madame Su entered alongside Su-yin. Upon seeing Su Nange, their steps faltered slightly. Su-yin's expression soured instantly. Yet, Madame Su's eyes glistened with moisture. Is that Nange? After Su Nange departed from the Su household, Madame Su had not seen her again. A decade had passed, sufficient time for Su Nange to blossom from a mere girl into a graceful woman. A stir of emotion welled within Su Nange. Upon seeing her, Madame Su exhibited no awkwardness or sorrow, only sheer delight. Perhaps her decade of evasion had been entirely unwarranted. She suppressed the warmth brimming in her eyes and stepped forward with a smile. Madam, how have you been lately? Well, cough, cough. I am well. Nange, and you? I heard from your father that you are married. Madame Su took her seat, holding Su Nange's hand tightly. Su Nange nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Madame Su's face displayed a look of wistfulness. She pondered why no one had come to visit, yet recalled Su Wanzong's demeanor from the previous day, along with Li Wanru's indifference and harshness towards her, rendering her unable to voice her thoughts. A glimmer of melancholy flickered in Su Yin's eyes as she questioned, Nangao, how is it that you are here? Hwazichin scoffed. She has been working here all along. Su Yin expressed her astonishment. Working? Are you serving here? Madame Su tightened her grip on Su Nango's hand, inquiring with concern, wasn't it said that you were employed at the whole corporation? Why are you working here? Is it a matter of insufficient funds? Su Nangao replied calmly, No, Mom, let's save our pleasantries for another day. We have important guests today. Su Yin interrupted their conversation, then turned to Su Nangao. Nangao, we had initially intended to invite you to dine with us, but since you are working, it may not be convenient. Should other guests require your assistance, it would be best not to disrupt your duties. Later, we will ensure to provide you with additional tips as a means to supplement your living expenses. You should say less. Madame Su chastised Su Yin, quickly directing her gaze back to Su Nangao. Although they were both daughters of Su Wanzong, one stood in high regard while the other merely served. Surely, Su Nangao must feel a sense of sorrow. Yet, to Madame Su's surprise, Su Nango's expression remained serene, seemingly oblivious to the disparity in their statuses. A look of approval appeared in Madame Su's eyes as she stated directly, Nangao, today we have an appointment with Dr. Nan. You are also engaged in the field of new energy, correct? It would be beneficial for you to make his acquaintance for your future endeavors. Su Yin clenched her fists. Dr. Nan was her bargaining chip. Why should she introduce Dr. Nan to Su Nangong? What if Dr. Nan fell prey to her alluring charm? With this thought, Su Yin's gaze flickered across the room, finally settling on the teacup upon the table. The steaming tea exuded wisps of hot vapor. She picked it up and approached Su Nangong's side. Nangong, Mother asked me to apologize to you yesterday. I offer you this tea in place of wine, she declared, loosening her grip, watching as the scalding liquid threatened to spill upon Su Nangong. Su Nangong had sensed something amiss long ago. Ever since childhood, Su Yin had sought to keep her beneath her heel. How could she possibly extend an apology? As Su Yin's hand wavered, Su Nangong let out a quiet scoff, turning away as if casually colliding with the very teacup meant for her, causing it to rebound onto Su Yin. The tea soaked her blouse, scalding her skin and eliciting a gasp of surprise. Su Yin paused momentarily, then suppressed the pain, feigning indignation. Nangong, I know you despise me, but how could you behave this way? Su Nangong lowered her gaze, pretending innocence. I apologize, I didn't TC. Su Yin's eyes brimmed with tears, as if on the verge of spilling over. Observing this, Hua Zichen exclaimed in anger, Su Nangong, is this how you conduct yourself as a server? Clumsy and injuring a guest. Call your manager at once. I wish to file a complaint. Madame Su immediately interjected. Enough, we are all family. Su Yin's eyes flickered with a glimmer of excitement. Yes, perhaps Nange is just overwhelmed at the prospect of meeting Dr. Nan. Knowing Dr. Nan, she could soar to great heights, becoming even more unmanageable. A thought flashed through Hua Zichen's mind, prompting him to speak. Aunt, Yin is my fiancée. It is my duty to protect her from such unjust treatment. He turned to Su Nange. With your demeanor, what right do you have to meet Dr. Nan? Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out? Madame Su furrowed her brow, wishing to say more, but Su Yin grasped her arm. Mom, Zichen is upset. Let's allow Nange to leave for now to avoid further conflict. Reluctantly, Madame Su nodded in agreement, casting an apologetic glance at Su Nange. Nange, do visit us more often. Next time, I will take you to meet Dr. Nan. Su Nange opened her mouth to respond, but Su Yin quickly shifted the topic. Mom, why hasn't Dr. Nan arrived yet? Madame Su sighed. I shall send her a message to inquire. No need. Chapter 29. They are mother and daughter. Su Yin hesitated. Where is Dr. Nan? Hua Zichen looked at her with anticipation. In her excitement, Madame Su suddenly began to cough violently. Cough. Where is she? Cough. Seeing her struggle, Su Nange hurriedly offered her a cup of tea. Madame Su extended her trembling hand to accept it, but in the next moment, the teacup slipped from her grasp. Madame Su collapsed onto the dining table. Madame, Su Nange exclaimed in surprise, instinctively reaching out to support her, only to be forcefully pushed away by Su Yin. Get away. What have you done to my mother? Mom, wake up. Quickly, call for an ambulance. The emergency vehicle arrived promptly. Su Nange intended to board and accompany them to the hospital, but was abruptly seized by Hua Zichen, who disdainfully remarked, illegitimate daughter. Keep your distance from Mrs. Su. If you provoke her to the point of harm, I will not let this go lightly. He forcefully shoved her aside. Su Nange did not linger, swiftly hailing a taxi and closely trailing behind them. Hua Beiyin had just finished dinner with the elderly lady and was working outside the suite. After poring over documents for an extended period, an inexplicable sense of irritation washed over him, prompting him to gaze out the window into the distance. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure below. A crowd was surrounding a stretcher, hastening toward the inpatient department. In the throng, Su Nange followed at a distance, resembling a forsaken little fox. Hua Beiyin raised an eyebrow and abruptly stood up, striding outside. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered Su Yin and Hua Zichen engaged in the admission process. The doctor informed them, I regret to inform you that all the wards are currently full. You will have to wait in the corridor until a bed becomes available. We will arrange it as soon as possible. Hua Zichen inquired, are there no VIP rooms available? I'm willing to pay any amount. The doctor replied, there are none. Su Yin wept sorrowfully. Zichen, what should we do now? Hua Zichen reassured her, don't worry. I will think of a solution. He took out his phone and stepped aside to make a call. Hua Beiyin observed Su Yin. Despite her anxious demeanor, her eyes betrayed a lack of genuine concern for Mrs. Su. His gaze shifted back to Su Nange. Unlike Su Yin, the girl maintained a calm demeanor. Her gaze fixed intently upon Mrs. Su in the hospital bed, her cautious demeanor suggesting a fear of disturbing the patient's rest. Although she spoke not a word, concern was palpable in her expression. Hua Beiyin's eyes darkened slightly. Suddenly, he turned to Yi, who was trailing behind him, and instructed, please arrange a private room for Miss Su. Yes, came the reply. Su Nange stood beside Mrs. Su's bed, observing as Hua Zichen made several phone calls. His expression troubled, leading her to realize that relying on him would be futile. Mrs. Su was not in mortal danger. Her insomnia stemmed from a persistent cough, and her recent fainting spell was merely a result of her prolonged lack of rest. She required a tranquil environment for recovery, yet this chaotic place was far too noisy. However, she had no connections at the Haicheng Hospital. Could she possibly seek assistance from that individual? Hesitating, she retrieved her phone and located a contact saved under the name creditor just as she was about to dial. The front desk of the inpatient department received a call and immediately beckoned to them. A VIP room has just become available. Su Yin exclaimed joyfully, Zichun, you truly have a way. Hua Zichun, however, wore a bewildered expression. The friends he had just contacted had promised to think of a solution, and he had assumed it was merely a polite refusal. Could it be that someone genuinely came to their aid? He thought little of it, accepting the credit without question. A group ascended the stairs to the hospital room, with Su Nangu trailing closely behind. Mrs. Su appeared even more emaciated than she had a decade ago, her face lacking in color. She was wheeled into the room, and Su Nangu instinctively followed, only to be halted at the doorway by Su Yin. Su Nangu, my mother requires peace to recuperate. Please do not disturb her. Bang! The door slammed shut. Su Nange stood frozen in place. Though she was deeply concerned about Su Madam's condition, she understood that she did not possess the standing or qualifications to push open that door. Su Nange decided to wait until Su Madam awoke before departing, and thus she took a seat on the bench outside. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Su Wanwan rushed into the ward, his face etched with worry and breathless. After confirming that Su Madam was not in critical condition, he pulled Su Yin out into the corridor to speak. With a furrowed brow, Su Wanwan inquired, what happened? How could she faint so suddenly? Su Yin glanced at Su Nange, seated nearby, and directly stated, it was Nange who insisted on meeting Dr. Nan, and after a few words of disagreement with Zichun, it upset Mother. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan shot an angry glare at Su Nange, exclaiming, you wretched child. Without further ado, he swung his arm towards Su Nange. She did not flinch. Her mind was consumed by the image of Su Madam's pale face after her fainting. She recalled Su Yin's words, my mother's life has turned so unfortunate because of you. Perhaps she truly should not have appeared before Su Madam. However, the anticipated pain never came. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a tall figure blocking her path. Hua Beiyan, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood before her like a celestial being. He was there, as if to shield her from the tempest. Su Nange blinked, suppressing the moisture in her eyes and the bitterness in her heart. She heard Su Wanwan's flustered voice, Mr. Hua, what are you doing? Then came the man's deep, mellifluous voice, Mr. Su, regarding your daughter, I should not interfere. However, Grandma now holds affection for her, and would feel sorrow upon seeing any injuries on Miss Su's face. Su Wanwan promptly remarked, it is my oversight. As several others contemplated speaking further, the sound of Mrs. Su's cough suddenly resonated from the hospital room. She had awakened. Su Wanwan and Su Yin immediately entered the chamber. Su Nange rose, intending to check on Mrs. Su's condition, yet hesitated at the threshold. She lingered at the door, indecisively for quite some time, listening to the faint voice of Mrs. Su emanating from within the room. I am fine, do not worry. I haven't had a good sleep in ages. Just fainted and slept so comfortably. Su Nange's brow relaxed, and her entire demeanor brightened considerably. Hua Beiyan averted his gaze. The girl's previous expression of bewilderment resembled a little fox lost and searching for its home, evoking a sense of compassion. He inquired, aren't you going in? Su Nange replied, not for the moment. Otherwise, it would merely lead to a verbal spar, disturbing Mrs. Su's rest. As the two turned, they beheld the elderly matriarch approaching with the assistance of the steward, saying, I heard my granddaughter-in-law's mother is hospitalized, so I came to see. Su Nange supported her arm, saying, Grandma, Mrs. Su is not my mother. Could I have mistaken her identity? The elderly lady suddenly produced her phone, scrolling through her album until she retrieved a photograph, presenting it to Su Nange, granddaughter-in-law. This was sent to me by you before, claiming it was you and your mother. Is the person in the hospital not the one in this photograph? Su Nange glanced at it and was instantly taken aback. In the picture, she and Mrs. Su were by the seaside. Both women were adorned in white chiffon dresses, with her in front and Mrs. Su behind, both radiating joy, resembling a pair of affectionate mother and daughter. Yet, she did not possess a white chiffon dress. After departing from the Su family in her middle school years, she had not encountered Mrs. Su again. How could there possibly be a photograph of them together? Holding the elderly lady's phone, She magnified the image and soon discovered some clues. The photograph was, in fact, a composite, executed with a rather amateurish technique. It appeared to be a pair of mother and daughter images sourced from the internet, with their faces swapped in. She glanced at the elderly lady. "When did I send this to you?" The elderly lady shook her head. "I don't remember." "How did I send it? By email or text?" The elderly lady continued to shake her head. "I can't recall." Su Wanwan felt a sense of helplessness as the elderly lady occasionally uttered surprising statements, but could not provide any clarity. However, the elderly lady was resolute. "Granddaughter-in-law. She is your mother. You must not neglect your mother." If only she could wish that Mrs. Su was indeed her mother. Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, concealing the bitterness within. "I understand." She escorted the elderly lady back to her hospital room. However, Hua Beiyin did not enter the room, remaining in the corridor. Yi soon approached. "Boss, I have uncovered the truth. Miss Su has taken up a job at that private dining establishment again, where she encountered members of the Su family. She returned home, showered, and changed clothes, thinking she was going out on a date with her boyfriend." A subtle arc graced the corners of Hua Baiyin's lips as he spoke in a cool, deep voice. "Is the salary offered by the Hua Group insufficient? Otherwise, why would she seek employment elsewhere?" Yi replied, "It is quite generous, arranged by the old lady. Perhaps the tasks assigned by Jiang Yingxiao are too daunting, leading to her fear of dismissal." The circumstances surrounding Su Wanwan at the company were entirely under Yi's scrutiny. However, Hua Beiyin sensed that the matter was not so simple. What were the Su family doing at the private dining establishment? Yi responded, "They have an appointment with Dr. Nan. It is also the reason why young Master Huizichin went there." "What about Dr. Nan?" "Ultimately, he failed to appear." A flicker of light glimmered in the depths of Hua Baiyin's profound gaze, hinting at an emerging notion. Yet, he dismissed it as too absurd. After 2 hours of rest, Mrs. Su appeared noticeably revitalized. She coughed before speaking. "Inin, let Zichin return home first." Upon hearing this, Su Yin's expression grew slightly awkward. Huizichin's presence here was not merely due to concern for Mrs. Su. He was there for Dr. Nan. Hesitating, she said, "Mother, regarding Dr. Nan." Mrs. Su quickly grasped the situation and insisted, "Hand me your phone. We must clarify today's no-show with Dr. Nan." Once she had sent a message to Dr. Nan and rescheduled their meeting, Su Wanwan finally escorted Huizichin to the door. Su Wanwan assured him, "Zichin, rest assured, there will be no issues with Dr. Nan." Huizichin replied, "Inin, currently the RD department of the Hua Group has several formidable obstacles that refuse to yield to me, with Jiang Yingxiao being one of them. Only by inviting Dr. Nan to join can I truly claim to have made a contribution to the research and development department, thus establishing my position. Therefore, Dr. Nan holds great significance for me, and you must persuade him." As they conversed, they entered the elevator. After they left, Su Wanwan stepped out from the corner. She wished to avoid any confrontation with Su Yin in front of Madame Su, fearing it would exacerbate Madame Su's condition. Approaching the hospital room, she pushed the door open. Upon seeing her, Su Wanzong's countenance darkened immediately. "What are you doing here? Get out." Su Wanwan's eyes turned icy, but a soft, gentle voice emanated from within the room. "Is that Nange? Please let her in." Su Wanzong shot Su Wanwan a glare and warned, "Don't provoke Madame Su any further. I told you, today it's not about Nange. I haven't slept well for several days and feel exhausted." Madame Su chided lightly, grasping Su Wanwan's hand. "Good child, you must have been frightened today, right?" Though visibly frail and exuding a cold demeanor, her palm radiated warmth. Su Wanwan smiled. "Not at all. That is good to hear. You should come home more often," Madame Su said kindly, leaning back against the hospital bed. "And about your husband, your mother says he is a bit of a rogue, but I refuse to believe that. You've always had good taste, Nange. Anyone you choose must have their merits. Bring him to see me someday." Su Wanwan felt a pang in her heart. All right. Since the day she registered her marriage, she had faced nothing but scorn and humiliation from everyone. Yet here with Madame Su, she found a semblance of care and concern. Madame Su intended to say more, yet she was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. Su Wanzong interjected, "Enough, do not speak further. You must rest well." Rising to her feet, Su Wanwan procured a white pill encased in a plastic bottle from her pocket and placed it in Madame Su's hand. "This is a cough remedy that I had someone procure for you. Take one if you find it difficult to sleep tonight." "Very well." Su Wanwan, not wishing to disturb Madame Su's repose, took her leave. After her departure, Madame Su gazed at the bottle of medicine and sighed. Nange truly cares for me. However, Su Wanwan scoffed. Can someone who has not returned home in 10 years truly care? How can you be swayed by a mere vial of medicine from an unknown clinic? He tossed the bottle casually into the trash. I have heard that Nora is developing a specialized cough remedy currently in clinical trials. I shall leverage my connections to procure it for you. Yet, Madame Su's eyes dimmed with skepticism. You too have fallen for such rumors? Chronic neurogenic cough is a rare affliction. Who would take the time to develop such a medication? The investment in research would hardly be recouped. Su Wanwan grasped her hand gently. We must at least try. It pains me to see you suffer so, unable to sleep through the night due to relentless coughing. Madame Su could only nod in agreement. As the night deepened, she suddenly opened her eyes and was overtaken by another fit of coughing. Though utterly exhausted, slumber eluded her. She turned onto her side, striving to quell the itch in her throat, wishing not to awaken Su Wanwan outside. Unbeknownst to anyone, she too was engulfed in despair. Chronic neurogenic cough seems devoid of any prospect for a cure. The affliction has escalated in severity, with sleep deprivation inciting anxiety that has led her to contemplate the unthinkable. Were it not for her formidable spirit, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. Yet, she remains uncertain how much longer she can endure. Recently, she has increasingly sensed the passage of time, perhaps resigning herself to the thought that she may never witness her daughter's wedding. Mrs. Su pondered despondently, her gaze suddenly drawn to a bottle of medication nestled within the trash bin. Chapter 31. Her contribution. A soothing sensation enveloped her irritated throat, offering her considerable relief. Without drinking any water, Mrs. Su swallowed the tablet directly. Cough, cough, cough. Abruptly, a fit of coughing erupted once more. She managed a wry smile, recalling that fleeting moment when she almost believed the medicine might be effective. Alas, it was but a fleeting thought. Mrs. Su lay upon her bed, closing her eyes. This chronic neurogenic cough had plagued her for over 20 years. She had consumed countless medications and consulted numerous specialists, yet none had alleviated her condition. Ashu, Ashu, wake up. Mrs. Su slowly opened her eyes to find Su Wanwan standing at her bedside, the room illuminated as if it were midday. Were the hospital's fluorescent lights truly this bright? Bewildered, she inquired, what time is it? It's 10 in the morning. Su Wanwan replied, concern etched upon his face. You should eat something, or you'll risk hypoglycemia. Mrs. Su was taken aback, turning her head in confusion. She soon realized that the brightness enveloping the room was not artificial lighting, but rather the sun's rays. Had she truly slept until dawn? How could this be possible? It must be that bottle of medication, the one given to her by Nange. Beside her, Nan Ma's eyes glistened with excitement. Madam, the sleeping pills prescribed by the doctor yesterday truly worked wonders. You slept for a full 10 hours. Lady Su was momentarily taken aback. What sleeping pills? Nan Ma turned to Su Yin. They were procured by young Master Huazichin. Upon learning of your sleeplessness, he specifically sought out a potent sleeping aid and mixed it into your medication. We refrained from informing you, fearing it would only exacerbate your anxiety and hinder your sleep. Who would have thought it would actually prove effective? Lady Su paused, pondering. Is that so? But sleeping pills merely assist with sleep. Upon waking, I distinctly felt that my throat was much clearer. Her gaze fell upon the unmarked plastic bottle on the pillow. I shall try it again tonight. If I consume only the sleeping pills and abstain from this medication, I shall discern which one truly bears effect. With this thought, Lady Su chose to remain silent. Su Wanwan then turned to Su Yin, expressing his gratitude. This son-in-law is truly commendable. I heard that there has been a surge in flu cases recently, and the hospital wards are completely full. It was only through Zichen's extensive connections that this room was secured. We are indeed fortunate to have him. It was then that Lady Su realized the hospital room had also been arranged by Huazichin. What a wonderful young man. Su Yin seized the opportunity. Mother, since Zichin treats you with such filial piety, perhaps you could assist him in return. Lady Su inquired. How might I assist? Su Wanwan pondered. Could it be that Zichin is encountering difficulties at work? Su Yin nodded and sighed, expressing her concerns. The family wishes for Zichin to manage the research and development department. However, the seasoned researchers there are quite resistant to his authority. If we could invite Dr. Nan over, or even have him serve as an external technical consultant, Zichin would be able to solidify his position. After Su Yin spoke, she glanced at Madame Su and indeed observed the struggle and hesitation etched on her face. Madame Su adheres to her principles in both life and work, disdaining the notion of repaying favors, yet she harbors an even greater fear of being indebted to others. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Su replied, "Then I shall inquire with Dr. Nan, but if he declines, we shall not press further." Su Yin's face lit up with a smile. Excellent. Based on her experience, whenever Madame Su reached out, Dr. Nan had never turned her down. Madame Su retrieved her phone, located Dr. Nan's WeChat, carefully chose her words, and sent a message. "Xiaonan, are you available? I would like to ask for your assistance." When Su Nange received this message, she had just returned from taking the elderly matriarch for a stroll downstairs. Upon reading the note, her brows furrowed in concern. Why was Madame Su reaching out to her? Was there an issue with the medication from yesterday? Or perhaps a rejection reaction? That medication was still in the clinical trial phase. She had intended to wait until the trial concluded before administering it to Madame Su, but seeing her serious condition, she had hastily decided to use it earlier. Growing anxious, she instructed the caregiver to return the elderly matriarch to her room and hurriedly made her way to Madame Su. In the outer office, Hua Beiyin noticed his grandmother entering and instinctively glanced back, yet he did not see that slender figure. His gaze deepened. "Where's Miss Su?" The elderly matriarch replied. "She has gone to her mother." Hua Beiyin raised an eyebrow. "Has something happened to Madame Su?" The elderly lady immediately grew anxious. "Indeed, my granddaughter-in-law just rushed over." "Oh, you rascal, go and take a look." Hua Beiyin pursed his lips, contemplated for a moment, and then stood up to exit. Yi hastily followed in his wake. Su Nange swiftly entered Madame Su's hospital room, only to discover that it was filled with people. Not only was Hua Zichen present, but even Li Wanru was there. Someone had evidently shared some humor, for laughter filled the room. But the moment she stepped inside, the jovial atmosphere abruptly ceased. Standing at the doorway, Su Nange felt unnecessary. Madame Su appeared to be fine. With a downcast gaze, she intended to leave. However, she wished to call out to the others, but upon surveying the gathering, she recognized that it would indeed be more appropriate for her to depart. There would be time later for a private meeting with Nange. Yet, Li Wanru's voice pierced through. "Oh, is that not Miss Su? What is this? Have you climbed the lofty branch of the esteemed Madame Hua, so that we are now beneath your notice?" Su Nange remained silent, attempting to turn away, but was abruptly seized by Li Wanru. "I've heard that you are utterly devoted to ingratiating yourself with Madame Hua, fawning over her day and night. Do you really believe that such behavior will earn you her favor as a cherished granddaughter? What a delusion! You are nothing more than a mere plaything to her." Su Yin hurriedly interjected, "Please don't speak like that." Madame Hua truly values Nange. Li Wanru's voice immediately rose in pitch. "And what does that even mean?" Young Master Zichen holds great regard for Yinin. Li Wanru gazed at Hua Zichen with an ingratiating smile, saying, "I heard that yesterday, the wards were completely full. Several families of considerable standing had to queue to secure a hospital room, all thanks to young Master Zichen's assistance. It was he who facilitated Madame's admission into the VIP ward." Hua Zichen cast a sidelong glance at Su Nange, a modest smile gracing his lips. "My uncle is unaware of this matter. Otherwise, he would have lent his support as well. I merely contributed a small fraction of effort. That small fraction of effort has indeed proven invaluable to our family." Li Wanru then derisively remarked to Su Nange, "Even if Mr. Hua were aware, he would hardly pay you any mind. No matter how much you flatter him, he would merely treat you like an inconsequential plaything." Su Nange clenched her fists, unwilling to engage in a dispute here, lest she disturb Madame Su's rest. Just outside the door, Hua Beiyin overheard every word. His expression darkened as he shot a glance at Yi Yi. Chapter 32. Madame Su tests the efficacy of the medicine. Everyone turned their attention towards Yi Yi, then back to Hua Zichen, who appeared utterly bewildered. Could it be that this ward was arranged by his uncle? Li Wanru was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, laughing. "Young Master Zichen, so this ward was indeed arranged at your behest through Mr. Hua." Hua Zichen's expression stiffened. Yet, Yi interjected with a smile, "This was requested by Miss Su from our boss." "Young Master Zichen, did you also approach the boss?" Hua Zichen felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. He stammered in explanation, "I made numerous calls and reached out to several individuals. They assured me they would assist. I must have misunderstood." Su Yin felt utterly humiliated. She clenched her fists tightly. For the first time realizing that Hua Zichen was not as lofty as she had perceived, the peculiar atmosphere was ultimately shattered by Madame Su, who cleared her throat a few times and addressed Yi Yi. "Thank you, Mr. Hua, for the comfortable accommodation. Once I regain my health, I shall pay a visit to the old madam." "However," Yi Yi replied, "as long as you are comfortable, Miss Su is at ease." "Which in turn delights our old madam." Those engaged in business are astute. Who could fail to discern that his words were intended to elevate Su Nange's standing? The mood in the room grew subtly heavy as they realized how much the old madam valued Su Nange. Only Madame Su genuinely felt joy. Alone in the world. She had always worried for Nange, but their delicate statuses hindered her from expressing too much intimacy now, with the old madam's sincere regard for her. She felt a sense of relief. Su Nange, on the other hand, was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that it was Hua Beiyin who had offered assistance. Glancing at Li Wanru, a sly smile crept upon her lips, revealing her mockery. Li Wanru was infuriated by her demeanor, thinking, "You little brat, what are you so pleased about? Don't think you're remarkable just because you have someone backing you." Silence. Su Wanzong rebuked fiercely. "Madam is unwell and needs peace. What nonsense are you spouting here? Go home." Li Wanru was momentarily taken aback, her face betraying a sense of grievance. "Wanzong, I leave." With her face flushed, Li Wanru shot a venomous glare at Su Nange before storming out. Once she departed, Su Nange turned to Madame Su and inquired, "Madam, how did you sleep last night?" Upon hearing this, Madame Su instinctively grasped the small medicine bottle concealed beneath the covers and replied slowly, "I slept very well. It has been quite some time since I have rested so soundly." "That is well." Su Nange did not elaborate further, merely nodding at her. "I shall take my leave now." "Very well." As Su Nange and Yi stepped outside, they encountered Hua Beiyin, who was standing in the corridor. The man, impeccably dressed in a suit, had trousers that accentuated his long, straight legs, exuding an air of gentlemanly restraint. Leaning against the wall, he was intently focused on his phone, his dark hair partially obscuring his striking brows and eyes. The light cast a sharp outline of his profile, revealing a cold and defined countenance, seemingly alerted by their presence. He turned his gaze towards them, his elongated eyes, which tapered at the corners, appeared icy and profound. His lips, tinted a delicate crimson, parted slightly. "Grandmother is concerned. She insisted I come and see for myself." Though his words carried a hint of detachment, the deep timbre of his voice warmed Su Nange's heart. She smiled sincerely. "Thank you." The girl's enchanting eyes sparkled with a clarity that held an unintentional allure. The smile gracing her lips was radiant, momentarily dazzling Hua Beiyin. At that moment, a voice emerged from the hospital room. "Aunt, since you are well, I shall take my leave." "All right. Inin, please see him off." The door to the ward swung open, revealing Hua Zichen and Su Inin. Upon spotting Hua Beiyin and Su Nange, Su Inin's demeanor shifted, her expression turning wary as she scrutinized the pair, seemingly attempting to decipher their relationship. Hua Zichen's countenance darkened as he instinctively questioned, "Uncle, what brings you here?" Hua Baiyin's face bore a hint of intrigue. "It seems my whereabouts do not require your reporting." The understated remark bore an invisible weight, pressing upon them. Hua Zichen's palms began to sweat. "That was not my intention." He inhaled deeply, casting a gaze towards Su Nange. The girl possessed an audacious beauty. Hua Beiyin was equally blessed with striking features. Together, they appeared as a perfect match. A harmonious pairing of talent and beauty. A surge of intense jealousy welled up within Hua Zichen, prompting him to speak again. "Miss Su, you've been tending to your great-grandmother in the hospital. Does your husband not mind?" Su Nange instinctively glanced at Hua Beiyin, her smile enigmatic as she replied, "He should not mind." Hua Zichen's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to retort, Hua Beiyin interjected, "Shall we return to the ward? Grandmother is waiting for you." "Return." Su Nange paused. That word had not graced her ears for a long time, for she had no home. Lowering her gaze, she offered a gentle smile. "Let us go." The two turned to depart, while Hua Zichen's eyes darkened, fixated fiercely on Su Nange's retreating figure. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to claim her back, regardless of the consequences. However, his arm was ensnared by Su Yin. "Zichen, I will certainly help you with Dr. Nange." As if reason had finally returned to him, Hua Zichen acquiesced. "Very well. I shall escort you downstairs." After bidding her farewell, Su Yin was enveloped by a profound sense of impending danger. Upon returning to the ward, she found Mrs. Su rising to stretch, her eyes flickering with concern. Approaching the bedside under the guise of arranging the bedding, she exclaimed, "Mother, why is there a bottle of medicine on your bed?" Su Wanzong furrowed his brow. "Isn't this the unregulated medication Su Nange brought?" "Ashu, how did you come to possess it?" Madame Su explained, "I took a pill last night, and it seems this medicine truly has some effect. But how can that be? Clearly, it was that sleeping pill that worked." Su Wanwan snatched the bottle, expressing his disdain. You have no idea where she sourced this medicine from. How can you consume it indiscriminately? Aren't you concerned about harming your health? Madame Su hurriedly replied. Please don't discard it. I want to take it tonight. I want to see which medicine is genuinely effective. Su Wanwan, resigned, said. All right then. The evening swiftly approached. Nanny Nan held the sleeping pills in her hands, treating them with the reverence one would afford a miraculous elixir. After witnessing Madame Su consume the pill, she turned off the light and quietly exited the room. The atmosphere within the room became still. Half an hour passed without any sign of activity. Nanny Nan exclaimed excitedly, young Master Zichen's medicine has practically saved Madame's life. She hasn't had a full night's sleep in over 20 years. Su Yin feigned embarrassment. Please don't say that. The hospital room was arranged by Brother Zichen, and today was quite the spectacle. Su Wanwan interjected, compared to the hospital room, this medicine is of utmost importance. Otherwise, even if Ashu were to reside in the presidential palace, she still wouldn't be able to sleep. Moreover, despite the immense assistance Zichen provided, he has sought to showcase it like Su Nange, who even went so far as to bring an assistant to flaunt it, expecting our gratitude. After uttering this, he cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled bottle of medicine sent by Su Nange, Sister Nan. Please dispose of this chaotic assortment of pills to prevent Ashu from consuming them recklessly. He exchanged a glance with Nanny Nan, and they immediately rushed into the sick room. One of the characteristics of neurotic cough is that it tends to worsen at night. Nanny Nan turned on the light. A few individuals observed Madame Su, who was semi-reclining, her hand covering her mouth, her face flushed from a fit of coughing. She clutched her chest, her frail frame trembling violently with each cough. A sight that evoked fear and trepidation in onlookers. Su Wanwan supported her shoulder, inquiring, Are you all right, Ashu? Yet, Madame Su merely replied, The medicine. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wanwan appeared perplexed. However, Nanny Nan comprehended the situation immediately and rushed out to retrieve the medicine bottle belonging to Su Nange, returning with it in hand. Madam, the medicine has arrived. Madame Su nodded, and Nanny Nan, in a state of anxiety, opened the bottle, extracting a pill to offer her, but was halted by Su Yin, who grasped her hand. Furrowing her brow, Su Yin remarked, Mother's coughing has suddenly intensified. Could this medicine be the cause? This unidentified remedy should be avoided. A premonition urged her that this medicine might indeed be effective. Thus, she resolved not to allow Madame Su to consume it. She glanced at Su Wanwan. When one harbors prejudice against another, that individual's actions are invariably deemed erroneous. Su Nange, being the daughter of Li Wanru, represented Su Wanwan's greatest bias against her. Su Wanwan, predictably, exclaimed in anger that Su Nange is more of a hindrance than a help. I have long deemed her unreliable, Ashu. You have been so kind to her, yet she dares to use medicine to harm you. Su Yin's heart leaped with joy. In the midst of her coughing, Madame Su seized the moment to address Nanny Nan. Give me the medicine. Cough, cough, cough. Nanny Nan, ever loyal, immediately handed the pill to Madame Su, who promptly placed it in her mouth. Ashu. Su Wanwan cried out in alarm, attempting to intervene, only to discover that Madame Su had ceased coughing. After she managed to stifle her coughing fit, she let out a long breath and then furrowed her brow as she gazed at them, resolutely declaring, It is evident that Nan Ji's medicine has taken effect. Once Madame Su ceased her coughing and truly fell asleep, several of them ventured back into the outer room. Su Yin, with a pale complexion, bit her lip and remarked, Father, Nan Gu is remarkable. She truly managed to procure the miraculous medicine? What capabilities could she possibly possess? Surely, she had Mr. Hua assist her in acquiring it. Su Wanwan knitted his brows. It appears that old Madame Hua genuinely values her. Su Yin immediately clenched her fingers tightly. In the VIP ward, the elderly lady pondered deeply. What did we have for lunch today? Congee? No, that doesn't seem right. Ah, noodles. That mischievous boy, isn't that correct? Hua Bayan smiled and nodded. Indeed. The old lady, brimming with pride, proclaimed, I knew I was fine. My mind is still sharp. Hua Bayan remained silent. A closer inspection would reveal that his smile did not reach his eyes. In truth, they had rice for lunch. His grandmother had forgotten once more. Her condition seemed to be worsening, with her memory beginning to fade. At that moment, Su Nangu lazily interjected, Grandma, what color was Mr. Hua's tie yesterday? The elderly lady immediately replied, Purple. That mischievous boy is quite particular. He even wore diamond cufflinks. And the day before? The day before it was blue. That blue tie was a gift from me. Su Nangu smiled gently. Looking at Hua Beiyin with a hint of insinuation, Grandma remembers quite well the matters she cares about. Hua Beiyin turned his gaze toward her. The girl sat ensconced in a beanbag chair, her form deeply embedded within its embrace. She exuded a languid demeanor, her head bowed as she fiddled with her phone. Her cascading black hair carelessly draped behind her, accentuating her increasingly fair complexion, rendering her appearance almost ethereal. Moments ago, she had spoken words of comfort to him, and his restless heart gradually found solace. Suddenly, the elderly lady chuckled. Granddaughter-in-law, was everything I said just now correct? Su Nange replied, indeed. The elderly lady turned to Hua Beiyin, exclaiming, you rascal, did you see that? Your granddaughter-in-law remembers even what you were each day so clearly. She holds you in her heart. Su Nange interjected. She merely has a remarkable memory. She did not consciously commit these details to memory. She wished to clarify, yet noticed Hua Beiyin was engrossed in his computer, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Perhaps he had not absorbed the elderly lady's words? In that case, she refrained from further explanation, lest it appear as though she were attempting to conceal something. Unbeknownst to Su Nange, a faint flush had crept to the man's ears. Redirecting her focus to her work on her phone, she grappled with the final stages of a project concerning Alzheimer's, which left her feeling utterly perplexed. She resolved to rise and take a stroll. As she descended the stairs, cradling a Shiba Inu and a kitten, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she was confronted by a disheveled middle-aged man, a lewd smile plastered on his face. Long time no see, niece. He greeted, his tone dripping with insincerity. Su Nange's expression darkened. This man was Li Wanru's brother, her uncle Li Shengquan. He was unemployed and had an insatiable addiction to gambling. His breath carried a foul odor, and his yellowed teeth were a sight that repulsed her. Su Nange took a step back, inquiring, what brings you here? Li Shengquan rubbed his hands together, his demeanor rather lewd as he replied, oh, I heard that you've been cozying up to the Hua family. Uncle has been a bit tight on cash lately. Could you possibly lend me some money? Su Nange scoffed coldly. Li Wanru was a notorious leech, clinging to the Su family, squandering all the living expenses provided by them on her brother. After Su Nange departed from the Su household, Li Shengquan shamelessly approached her multiple times for financial assistance. It seemed he had only ceased when he realized she was truly out of funds. Now, unexpectedly, he was back again. Su Nange stated plainly, I have no money. Li Shengquan, incredulous, retorted, you've been tending to that old lady so well. She hasn't given you anything? Su Nange narrowed her eyes. Not yet, but perhaps she will in the future. Li Shengquan immediately laughed. Then you must lend some to Uncle when that time comes. If you give generously, Uncle can share a secret with you. Very well. Li Shengquan refrained from causing a scene, for the VIP ward was occupied by the affluent, with security patrolling nearby. He chuckled as he departed. Su Nange let out a derisive laugh. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Mrs. Su. She promptly answered. Su Yin paced anxiously within the room. Her aim was to establish herself within the Hua family, relying on Dr. Nan. However, throughout the day, Dr. Nan had not responded to Mrs. Su's messages. Hua Zichen had sent several WeChat messages inquiring about Dr. Nan, and time was of the essence. Suddenly, Su Yin halted her steps and quietly entered the hospital room. She quietly took the phone from the sleeping Mrs. Su and stepped out into the corridor. Taking a deep breath, she opened the device and searched for Xiao Nan in her contacts, then dialed the number directly. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. A cold voice came through. Hello, Mrs. Su. What can I do for you? Upon hearing this voice, Su Yin was momentarily stunned. She recognized it unmistakably. On the other end, there was a slight pause, followed by an even chillier tone. Su Yin, what are you doing with Mrs. Su's phone? It was her. Su Yin felt as if she had encountered a ghost. No, this was impossible. She suddenly glanced at the phone and, recalling something, inquired, Is this your phone number? Su Nange replied, What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, Su Yin realized her oversight. She had almost forgotten that Su Nange's name also contained the character Nan, which Mrs. Su occasionally used to address her. A wave of relief washed over her, only to be followed by boundless irritation. You are such a sycophant, incorporating my mother's surname into your name just to curry favor with her. Do you even deserve to be called Nan? Downstairs, Su Nange lowered her gaze. The name had been chosen by her when she was in elementary school. This Nan indeed belonged to the surname of Mrs. Su, Nan Jingshu. At that young age, she had chosen it out of mere admiration, never considering whether it would cause Mrs. Su any distress. Now, she could only wonder what Mrs. Su felt at the time about a mistress's daughter adopting her surname as part of her name. She replied coolly, "Is that the reason you called?" "Certainly not." In the phone conversation, Suin tore away her facade and vehemently declared, "I merely wish to inform you that even if you manage to secure a place beside Mr. Hua through the esteemed matriarch, you will, at best, be nothing more than a mistress, a mere plaything. Mr. Hua is a married man. As for me, I am destined to marry Brother Zichin and will become the rightful mistress of the Hua family." Sunange replied, "Well, congratulations." Suin felt as though her words fell upon soft cotton. In a final retort, she asserted, "In the world of the affluent, mere emotions are insufficient. With Dr. Nan as my formidable ally, I shall remain invincible." After ending the call, Sunange could not help but twitch her lips. When had she ever become Su Yin's formidable ally? As she pondered this, another WeChat call interrupted her thoughts. This time, it was a voice call from Mrs. Su. Sunange operated her phone and chose to answer, uttering, "Hello." A distorted voice came through the line. The appearance of her uncle, Li Shengwan, made her realize that some matters were best handled discreetly to avoid entanglement with eccentric relatives. Suin respectfully addressed, "Hello, Dr. Nan. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Suin, the daughter of Nan Jingshu. I am reaching out to inform you that the Hua Group wishes to invite you to join their research and development team. My mother shares this sentiment. May I ask if you—" "Not interested," Sunange coldly interrupted her. Suin paused, intending to say more, but Sunange continued, "I am only accountable to the companies under Mrs. Su." With that, she promptly ended the call. It was Monday. Sunange entrusted the Shiba Inu puppy to the elderly lady and dutifully proceeded to work. Upon exiting the hospital, she found herself torn between hailing a taxi or taking the subway when a luxurious Bentley gradually came to a halt beside her. Hua Beiyin gazed ahead and calmly instructed, "Get in." However, Sunange declined, stating, "It's not very convenient." Their relationship had yet to reach such a level of intimacy. Yet Hua Beiyin persisted. "Grandmother asked me to take you to work. You can simply say I did." He cast a sidelong glance at her, adding, "We need a photo." Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Sunange opened the rear door and settled beside Hua Beiyin. He raised his phone, aiming it at the two of them. Sunange flashed a peace sign, her smile sweet and radiant. As she tilted her head, a few strands of hair brushed against Hua Beiyin's face, sending a jolt through him, causing him to freeze momentarily. Seated in the passenger seat, Yi hesitated for a moment. It seemed he hadn't heard the old lady make such a request when they left. Perhaps he had simply overlooked it. After the photo was taken, Sunange straightened her posture and busied herself with her phone. The two remained silent until they arrived at the underground parking lot of the Hua Corporation. Hua Beiyin took the exclusive elevator for the president, accompanied by Yi, while Sunange opted for the employee elevator, making her way to the research and development department. At that moment, the management team of the RD department was convening in the office, the atmosphere tense and charged. The general manager of the department announced a sudden personnel change after a decision made by the company as higher-ups. Group leader Hua Zichin was promoted to vice president and would henceforth oversee the technical aspects of the RD department. Someone inquired, why was this announcement made so abruptly? The general manager announced, Vice President Hua has successfully recruited Dr. Nan to serve as technical support for our RD department, a significant milestone indeed. Although Dr. Nan will not be present regularly, any inquiries can be addressed through Vice President Hua. Now let us hear a few words from Vice President Hua. Hua Zichin stood up, his youthful exuberance evident as he assertively stated, from now on, the research personnel in Groups 1 and 2 will be under my direction. Group Leader Jiang, I trust you will not contravene company regulations? Jiang Yingqiao, who had spent the weekend working overtime, his weary face marked by irritation, retorted with a scoff. There is also a regulation against reporting up the chain or assigning tasks beyond 1S level, so my personnel can only be managed through me. Hua Zichin's expression darkened. Group Leader Jiang, I believe you lack the energy to oversee an entire group. Have you resolved your core issue? While the RD department is divided into groups, we operate as a cohesive unit. Your continued inability to address this matter affects the entire project's timeline. Jiang Yingqiao, abruptly rising from his chair, shot back. You are also a scholar of new energy. You should understand the challenges of research. You speak as if you could resolve my core issue. Hua Zichin replied calmly. I may not be able to solve it myself, but I know who can. Would you like me to enlist Dr. Nan's assistance? Jiang Yingqiao scoffed. Do you truly possess such altruism? In the depths of Hua Zichin's eyes lay a sinister glint. As we are all part of the research department, naturally I will extend my assistance. However, in order to communicate with Dr. Nan, I require one of your technicians to be at my disposal, specifically that new intern. What do you think? Jiang Yingxiao immediately discerned that his true aim was Su Nange. He replied coldly, I think not. I shall manage on my own. And there's no need for you to consult Dr. Nan on my behalf. Hua Zichen's expression darkened. Group leader Jiang, do not presume that your connection to my uncle grants you the liberty to act with impunity here. The delay in the progress of the entire research department is a result of your negligence. I will grant you 2 more days. If that issue remains unresolved, I will have no choice but to either dismiss you or demote you. Jiang Yingxiao strode out decisively. Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so. His bravado in the office dissipated the moment he stepped outside, his countenance growing grim. He understood that if Hua Zichen truly made a formal complaint, it would pose significant complications for Hua Beiyin should he wish to protect him. Entering the first group of the research department, Jiang Yingxiao, agitated, kicked a chair. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao, who had arrived late to work, tiptoed to his workstation, wary of inciting the ire of this formidable figure. He powered on his computer and opened his email, only to find an unread message. Oh, an email from Su Nange, Chapter 35. Resolution to such a core dilemma was not something a PhD like Jiang Yingxiao, freshly returned from studying abroad, could solve in a short span. Even if an undergraduate were exceptionally gifted, as praised by Professor Liang, could they truly find a solution? As Zhang Chao pondered this, he moved his right hand to navigate the mouse and opened the email, momentarily taken aback. Bam! Jiang Yingxiao slammed the heavy documents onto the table, lifting his chin slightly. Meeting. However, Zhang Chao did not respond immediately. Instead, he was fixated on an email. Zhang Chao, are you glued to your chair? Jiang Yingxiao, in a foul mood, shouted at him due to his sluggishness. Zhang Chao cast a glance at the email's content, discovering it to be a blank document, and promptly stood up, exclaiming, here we go. It seemed the junior had indeed failed to resolve the issue. The blank email was likely sent by mistake. As he stepped away from the computer, the attachment that had just buffered finally finished downloading, lying quietly on the interface. Inside the office, Jiang Yingxiao furrowed his brow and briefly recounted the circumstances of the recent meeting. He did not mention Su Nange, simply stating, if this core issue remains unresolved in 2 days, I will take full responsibility and resign. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the office. Though Jiang Yingxiao had a fiery temper and often scolded them, he was a competent team leader, and none of the group harbored any dissent against him. After a moment of silence, one by one, they began to speak. Team leader, just tell us what we can do. Indeed, we won't sleep for the next 2 days. We will stay here and tackle this head on. Jiang Yingxiao assigned the tasks, increasing each employee's workload severalfold, yet not a single soul complained. It was only after the meeting concluded that Jiang Yingxiao felt something was amiss. He suddenly turned to Zhang Chao. Where's Su Nange? It's already working hours. Why isn't she here? Zhang Chao shook his head, but another individual interjected. She clocked in this morning and went to the resource center. Jiang Yingxiao's complexion instantly turned ashen. He was here struggling against Hua Zichen for her sake, and yet that woman had the audacity to slip away again. Someone could not contain their frustration. Captain, she is utterly ungrateful. How much work experience can she gain by collaborating with us on this project? Zhang Chao, while disapproving of his junior's actions, came to her defense. She has just graduated and lacks understanding. Furthermore, our material is likely too profound for her to comprehend. Though they were a cohesive team, if she could not grasp the concepts, she ought to at least assist during critical moments, right? Is it acceptable to draw a salary without contributing? How can we allow such a situation? Indeed, what is up with this girl? Are we really beginning to harbor idlers in our group? Jiang Yingxiao took a deep breath, feeling increasingly exasperated with Su Nange's lack of awareness. On the top floor, Yi had been closely monitoring the situation below, possessing more insight than the members of Group 1. He was venting to Hua Beiyin. Jiang Yingxiao is working tirelessly for her, while she leisurely spends the entire morning reading in the library. Truly a fatal distraction. Hua Beiyin frowned, his frosty gaze sweeping over her. Reading all morning? Yes. She clocked in and then went straight there, and she hasn't even had lunch yet. What book? I didn't pay attention, but it's probably a paper on renewable energy? Probably. Hua Beiyin's voice was noticeably displeased, sending a shiver down Yi Ye's spine. Yet he suddenly had an epiphany. Since she started working, her sole focus had been the library, suggesting her intention in joining the Ho group was to conduct research. Therefore, the nature of her reading material became particularly significant. Yi lowered her head, exclaiming, "I will look into it right away." However, Huobeyan had already risen, fastening the buttons of his suit as he strode purposefully towards the exit. Leaving behind a curt remark, "No need to follow," he swiftly arrived at the library, where he discovered her among the tomes classified under neurology. She tilted her head back, her eyes scanning swiftly across a row of books before settling on the highest shelf of the library. As if something had caught her attention, her eyes sparkled, and she dragged a ladder over, ascending to reach for a book. Dressed in a loose-fitting hoodie and form-fitting jeans, her movements caused the hoodie to slide down, revealing the elegant lines of her legs. From Huobeyan's perspective, her legs appeared slender and straight, the jeans accentuating the rounded contours of her hips, and above that, a glimpse of her fair waist. He paused momentarily, gradually withdrawing his gaze, yet that flash of whiteness imprinted itself in his mind, accompanied by a fleeting thought. Such a delicate waist. He could easily envelop it with one hand, couldn't he? Su Wanwan was oblivious to his presence, having retrieved the book she sought. As she casually flipped through its pages, her eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. This was precisely the book she had been looking for. In her exhilaration, she momentarily forgot that she was still on the ladder and took a step towards a nearby seat, only to misstep and lose her balance. In that instant of panic, she found herself cradled in a warm and strong embrace. It was only then that she realized Huobeyan had caught her. The two individuals stood remarkably close, the man's crisp, invigorating scent of herbs and masculinity lingering at her nostrils. His large hand rested upon her waist, the warmth radiating through her thin denim jeans. Su Wanwan's heartbeat faltered for a moment, a surge of embarrassment and irritation flooding her senses. Yet, she understood that it was merely a coincidence, not an intentional act. Hastily, she leapt to the ground, steadying her racing heart. "Mr. Hua, thank you," she managed, her cheeks tinged with a suspicious flush. Huobeyan paused, instinctively glancing at his empty palm. The girl was light and soft. The recent sensation left him unexpectedly parched. A man accustomed to navigating the business realm for years, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Lowering his gaze, his eyelashes fluttered as he restrained himself and replied, "You're welcome." The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Su Wanwan cleared her throat. "I suddenly recalled that there seems to be an issue in the RD department. I'll take my leave." "Very well," he responded. With his permission granted, Su Wanwan discreetly tucked away the book she had just found in an inconspicuous corner, fearful of it being borrowed by someone else, before exiting the library. By the time she reached the elevator, her face still felt warm. She casually nibbled on a few morsels before returning to her group in the RD department. Upon entering, she immediately sensed something amiss. Her colleagues, who had previously shown her some warmth, now appeared to disregard her presence entirely. Su Wanwan, perplexed, attributed it to their unfamiliarity with her. Later that afternoon, she ventured again to the library, only to be intercepted by Zhang Chao, who whispered, "You shouldn't go this afternoon, why?" Su Wanwan inquired, confused. "Wasn't it said that once we complete our assigned tasks, we could go?" Zhang Chao immediately glanced around, and indeed, he noticed the peculiar gazes of his colleagues directed towards him. He felt a wave of impatience, and with a serious tone, he remarked, "Indeed, once the work is completed, one may leave. However, have you fulfilled the tasks assigned to you last week?" "Of course." Chapter 36, Shock. Su Wanwan replied calmly, "I completed it and sent it to your email last Friday." Zhang Chao swallowed hard, recalling that it had been an empty email. Su Wanwan looked puzzled. Suddenly, Zhang Chao grasped the situation and dashed to his workstation, directing his gaze at the email on his computer. There it was, the attachment he had overlooked. Yet, disbelief washed over him as he trembled while opening the contents of the attachment. Research and development in new energy is unlike software coding. It requires not only computer simulations, but also hands-on experimentation in the laboratory. The task assigned to him had been completed by Su Wanwan last Friday, which explained his absence in the lab this morning while assisting Jiang Yingqiao. With the attachment downloaded, Zhang Chao eagerly began to peruse it. As he immersed himself in the report, he found the core technological concepts rather intricate, with some sections demanding considerable time for comprehension. Noticing his silence, Su Wanwan prepared to take the elevator to the 60th floor of the data library. As the elevator arrived and she stepped inside, a group of several members joined her. The RD department and the laboratory occupied different floors of the building, each with their respective tasks to attend to. Suddenly, the elevator emitted a warning beep, overcapacity. Someone bluntly stated, "Su Wanwan, you should get off," their tone laced with discontent. Su Wanwan was taken aback, lifting her head to respond. I'm not the last one to enter. The man scoffed. While that may be true, there is an order to work, and we are pressed for time. Your leisurely demeanor is rather inconsiderate. Why not step aside? The others quickly chimed in. Exactly. You don't need to work. Merely going to read. Hurry and step down. Don't waste our time here. Our team leader is waiting for us. Will you take responsibility if we are late? Su Wanwan furrowed her brow, sensing the animosity from this group. Although she did not fully grasp the situation, she took a deep breath and ultimately exited the elevator. There was no need to engage in such trivial disputes. As a member of the research and development team, she understood the frustration that accompanies unresolved issues. Especially with 8 elevators available, a slight delay was inconsequential. As the elevator doors closed, someone from the group quietly remarked, "Did we just go a bit too far?" Who told her to be so oblivious? She contributes nothing, yet when we achieve results, she expects a share. How can that be fair? Su Wanwan entered the 60th floor through another elevator, eagerly making her way to her collection of books. If she diligently studied, she would surely resolve her grandmother's issues swiftly. However, upon arrival, she discovered her book was missing. Su Wanwan exclaimed in disbelief. She hurriedly searched the shelves, yet the book was nowhere to be found. The surrounding readers were not perusing that particular volume either. Clearly, the books from the Hua Corporation's library were not available for borrowing. Where could the book have gone? Suddenly, she grasped an understanding. Within the entire company, there existed but one individual capable of retrieving the book from this place. On the top floor, Hua Beiyan furrowed his brow, poring over a substantial tome in his hands. The contents delved into neurology. Due to his grandmother's health issues, he had acquired a superficial familiarity with these topics. However, this particular volume appeared profoundly intricate and inscrutable. He wondered what Su Wanwan intended to glean from it. Yi, standing beside him, meticulously relayed the circumstances regarding Su Wanwan downstairs, then remarked, "Boss, Su Wanwan is entirely taking advantage of the old lady's kindness, behaving as she pleases. You even arranged for her to join a department aligned with her expertise, hoping she would diligently study and seize the opportunity. It is simply an affront to generosity. She was never meant to be here for work." Hua Beiyan replied coldly, placing the book down. Yi thought to himself, why does it feel as though the boss is advocating for her? Surely, it must be a mere illusion. He inquired, since this book reveals nothing of value, shall we return it? However, Hua Beiyan's fingers gently tapped the cover of the book as he recalled the anticipation reflected in the girl's peach blossom eyes upon her first sight of it, and suddenly, the memory of her warm embrace and the firm, rounded sensation in his hands flooded back to him. A sudden dryness surged in his throat. Perhaps it was best to set it aside for now. Su Wanwan had initially intended to ascend to the top floor to retrieve the book from Hua Beiyan. Yet the memory of their shared embrace earlier that day rendered her somewhat bashful. Ultimately, she sauntered back to the research and development department. Upon exiting the elevator, she caught sight of Jiang Xiao and a group of team members congregating in the break area, sipping coffee to rejuvenate themselves, all appearing notably fatigued. Upon observing Su Wanwan's leisurely demeanor, someone finally could no longer restrain themselves and spoke up. "Su Wanwan, this is the company, not a shopping mall for you to meander about. Indeed, we are all exceedingly busy here, and you have the audacity not to lend a hand? Do you truly comprehend how much work experience you could gain by participating in our project? We are all part of the same team. When one flourishes, we all prosper. The bonuses are shared equally upon the project's success. We have never looked down upon you for being an intern, but one must not overstep boundaries. Do you simply wish to receive a salary without contributing anything? Although you may have connections, we have never held your perceived lack of ability against you, hoping to mentor you well. However, your blatant apathy is utterly unacceptable." Su Wanwan paused her steps and inquired earnestly, "Is there anything I can assist with? Regarding technical matters, you may be at a loss, yet you should at least help us with menial tasks, such as printing documents or fetching coffee." Su Wanwan furrowed her brow at this remark, replying, "I apologize, but that does not fall within my job description." Having been employed since middle school, she was well aware of workplace protocols. The salary offered by the Hua Group was indeed satisfactory, however. The 3 tasks she completed the previous Friday were already commensurate with that wage. Little did she know that the minor issue she resolved was, in fact, the core dilemma that had perplexed the entire team. With that, Su Wanwan made her way toward the office, leaving her colleagues infuriated by her words. What sort of person are you? Lacking any real capability, yet you flaunt your entitled demeanor and arrogance. I truly cannot fathom why the company would hire such individuals. Jiang Yingxiao listened to these words, his brow furrowing further as he observed Su Nange's nonchalant demeanor. He wished to assist Su Nange, yet her lackadaisical attitude rendered her a hopeless case. How foolish of him to have contended with Hu Zichen on her behalf. In a fit of frustration, Jiang Yingxiao slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with ire, "Su Nange, if you have no intention of working, then leave. Our team does not accommodate idlers." At that moment, Zhang Chao in the office appeared nearly entranced, his eyes wide with excitement as he fixated on the emails on his computer. He had finally comprehended the matter. Chapter 37. A touching moment. Zhang Chao exclaimed exuberantly. She actually resolved it. Jiang Yingxiao paused in surprise, then frowned. What madness is this? The other members of the team also cast impatient glances in his direction. Zhang Chao, what are you doing? What on earth happened this afternoon? We have all been busy in the lab, and you vanished without a trace. Have you solved our core dilemma? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao nodded vigorously. Yes, I have indeed resolved the conundrum. He pulled Jiang Yingxiao to his workstation. Pointing at the screen, Team Leader, you must see this. The reason we could not find a solution was because we were thinking in the wrong direction. It can actually be approached this way. He outlined the problem-solving strategy he had just grasped, and once he finished articulating it, the entire team was left astonished. So it can be approached in this manner. Zhang Chao, well done. You are remarkable. As laughter filled the air, the team leader need not resign in shame. While everyone was astonished, Jiang Yingxiao fixated on the computer screen, suddenly realizing that the email had been sent by Su Nange. He paused momentarily, glancing in surprise at Zhang Chao. This solution was submitted by Junior Su Nange. She handed it to me last Friday, but I was unable to review it before leaving for the day. Upon hearing this, every member of Team 1 turned incredulously towards Su Nange. How could it be? The problem they had wrestled with for a month had been effortlessly solved by this young girl standing before them. Just last Friday, she had only just begun her employment. Su Nange stood quietly, exuding an air of aloofness and indifference. With a hint of surprise in her peach blossom eyes, she remarked coolly, "So this is the dilemma you have all been grappling with?" The collective response was one of disbelief, as they sensed two words reflected in her expression. Just this? They swallowed hard, still in shock. Aren't you just an undergraduate? Upon hearing this, Su Nange's demeanor turned serious as she replied slowly. One's abilities are not determined by their academic credentials. In that moment, everyone felt a surge of respect. After a brief silence, someone finally spoke up. I apologize for my behavior in the elevator. I should not have treated you that way. I was wrong to say you were taking a salary without merit. You have accomplished the work of our entire team. I foolishly suggested you learn from me, yet with your level of skill, you would have no need to learn from us. It is we who were short-sighted. All are researchers, their minds untainted by malice. Su Nange distinguishes between right and wrong, understanding that the criticisms hurled at her were merely expressions of frustration. Thus, she replied with a serene demeanor, "It's all right." Jiang Yingxiao approached her slowly, his demeanor still haughty, jaw clenched, extending his hand towards her. "Welcome to the team." Previously, she had been thrust into the role due to connections, but now he acknowledged her capabilities. Suddenly, applause echoed from the entrance. Everyone turned to see the manager of the research department and the grim-faced Hu Zichen entering. The manager remarked approvingly, "The youth of today should not be underestimated. I never imagined Miss Su's professional skills were so formidable." Hu Zichen fixed his gaze on Su Nange, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He was well aware of her innate talent in her field of study. His affection for her over the years was not merely due to her appearance. Yet, he was taken aback that she could resolve a core technical challenge for the team. Such talent, if given the opportunity for further study, could undoubtedly soar to great heights. Her future achievements might rival those of Dr. Nan. But that was a prospect for the future. For now, Dr. Nan remained an unattainable figure for her. Hu Zichen clenched his fists, determination gradually hardening in his gaze. He urgently needed to seize control of the research department and establish a foothold within the Hu group, with no time to wait for her growth. Moreover, she was an illegitimate child. In terms of both status and ability, he could never marry her. Suppressing the hesitation within his heart, he cast a cold, piercing gaze at Jiang Yingxiao. I had initially considered seeking Dr. Nan's guidance should team leader Jiang fail to complete the task on time, perhaps to have him elucidate matters for your team. The members of Team 1 widened their eyes in astonishment. My goodness, Dr. Nan. To receive his guidance or work alongside him in this lifetime would be the pinnacle of my aspirations. Ah, If only I could meet Dr. Nan. I would gladly embrace a lifetime of solitude. Jiang Yingxiao, observing the fervent reactions of her colleagues, replied with a stiff expression, "This minor issue does not warrant Dr. Nan's involvement." However, Hua Zichen interjected, "Dr. Nan is indeed our technical support. It is only fitting that he lends a hand." Su Nange furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing this. She had clearly declined Su Yin's overtures. How had she suddenly become the technical support for the Hua Corporation? The resolute demeanor of Hua Zichen suggested that Su Yin must have been spinning yet another tale. Hua Zichen narrowed his eyes and continued, "Team leader Jiang, I merely wish for an assistant well-versed in technology, hence my proposal to adjust Su Nange's position. Both of us are pivotal to the RD department. There is no need for such acrimony. Should you acquiesce, I can promptly arrange for Dr. Nan to provide technical support for your team." His intention was to reveal to Team 1 that by relinquishing Su Nange, they could gain access to Dr. Nan. The allure of Dr. Nan was immensely potent for these researchers. Team 1 would undoubtedly oppose Jiang Yingxiao's decision. Su Nange's expression darkened as she found Hua Zichen utterly despicable. She cast her gaze upon a group of employees, observing their faces change, clearly understanding the underlying implication. The atmosphere thickened with tension as they exchanged glances, each displaying a look of profound conflict. Su Nange's eyes dimmed momentarily. In truth, she had only just commenced her tenure. Although the members of the team had extended kindness towards her last week, they had only known her for a day and a half. Hua Zichen, witnessing the expressions of the team members, realized that his scheme of discord had taken effect. He asserted, "Team leader Jiang, I wonder if you now consent to releasing her? In fact, having Su Nange follow me would undoubtedly lead to a brighter future for her." Jiang Yingxiao, with a stern countenance, resolutely replied, "No release." Su Nange raised her eyebrows slightly, taken aback. Hua Zichen sneered, "Our company has always prided itself on democracy. Matters concerning the team cannot be dictated solely by you. If you refuse to release her, do the other members of the team agree? Does the team truly find no need for Dr. Su?" Upon his words, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Jiang Yingxiao straightened his posture, glaring furiously at the team members. Suddenly, Su Nange smiled. Initially, she had wished to conceal her identity to avoid unwarranted entanglements. Yet she now found herself unwilling to test the depths of human nature in such an inexplicable manner. Chapter 38. A slap in the face. Hua Zichen coldly scoffed, "Su Nange, this is a personnel change within the Hua group. Your personal wishes are of no consequence." Su Nange replied with a calm demeanor, laced with sarcasm, "And what of Dr. Nan's opinion?" Hua Zichen was taken aback. "What relevance does Dr. Nan's opinion have to you? Could it be that you know Dr. Nan?" Su Nange's smile grew increasingly chilling. "I am." Before she could utter the words Dr. Nan, Zhang Chao suddenly stepped forward, blocking her path. "I listened to the team leader." Su Nange's pupils widened in shock as she gazed at Zhang Chao. The other members of Group 1 also chuckled, affirming, "Yes, we all follow the team leader." Su Nange looked incredulously at the members of her group. Just half an hour ago, they had been criticizing her for not working diligently, yet now, they stood unwaveringly by her side. Hua Zichen, not only the deputy general manager of the RD department, but also the direct heir of the Hua Corporation, wielded immense power. How would those who had angered him fare within the Hua Corporation? Yet they seemed to give little thought to such implications. Su Nange's throat tightened slightly, and a hint of warmth glimmered in her eyes. Hua Zichen's expression darkened further. Suppressing his fury, he coldly remarked, "It seems the pressure in your RD is too lenient, hence you do not require Dr. Nan's assistance. In that case, I trust the completion of this project will pose no challenge for you. Please submit your solutions by the end of this Friday." The entire RD progress was divided into two parts, with groups 1 and 2 each responsible for a segment. The ultimate challenge lay in the seamless integration of their work. Assigning it to Group 1 posed no issue. Jiang Yingxiao would undoubtedly resolve the problems within 2 to 3 months. However, Hua Zichen had given only a week. Jiang Yingxiao protested angrily. "This is entirely unreasonable." Yet Hua Zichen replied, "If Dr. Nan were to intervene, it could be accomplished in 3 days. Are you not the ones who boast of your capabilities and claim to need no assistance from Dr. Nan? 1 week is more than sufficient." With this remark, he turned to leave. Su Nange's gaze dimmed slightly as she followed him out of the office, suggesting, "Shall we talk?" Hua Zichen narrowed his eyes as they stepped into the corridor. Su Nange inquired, "Are you daring enough to make a bet?" This question momentarily disoriented Hua Zichen, reminding him of a time in their senior year when he had employed a similar tactic to pursue her. With youthful exuberance, he had proposed, "Nange, Are you brave enough to wager? Whoever completes their thesis first will fulfill a condition for the other. She had regarded him with a somewhat naive expression, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After several sleepless nights, he successfully finished his thesis and approached her with the condition that he would present her with a gift at the graduation ceremony, urging her not to decline. Yet ultimately, that gift remained unbestowed. The revelation of her being an illegitimate child rendered his 4 years of pursuit a mere farce. Hwazichin's expression gradually morphed into one of mockery as he gazed at Su Nange, questioning, "Why should I wager with you?" Su Nange retorted provocatively, "Are you afraid of losing to me again?" Hwazichin paused, taken aback by the word again. Su Nange then produced her phone, opened her email, and presented it to him. At that time, I emerged victorious. Hwazichin glanced at the timestamp on her email, realizing that she had submitted her thesis the very next day after their bet. His pupils constricted as he comprehended that he had never truly kept pace with her. His wounded pride compelled him to speak. "What are we betting on?" Su Nange spoke softly, before the end of work on Friday. "If Group 1 manages to submit their solution, while Dr. Nan fails to provide you with anything, I hope you will never interfere with the work of Group 1 in the future." She was destined not to remain here for long. Hence her desire to alleviate the future concerns of her colleagues. Hwazichin scoffed, "And if you fail to submit anything, yet Dr. Nan provides me with a solution, then you shall heed my commands from then on." A deal was struck. Observing her unwavering demeanor, Hwazichin inquired with confusion, "Su Nange, I acknowledge your professional prowess. But what makes you believe you can surpass Dr. Nan?" Su Nange retorted with a hint of derision, "Will Dr. Nan truly resolve your issues? Did he explicitly promise you he would serve as the technical support for the Hwa Corporation?" Hwazichin was momentarily taken aback. Su Nange chose not to engage further. She returned to Group 1 and noticed a collective air of despondency. However, upon her arrival, her colleagues immediately began exchanging glances and speaking deliberately. "Oh, actually, Dr. Nan isn't as intimidating as one might think. He is a lofty deity. Even a fleeting encounter could elevate our status." "Yes, indeed. Will a mere meeting raise my IQ to 250? Su Nange, do not fret. The project is exceedingly challenging, and even if we cannot complete it, what can Hwazichin possibly do to us?" Even Jiang Ingxiao cleared his throat and sternly declared, "Enough. Can't you see new tasks have arrived? What are you all gossiping about? Get back to work. Come to the conference room for a reassignment of duties." As the gathering commenced, Su Nange observed her colleagues hastily entering the conference room before she sauntered in at a leisurely pace. Jiang Ingxiao appeared to be awaiting her arrival, and upon seeing her cross the threshold, he began to allocate tasks. As the workday drew to a close, Su Nange anticipated that her peers would remain for overtime. Yet to her surprise, everyone swiftly packed their belongings and departed. Carrying her laptop, she made her way to the underground parking lot. Unbeknownst to her, after she left, the colleagues who had initially exited returned one by one to continue working. In the underground parking lot, within a luxurious Bentley, Yi inquired, "Boss, shall we leave?" "Not yet," replied Hua Beiyin nonchalantly, still clutching a hefty tome of materials. Just as Yi was about to ask whom he was waiting for, Su Nange approached and effortlessly entered the vehicle. Only then did Hua Beiyin lift his gaze. "Let us depart." Yi pondered. It seems the boss did not invite Miss Su to leave together. The vehicle glided steadily along the road. Su Nange glanced at Hua Beiyin. Her eyes drifting to the book in his hands, she contemplated borrowing it for reference but thought better of it, deciding to wait 3 days instead. Their journey was marked by silence until they swiftly returned to the hospital. Upon reaching the third-floor VIP ward area, they were met with the booming voice of Li Wanru. "Old madam, I came specifically to see you. It truly is a matter of fate." While Lao Madam stood defiantly at the doorway of the ward, casting an icy glare at Li Wanru. "Get lost. If you don't leave, I will have someone teach you a lesson." Li Wanru forced a smile, adopting a shrewd demeanor. "I am Su Nange's mother, old madam. You adore her, do you not? On her behalf, you ought not to treat me this way." "You are not her mother." Madam Hua declared with unwavering conviction. "Su Fu is truly her mother." Chapter 39. The Truth. The only individuals privy to this exchange were herself and her brother, Li Xingquan. Not even Su Yin was ever informed. How did Madame Hua come to know? Moreover, her tone was not one of suspicion but rather an assertion. As Su Nange and Hua Beiyin approached, her gaze grew increasingly evasive. Surely, they did not overhear her previous remarks? Madame Hua scoffed. "I am aware of your misdeeds. You bully your granddaughter-in-law. You are a wicked woman." The elderly lady's words were disjointed, hinting at a troubled mind. Li Wanru exhaled in relief and stepped forward to present a thermos to Su Nange. Nange, dear, I have brought you some chicken soup. You've been diligently caring for the old lady. Do indulge yourself a bit. The aroma of the soup wafted through the air. Yet Su Nange could only perceive it as mockery. This was the first time Li Wanru had ever prepared soup for her. With a hint of indifference, she inquired, "What do you desire?" Li Wanru smiled. "I still wish for that 2% share belonging to Yin. Madam Hua holds you in high regard, having arranged a hospital room for Su Fu and assisted you in procuring medicine. If you ask her, she will surely agree. Please aid your sister, otherwise she will be utterly humiliated in front of Hua Zichen." Su Nange's gaze was frigid, her words devoid of warmth. "I will not assist." Li Wanru's expression froze, her facade crumbling. She glared at Su Nange with malice. "How ungrateful! I endured great hardship to bring you into this world, and now that you've climbed the social ladder, you turn your back on me." She collapsed onto the ground, weeping. "If you refuse to help me today, I shall not rise. Come and see. My daughter is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. She looks down upon me, her mother, for my humble beginnings, and thus goes to great lengths to serve the elderly Mrs. Hua, hoping to become her granddaughter." The surrounding medical staff and hospitalized patients began to whisper among themselves. "Miss Su appears to be quite amiable. Yet she is such a person. Preferring wealth to poverty, to the extent of disowning her own mother, it truly is a rarity." Su Nange stood there, expressionless. She did not wish to acknowledge this raucous woman as her mother. Yet, this bond was inescapable. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Su Nange smirked and said coolly, "Make all the noise you want. If you disturb others' rest, the security will escort you out." After uttering these words, she walked past Li Wanru. Infuriated, Li Wanru shouted, "Ungrateful wretch! Little vixen!" In her rage, she abruptly stood up and hurled the chicken soup in her hands at Su Nange with great force. "Be careful." Su Nange only heard a deep voice warning her, and then she felt a sturdy embrace encircle her from behind. Startled, she turned to see Hua Beiyin standing protectively behind her, his broad back shielding her from the scalding soup. The steam rose from his black suit. Su Nange's pupils constricted as she hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," the man replied, his brows slightly furrowed as he glanced at Li Wanru. Li Wanru, terrified, waved her hands in panic. "Mr. Hua, I didn't mean to splash you. I. In her flustered state, she turned and fled, quickly disappearing from the floor. No one paid her any mind as everyone crowded around Hua Beiyin and entered the hospital room. The elderly matriarch immediately rushed to his side, tugging at his clothes. "Quickly take it off. Let me see how badly you've been burned. Have you developed blisters?" Hua Beiyin calmly removed his suit and white shirt, revealing a robust chest. Su Nange instinctively averted her gaze, but suddenly caught sight of the angry, red patches on his back, covered with a multitude of tiny blisters. This was far from trivial. It was evidently quite severe. "Oh dear, does it hurt? Granddaughter-in-law, hurry and apply the medicine for him." The old lady snatched the burn ointment from the nurse's hand, thrusting it into Su Nange's grasp, and pushed her behind Hua Beiyin, gesturing for everyone else to leave. "Let us not crowd around here. The rascal will feel embarrassed being undressed." Leaning closer to Su Nange, she whispered, "It's all up to you now, granddaughter-in-law." Su Nange. In an instant, the room was left with just the two of them. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Hua Beiyin spoke softly. "It's just my grandmother being mischievous. I can call the nurse." "Let me handle it," Su Nange interjected, stepping behind him. It was already dusk, with golden lights spilling through the window, subtly illuminating the room and elongating their silhouettes. Hua Beiyin stood before the window, the halo of light casting over his broad, alluring back, the waistband of his trousers accentuating his fit waist. With just a glance, Su Nange lowered her eyes. Her heart felt as though a small stone had been cast into its depths, creating ripples upon ripples. She dipped her fingertips into the ointment, gently applying it to the area of his burn. The man remained silent throughout, and the moment the woman's fingertip brushed against his skin, his muscles instinctively tensed. The girl's almost imperceptible breath wafted across his back, akin to a flickering flame scorching his flesh. Su Nange sensed his rigidity and softly inquired, "Does it hurt?" Hua Beiyin lifted his eyelids, the window ahead reflecting the expression on her face, serious and earnest, as if she were handling a priceless antique. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, not painful. After a brief moment, the ointment was applied, and Hua Beiyin donned a fresh shirt, his long, clean fingers elegantly fastening the buttons. "Thank you, Miss Su." "You're welcome." Su Nange hesitated, lifting her gaze to him. Actually, you didn't have to shield me. You were injured. Grandma would be very upset. You being hurt would trouble her even more. After all, I am but an outsider. The man's dark eyes fixed intently upon her as he slowly remarked, Have you forgotten? You are now my wife. Su Nange's breath hitched, the air around her seeming to thin in response to Huabayan's words. Her heartbeat faltered, her fan-like lashes fluttering. I'll step out for a moment. Su Nange turned to leave. Huabayan inquired, Where are you going? To seek revenge. It mattered little how Li Wanru treated her, but if she harmed Huabayan, she could not let it go unpunished. Su Nange arrived at Mrs. Su's hospital room, wishing to ascertain whether Li Wanru was there. Yet, as she approached, she suddenly caught sight of Su Yin and a man's silhouette entering the corridor ahead. The figure was both lewd and furtive, resembling her uncle Li Shengquan. She approached him with a sense of confusion. In the corridor, Li Shengquan was rubbing his hands together. Niece, I'm a bit short on cash. Su Yin suppressed her anger. I have already given you my allowance for this month. Li Shengquan was her nightmare. He had suddenly approached her in the first year of junior high, claiming she was the daughter of Li Wanru and demanding money, threatening to expose this matter to Su Wanwan and Madame Su. However, Li Shengquan remained unfazed, chuckling. I have nothing to lose. If you do not give me the money, I will go find Su Nange and reveal the truth to her. She will surely pay me handsomely. As he finished speaking, the door swung open. Chapter 40. The deal. She immediately looked at Li Shengquan, her eyes betraying her panic. Li Shengquan smiled faintly, about to speak. Su Yin seized the moment, exclaiming, Su Nange, what are you doing eavesdropping on us? Su Nange's gaze swept over her and Li Shengquan, dismissing the attempt to change the subject. She turned to Li Shengquan. What truth? Her instincts told her that this truth was somehow connected to her. She added, I can give you money. Li Shengquan's eyes sparkled. How much can you offer? Su Nange glanced at Su Yin, noticing her tightly clenched sleeves, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. She replied coolly, Name your price. I can request it from the Hua family. Li Shengquan's beady eyes darted around before he grinned at Su Yin. I believe you are not as wealthy as Su Yin, are you? Su Yin immediately breathed a sigh of relief, addressing Li Shengquan. I will find a way to give you the money you want. Now you may leave. Li Shengquan chuckled. All right then, I shall take my leave. As he passed by Su Nange, he paused momentarily, saying, My dear niece, this secret of mine shall remain effective for you forever. As long as you can meet the price, I will undoubtedly sell it to you. With that, he departed in high spirits. Su Nange watched his retreating figure, narrowing her eyes. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Ji Ming, looking to Li Shengquan. Ji Ming quickly replied, Understood. He followed up with another message, Boss, there is an industry gathering tomorrow. The invitation has been sent to your email. Will you attend? Su Nange's response was succinct. I will not go. After sending the message, she looked up to see Su Yin walking past her with her head down. Su Nange remarked coolly, If one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Do you think I would be oblivious to your dealings with Li Shengquan? Su Yin stiffened, lifting her head with a smile. Nange, what are you talking about? I don't understand. No wonder. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, you are so constrained. You send him money every month. How large a hold does he have over you? Su Yin immediately retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? What leverage could he possibly have over me? Her eyes glinted with malice. Su Nange, I advise you to channel your energy into contemplating your own future, rather than wasting time on me. Su Nange's expression turned frosty. As she saw Su Yin about to leave again, she inquired, Where's Li Wanru? Upon hearing this, Su Yin instantly exploded with rage. That is your mother. How would I know where she is? After Su Yin learned the truth from Li Shengquan, she kept it hidden from Li Wanru, feigning complete ignorance. That woman is utterly foolish. Fearing that a confrontation with Li Wanru would expose her knowledge, Su Yin ensured that Li Wanru remained oblivious to her understanding of the truth regarding her lineage. Having left those words behind, she departed. Su Nange followed closely, and together they arrived at Madame Su's hospital room. Through the glass window of the door, they observed that Li Wanru was not present. Choosing not to disturb Madame Su, she exited and descended the stairs. She dialed Li Wanru's number. Where are you? Li Wanru's panicked voice came through. Su Nange, what do you want? I want you to return and apologize to Mr. Hua. Li Wanru's voice sharpened immediately. I refuse. Mr. Hua will not spare me. You must apologize on my behalf. You are my daughter, and a mother must repay her debts through her child. Su Nange scoffed. In that case, do not blame me for reporting this to the authorities. Li Wanru shouted in anger. What are you reporting for? I am your mother. It is only natural for a mother to discipline her child. Su Nange's demeanor remained indifferent, yet this time, you have harmed Mr. Hua. One must face the consequences of their misdeeds. You ungrateful daughter. Had I known you would treat me this way, I should have drowned you at birth, discarded you in a cesspit, or sold you into a brothel. You wretched girl. Su Nange did not listen further and abruptly hung up the phone. Whatever entanglements existed between them, calling the police would merely classify it as a domestic dispute. However, this time was different. Li Wanru accidentally injured Hua Beiyin and was ultimately sentenced to 48 hours of detention, along with fines and medical expenses. However, such monetary concerns were trivial to the Hua family. Once these matters were resolved, Su Nange returned to the small, elderly lady's hospital room, only to find that Hua Beiyin was absent. The elderly lady explained, saying he had gone downstairs to attend an important meeting in the car. Su Nange nodded, pausing in silence before speaking. Grandma, I am sorry. The elderly lady waved her hand dismissively. Dear granddaughter-in-law, we are all family. Why speak of such things? Besides, seeing that rascal defend you brings me nothing but joy. Su Nange was momentarily taken aback. Family. In this tumultuous world, amidst the ebb and flow of people, she had always known that she lacked a home. Yet now, it seemed she truly felt a sense of belonging. Su Yin sold a bag in the second-hand market, gathering 50,000 yuan to send to Li Shengquan, and messaged him, mind your tongue. Otherwise, we will all suffer. Li Shengquan quickly replied, Dear niece, rest assured. Even if I can't distinguish between near and far, I certainly know who is wealthier between you and Su Nange. Su Yin felt a lingering unease. She needed to marry Hua Zichen as soon as possible, for even if her identity were to be revealed later, she would still be the young mistress of the Hua family. At 9 o'clock that evening, Hua Zichen suddenly sought her out. Su Yin was elated. Zichen, what brings you here? Hua Zichen asked sternly, have you confirmed everything with Dr. Nange? Today's words from Su Nange had left Hua Zichen feeling uneasy. Su Yin's eyes flickered. Of course. Then arrange for me to meet Dr. Nange. Su Yin nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Dr. Nan has gone abroad. I will make arrangements upon his return. Brother Zichen, do you have any issues that need addressing? I can reach out to him on your behalf. Hua Zichen scrutinized Su Yin with skepticism. I have already sent the issue to your email. Please forward it to Dr. Nan and ask for his assistance. All right. I will send it to him right away. To substantiate her words, Su Yin swiftly operated her phone, promptly dispatching the email. Dr. Nan usually responds to me almost instantaneously. Please hold on, Brother Zichen. In the VIP ward, Su Nange's phone vibrated. She took it out and glanced at the screen, discovering an email from Madame Su. Xiaonan. Could you assist with this issue? Su Nange quickly surmised the situation. Upon opening the attachment, she indeed found the technical problem concerning the Hua Corporation. How audacious of Su Yin to solicit her assistance under Madame Su's name. Su Nange scoffed and replied to the message. Ding. The notification sound of the email echoed. And Su Yin exhaled in relief. See, Dr. Nan responded promptly. He has replied. She was intimately familiar with Madame Su's email password and had even studied the correspondence between Madame Su and Dr. Nan. She noticed that Dr. Nan would always respond to Madame Su almost instantly, never probing further, simply resolving the issues at hand. Clearly, he held Madame Su in high regard, which emboldened her to fabricate the claim that Dr. Nan had accepted the invitation from the Hua Corporation. With a smile on her face, Su Yin opened the email to find the reply. I am only accountable to the Su family. Issues concerning the Hua Corporation do not pertain to me. Su Yin's smile faltered momentarily. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Hua Zichen furrowed his brows and inquired, What's wrong? Su Yin steadied her anxious heart and replied with a smile, Dr. Nan mentioned that it will take a few days to resolve this issue. Hua Zichen exhaled in relief. That's reasonable. This problem indeed poses some challenges. However, I have wagered with Su Nange and the team that we will have a solution by Friday. Is that acceptable? Su Yin confidently affirmed, absolutely. Yet her gaze flickered, as he had distinctly mentioned betting with Su Nange. Hua Zichen soon returned to the Hua residence, feeling somewhat unsettled at the thought of Su Nange. To his surprise, his father, Hua Yuanjie, exhibited an unprecedented smile, patting his shoulder and commending, truly my good son. You managed to bring Dr. Nan on board, solidifying your position in the RD department so swiftly. Hua Zichen, taken aback by the praise, assured, Father, rest assured. I will strive even harder to reclaim your position of power. Good. Hua Yuanjie entered the master bedroom, indicating he did not intend to venture out again. Zichen, is your father staying home tonight, no longer seeking that vixen? His mother, Lu Meijian, exclaimed joyfully, "You must surpass that outside illegitimate daughter. Only then can your father reconsider." She wiped her tears and added, "Although Su Wanwan has irked the old matriarch, her handling of this matter was commendable. Now, I shall attend to your father's rest." Watching his mother happily retreat into the room, Huazichin clenched his fists. Proposing to Su Wanwan and enlisting Dr. Nan's assistance marked the first step in the right direction. Having made his choice, he would not look back. As for Su Wanwan, it is solely hers. A sneeze escaped her lips. She rubbed her nose, her gaze unwavering from the computer screen, and reached for the water cup beside her, only to discover it was empty. Setting the cup down, she plunged back into her work. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew dim. Upon lifting her head, she noticed Huabian had brought her a cup of water. Placing it on the small tea table, Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you." "It was nothing, just a casual gesture," Huabian replied, seamlessly returning to his own spot. The elderly matriarch observed the two with a beaming smile, feeling as though her great-grandson was beckoning to her. What should the child of this mischievous boy and his daughter-in-law be named? Donning her reading glasses, the old lady began to peruse her dictionary and the book of songs. As night deepened, a bored Shiba Inu made its way from the elderly lady to Su Wanwan, wagging its tail before ultimately settling down at Huabian's feet to sleep. The following day, Huabian donned a black suit, his every movement betraying no signs of injury. Burns are known to be excruciating, yet he had remained utterly silent since the incident. Su Wanwan couldn't help but marvel at his resilience. The two proceeded to work, and Su Wanwan, shedding her pretenses, entered Huabian's car without hesitation. Yu sat in the passenger seat, glancing at them through the rearview mirror. The boss and Miss Su were engrossed in their respective tasks, devoid of any communication or dialogue, yet he sensed an unspoken change had quietly taken root. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the company, and Su Wanwan bid Huabian farewell as she alighted. No sooner had she reached the RD department than she was intercepted by Huazichin. In the lounge outside the elevator, he held a cup of coffee and remarked, "There is an industry exchange meeting on new energy tonight, and only the prominent figures in the field will be attending. It is rumored that Dr. Nan may also make an appearance." Su Wanwan continued walking, unperturbed. "So what?" He continued, "The RD department of the whole group has an invitation. I could take you along to broaden your connections, which would greatly benefit your future career development." "No need, thank you," Su Wanwan replied without looking back as she entered a suite of offices. Huazichin remained rooted in place, his expression darkening to an extreme. Jiang Yingqiao, yawning and lazily clad in slippers, strolled past him, scoffing. "You think one invitation will win her over?" Su Wanwan is not so short-sighted. Huazichin retorted with a cold laugh. "Jiang Yingqiao, if you truly care for her, you should let her follow me. You must understand that I can provide her with superior resources. Do you think anyone can just attend such gatherings?" Jiang Yingqiao looked at him. "At least I can take her with me." Having always been a core member of the RD department, it was no surprise that he could secure an invitation. However, Huazichin's gaze darkened further. Su Wanwan had been busy all day. By the end of her shift, she was stopped by Jiang Yingqiao. "There is work tonight. Come with me." "All right." Without much thought, she sent a message to Huabian to inform him she would be working late, and then got into Jiang Yingqiao's car. They soon arrived at a commercial cocktail party. Jiang Yingqiao instructed, "Stay close to me. I will introduce you to several people in the industry. However, Dr. Nan seldom attends such gatherings, so do not hold out too much hope." Su Wanwan comprehended the situation and found herself in a state of bemusement. She genuinely lacked interest in such gatherings, yet having arrived, she thought it prudent to enter and perhaps catch up with Ji Ming, whom she had not seen in quite some time. The two approached the entrance, where Jiang Yingqiao presented the invitation, ready to escort her inside, only to be halted by a staff member. "Apologies, Mr. Jiang, but the attendees from the whole group have already been reported, and your name is not on the list." Jiang Yingqiao frowned, incredulous. How could this be? His expertise was well regarded within the industry. Typically, it was he who chose to forego such events. Never one to be barred from entry. At that moment, Huazichin emerged, a champagne flute in hand, squinting slightly as he spoke. "Team leader Jiang, given the heavy demands of the first research group, I assumed you would not attend, thus I declined on your behalf during the reporting. It seems too late to add you now. It would be best if you returned." Jiang Yingqiao seethed with anger. "Huazichin, you have gone too far. By what right do you speak for me?" Huazichin retorted coldly. "Jiang Yingqiao, you must understand that your standing in this industry is a privilege bestowed by the whole group. They invite Jiang Yingqiao of the whole group, and as the deputy director of the RD department, I am well within my rights to make such decisions. Jiang Yingxiao felt as though he might explode with rage. A person of his caliber would command respect and preferential treatment in any company. Should he depart from the Hui Group, numerous firms would seek to employ him. It was unfathomable that the general manager of the RD department would dare to undermine him. Yet here was Hua Zichen, wielding his deputy position to suppress him. I advise you to refrain from causing a scene here. We are all respectable individuals, and I am certain you do not wish to be escorted out by security. After finishing his statement, Hua Zichen turned his gaze towards Su Nange. Su Nange, do you comprehend? Without my consent, you shall not pass through this grand entrance. Su Nange lifted her eyes with a hint of indifference. Is that so? Chapter 42. A slap in the face. The waiter merely glanced at her before respectfully stepping aside. Please, enter. Hua Zichen, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow. How could you possess an invitation? He took a step forward, directly scrutinizing Su Nange's phone. You haven't, perchance, appropriated someone else's invitation, have you? This event is strictly under real name registration. As he beheld the name on the invitation, he was momentarily taken aback. For such industry gatherings, invitations typically include the invitee's company and position. Jiang Yingxiao's invitation was not merely issued due to the Hua Group's reputation, but was rather a reflection of his personal influence. It was only because of his affiliation with the Hua Group that his workplace was noted. However, there were individuals with complex identities or sufficient renown who bore no such titles. The invitation in Su Nange's hand simply bore her name, Su Nange. In astonishment, Hua Zichen inquired, by what means did you acquire this invitation? None of your business. Su Nange calmly turned off her phone screen and addressed Jiang Yingxiao. Shall we go? Jiang Yingxiao, initially believing he had secured a disadvantage today, lamenting that he could not bring Su Nange inside, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He followed Su Nange into the banquet hall. From where did you obtain this invitation? Just as Su Nange was about to respond, Jiang Yingxiao interjected. It must have been arranged by your cousin, right? Without the constraints of a company name, one remains unbound. His gaze darkened. Hua Zichen has gone too far this time. This matter shall not be easily overlooked. Once we return to the company, I must seek out my cousin and ask him to intercede on my behalf. Su Nange was taken aback, expecting him to mention consulting the general manager of the RD department or creating a stir with the board of directors. Instead, he spoke of seeking his cousin's assistance. Su Nange, isn't it said that you despise nepotism? Perhaps sensing her surprise, Jiang Yingxiao awkwardly rubbed his nose. It is not nepotism I detest, but rather those who, lacking ability, occupy positions through connections. You have no idea how many such individuals languish in the whole corporation, merely taking up space without contributing. He paused, reconsidering sharing such sentiments. He then moved aside to grasp a glass of champagne. Allow me to introduce you to a few individuals. Before Su Nange could decline, Jiang Yingxiao called out, Mr. Liu. She had no choice but to follow. The man referred to as Mr. Liu was a seasoned veteran in the industry, and a circle of people had already gathered around him in cordial conversation. He graciously acknowledged Jiang Yingxiao. Jiang, it's rare to see you at such an event. Have you finally found time to join us old-timers for a discussion? Jiang Yingxiao responded with a smile. As a junior, I hardly possess the qualifications to engage in discussions with you. I am merely here to accompany someone who is here to learn. He then pushed Su Nange forward, saying, This is our company's new talent, who has resolved a significant dilemma that has troubled me for a month. It is only today that I could afford to step out for a breather. The challenges that could trouble Jiang Yingxiao were surely not trivial. His deliberate remarks were intended to elevate Su Nange's status by associating her with his own accomplishments. Indeed, Mr. Liu and the others have taken a keen interest in Su Nange, smiling as they turned to her. Is she truly that remarkable? Please, do introduce us. Just as Jiang Yingxiao was about to make the introduction, a woman's voice interrupted. Mr. Liu, it has been quite some time. Everyone turned to see Su Yin, adorned in a stunning blue gown, gracefully linking arms with Hua Zichen, who stood beside her. The moment she spoke, Mr. Liu and his companions immediately converged around her. Miss Su, it has indeed been a long while. Your presence today suggests that Dr. Nan is also attending? Su Yin smiled. I cannot say for certain. I am here accompanying my fiancé, who is also involved in the new energy sector. Hua Zichen extended his hand toward Mr. Liu. Hua Group. Hua Zichen. Mr. Liu's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, so you are the esteemed young Master Hua. A pleasure to meet you. Miss Su. You and young Master Hua truly are a match made in heaven, Miss Su. We have heard that Dr. Nen has been serving as a technical consultant for your family. When might we have the pleasure of his company to seek his guidance? Miss Su, what challenges has Dr. Nen assisted your family in overcoming? The crowd had gathered closely around Su Yin, leaving Jiang Yingxiao and Su Nange relegated to the periphery. This was intentional. Jiang Yingxiao's expression darkened further as he remarked, however, even when all those individuals are combined, they are still no match for Dr. Nan. When Ji Ming arrives later, do enjoy a few drinks with him. Su Nange. Jiang Yingxiao continued, you need not feel embarrassed. One must develop a thicker skin. There are countless individuals eager to become acquainted with Ji Ming. And I have yet to even become a familiar face. Su Nange twitched her lips slightly, then I shall assist you in making an introduction shortly. Jiang Yingxiao, however, dismissed the notion casually. You should first familiarize yourself with him before considering such introductions. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. And Su Nange turned to see Ji Ming had arrived. He was clad in a light gray suit. One hand casually tucked in his pocket, while the other moved with an air of nonchalance. His expression was subdued, starkly contrasting with the vivacity he displayed in her presence. Upon his arrival, the crowd surged forward. Gee, it has been a while. What projects have you been preoccupied with lately? Which direction are you heading? Su Yin and Huazichin did not rush to join the throng. Instead, they approached Su Nange. Su Yin wore a smile. Nange, do you require my assistance in introducing you to Ji? Huazichin's gaze was piercing, considering she managed to obtain an invitation. She must possess extensive connections and is likely already acquainted with Ji, thus rendering your introduction unnecessary. Su Yin responded, is that so? Ji has always been rather aloof. Not just anyone can approach him for a conversation. I was merely thinking, never mind, I shan't overstep. Jiang Yingxiao ignored the subtle jabs exchanged between them and promptly handed a glass of champagne to Su Nange, gently urging her, you should toast Ji. Huazichin scoffed coldly. Our group does not engage in such frivolities. Moreover, do you believe Ji Ming to be the type of man easily swayed by allure? Countless beauties have attempted to entice him, seeking to extract information from Dr. Nan, yet he remains utterly unmoved. Did you truly believe that you were so captivating that anyone could be easily won over? Su Yin nudged him and remarked, Zichin, let us go and meet Mr. Ji. Huazichin nodded, and the two proceeded towards Ji Ming. Su Yin called out Mr. Ji. Ji Ming, initially not looking in their direction, cast a glance upon hearing her voice. Upon seeing Su Yin, he curled his lips in disdain, intending to avert his gaze, but suddenly noticed the person behind her. Ji Ming was taken aback and then joyfully approached Su Nange. Seeing Ji Ming's expression, Su Yin's heart leaped with delight. Since joining Su's company, she had interacted with Ji Ming a few times, but regrettably, his demeanor had always been haughty, and he treated her with indifference. To her surprise, he showed such deference in front of others. Huazichin stood straighter, observing Ji Ming's behavior. Indeed, Dr. Nan held Su Yin in high regard. The two exchanged smiles with Ji Ming. Su Yin began to introduce Huazichin, saying, Mr. Ji, this is. However, before she could finish, Ji Ming breezed past them, directly approaching their rear. In such gatherings, Ji Ming typically maintained a composed demeanor. When had he ever displayed such warmth? Moreover, who was this young lady in her 20s? Su Yin clenched her fingers tightly, feeling a flush creeping over her cheeks. Huazichin furrowed his brow, his gaze darting between Ji Ming and Su Nange. Do you know each other? Ji Ming looked at Su Nange, momentarily hesitant to speak. Who knew if the boss wished to keep their identity concealed? Indeed, the next moment, Su Nange raised her champagne glass towards Ji Ming, a glint of warning flashing in her peach blossom eyes. Mr. Ji, greetings. In my youth, I feel unworthy of such formalities. Ji Ming understood the leader's intent and, after a brief cough, spoke. Miss Su, I didn't expect to encounter you here, and I was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. This remark elicited a ripple of understanding among the onlookers, who couldn't help but smile at Su Nange's stunning visage. Mr. Liu approached with a teasing tone. Mr. Ji, your standards are quite high. This lady is indeed a rare beauty. Ji Ming promptly replied. Not only is Miss Su strikingly beautiful, but her capabilities are also truly impressive. Mr. Liu paused, recalling that Jiang Yingxiao had also praised Su Nange earlier. He then decided to take her seriously. Miss Su, here is my business card. I hope we can collaborate in the future. With Mr. Liu initiating the conversation, others quickly gathered around, expressing their admiration to be praised by Mr. Ji. Miss Su must possess extraordinary talents, truly accomplished for her age. Su Nange, disliking such gatherings, maintained a serene smile in response. Jiang Yingxiao stepped in. engaging them in light conversation. Amidst the crowd, Hwazichin observed Su Nange shining like a newly risen star, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction in his heart. He scoffed. No matter how impressive, can she surpass Dr. Nan? At his words, a hush fell over the group. Jiming raised an eyebrow, wearing a knowing smile, yet remained silent. Su Nange calmly held her champagne flute, showing no inclination to speak. It was Mr. Lu who broke the tension created by Hwazichin. The pinnacle of our industry surely still rests with Dr. Nan. However, Miss Su is young and her future is boundless. I just heard from Mr. Jiang that she also holds a position at Hwa's group. Young Master Hwa. It is truly remarkable that your family's company can attract such talent. Su Nange couldn't help but commend his words, as he deftly avoided offending anyone while simultaneously elevating Hwazichin's reputation. As expected, he chose not to elaborate further. The lively atmosphere resumed, and everyone continued their jovial banter. Jiming refrained from steering the conversation back to Su Nange, and soon the crowd's attention shifted back to him, bombarding him with inquiries about Dr. Nan's whereabouts. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nange slipped away from the throng. The hall was brightly lit, filled with individuals clad in formal attire, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. Surrounded by people, Su Nange felt a disconnection from the revelry. In contrast, the serenity of being in a hospital room with the elderly lady and Hwa Bayin brought her a profound sense of comfort. She stepped onto the balcony and picked up her phone, discovering a message from Hwa Bayin. I happen to be at the Royal Hotel for a meeting as well. We can return together once I'm done. Su Nange's eyes sparkled with delight, and she suddenly felt the urge to leave. In such gatherings, it was indeed acceptable to depart early. Jiang Yingxiao approached her, remarking, "No wonder you offered to introduce me to Jiming. It seems you are quite familiar with him." Su Nange did not deny it, merely smiling faintly. Jiang Yingxiao recalled that during the banquet, although Jiming engaged with others, his gaze frequently drifted toward her. It was clear that Jiming had an interest in Su Nange. Being adults, and with Jiming's handsome appearance and commendable abilities, he was a fine choice indeed. He inquired, "What do you think of Jiming?" Su Nange pondered for a moment before responding, "He is dependable, diligent, and trustworthy. He is indeed a valuable asset. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted the entire management of the company to him." As Jiang Yingxiao's eyes brightened, she remarked, "So, you harbor feelings for him as well?" If Su Nange could indeed be together with Jiming, Jiming would surely introduce her to Dr. Nan. Su Nange, taken aback, soon comprehended Jiang Yingxiao's implication and couldn't help but chuckle. Just as she was about to respond, a deep cough unexpectedly resonated nearby. Both turned their heads in unison to discover Hwa Bayin standing on the balcony of the adjacent banquet hall. The man, tall and imposing, towered over Jiang Yingxiao by a head's height, yet his expression was dark and his icy gaze fixed upon them. Hwa Bayin had not anticipated such a coincidence, encountering them in this manner. As he approached, he overheard their conversation, and Su Nange's praises for Jiming stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. He admonished Jiang Yingxiao sternly. "Miss Su is already married. What nonsense are you spouting here? Truly ignorant." Jiang Yingxiao felt a twinge of grievance. How could he scold her when he was unaware of Su Nange's marital status? Hastily, he turned to Su Nange and inquired, "You are married? Does Jiming know?" He worried that unrequited love might lead to resentment, fearing Jiming would turn against her. Su Nange nodded, "He knows." Relieved, Jiang Yingxiao's curiosity piqued. "You are so young. How did you end up marrying so early? Who is the one that has captured your heart so completely?" Su Nange cast a sidelong glance at Hwa Bayin, but remained silent. Hwa Bayin then remarked coolly, "You talk too much." Jiang Yingxiao felt that her cousin was acting rather strangely today. Hwa Bayin squinted his eyes and suddenly turned to Su Nange, saying, "I am preparing to leave. Would you care to join me?" Su Nange promptly nodded, "Sure. See you at the entrance." Jiang Yingxiao hurriedly followed behind her, exclaiming, "Wait for me. I will come along too." Within the banquet hall, Su Yin observed Hwazichin's sullen expression, her heart tightening in response. She was aware that Su Nange and Jiming were acquainted. Could it be that she also knew Dr. Nan? As she pondered this, Hwazichin approached Jiming, inquiring, "Mr. Ji, does Su Nange know Dr. Nan?" The surrounding crowd immediately turned their eager gazes towards him. Jiming anticipated that if he affirmed their acquaintance, this group would undoubtedly swarm Su Nange, pressing her to divulge the details of her relationship with Dr. Nan. He cleared his throat and replied, "How could that be?" Both Su Yin and Hwazichin exhaled in relief. Jiming caught sight of Su Nange walking towards the entrance and promptly stated, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. You may continue your conversation." The crowd chuckled knowingly as they witnessed him pursue Su Nange, causing Hua Zichen's expression to darken further. At the entrance, Su Nange was overtaken by Ji Ming, who directly stated, "I will be traveling abroad tomorrow for a collaboration and need to take the company seal and patent documentation with me. I wanted to inform you." Su Nange nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Ji Ming depart. After his exit, Su Nange suddenly felt Jiang Yingxiao's scrutinizing gaze upon her. The man stared at her, perplexed. "Something's amiss. Why would Mr. Ji report this to you before going abroad?" His eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 44. Informing she had no intention of concealing this from the group, as long as it was not widely publicized to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, Jiang Yingxiao sensed something amiss and decided to confess outright. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Yingxiao was momentarily taken aback. He stared blankly at Su Nange, and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You possess quite the sense of humor." Su Nange was puzzled, to which Jiang Yingxiao continued, "Although I have never met Dr. Nan, I am aware that such academic talents must be at least in their 40s. Do not attempt to deceive me." Su Nange twitched her lips in response. "I truly am." "Huh? Do you believe that such statements can obscure my suspicions?" Jiang Yingxiao scrutinized her intently, furrowing his brow. "You cannot possibly be involved in an extramarital affair with Ji Ming, can you?" Su Nange retorted. "Your imagination is truly vibrant. What on earth are you talking about?" Jiang Yingxiao frowned deeper and cautioned her, "Please do not engage in such matters. It would be disgraceful for everyone involved. Furthermore, I hold a deep disdain for those who cheat. We are respectable individuals. If you no longer love your husband, then divorce him and remarry." As he spoke, he suddenly felt a chill creeping down his spine, as if a murderous aura loomed nearby. Turning around, he saw Hua Beiyan striding forth, his profound gaze reminiscent of ancient ice, sending a shiver through Jiang Yingxiao's very bones. Jiang Yingxiao was further perplexed. "Cousin, did your business dealings today not go well?" Hua Beiyan averted his gaze, muttering, "Truly bothersome." Jiang Yingxiao remained silent, while Su Nange observed that the audacious Jiang Yingxiao, unafraid of anything, seemed most intimidated by his cousin. At that moment, a flamboyant yellow sports car halted before them, and Ji Ming whistled at her. "Hey, Su, just picked up this car. Care for a ride?" He was eager to show off to his superior. Consider the speed at which the boss drives. He is determined to make the boss scream. Su Nange understood the unspoken message in his gaze. Just as she was about to decline, Hua Beiyan suddenly spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "It should be out of the way." Ji Ming chuckled. "Wherever she goes is on my way." Su Nange felt somewhat speechless and instinctively glanced at Jiang Yingxiao, whose eyes were filled with even greater suspicion. She failed to notice that Hua Beiyan's expression had darkened. The man turned his gaze toward her, his sharply defined brows slightly furrowing as he softly advised, "Having consumed alcohol, you should refrain from getting into a stranger's car." Su Nange raised an eyebrow and looked at Ji Ming. "I think I shall ride with Mr. Hua." "Very well," Ji Ming replied, his enthusiasm waning as he hung his head. "I shall take my leave then." With a hum, the sports car roared to life, swiftly vanishing from the entrance. Only then did Hua Beiyan's sleek black Bentley glide forward. This elongated luxury vehicle appeared robust, far safer than that slender sports car. Yi hurried over to open the door. Hua Beiyan gestured for Su Nange to enter first, before following her into the car. As Jiang Yingxiao prepared to get in, Hua Beiyan intercepted her. "Don't you have your own vehicle?" Jiang Yingxiao replied, "I drank today." "Oh," Hua Beiyan responded nonchalantly. "Then you could call for a designated driver." Jiang Yingxiao retorted, "But you said that one shouldn't get into another's car after drinking." The door closed, and the Bentley departed coldly, leaving Jiang Yingxiao standing alone. The vehicle cruised steadily along the road. Outside the window, the kaleidoscopic neon lights danced into the cabin, while Hua Beiyan's gaze swept over the girl beside him. The streetlight cast a soft glow upon her exquisite visage, enveloping it in a hazy halo. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Hua Beiyan suddenly spoke. "Miss Su, could you assist me in changing the dressing?" Su Nange, taken aback by his request, slowly lifted her eyelids and turned to face him, seemingly surprised. "Now." "Indeed," Hua Beiyan nodded. "If we wait until we return to the hospital, my grandmother will be distressed upon seeing it." Understanding his concern, Su Nange quietly exhaled in relief. "Very well." The man removed his shirt and turned his back to her. Su Nange activated the car's interior light and gazed at him. This marked the second occasion she had beheld his bare torso. She had not anticipated that, while he appeared slim in clothing, his physique was remarkably well-defined when unclothed, with toned muscles radiating a vigorous strength. Focusing her attention on the wound, she noted that the blister had not reformed. The young man's metabolism was indeed rapid. After a brief moment of contemplation, she retrieved gauze and ointment from the medical kit and proceeded to tend to his injury. As she knelt in the back seat, she extended her hand around Huobayan's body, preparing to wrap the gauze around the wound when, suddenly, the car veered sharply, causing Su Nange to lurch forward and land against Huobayan. Her face came into contact with his shoulder. With a slight brace of his arm, Huobayan stabilized himself. Yet he soon felt the girl behind him envelop him in an embrace, her delicate hands instinctively gripping his chest, prompting an immediate tension to course through his body. Then, she felt soft lips gently pressed against his shoulder. The man's breath hitched, and he sensed that patch of skin becoming exquisitely sensitive, as if 1,000 ants were born there, crawling densely towards his limbs. Huobayan froze, his mind momentarily blank. Su Nange noticed his unusual reaction and assumed she had inadvertently pressed against his wound. In an effort to stabilize herself, she immediately pushed him away and anxiously inquired, "Mr. Hua, does the wound hurt?" Her words finally restored Huobayan's voice, and he hoarsely replied, "It's fine." Relieved, Su Nange continued to wrap the bandage around him. Huobayan swiftly donned his shirt, sitting there with a stoic expression. He felt the confined space of the car was stifling, the air was lacking, and the heat was oppressive. Thoughts of those two hands and the lingering sensation on his shoulder flooded his mind. He loosened his tie. As the car arrived at the hospital and came to a halt, he abruptly flung open the door and dashed out, not looking back as he headed upstairs. Su Nange emerged slowly, witnessing his dark demeanor as he departed, unable to resist glancing at Yi. What an immense loss must he have suffered tonight at the negotiation to be in such a foul mood. Yi could hardly suppress an eye roll. The acquisition deal had cost 100 million less than budgeted, and the boss was quite pleased. "Thank you very much." However, he said nothing further and quickly followed Huobayan. Su Nange shook her head slightly, preparing to ascend the stairs when a dark figure suddenly sprang in front of her, leeringly exclaiming, "My dear niece." It was her uncle, Li Shengquan. He glanced at the luxurious Bentley behind him, then turned to look at the departing Huobayan, his eyes darting with curiosity. "Mr. Hua indeed values you. Has he given you any money?" Su Nange squinted slightly and suddenly smiled. "Of course, not only Mr. Hua, but also old Madam Hua has given me some." Li Shengquan's eyes lit up instantly. Su Nange continued, "By the way, regarding the truth you mentioned last time, name your price." Li Shengquan was taken aback. He earnestly replied, "I can only profit from that truth through you, so you must offer a sufficient amount for me to share it." Su Nange lowered her head to operate her phone. In a short while, Li Shengquan's phone chimed, notifying him of a transfer of 200,000 yuan. Li Shengquan was ecstatic. Su Nange remarked, "This is a deposit. I have another 2 million here. As you said, this will all be yours, provided I first ascertain whether your truth is worth this sum." Chapter 45. Family. Li Shengquan stepped closer, lowering his voice. "This truth I'm selling to you is already a bargain at 2 million. The Su family is so wealthy." "Is it related to the Su family?" Su Nange tightened her jaw. "Yes." Li Shengquan chuckled. "Actually you." Before he could finish, a sharp voice interrupted. Li Shengquan. "Su Nange, what are you doing?" Su Nange turned to see Su Yin hurriedly approaching, holding the gown she wore to the banquet. Li Shengquan grinned. "I'm conducting business with my lovely niece." Su Yin clenched her fists. "I've already given you the money." Li Shengquan raised his hands in exasperation. "But I'm short on funds again." "How much do you need?" Su Yin inhaled deeply. "I can provide it." Li Shengquan chuckled. "My niece just promised me 2 million. Su Yin clenched her fists tightly. Li Shengquan sighed. "I suppose I'll strike a deal with my niece." "I have it." Su Yin gritted her teeth. "You go back first. I'll give you the money tomorrow." "All right then." Li Shengquan turned and dashed away, saying to Su Nange, "Consider that 200,000 as a loan from me." He ran swiftly, fearing that Su Nange might demand repayment. What a scoundrel! Su Nange remained unfazed. If she wanted her money back, she had plenty of ways to do so. She turned and headed towards the inpatient building. Behind her, Su Yin's phone rang. She answered. "Zichin?" Hua Zichin inquired. "Inin, I recall that Mrs. Su is from Kyoto. Could you ask her if she knows the Song family?" "The Song family?" "Yes, their head is named Song Jinjuan. I've just received word that my uncle wants to facilitate a collaboration between the Hua group and the Song family, but he lacks connections." Su Yin immediately grasped his intentions. Hua Zichin sought to elevate his standing within the Hua group through the Song family. She replied, "I will ask my mother shortly." After ending the call, Su Yin composed herself. What did 2 million matter if it meant marrying into the Hua family? She needed to devise a plan to establish a connection with the Song family. Mrs. Su resided in the VIP ward on the second floor, while old Mrs. Ho was on the third. Su Nange and Su Een ascended the stairs together. As they rounded the corner to the second floor, they suddenly spotted a mother and son engaged in conversation ahead. The mother exclaimed with delight, "Just now, your aunt called, saying she has found a wealthy match for you. You must return home for the arranged meeting." The son lamented, "Mother, my wife only needs surgery and her illness can be cured. Why should I go on a blind date?" The mother, filled with anxiety, replied, "Did you not hear the nurse? The surgery costs 500,000, and the subsequent care will undoubtedly require a substantial amount of money. Our family cannot possibly afford such expenses." The son pondered for a moment, suggesting, "Perhaps we should sell the house. It was purchased with her dowry." The mother, exasperated, retorted, "The house cannot be sold. If she were to pass away, at least you would still have the house to find a better partner. Without the house, we would lose everything. You have been together for 2 years. Consider this house as compensation for your youth." The son hesitated. "That seems unfair. She defied her family for me." The mother scoffed, precisely because of that defiance. She has had no contact with her family for these past 2 years. Without familial support, no one cares about her well-being. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Let us claim we have no money. Bring her back home. She won't survive for more than 3 days. Upon her demise, we shall bury her. And you can marry your blind date. This new woman appears quite promising, ample in form, and sure to bear children. Unlike her, who possesses the body of a lady but the fate of a maid." The son squinted, contemplating, "Then we shall forego the treatment." Although their voices were hushed, the corridor was eerily quiet, amplifying their words, and thus Su Nange heard every syllable clearly. She paused, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over her. This mother-in-law was utterly malevolent, and her husband was equally despicable. Uncertain of which girl it was, she encountered such a pair of exceptional individuals. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly sensed something and glanced towards the corridor. There stood a frail girl, devoid of color in her face, clad in a hospital gown at the doorway. The mother and son also noticed her, their expressions shifting dramatically. The son spoke. Sure. The girl named Sure replied, "Call my dad. He will cover my medical expenses." The mother scoffed. "I already called." When he saw it was my son's number, he hung up immediately. "You've severed ties with him. Why would you reach out?" Sure leaned against the wall, struggling to maintain her stance, trembling all over, seemingly lacking the strength to speak. She addressed the son. "Then give me your phone. I need to call my brother." The son's gaze flickered. "Stop fooling around. You're seriously ill. And the doctor says no phones." He decisively instructed, "Mom, go handle the discharge paperwork. I will take her home." Sure attempted to flee, but her weakness overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse to the ground. With her last ounce of strength, she clutched Su Yun's leg, pleading in a voice barely above a whisper, "Please help me call my brother. I beg you." Su Yun was on her way to the second floor, thus closer to the corridor than Su Nange. When Sure grasped her leg, instead of feeling compassion, she immediately yanked her leg away. With a disdainful roll of her eyes, she retorted, "What are you doing? Severing ties with your family for a man? Such a love-struck mind leads to a terrible fate. This is all you're doing." The mother and son, relieved by her indifference, exhaled a sigh of relief. The son lifted Song Sure and declared, "Song Sure, your parents have abandoned you. I am now your sole guardian, and you must obey me." Song Sure felt a wave of despair wash over her. She understood that returning home with her mother and brother would mean certain doom. However, she did not wish to die. She recognized her mistakes and yearned to see her brother and parents once more. Tears of regret streamed down her cheeks as she shut her eyes. Just when she believed her life had reached a standstill, a deep, indifferent voice interrupted, "Wait a moment." Opening her eyes, she beheld a striking figure emerging from the shadows of the corridor. The woman approached her, her beautiful face devoid of emotion, and demanded, "Your phone number." Song Sure wept uncontrollably. The mother shouted, "What are you doing? I warn you, don't meddle in our affairs." The son added, "It's useless to hit her. No one will answer." Yet Su Nangao focused solely on Song Sure, insisting, "The number." With a weak voice, Song Sure recited a series of digits. Su Nangao retrieved her phone and dialed. The call was promptly answered by a young man's cold voice. "Hello, I am Song Wanwan." Su Nangao quickly explained. "Song Sure is gravely ill and requires immediate surgery." The voice on the other end became frantic, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps as he anxiously inquired, "Where is she?" Su Nangao provided the name of the hospital. The man replied, "I happen to be on a business trip in Haicheng. It will take me half an hour to get there." After ending the call, Su Wanwan turned to the mother and son with unwavering resolve, stating, "No one is to take her away until her brother arrives." Chapter 46. He said he would arrive in half an hour, assuring her not to worry. Song Shirshir felt a pang of bitterness fill her heart. She had met her husband in university, where they fell in love. After graduation, her parents and brother opposed their union, yet under her husband's fervent promises, they defied familial objections and moved to Haicheng together. Over the past 2 years, her brother and parents had inundated her with calls, urging her to return home. She insisted on showing them that she could find happiness in Haicheng. While her parents remained silent, her brother made a singular request. She must not disclose their family background to her husband, as a test for 2 years. Being the cherished daughter of the Song family, she had always been sheltered and had never undertaken any significant responsibilities. After marrying into Haicheng, she endeavored to fulfill the role of a virtuous wife and devoted mother under her mother-in-law's guidance. Each time she called her mother, she would share her newfound skills in cooking, cleaning, and scrubbing the floors, only to hear her mother weep, lamenting that she had raised her not for such mundane tasks. Yet, she remained unfazed. If she could endure these 2 years, she would return home with her husband, and their family would be reunited. Little did she anticipate that she would nearly lose her life here, all for a mere 500,000. In that moment, she finally comprehended her parents' words. It was her own sense of worthlessness that had led her to this plight. Song Shirshir turned her gaze with determination towards Su Wanwan. She needed to remember this face. The face of her benefactor. Just then, she heard her husband's voice. "Are you thinking that by helping her, her brother might offer you some benefits? Dream on. Her family has no wealth. Even if they come, upon realizing the costs involved, they would simply give up. As for you, they would likely resent your meddling." As Song Shirshir's vision darkened before her, she implored, "Brother, you won't abandon me. Husband, my family is wealthy. For the sake of our years together, please hand me over to my brother. I am willing to relinquish my house deal." "What house of yours?" her husband retorted coldly. "That was purchased after our marriage. It is marital property. Moreover, when you graduated from university, you were the one who eagerly eloped with me, insisting on our union. Likely because your family showed you no love, leaving you starved for affection. Over the past 2 years, you have never contacted your family. How could your brother possibly care for you?" Eager elopement? A surge of anger overwhelmed Song Shirshir, causing her to faint from the intensity of her emotions. Upon noticing her lack of breath, Su Wanwan stepped forward urgently. "She requires resuscitation." "She does not require resuscitation," her husband shouted as he stepped back sharply. "My wife has expressed a desire not to die in a disgraceful manner. Should she fall gravely ill, she wishes to pass away naturally, refusing any life-saving measures. Do not meddle in our private affairs." Su Wanwan clenched his fist tightly upon hearing this. What a vile man! At that moment, the mother-in-law rushed forward, positioning herself between Su Wanwan and her son. "What are you doing? Someone come settle this. My daughter-in-law is in critical condition. Her sole wish is to die at home. And this person is preventing us from leaving." Her voice boomed, attracting the attention of nearby patients and nurses. Seeing the commotion, the mother-in-law wailed even more dramatically. "Oh, my daughter-in-law, why must your fate be so cruel? If it weren't for this meddler interfering and wasting precious time, you would not be drawing your last breaths in this hospital." Su Wanwan furrowed her brows, realizing that arguing with him was merely a waste of time. She dashed in front of her husband, reaching out to snatch away the suffocating Song Shirshir. Her husband attempted to retreat, but Su Wanwan effortlessly dislocated his arm. Song Shirshir slipped from his embrace, and Su Wanwan caught her, gently laying her on the ground before immediately commencing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The head nurse, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, inquiring, "What is happening here?" The mother-in-law began to wail, her voice piercing the air. "Nurse, please help us. My son and daughter-in-law have given up on resuscitation, and this stranger insists on obstructing us." In excruciating pain from his dislocated arm, drenched in cold sweat, the husband hastily interjected, "I am my wife's guardian." She expressed before her demise that the suffering from illness was unbearable, and she wished to die with dignity. Yet, look at what this woman is doing. Does my wife not even have the right to refuse treatment? The head nurse frowned, approaching Su Wanwan. "Madam, you." Su Wanwan continued her resuscitation efforts, stating, "This woman does not wish to die. I have called her brother, and he will arrive shortly." The head nurse, eager to save a life, promptly responded, "Her brother is also her relative, and thus a guardian. If he does not wish to give up on resuscitation, we can continue." This revelation left both the husband and the mother-in-law momentarily stunned. As Su Wanwan observed from the side, she slowly spoke, "Nangu, Do not impose unreasonable demands here. Even if she is saved, the surgical expenses amount to 500,000, and we cannot fathom the cost of rehabilitation thereafter. The deceased and her husband have already relinquished hope. Why must you insist on calling her brother? Even if he arrives, what difference will it make? Every family grapples with its own hardships. You cannot morally bind others in this manner. At that moment, the husband suddenly understood and cried out, "We have no money. My brother-in-law's family is also impoverished. The surgery alone costs 500,000, and the monthly treatment expenses are 60,000. My wife does not wish to burden us or her family. It is my inadequacy that forces me to watch my wife perish. Woe is me." The lament of this man stirred profound sympathy. Each year, countless patients in hospitals opt to forego treatment, exercising their right to choose death. Those around began to condemn. This young woman appears to be freshly graduated, untouched by the harsh realities of life, unaware of its tribulations. So naive, with her fervor merely hindering the deceased proper farewell. Could this be considered a violation of the remains? The mother-in-law continued to shout. "Everyone, quickly help pull her away. Security! Hurry! Someone is violating a corpse here." As the security approached and reached out to see Su Wanwan, she abruptly turned, her fierce gaze sweeping across the crowd. "You are committing a heinous act for profit." The security guard was taken aback. The mother-in-law seized the opportunity to rush forward, grabbing Su Wanwan by the hair and forcefully pulling her aside. "Release my daughter-in-law. Do not disturb her remains." She absolutely could not allow Song Shirshir to be revived. Su Wanwan felt her scalp being fiercely tugged. Yet at this critical juncture of cardiopulmonary resuscitation, she dared not relinquish her grip, relentlessly continuing to save Song Shirshir. Though the old woman had clawed at her several times, she paid no heed to such distractions. Suin scoffed. Su Wanwan was truly foolish, indulging in such benevolence. This mother and son were clearly no innocents. She had entangled herself in a grave predicament. At that moment, several luxury cars swiftly approached the hospital's entrance. Before the vehicles had come to a complete stop, a tall man leaped out. Chapter 47. Benefactor Song Shirshir's complexion was ashen, her body devoid of strength, and the sight of her sent a jolt of alarm through his heart. This was a hospital. Why resort to the most rudimentary methods for patient rescue? Where were the medical instruments? Why was there no equipment in use? A myriad of questions raced through Song Jinchuan's mind, only to be interrupted by the sight of a middle-aged woman assaulting the one attempting to perform CPR on his sister. She yanked her hair while bellowing, "Get away. My daughter-in-law does not require resuscitation. Would it not be better to let her go? We lack the funds to treat her. Are you intent on driving us to our demise?" Shirshir's husband stood nearby, lamenting a 50,000 yuan service fee and a subsequent monthly treatment cost of 60,000. "It is my inadequacy as a husband that has led us to this. Even if you manage to revive my wife, our family will still face insurmountable challenges. My brother-in-law's family is also without means. Otherwise, why would my wife choose to give up?" Song Jinchuan's expression darkened instantly, enveloping him in an aura of intense menace. The man who held sway over the Song family could glean the situation from merely these two sentences. His sister, cherished since childhood like a precious gem, possessed jewelry worth no less than 500,000 in her room. Yet now, she had been driven to her demise by her husband and mother-in-law over a mere 50,000. With this thought, he strode purposefully towards Song Shirshir. Witnessing Su Wanwan's unwavering stance, Song Shirshir's mother-in-law, in a fit of rage, raised her hand to claw at Su Wanwan's face, her long nails poised to mar the woman's features. Su Wanwan, sensing Song Shirshir's heart had regained its rhythm, also discerned the old woman's malicious intent. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she swiftly turned, seizing the woman's wrist just as she prepared to retaliate. Suddenly, a stranger intervened, delivering a forceful kick to the elderly woman's chest. The blow sent her sprawling backward, crashing to the ground, clutching her chest in speechless shock. The husband, witnessing this scene, pointed an accusatory finger at Song Jinchuan, exclaiming in fury, "Who are you? This is outrageous. Not only have you tormented my wife's lifeless body, but you also dare to lay hands on my mother. Call the police. I demand the police." Lifeless body. Enraged, Song Jinchuan retaliated with a swift kick that sent the husband flying, then commanded the bodyguards trailing behind him, "Teach them a proper lesson, and then call the police. Report this mother and son for their heinous scheme." Leaving these words behind, he hurriedly approached Song Shirshir, crouching down before her. "Shirshir, I'm here. Wake up." Su Wanwan discerned the identity of the person before her and spoke slowly. Although her heartbeat has stabilized, She requires immediate surgery. Thank you. Song Jinchuan had already arranged for a doctor on his way here. He uttered these words and swiftly lifted Song Shir, striding away. When the police arrived, they swiftly confirmed that the elderly woman and her husband were indeed guilty of conspiracy to commit murder for financial gain, promptly arresting the couple. The onlookers, having grasped the truth of the situation, raised their thumbs in admiration for Su Nange. Su Nange remained there to facilitate the police report. After signing her name on the document, she turned to leave, only to find Su Yin standing behind her, a frown etched on her face. The brother who had just arrived exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Had she known this would transpire, she would have assisted that love-struck individual with a phone call. It was all Su Nange's fault for stealing her thunder. However, a glint of mockery flickered in her eyes. Nange, I never imagined you were so ambitious, striving to elevate yourself by rescuing someone of such esteemed background. What a pity, that brother hardly spared you a glance. After her derision, she made her way to Mrs. Su's hospital room. Su Nange gazed at her retreating figure, contemplating how she had been so twisted in her perceptions earlier, and now, her words dripped with self-interest, leading her to conclude that this woman harbored a malicious intent. Setting aside the fact that Song Shir's life had been hanging by a thread, her brother would undoubtedly prioritize taking her for surgery. The very act of saving someone was not driven by a desire for recompense. She lightly tapped her head, inhaling sharply. She had just been yanked painfully by that elderly woman, smoothing her disheveled hair, which resembled a bird's nest. She sighed quietly and took out her phone to send a message to Hua Beiyin, then decisively headed downstairs to return home. In the 3-story VIP ward, Hua Beiyin recalled the scene in the car, his heart racing once again. He furrowed his brows, attempting to quell the fluttering sensation in his chest. His gaze drifted toward the door, yet the girl did not appear. Was she perhaps feeling shy? The thought crossed his mind, prompting a slight frown. After a full half-hour had passed, he finally received a WeChat message from Su Nange. Mr. Hua, something came up unexpectedly. I will be staying at home tonight. Upon reading this message, Hua Beiyin inexplicably exhaled in relief, yet his brow furrowed involuntarily. What could possibly be so urgent? Su Nange took a taxi back home, took a shower, and applied a generous amount of conditioner to her hair until it finally became manageable. Looking at the strands that had fallen to the floor, she felt a pang of sorrow. Hair, after all, contains iron, doesn't it? That evening, she indulged in a hearty meal of stir-fried liver to replenish her strength, then retrieved her laptop to continue her unfinished work from the office. The night passed without a word. The following day, Su Nange arrived at the office early. At the entrance, she encountered Jiang Yingqiao, who had returned home for a nap. His dark circles had diminished significantly, and he appeared less irritable. Upon seeing her alight from a taxi, he sighed in relief. I went home last night, and couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Your cousin took you home. Surely, you two are not living together, are you? Thankfully, you didn't come to work with him this morning. Su Nange remained silent. In truth, they usually did come to work together. However, she chose not to elaborate. Jiang Yingqiao approached her, casting a glance before proudly declaring, I now understand why my cousin appeared so troubled yesterday. It seems he is set to collaborate with the Song family, yet the head of the family, Song Jinchuan, seems to have a strained relationship with him. Today, he is scheduled to visit the company for business discussions, which must surely be a source of considerable stress for my cousin. Su Nange paused for a moment. Song Jinchuan. What was the name of the brother of the girl she rescued yesterday? Song Shir. She had not noticed that at the entrance, Song Jinchuan was striding into the Hua Corporation, accompanied by his secretary. The surgery for his sister had been a success, and upon waking this morning to find their parents who had rushed over overnight, the three embraced and wept together. Later, his sister inquired about her benefactor. After a night had passed, that benefactor had already returned home. Observing his sister's anxiety, Song Jinchuan promised her that he would certainly locate her savior. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, he had witnessed firsthand how fiercely that young woman had fought to save his sister. Thus it was no exaggeration to say that the Song family owed her a debt of life. However, he was left wondering what that young woman did for a living and where she worked. In Chapter 48, titled Resolution, he recalled the benefactor he had encountered at the hospital, her hair disheveled after being tugged by Shir's grandmother, which had obscured his view of her features. Yet, the girl before him bore striking similarities to her. Song Jinchuan quickened his pace, eager to approach and confirm his suspicions. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Su Nange along with Jiang Yingqiao stepped inside. By the time he reached, he could only watch as the elevator doors slowly closed. Truly unfortunate. However, Song Jinchuan did not feel anxious, for the benefactor had left her phone number with him during their conversation the previous night. Once he concludes the negotiations with the Hua group, he intends to call his benefactor and subsequently engage in a thoughtful discussion with his family on how to express their gratitude. Su Nange did not encounter Song Jinchuan and enter the RD group alongside Zhang Yingqiao. Upon entering the office, they were greeted by the sight of their colleagues, each wearing a frown and frantically grappling with their computers. Tomorrow is Friday, and we are expected to submit our proposals. Vice President Hua is truly placing us in a difficult position. One colleague lamented. We might as well abandon any hope. This task is utterly insurmountable. Another added. The team leader went home to sleep last night. Doesn't that signal defeat? Sighing, someone wondered aloud about their esteemed Su. Could he possibly deliver a surprise? Zhang Chao swiftly interjected. Let us not speak so discouragingly. We should not burden our junior with excessive pressure. No matter how capable she is, she cannot rival Dr. Nan, given the disparity in their ages. This remark elicited a chorus of nods from the group. Upon noticing Su Nange and Zhang Yingqiao entering, the atmosphere shifted, and the group erupted in excitement, eager to gossip. Team leader, did you attend the gathering yesterday? Did you see Dr. Nan? Zhang Yingqiao rolled her eyes, saying, how could Dr. Nan possibly attend such a gathering? If he dared to show up, he would surely be devoured alive by the crowd. What about President Ji? Did he mention what direction Dr. Nan is currently researching? Zhang Yingqiao suddenly turned her gaze towards Su Nange. However, we could inquire privately. Su Nange has a good rapport with him. What? Su, you actually know Ji Ming. Oh my, does that mean we can roundabout say you are acquainted with Dr. Nan? Several individuals turned their eager gazes towards Su Nange, in unison asking, Master Su, if the opportunity arises, could you introduce us to Dr. Nan? Su Nange's enchanting peach blossom eyes swept across the group, each face radiating joy and anticipation. With a slight smile, she replied, certainly, perhaps we may even collaborate together. Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted in laughter. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We dare not even dream of that. Just to witness Dr. Nan's brilliance is already a privilege. To receive his guidance would indeed be invaluable. As laughter filled the air, they eventually commenced their work under Zhang Yingqiao's fervent admonitions. Su Nange took her laptop to her private office, but just before entering, Zhang Yingqiao suddenly called out to her, no need to overexert yourself. This project exceeds our team's capacity by far. The leaders are well aware of this, and they wouldn't want to truly dishearten us. Listening to his comforting words, Su Nange smiled. Rest assured, trust me. Outside the office, Hua Zichen stood still, observing Su Nange intently. The girl's features were strikingly beautiful, her confident and exuberant smile reminiscent of her university days, as if no hardship could daunt her. But where did she derive such confidence? The arduous task at hand was one that no one, save for Dr. Nan, could accomplish in such a brief time. He turned and walked to the break area, pulling out his phone to call Su Yin. Before tomorrow, will Dr. Nan truly be able to send me the solution? Su Yin, feeling anxious, sought to buy time. Zichen, Dr. Nan has been quite occupied lately, constantly abroad. Hua Zichen, irritable, interjected, if we delay any further, Su Nange and the others will resolve the issue. Su Yin's voice betrayed her panic. I'll urge him again. Hua Zichen narrowed his eyes suddenly. Su Yin, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Of course not. I'll contact Dr. Nan right away. After hanging up, Su Yin was in a flurry. For the past 2 days, she had been sending messages to Dr. Nan using Madame Su's email, yet his replies were icy and dismissive, stating he was on a business trip and requested not to be disturbed. She was certain that she would not be able to provide a solution by tomorrow. If Hua Zichen found her devoid of value, he might reconsider their engagement. This was unacceptable. She resolutely refused to allow such a scenario to unfold. Her expression suddenly firm, she entered the hospital room and addressed Madame Su, Mother. Do you know anyone from the Song family in Kyoto? Zichen wishes to establish a connection with them. Madame Su's condition had stabilized over the past few days, and she was set to be discharged tomorrow. She had been reading in bed when she heard this, her fingers tightening momentarily before she lifted her gaze and replied coolly, I do not know them. Su Yin's eyes flickered. Clearly, Madame Su was familiar with them but was unwilling to assist her. This selfish woman was unworthy of the title of mother. She was nothing like Li Wanru, who had always been compliant with her. Now that Madame Su refused to help her, what was she to do? Su Yin was genuinely distressed. Su Nange had not taken on the entire project alone. Her colleagues from the RD department had been immensely helpful. By the time the workday concluded, the entire solution had essentially been finalized. merely requiring some meticulous organization. Su Nange, carrying her laptop, ventured to the underground parking garage. Upon entering Hua Baiyan's opulent Bentley, she found no sign of him. The driver elucidated, "Mr. Hua has business to attend to this evening. I shall escort Miss Su home first." Without further contemplation, Su Nange acquiesced, "All right." However, that night, Hua Baiyan did not return. The following day, Su Nange, buoyed by the proposal she had meticulously arranged the previous evening, arrived at work with enthusiasm. Upon entering the RD department, she spotted Huazichan standing in the break area, coffee in hand, evidently waiting for her. "Su Nange," he called. "Allow me to remind you that today is the final day. Should you fail to submit your solution by the end of the workday, I shall claim victory in our wager. You will be accountable for your words." Su Nange sighed internally, wondering if this man had nothing better to do. With an eye roll, she proceeded to her office, but Huazichan followed closely behind. "You should stick with me. I assure you, you will not be at a loss. At the very least, I can introduce you to Dr. Nan." Su Nange scoffed, "That won't be necessary." Huazichan retorted angrily, "I know you've latched onto Jiming, believing you no longer require my assistance. But do you truly think Jiming will recommend you to Dr. Nan? He merely views you as a plaything. If he had the slightest genuine affection for you, he would assist you in resolving your issues." "I do not need assistance," Su Nange asserted. Huazichan laughed, "You don't need it? Just because others praise you as a genius, you presume to compare yourself to Dr. Nan, thinking you can conceive a solution. My proposal is already complete." Chapter 49 Completion. He, too, graduated with a degree in energy, fully aware of the intricate complexities involved. Thus, when Suyin mentioned that Dr. Nan required time and had yet to provide a solution, he felt no sense of unease. How could Su Nange possibly have completed it so swiftly? Su Nange narrowed her eyes and replied, "I'll organize everything and send it to you shortly. Then you'll know. Huazichan, do not forget the promise you made to me." With those words, she entered the office of Group 1, where she was immediately surrounded by the team members. Zhang Chao eyed Huazichan warily and remarked, "Junior, is he using Dr. Nan to belittle you again?" The others quickly chimed in, "Su Daxian, don't stoop to his level. At our age, having such abilities is already exceptional. There's no need to compare yourself to Dr. Nan. You are remarkable in your own right." Young and already surpassing everyone present, Jiang Yingxiao emerged from the office, appearing as though he had spent another night at the company. Frowning, he turned to Su Nange and assured her, "Rest assured, I stayed up all night and have a general understanding of how to resolve this issue. With some extra hours today, even if I cannot provide a complete solution, I can at least offer a conceptual framework that will suffice." He had also sent a WeChat message to his cousin, explaining the situation in the RD department. His cousin would advocate for him regarding the difficulties posed by Deputy General Manager Huda Group 1. Listening to their words of concern brought Su Nange great comfort. She smiled and said, "No need for that. I have already completed it." Jiang Yingxiao waved her hand, saying, "You need not worry about this matter. I will handle the communication." "What?" He suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. The other employees looked at her in disbelief, exclaiming, "Su Dshn. What did you just say? Surely, I must have misheard. Or perhaps the fatigue has conjured illusions." Zhang Chao chuckled wryly. "Junior, please do not jest with us." Su Nange laughed softly. "I shall send an email immediately and will copy everyone." She picked up her laptop and entered her office. A group of team members and Jiang Yingxiao remained standing there, exchanging incredulous glances, still struggling to believe the revelation. It was not until the sound of an email notification chimed from someone's computer that they returned to their desks and opened their inboxes. Indeed, Su Nange had sent an email. Everyone promptly downloaded the attachment and opened it, only to be utterly astonished by its contents. For a moment, the group was enveloped in silence, not a sound to be heard. Noticing everyone was engrossed in the proposal, Su Nange quietly slipped out and descended to the top floor. With her task accomplished, she sought to find Hua Baiyan to reclaim the medical book on neurology for her review. She had not forgotten her promise to assist the elderly Hua matriarch with her medicinal preparations. On the top floor, within the office, Hua Baiyan was engrossed in reviewing documents when Yi suddenly entered, announcing, "Boss, Miss Su is here to see you." He paused, his pen etching a line across the paper. Somewhere in his back, he felt that familiar soft sensation, gradually igniting into warmth. He pressed his lips together, his voice deep. "Come in." As Su Nange entered, she found Hua Baiyan quietly seated, his gaze fixed downward. Without lifting his head, the man gently remarked, "I am aware of the situation in the RD department. It is perfectly acceptable if you are unable to present a solution. The company has comprehensive regulations in place to safeguard your legal rights. Su Wanwan chuckled softly. I did not come here regarding the RD matters. I came because I miss you. At this juncture, an unexpected itch in her throat prompted a brief pause. Hua Baiyan's hand trembled, causing the freshly printed document to be marred by his signature. His throat tightened slightly as he gradually raised his gaze, only to see Su Wanwan clear her throat and continue. I was hoping you could lend me that book you borrowed from the library for a look. Hua Baiyan. He quietly exhaled, yet a sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. He casually picked up the book from his desk and handed it to Su Wanwan, commenting lightly as she accepted it. Next time, try not to breathe so heavily while speaking. With unbridled joy, Su Wanwan took the book, completely oblivious to the man's peculiar demeanor, and replied, "Oh, thank you." She turned and walked away. It was not until she had exited the room that Hua Baiyan finally lowered his gaze. A sudden chuckle escaped him. The girl had evidently not taken to heart the kiss shared in the car, yet he had been brooding over it for 2 days. How utterly self-indulgent. Moreover, he almost forgot that Su Wanwan had a boyfriend. Hua Baiyan's expression turned icy, reverting to his usual calm demeanor. With the RD department's tasks completed, Su Wanwan let go entirely, dedicating the entire day to studying Alzheimer's disease. As the end of the workday approached, the previously tranquil office was suddenly stirred. The general manager of the research and development department entered, accompanied by the sullen-faced Huazichin. Jiang Yingxiao had just completed a thorough validation of Su Wanwan's proposal and, finding it flawless, joyfully proclaimed to the general manager, "Our group has truly struck gold this time. Su Wanwan's proposal is surely on par with Dr. Nan's." The general manager frowned, while Huazichin sneered. Indeed, her submission is no less than Dr. Nan's, considering they are virtually identical. At first, Jiang Yingxiao was taken aback, chuckling. Ha ha ha, she is just as formidable as Dr. Nan. However, he abruptly paused, realization dawning upon him. What do you mean? The implication was clear. She had plagiarized Dr. Nan's solution. After delivering this revelation, Huazichin derisively remarked to Su Wanwan, "This afternoon, I received Dr. Nan's proposal, and it is nearly identical to yours. I wondered why you appeared so confident. It turns out you had already calculated this scheme. Did you think that just because you sent your email before Dr. Nan, the solution would be yours? Su Wanwan, you are foolish beyond belief, thinking that a mere few modifications would escape our notice. You dared to steal Dr. Nan's work?" Jiang Yingxiao furrowed his brow, asserting, "There must be some misunderstanding. Su Wanwan has been working alongside us in the company these past few days, and a portion of the content was indeed completed by us, although this portion constituted only 20% of the entire proposal." As soon as these words left his mouth, Huazichin interjected, "What misunderstanding could there possibly be? 2 proposals are identical. Could it not be that Su Wanwan has stolen from Dr. Nan, rather than the other way around? Is such a notion conceivable? One is a highly esteemed doctor, and the other is merely an undergraduate. The answer is self-evident." Jiang Yingxiao was rendered speechless. Su Wanwan furrowed her brow as she listened to their exchange. It is impossible for Dr. Nan to have emailed Huazichin. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that someone has forged her proposal to appear as if it were Dr. Nan's. Is Huazichin attempting to suppress both her and her team? How absurd. Chapter 50. Self-proof. However, Huazichin retorted harshly, "Su Wanwan, do not attempt to feign innocence here. I advise you to admit your mistake. The company may consider your first offense and impose a lighter penalty." Jiang Yingxiao immediately turned to her. "Su Wanwan, you must clarify this situation promptly. What exactly is happening?" Su Wanwan replied slowly. "There is another possibility. Huazichin may not have received Dr. Nan's proposal at all. He is defaming me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxiao glared at Huazichin. Yet, Huazichin seemed taken aback by her statement and chuckled. "When we were in school, I never noticed you possessed such thick skin. I certainly have amassed sufficient evidence to accuse you." Jiang Yingxiao inquired, "What evidence?" Huazichin produced his phone, opened a screenshot, and handed it to Jiang Yingxiao. "This is the proposal that Dr. Nan sent to Su Wanwan last night. Su Wanwan was delayed due to other matters, which is why she forwarded it to me in the afternoon. Chronologically, Dr. Nan submitted her proposal earlier than Su Wanwan. If this is not sufficient to elucidate the matter, I possess witnesses." Su Wanwan narrowed her eyes. It turned out that it was not Huazichin who was orchestrating this, but rather Su Wanwan. Upon reflection, she recalled that after finishing work yesterday, she passed by the 2nd floor of the inpatient department, where Mrs. Su was heading for an examination, and Su Wanwan, unfortunately, was experiencing stomach pains, so she accompanied her. At that moment, Her computer was left in the ward. However, her computer was secured with a password. How could Su Wanwan have known it? Su Wanwan's fingers tightened slightly. There is no more to be said, is there? Huazichin cast a scornful glance at the general manager. This incident is truly reprehensible, and the company must take serious action against Su Wanwan. If necessary, we should consider involving the authorities. After all, if someone dares to steal from Dr. Nan, we might never regain her collaboration with the Hua group if this reaches her ears. The general manager hurriedly replied, such a scandal would also reflect poorly on the company. Let us delay involving the police for now. The administrative department has already closed for the day, so let's plan to visit them next Monday, present the evidence, and see what measures they will take then. Huazichin did not object. He turned to Su Wanwan, hinting, in the meantime, take these days to reflect. If you realize your error, you may come to me. Should your apology be sincere, I might consider keeping this matter discreet, merely a minor mishap. Of course, if you remain unrepentant, do not expect me to uphold our schoolmate bond. With that insinuation left hanging, he and the general manager strode away. After the two departed, a group of research and development members gathered around Su Wanwan, surrounding her. There must be some misunderstanding, Su. Did you perhaps enlist Ji Ming's assistance? Su Wanwan felt a warmth in her heart upon realizing that no one was blaming her. Rest assured, I will clear my name in this matter. She decided to reveal her true identity to dispel the misunderstandings, believing that once the truth was unveiled, all confusion would dissipate. However, recalling how Jiang Engxiao had dismissed her revelations last time, skepticism crept in. The patent certificate that could validate her identity, along with the company's seal, had been taken abroad by Ji Ming for business negotiations. He was expected to return the following Monday. A smile tugged at the corners of her eyes as she glanced at her colleagues, imagining how amusing their expressions would be when the truth came to light. After work, Su Wanwan made her way to the underground parking lot. With practiced ease, she entered her Bentley, only to find that Hua Beiyin was not present. Yu Yi, however, occupied the passenger seat. The boss has a meeting shortly and will return afterward, he informed her. Su Wanwan promptly replied, then I can take a taxi. No need. The boss instructed me to take you home first. Once he signaled the driver to start the car, he cast her a disapproving glance and remarked, Miss Su, don't be so eager for immediate results. Dr. Nan is not someone you can meddle with at will. Your commotion in the R&D department has certainly made quite a stir. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow but refrained from responding. Yu Yi continued, do not think that because the matriarch and the boss are protecting you, you can act with impunity. In the realm of research, theft and plagiarism are utterly intolerable. Su Wanwan retrieved her headphones and inserted them into her ears, effectively shutting out his voice. Yi Yi. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the hospital. Su Wanwan ascended the stairs, only to be halted on the second floor by Su Wanwan. Ashu wishes to see you. She followed Su Wanwan into Madame Su's hospital room. It appeared that Madame Su was on the verge of being discharged, as Nan Ma had already packed her belongings, yet she remained, evidently awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing her enter, Madame Su immediately inquired with urgency, Nange, what is this about you stealing Dr. Nan's proposal? I cannot believe this is something you would do. Su Wanwan scoffed. The evidence is irrefutable. Young Master Zichin merely reminded her out of consideration for her being a member of the Su family. What more is there to doubt? Ashu, you place too much trust in her. I have always said that she bears the blood of Li Wanru. How could she be a good person? Madame Su retorted angrily. Silence. Nange, speak up. What is going on? The urgency in Madame Su's expression caused Su Wanwan's eyes to well with emotion. She understood that Madame Su genuinely cared for her, just as she was about to respond. Su Wanwan feigned concern. Nange, how could you be so foolish? I know you wish to achieve something within the Hua group, to gain the favor of the old matriarch and Mr. Hua, but you cannot take without asking. If you want Dr. Nan's proposal, just tell me, and I will provide it for you. How could you steal it from my computer? Steal? Su Wanwan scoffed coldly. Indeed, the root of the issue lay with Su Wanwan. She stepped forward. Who is truly taking without asking? Su Wanwan adopted a look of feigned innocence. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I should cover for you? Or shall we say, your proposal coincidentally mirrors that of Dr. Nan? Su Wanwan replied calmly, it is certainly not a coincidence. You have blatantly stolen my proposal. Nonsense! Su Wanwan exclaimed, enraged as he seized a broom from the ground and swung it towards her. You commit a wrongdoing and yet cast aspersions on your sister? You certainly deserve a beating. Mrs. Su immediately intervened. Wanwan, do not act impulsively. Su Wanwan retorted furiously, Ashu, did you hear that? She is utterly arrogant. A mere undergraduate claims that such a complex proposal belongs to her? It is sheer nonsense, utterly laughable. Such a wretched daughter is not worth your concern. The misdeed she has committed must be faced by her alone. However, Mrs. Su countered, but if the Hua group reports this to the police, she could end up in prison. At this, she produced her phone. This matter can be resolved quite simply, as long as Dr. Nan does not pursue it. Everything will be fine. I shall call Xiaonan right away. Chapter 51. Identity and Truth. She had no intention of causing a scene in front of Mrs. Su regarding Su Yin. Even after the clarification on Monday, hearing it from others would be preferable to a face-to-face confrontation. Her main concern was to avoid agitating Mrs. Su, which might jeopardize her health. Yet, since Mrs. Su had made the call, there was no need for her to shield Su Yin any longer. Just as the call was about to connect, Su Yin rushed in front of Mrs. Su and abruptly hung up the phone. Mom, no. Mrs. Su was taken aback, frowning as she looked at her. Why not? Su Yin bit her lip and said, I just finished a conversation with Brothers Ichin. His suggestion is to keep this matter low-key and handle it internally within the company. If Dr. Nin finds out, even if he doesn't hold a grudge against you, the Hua group will certainly have to impose some form of punishment to express their apologies to him, which would make it difficult to deal with the situation lightly later on. Madame Su paused briefly. Is that so? Yes. Su Yin then turned her gaze towards Su Nange, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in her eyes. Nange, the evidence is complete, and you've already clashed with Dr. Nan. It would be best for you to promptly admit your mistake and submit a sincere letter of apology to the company. I assure you, I want to pursue your responsibility here, and Mr. Hua will certainly speak favorably on your behalf to ensure a lenient outcome. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan immediately interjected. Shu, did you hear that? Su Nange, won't he encounter any significant issues? You worry too much. Su Nange lowered her gaze, staring at her phone. She could call back now and reveal the truth, but would Madame Su accept such an outcome? She was a person of such clarity and integrity, with the only expectation for her children being that they remain healthy and upright, avoiding any paths of deceit. Could she accept that her daughter was, in truth, a scheming individual? Su Nange remained silent for a moment before finally looking at Madame Su, deciding to issue a precautionary statement. Madame Su, I am not so foolish. Failing to complete a project is merely a reflection of one's capabilities. There is no need for me to compromise my integrity for the sake of appearances by stealing Dr. Nan's proposal. Furthermore, think carefully. Did Dr. Nan ever promise you that he would provide technical support to the Hua group? At this remark, Madame Su pursed her lips. Su Yin spoke up. I have already explained this matter to my mother. I took her phone without permission to call Dr. Nan, and he has agreed. Su Nange wished to interject, but Su Wanwan angrily retorted. Su Nange, you truly are incorrigible. It is a pity that a Shu cares for you so much. Ying has chosen not to hold you accountable, and yet you dare to lash out at your sister here. He pointed towards the door, commanding, get out. Su Nange cast a deep glance at Madame Su, observing her furrowed brow, clearly skeptical of the claims. With a subtle sigh, she turned to leave, hoping her words would prompt Madame Su to reflect further, laying the groundwork for when the truth emerged on Monday. She wished for her emotional state to remain stable. Upon exiting, she heard movement behind her and turned to find Su Yin hastening to catch up. Su Yin's eyes flickered with unease. Nange, the Hua Corporation does not wish to escalate this matter. I suggest you resign voluntarily. This will resolve everything. Su Nange let out a mirthless laugh. Su Yin had pilfered her proposal and was now eager to quell the situation. She replied coolly, we both know who truly appropriated whose proposal. There is no need for this feigned innocence. Su Yin raised her chin with a sense of triumph. Of course, you stole mine. The evidence is irrefutable. You cannot escape responsibility. Seeing that Su Yin displayed no hint of guilt, Su Nange retorted, a trace is left behind. Do you truly believe you are without flaws? Su Yin's expression hardened. Are you referring to Dr. Nan? Do you intend to have him confront me directly? Su Nange, you are exceedingly naive. Such a trivial matter would never trouble Dr. Nan. The implication is that Dr. Nan is entirely unaware of the matter at hand, nor would anyone dare to bring it to his attention. This burden firmly rests upon Su Nange's shoulders. Had she not been Dr. Nan, she might have truly found herself in a precarious situation. Su Nange curled her lips into a smile, remarking, Su Yin, when one traverses dark paths too often, it is inevitable to encounter phantoms. With that, she departed. Su Yin's smile gradually faded, leaving only a fierce intensity in its wake. Hua Beiyin was indeed engaged in a meeting. By the time it concluded, it was already 8 in the evening. As he exited the conference room, He caught sight of a furtive figure lurking not far off. It was Jiang Yingqiao. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he promptly approached, saying, "Cousin, I have a favor to ask of you." Without pausing, Hua Beiyin continued towards the elevator, responding curtly, "Speak." Jiang Yingqiao glanced back at the attending executives, maintaining a respectful distance before briefly explaining the situation in the R&D department. He concluded with a plea. The young lady has just graduated and aspires to make her mark. She may have taken a wrong turn, yet she has not caused any damage to the company. Could you possibly consider leniency? Upon entering the elevator and pressing the button for the basement parking level, Hua Beiyin remained silent, prompting Jiang Yingqiao to persist. "Cousin, I have rarely asked you for anything. Su Wanwan is truly a rare talent, and I sincerely wish to see her progress beyond this juncture." Hua Beiyin cast a cold glance in his direction, his deep-set eyes devoid of warmth. "Do you suspect her of theft?" Jiang Yingqiao stood momentarily taken aback. Ding! The elevator arrived. Hua Beiyin strode out decisively and made his way to the car. Through the rearview mirror, Yi cautiously observed the expression on his face and inquired, "Boss, do you believe Su Wanwan is innocent? If not, could it be that Dr. Nan has stolen from her?" Hua Beiyin lifted his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at him without uttering a word. Yi muttered softly, "You certainly seem to have faith in her." Leaning back in his seat, Hua Beiyin's gaze deepened. It was not so much trust as it was an innate pride about her that convinced him she would neither steal nor find it necessary to do so. As for the reason her solution mirrored Dr. Nan's, perhaps it was due to Jiming. He recalled that Su Wanwan had a boyfriend, and they were eager to marry. Was that boyfriend Jiming? The vehicle soon arrived at the hospital. Hua Beiyin strode up the stairs and fortuitously encountered Su Wanwan coming toward him. The corridor was dimly lit, with most individuals clad in striped hospital gowns, their expressions weary. Only the girl, with her fair complexion and languid stride, exuded a vitality that made her seem like the sole breath of fresh air in the hospital. Hua Beiyin's demeanor unconsciously softened. They met at the entrance of old Madame Hua's ward. Hua Beiyin refrained from entering the room and instead coolly inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Su Wanwan paused momentarily, smiling as she replied, "No, thank you." Hua Beiyin's tone suddenly turned frosty. "You don't need my help. You seek Jiming's, do you?" "Indeed. It seems I have overstepped." Su Wanwan nodded. "I indeed need his assistance. He can better validate my identity." Chapter 52, The Cad. What identity? The identity of Jiming's girlfriend? In that instant, the entire matter clicked into place in his mind. The woman is not one to steal proposals, and the solution in question is exceedingly intricate. Jiang Yingqiao remarked that aside from Dr. Nan, no one in the industry could possibly devise it within such a brief period. Thus, it is likely that Su Wanwan received the proposal from Jiming. However, Jiming did not inform Dr. Nan, otherwise, Dr. Nan would not have forwarded it to Hua Zichen, resulting in this misunderstanding. The intricacies of the business world are profound. Why did Jiming take Dr. Nan's proposal without his knowledge? Would he truly clarify matters for Su Wanwan? Hua Beiyin, feeling uneasy, inquired, "Are you certain he will come?" "Of course. You trust him that much?" "Indeed." Su Wanwan's unwavering confidence in Jiming left Hua Beiyin feeling somewhat vexed, perceiving her as a girl lost in romantic notions. Suddenly, he said, "Miss Su, do not forget that legally, we are still married, and I would prefer not to have any scandalous rumors circulating." Su Wanwan, taken aback, looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why he would utter such words. Observing her reaction, Hua Beiyin felt even more frustrated. Loosening his tie, he stated solemnly, "During the duration of our marriage, I hope you will conduct yourself with propriety." With that, he strode into the hospital room. Su Wanwan was left bewildered. What was wrong with him today? His mood seemed to fluctuate wildly, and his words were utterly nonsensical. She dismissed her thoughts and followed him into the room to keep company with the elderly Mrs. Hua. Outside the suite, Hua Beiyin turned to Yi, "Investigate Jiming." Understood. Yi demonstrated remarkable efficiency, gathering all information about Jiming within half an hour. "Boss, I've sent it to your phone," he reported. Hua Beiyin opened the file on his mobile device and quickly perused Jiming's basic information. At 27 years of age, he was a distinguished graduate of Cambridge University, who had become Dr. Nan's agent 3 years prior, diligently managing the company. His steadfast dedication had paved the way for the firm's impending public offering. As Hua Beiyin scrolled further, he found that the document had concluded. He frowned slightly. "Is this all?" Yi, taken aback, had even procured Jiming's university transcripts. Perplexed that his boss found the information insufficient, What else do you require? He inquired. Hua Beiyan replied coolly, his personal conduct. Yi's mouth fell open in astonishment. But he promptly regained his composure. I'll look into it right away. Another half-hour passed before Yi sent additional information to Hua Beiyan's phone. Ji Ming was known to be generous, frequently changing girlfriends every 3 months, and his former partners spoke highly of him. Presently, he was entangled with several women, proving himself to be far from an exemplary boyfriend. Contemplating Su Wanwan's trust in him, Hua Beiyan smirked, clutching his phone as he strode into the hospital room, prepared to present this evidence to her. However, upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his grandmother, peering through her reading glasses at a dictionary, while a woman crouched on the floor, playfully engaging with a dog. The little Shiba Inu tilted its head back, wagging its tail vigorously at her. The woman's face radiated joy. Her beauty was breathtaking, and her smile possessed a captivating allure, resembling the purest and most pristine landscape of the world, evoking a desire to preserve rather than destroy. He hesitated momentarily, his fingers tightening around the phone. Should he reveal this cruel truth to her? Hua Beiyan found himself in a quandary. What is the matter? Old Madam was suddenly inquired, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Hua Beiyan pressed his lips together and abruptly turned off the phone screen. It's nothing. However, Old Madam Hua remained unconvinced. You've been staring at your granddaughter-in-law for so long. How could it be nothing? Do you have something to say to her? Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan lifted her gaze, her eyes piercingly fixed on him. Hua Beiyan felt a wave of heat rush to his face, hastily averting his gaze and clearing his throat. Grandma, you seem quite energetic. Could it be that you were ready for discharge? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the seemingly vibrant old Madame Hua immediately clutched her chest, feigning weakness. You rascal, I still feel pain in my heart. How could she allow her grandson and granddaughter-in-law to live together after being discharged? It would be akin to a child of divorced parents, forced to choose a side. It was nothing like the present. She had transformed the hospital room on the second day of her stay. The room contained 2 comfortable beds, one for her and one for her granddaughter-in-law. In the outer living room, there was a small bed for the rascal to sleep on. It may have been a tad cramped and somewhat austere, yet the two could see each other every day. Once they had cultivated their feelings, she would bring her granddaughter-in-law back to the Hua family. With this thought, old Madame Hua chuckled merrily, devoid of any signs of discomfort. Hua Beiyan. Su Wanwan. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Su Wanwan was engrossed in her neurology book when she suddenly received a call from her senior. Zhang Chao, Jr., hurry to the school. Professor Liang is in trouble. Su Wanwan frowned and immediately replied, understood. With a serious expression, she rose and strode purposefully toward the door. As she descended the stairs, she prepared to hail a taxi, only to hear Yi's voice behind her. Miss Su, the boss has asked me to drive you. Su Wanwan paused momentarily but did not hesitate, responding, Haicheng University, thank you. The moment the car halted in front of the teaching building, Su Wanwan leapt out and dashed toward Professor Liang's office. The door was wide open, and a circle of students had gathered, eager to witness the commotion. Upon entering, she spotted Professor Liang, his face flushed with anger. Glaring at the dean of the School of Energy, he exclaimed vehemently, the student's academic status is a matter of lifelong significance. On what grounds do you claim to expel her? Last time, you claimed her character was flawed and her background questionable, directly revoking her research recommendation without consulting me. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, do not expect to leave this room. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by his words. She had assumed something had happened to Professor Liang, but it appeared he was standing up for her. However, expulsion? She turned to the dean, who, with a pronounced belly, sternly stated, I have just received news that she has stolen Dr. Nan's solution and claimed it as her own invention. Such a student tarnishes our institution's reputation and certainly warrants disciplinary action. Professor Liang retorted angrily, that is impossible. Su Wanwan is not that kind of person. The dean scoffed. This is the internal news I just received. It cannot be false. Our school is about to hire Dr. Nan as a mentor. If we do not impose some form of punishment on her, how can we expect to gain Dr. Nan's approval? Do you have any idea how many schools are vying for her? Professor Liang immediately understood. Ultimately, your motives revolve around Dr. Nan. But I am her mentor. Without my signature, you cannot expel her. I absolutely refuse to sign this today. The dean was furious. Old Liang, how can you be so oblivious to the times? Do not even mention Su Wanwan. What do you have to compare with Dr. Nan? Chapter 53, Acknowledgement in her freshman year. She found this major rather uninteresting and uninspiring until she attended a class by Professor Liang, which set her on this path. It could be said that Professor Liang was her guiding light. Her resolute words brought a sudden silence to the entire office. Both Professor Liang and the dean turned to look at her. The dean furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Wanwan was about to reveal her identity when Zhang Chao hurriedly stepped in front of her. "Junior, you are absolutely right. Without pioneering teachers, where would Dr. Nin be?" He shouted. "New energy has only developed in recent years, but my teacher has been researching this field for over 20 years. Without his groundwork and that of his fellow teachers, how could we possibly enjoy the current flourishing state? Dean, your previous remarks were indeed biased. Even if Dr. Nin were to come, she would still address him as a predecessor." The dean was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the students gathered at the doorway. In this moment, many of Professor Liang's graduate students were gazing at him with palpable indignation. The dean cleared his throat and remarked, "Indeed, that statement was excessive. However, Dr. Nan's position in the industry is unassailable, and you ought to be aware of this. Dr. Nin has the capacity to lead an entire research and development team, propelling advancements in renewable energy significantly. Therefore, Su Wanwan, how could you possibly purloin his proposal? Such behavior is utterly preposterous." Su Wanwan retorted, "I did not." The dean scoffed. "The evidence from the Hua group is irrefutable. Regardless of your denial, you cannot evade the truth. Su Wanwan, your presence is fortuitous, as I need not notify you further. You have been expelled from the university, and I shall issue an announcement shortly to preserve the institution's reputation from your tarnishing." Professor Liang interjected vehemently, "Dean, Su Wanwan has asserted her innocence. The matter remains unresolved, and your grounds for expulsion are utterly insufficient." The dean gave him a dismissive glance. "This matter must not escalate. Otherwise, outsiders may mistakenly believe that Dr. Nin cannot accommodate a single student. The basis for her expulsion, of course, lies in her misconduct. Su Wanwan, I have ascertained that during your time at the university, you exhibited a pattern of tardiness, early departures, and absences, resulting in a consistent failure in your coursework. Hence, the university has decided to expel you." Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan was genuinely taken aback. As the saying goes, a university without absences and early departures is imperfect. What student does not skip a few classes? Indeed, she had missed many lectures, for the material presented by her professors was overly simplistic, prompting her to forego attendance altogether. However, the teachers realized that her perfect exam score, paired with a 0 in daily performance, did not affect her overall standing, so they ceased their inquiries. Little did they know that this would eventually become a weapon against the dean. Su Wanwan's gaze turned icy. Professor Liang was trembling with rage. "You are truly shameless. I reiterate, I will not sign that document. Su Wanwan is my student, and as her mentor, if I refuse to sign, you have no authority to expel her." The dean's expression hardened. "Professor Liang, you are indeed obstinate. Since you refuse to cooperate with the school's operations, I have no choice but to impose a suspension on you." Professor Liang, furiously defiant, retorted, "Suspend me if you wish. Do you think I fear you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the dean chuckled. "Professor Liang, if you are suspended, what will become of your graduate students who currently lack guidance? How do you intend to address their graduation defenses? Let me see, you have 6 graduate students, correct? Do you plan to make them all extend their studies? If a graduate student fails their defense, their graduation is postponed by a year. Many unscrupulous mentors deliberately hinder their students to ensure they remain subservient, extending their studies year after year." Upon hearing this, Professor Liang was momentarily stunned. You are utterly shameless." The dean was leveraging his graduate students to coerce him into signing. A man dedicated to research his entire life, unable to resort to insults, could only stomp his foot in frustration. Meanwhile, the graduate students under Professor Liang's supervision immediately changed color, nervously glancing at him. The dean chuckled. "Professor Liang, which is more important to you, 1 student or 6? You may choose." He produced the expulsion paperwork and presented it before Professor Liang. "Will you sign this?" Professor Liang clenched his fists. He turned to look at his graduate students. Among them, some had already secured jobs, merely awaiting their diplomas to commence employment. Others were engaged, anticipating their weddings post-graduation. Yet, he could not bring himself to sign. Black is black, and white is white. As he grappled with how to face his students, Su Wanwan approached him, inquiring, "Are the school leaders present today?" Professor Liang smiled wryly, shaking his head. "There is a conference in Kyoto, and both the principal and vice principal are attending." This meant that those who could reprimand the dean were absent. Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, suddenly smiling. "Professor, Why not take a few days off to rest at home? When they return, we can address this. Revealing your identity now would only allow the dean to dismiss it as a misunderstanding, and the matter would fade away. After all, no real harm has been done. However, if the dean forces the old professor into suspension and takes action against his students, and the truth comes to light, this dean will meet his end. Upon hearing this, Professor Liang sighed deeply, looking at his students, and spoke slowly, "Rest assured, even if I am suspended, I will wait for the principal and vice principal to return to lodge my appeal. I will not allow any delays in your graduation." Su Wanwan then spoke, "Teacher, consider it a short vacation for yourself. On Monday, I will provide you with an answer." The graduate students turned pale upon hearing those words. They understood the professor's choice. After all, he had always been a person of integrity and fairness. However, being unjustly implicated, coupled with the perpetrator's flippant tone in suggesting a 2-day respite, left them feeling quite uncomfortable. Zhang Chao promptly stepped forward and tugged at Su Wanwan, saying, "Junior, if you cannot speak properly, it would be wise to say less." Su Wanwan, perplexed, had personally escorted Professor Liang home. Along the way, Professor Liang expressed his concerns. "Nange, what will you do about the whole group? With Dr. Nan's credentials, he could easily overshadow you. Who would still believe in you?" He sighed. Why would a distinguished professor like him encroach upon your proposal? In Professor Liang's view, a conflict had arisen between his brilliant student and Dr. Nan, and it was undoubtedly Dr. Nan's arrogance that had led him to appropriate Su Wanwan's research achievements. Yet, to his surprise, Su Wanwan smiled and replied, "Teacher, Dr. Nan did not appropriate my proposal." Professor Liang was taken aback. "Then, whose proposal is it?" "Mine." Chapter 54, Return. During her time in the hospital, she spent most of it with old Madame Hua in the ward, while Hua Beiyan occupied the outer office. Yi stood beside him, quietly recounting the events at school, then added in a hushed tone, "Miss Su has been rather aloof. The online community at their school has already begun to berate her." After speaking, he handed his phone to Hua Beiyan. On the campus network of Haicheng University, this matter has become a hot topic. With everyone engaged in fervent discussion, it is incomprehensible why Professor Liang insists on defending such a societal miscreant. Having stolen Dr. Nan's design plan, what purpose does retaining such a person serve? This individual is nothing short of a troublemaker. Those upstairs, why degrade themselves in such a manner? While some are hurling insults regarding this incident, others are condemning her for different reasons. After all, the act of theft has yet to be adjudicated, and it is understandable that Professor Liang wishes to defend her. I was present at the scene, and I found Professor Liang's actions quite admirable. However, this does not diminish my disdain for a certain classmate. Professor Liang made sacrifices for her, yet she exhibits no gratitude, even suggesting she would take a few days off to rest, displaying a chilling lack of empathy, as if Professor Liang's efforts were expected. Being present at the scene, it was apparent that this person possesses an astonishingly thick skin. Professor Liang's graduate students are indeed quite unfortunate to be associated with such a classmate. As Hua Beiyan observed the situation, his expression grew increasingly somber, until it resembled the depths of a murky pool. He tossed his phone to Yi. "I am reminded of a saying by Carlo Collodi. When the dog at the village entrance barks, the others will follow suit, though they know not why." Yi replied, "Boss, you truly have a sharp tongue." This remark has effectively reduced those Navi University students to mere dogs in the eyes of others. He instinctively remarked, "Miss Su would likely be quite saddened to see such disparaging comments, wouldn't she?" At this, Hua Beiyan paused momentarily, hesitantly inquiring, "Do you think she would be so bored as to peruse the campus network?" Yi smirked slightly, "Boss, Miss Su has just graduated. During her time at school, who hasn't he indulged in gossip on the campus network?" Hua Beiyan replied nonchalantly, "I do not." Yi retorted, "That is merely because you embody the spirit of an old bureaucrat, an entity insulated from the internet." He cleared his throat, adding, "Modern young people are quite fond of the online world." Upon hearing this, Hua Beiyan lifted his eyelids and gazed through the glass window of the door into the ward. The weather had turned cooler, and the girl was clad in a camel-colored knit sweater, casually reclining on the sofa while engrossed in her book. Strands of hair framed her face, and she gracefully tucked them behind her ear with her slender, fair fingers. Amidst her thick, dark tresses, a glimpse of her elongated porcelain neck was discernible. Her concentration on the book was palpable, exuding an air of earnestness. Sunlight streamed through the window behind her, casting a warm glow at her feet, while a small Shiba Inu curled up, peacefully slumbering nearby. This scene radiated a serene charm, reminiscent of tranquil times. After an indeterminate period, Su Nange appeared somewhat fatigued. She set her book aside and stretched languidly, reaching for her phone beside her. Suddenly, Hua Beiyin rose abruptly, taking a few swift strides to the doorway, where he opened the door. Inside the room, both individuals turned their gazes toward him. The elderly matriarch adjusted her reading glasses and, with some effort, inquired with a puzzled expression, "You rascal, what is the matter?" Hua Beiyin pressed his lips together, directing his attention to Su Nange. "Miss Su, the weather is splendid today. Shall we take Grandma out for some sunlight?" Su Nange glanced outside and nodded. She gently nudged the Shiba Inu awake and assisted the elderly matriarch as they stepped outside. A 2-in-1 excursion, efficiently saving time. The trio, accompanied by a dog, swiftly arrived at the hospital park, where they found a bench for the elderly Mrs. Hua to sit upon. Su Nange gazed absent-mindedly at the distant lake, her mind processing the recent knowledge she had acquired regarding neurology. Suddenly, a low voice broke the silence. "Miss Su, do you often indulge in online activities?" Su Nange looked at Hua Beiyin in confusion. The man, clad in a black shirt and tailored black trousers, exuded an air of cool nobility and restraint, his fitted attire accentuating his refined demeanor. He did not meet her gaze. His expression nonchalant, as if his inquiry held no ulterior motive, merely a casual conversation. Su Nange replied with indifference, "Not particularly." Hua Beiyin nodded, and she turned her attention to the elderly Mrs. Hua. After spending a few days in their company, she had gained some insight into Hua Beiyin's character. He was a man of few words, and after that brief exchange, it was unlikely he would offer any further commentary. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the man continued, "Nowadays, people tend to be restless. In the anonymity of the internet, they often unleash their rage and discontent. The online realm resembles a lawless territory, magnifying the darkness within human hearts. Thus, one should not take the information found online to heart." Su Nange was taken aback by his sudden discourse when her phone vibrated. She glanced at it to discover a message from her senior, Zhang Chao, Jr., refrained from logging into the campus network for the time being. "A group of students is echoing each other's thoughts, and what they say is rather harsh." Su Nange paused for a moment, as it dawned on her why Hua Beiyin had made those remarks. She set her phone down, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Mr. Hua, rest assured, the words circulating online cannot wound me." Hua Beiyin paused momentarily, an unnatural flicker crossing his features before he swiftly regained his composure. "I am concerned about how it may affect Grandma's mood." Su Nange let out a soft laugh, her mirth rendering Hua Beiyin somewhat uneasy. He rose, maintaining an aloof demeanor. "I still have work to attend to. I leave Grandma in your care." "Understood." Upon returning to the hospital room, Hua Beiyin announced, "The meeting scheduled for Monday morning is cancelled." Yu Yi was taken aback. "But that day is our multinational conference." "Very well, I shall cancel it at once." He cast a hesitant glance at Hua Beiyin. Could it be that the boss intended to visit the administration department on Monday, brazenly siding with Su Nange? His expression stiffened. Ever since Hua Beiyin had taken over Hua Corporation, many had been dissatisfied. If he were to show favoritism now, Yi felt a surge of anger. This Su Nange had only been with the company for a few days and had already caused such a significant ruckus for the boss. Hua Zichen had secured his position in the RD department by relying on Dr. Nan. Now, she had managed to offend Dr. Nan. Truly, she was adept at creating trouble for the boss. If on Monday, the boss were to shield her, then he would have to risk incurring the boss's wrath to prevent it. He could not allow the boss to err. Upon returning from a stroll with the elderly lady, Su Nange noticed that Yi was regarding her with an unusual expression. However, she paid it no mind. Soon Monday arrived. Chapter 55, Relations as they exited the vehicle. Hua Beiyin suddenly inquired, "Will Ji Ming arrive on time?" Su Nange replied, "He should." Hua Beiyin pressed his lips together and spoke again. "I actually have some information about Ji Ming, which I will share with you once today's events conclude." He intended to reveal Ji Ming's infidelity to her. After all, it was better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Su Nange cast him a surprised glance. "All right." She alighted from the vehicle and made her way toward the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator doors, she overheard a few colleagues in hushed tones discussing. "Have you heard? There have been incidents of stealing others' proposals in the RD department. Who could be so unscrupulous? Their audacity is astonishing. It's rumored to be a new intern. They must have some connections within the company to act so recklessly." "What kind of connections?" One person raised a hand. "I heard it's related to that individual, which is why they were placed in Jiang Yingxiao's team. That person is known for their domineering and forceful nature. The executives have been on edge for the past month. Surely, They wouldn't brazenly protect this in turn, would they? Aren't they afraid of being labeled as biased? I've heard that individual was spoiled by their matriarch at home, a little tyrant during their childhood in Haiching. After all these years, saving an intern must be a trivial matter for them. The company has its own rules. If that individual continues such behavior, won't it provoke public outrage? Youthful arrogance, perhaps. They simply don't care about such things. But Vice President Hu Zichen is also young, yet look at how he selects individuals for the company. Dr. Nan, after all, is a leader in the new energy sector. Upon further examination of that intern, a comparison reveals that Vice President Hu Zichen is indeed more dependable. This is undoubtedly true. Like father, like son, his father, the esteemed Mr. Hua, has always been a person of strict self-discipline, yet generous towards others. It is worth noting that Mr. Hua has risen through the ranks from the grassroots level. So one must wonder how it is that such a position is occupied by someone else. Su Nange had no intention of engaging with these individuals. After all, she found herself amidst the fray, and it was inevitable that she would be the subject of gossip. However, she was taken aback when their conversation veered towards Hua Beiyan. Narrowing her eyes, she reflected on her extensive experience in society since middle school. She was far from a naive newcomer in the workplace. Thus, she quickly deduced that someone was instigating this discussion with the intent of dragging Hua Beiyan into disrepute. Her gaze fell upon the instigator of the topic. She recognized him. His name was Jiang Tao, a member of the development team in Group 2 and also a sycophant of Hu Zichen. Memories of the information Ji Ming had helped her gather resurfaced. The Hua family's main branch sought to reclaim power. During her last visit to the Hua family, the tension between the main branch and Hua Beiyan had been palpable. Hu Zichen appeared to be exploiting this situation to manufacture public opinion. Even if he could not inflict any tangible damage upon Hua Beiyan, he could nonetheless diminish his standing within the company. With a scornful laugh, Su Nange stepped forward and calmly remarked, "While discussing my gossip is trivial, might I suggest that before you indulge in gossip about the boss, you first check for surveillance cameras in the vicinity?" Upon hearing this, the group was startled, immediately glancing around in alarm. Upon noticing the absence of surveillance, a sigh of relief escaped her lips, only to be swiftly followed by the realization that she had been outmaneuvered. The crowd turned their gaze towards Su Nange, inquiring, "Who are you?" Before she could respond, Jiang Tao interjected, "Allow me to introduce our new intern from the research and development team." With a wry smile, Jiang Tao remarked, "Miss Su, it appears you are indeed well connected with General Manager Hua. In light of such a significant issue regarding the theft of a project, you remain remarkably composed upon your arrival at work, despite the overwhelming evidence." At this declaration, the onlookers scrutinized her, their brows furrowed in disapproval. As diligent employees, they would undoubtedly feel immense indignation if their hard-earned work were to be pilfered. Yet, Su Nange remained unfazed by their stares, her expression contemplative as she questioned, "General Manager Hua's connections?" Jiang Tao promptly retorted, "You don't intend to deny it, do you? It was Assistant Ji who personally escorted you to the RD department. We in the second group witnessed it all clearly." He sighed, feigning a tone of consolation. "Even with General Manager Hua backing you, you cannot use Nan's project? Do you comprehend the significance of Dr. Nan to our company's research department? Our Vice President Hu Zichen expended considerable social capital and connections to secure his services, contributing immensely to the RD team. Should you drive him away, do you believe General Manager Hua can withstand the collective fury of the entire department?" The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. However, Su Nange suddenly smiled. "You're mistaken. I am merely a connection of General Manager Hua. Mr. Hua has always maintained a low profile. Even when he engaged me for the company, he did not make a fuss about it." Jiang Tao was taken aback, wondering where he had erred. At that moment, the elevator arrived, and a group of people stepped inside. They remained oblivious to the fact that, in the distance, Hua Beiyan was approaching with Yu Yi, coincidentally overhearing their conversation. Hua Beiyan's expression remained unchanged, but Yu Ye's countenance instantly darkened. Indeed, someone had exploited Su Nange's situation to scheme against the boss. Yet, at this moment, Su Nange, unaware of the implications, dared to pull the boss into the fray. It was utterly outrageous. Yi could no longer contain her anger. "Boss, did you hear that?" She asked, making it evident to everyone that she has connections with you. What benefit could this possibly bring her? It is truly foolish. Afterward, she implored, "Boss, you must refrain from intervening in this matter. Everyone is now aware of her relationship with you. Should you choose to protect her at this juncture, you will appear to the world as a ruler who is blind to right and wrong, unable to distinguish between public and private affairs." Hua Beiyan narrowed his eyes. The man's stern visage betrayed no emotion, his profound gaze fixed ahead as he replied coolly, "Only the weak are swayed by words." With that, he adjusted his attire and strode into the executive elevator. Yi followed suit, hearing him assert with conviction, to the administration department. It was evident that the boss had made a resolute decision that was irrevocable. Reluctantly, he pressed the button for the administration department's floor, letting out a silent sigh. It was no wonder that comparisons were drawn. The R&D department was the heart of the company, under the scrutiny of countless eyes. In the past month, the research and development department welcomed 2 new members. One is Dr. Nan, connected to Hua Zichen, and the other is Su Nange, a protege of the boss. The contrast between the two is striking. He inhaled deeply. If only Dr. Nan were linked to the boss, this battle would undoubtedly end in a splendid victory for him. Ding! The elevator has arrived. The legal proceedings regarding this theft plan are officially underway. Chapter 56. Evidence. Just as he took a few steps, a voice from behind interrupted him. "Miss Su, I am unaware of your relationship with General Hua, but you must realize that his reputation within the company is less than favorable. The position of authority is uncertain for the future. Therefore, I advise you not to offend our Deputy General Hua. He is a trusted confidant of Hua Zichen, and through their recent interactions, he has certainly discerned Hua Zichen's feelings towards Su Nange." He whispered, "Aligning yourself with Deputy General Hua will undoubtedly enhance your circumstances. At the very least, he possesses the means to assist you with the challenges you are soon to face." Su Nange cast a cold glance at him with her enchanting eyes, remaining silent as she entered Group 1. It was Monday, and after a delightful weekend, many people often found themselves arriving late to work on this day, typically arriving just on time. However, everyone in Group 1 had already assembled, sitting in the lounge, encircling Jiang Ingqiao and Zhang Chao, their expressions rife with concern. Jiang Ingqiao wore a tense expression, dark clouds shadowing his face. Upon seeing Su Nange enter, everyone abruptly stood, their words caught in their throats. Zhang Chao approached briskly. "Nangu," regarding the school. Before he could finish, the general manager of the R&D department and deputy general manager, Hua Zichen, had already appeared at the doorway. "Jiang Ingqiao, Su Nangu, let us proceed. The administrative department awaits us." Jiang Ingqiao frowned and stood up, glancing at Su Nangu. "Let us go." The group made their way towards the elevator. Along the way, Hua Zichen suddenly spoke. "I anticipated you would call me in the past few days." He spoke with confidence, showing no hesitation in front of the general manager and Jiang Ingqiao. Su Nangu narrowed her eyes and remained silent. Hua Zichen continued, "By the way, in addition to the administrative department personnel, 2 guests will also be present today. They are the president of Haicheng University and the dean of the School of Energy. The dean has heard about your alleged theft of Dr. Nan's proposal and intends to expel you from the university. I assume you are aware of this." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ingqiao scoffed. "Hua Zichen, if I recall correctly, you all graduated from university, yet you still seek out teachers for such matters? Haven't you weaned yet?" Hua Zichen retorted coldly, "I am also an alumnus of Haicheng University. I cannot allow the institution's reputation to be tarnished by someone like you. The president and the dean are coming today to ascertain the facts. If the allegations hold true, they will show no mercy." "Su Nangu, do you still refuse to admit your mistakes?" Su Nangu replied slowly, "I have done nothing wrong. What mistake should I acknowledge?" "You. Truly. You will not weep until you see the coffin." The 4 soon arrived at the administrative department. Hua Zichen and the general manager of the R&D department entered the conference room first. Just as Su Nange was about to follow them inside, Jiang Ingqiao unexpectedly patted her shoulder and said, "I am your superior. Any mistakes you make will be my responsibility. Even if Hua Zichen brings Dr. Nan here to confront you, I will stand in front of you." With those words, Jiang Ingqiao strode into the room with an expression reminiscent of a condemned prisoner. Su Nange thought to herself that such theatrics were unnecessary. She forced a smile and followed him inside, only to discover that the conference room was quite spacious, and approximately 10 individuals were already seated. The personnel from the administrative department appeared stern, their demeanor serious and meticulous. The principal and the dean had been invited and occupied seats on either side. To Su Nange's astonishment, Hua Beiyan was also present in the observers section. The man was dressed in a suit, his shirt buttoned all the way to the top and adorned with a tie of the same hue, exuding an air of rigor and nobility. Upon hearing footsteps, he cast a fleeting glance in her direction. His profound gaze lingered on Su Nange for merely a moment before swiftly diverting elsewhere, as if her presence here held no significance for him. Behind him, Yi wore a grim expression, glaring at Su Nange. However, she paid him no mind and offered them a gentle smile. She understood well that the busy Huabeiyan had come here solely out of concern for her. No, it was to spare his grandmother from distress that he had chosen to show concern for her. She could easily predict how he would justify his presence. A subtle smile graced her lips as she entered the room with composure. The administrative department adhered to established protocols. The head of the administrative department spoke first. Vice President Hua, where are the witnesses and evidence you mentioned? Su Nangao also cast a curious glance in his direction. She was utterly perplexed as to what the so-called evidence that Hua Zichen had been proclaiming was. Hua Zichen glanced at his phone and remarked, just in time. They have arrived. Following his words, a knock echoed on the door. Jiang Tao entered, accompanied by two individuals. One was Su Yin, and the other was Li Wanru. Su Nangao furrowed her brow. Su Yin maintained a composed demeanor as she approached Hua Zichen, cheerfully addressing him, Brother Zichen. In contrast, Li Wanru appeared intimidated by the situation, glancing around nervously before offering a sheepish smile. Hua Zichen pointed at her and declared, she is both my witness and evidence. Allow me to introduce her. She is Su Nango's mother. The room fell into a momentary silence as everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Nangao. Jiang Yingxiao nudged her, asking, is this for real? Su Nangao clenched her jaw, remaining silent. However, Li Wanru suddenly rushed in front of her, saying, Nangao, the fact that Mom helped you steal the proposal has been exposed. I had no idea there were cameras in the hospital room, and it was all captured on film, now serving as their evidence. As she spoke, Su Yin produced a USB drive and plugged it into the computer. The scene unfolds in Mrs. Su's hospital room. Li Wanru stealthily enters, then discreetly opens Su Yin's computer, subsequently inserting a USB drive and manipulating something. Su Yin sighs, saying, I installed the camera merely to document the times when the doctor administers medication to my mother. I never anticipated that it would capture this. Nangu, how could you allow your mother to assist you in thievery? Li Wanru immediately bows her head in apology, stating, it is my fault. Nangu was unaware of this matter. I only decided to act this way because I saw how hard she was working. This incident does not involve her. I am sorry. As a mother, I cannot bear to see her struggle so. She glanced around, and suddenly, with a thud, she knelt on the ground, pleading, I beseech you, do not punish Nangu. If punishment is necessary, let it be directed at me instead, and do not involve the authorities. Grant Nangu another chance. The head of the administrative department hurried over to support her arm, urging, please, rise. Yet, Li Wanru wept, declaring, if the company does not forgive Nangu, I shall not rise. Onlookers sighed, unable to suppress their empathy, lamenting the heartache of parents. Meanwhile, Hua Zichen arrogantly remarked, Su Nangu, the evidence is irrefutable. Do you have anything to say? Su Yin watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, aware that the moment Li Wanru appeared, the imperfect evidence transformed into something flawless. After all, how could a mother be perceived as one who would tarnish her daughter's reputation? Su Nanji's denial would only lead to further disdain from the crowd, who would view her as someone attempting to shift blame onto her mother. The whole corporation could not tolerate such an employee. It was indeed a deadlock. All eyes were fixed upon Su Nange, yet she remained composed. Her gaze lowered as she stood still. She even took a moment to glance at her phone, seemingly having received a WeChat message. Chapter 57. Ji Ming arrives. One might expect her to feel a sense of sorrow upon recognizing that her own mother had orchestrated such a betrayal. However, at that moment, she was enveloped in a chilling indifference, for she had long grown accustomed to such treachery. She was convinced that, for Su Yin's sake, Li Wanru would stoop to even greater depths. With an indifferent gaze, she glanced past Li Wanru and focused on Su Yin. Su Nange was genuinely curious about what advantages Su Yin had provided to Li Wanru that warranted such unwavering loyalty. She remained silent, fully aware that until Ji Ming arrived to authenticate her identity, any words she uttered would be futile. This crowd would not believe her. Yet, even in her silence, others were willing to speak on her behalf. Jiang Yingxiao, exuding an air of arrogance akin to a villain, declared, what constitutes direct evidence? From the video alone, it merely shows Su Nange's mother extracting something from Su Yin's computer. What was taken? Who can say? Hua Zichen scoffed. Su Yin was responsible for delivering the solution from Dr. Nan to me. If Su Nange's mother extracted something from her, and then Su Nange submits a proposal identical to Dr. Nan's, does that not signify something? Jiang Yingqiao, even if you wish to shield Su Nange, there must be limits. Jiang Yingqiao, defiantly raising his chin, retorted, what shielding? I am merely voicing my doubts. This evidence does not directly implicate Su Nange in instructing her mother to steal anything. Upon uttering these words, Li Wanru, who was kneeling at that moment, immediately exclaimed, yes, yes. It was not Nangu who urged me to steal. It was my own decision. This has nothing to do with her. It is entirely my own reckless initiative. She grasped the arm of the head of the administrative department, pleading, I implore you, do not implicate Nangu. My daughter has only just graduated from university. She cannot afford to lose this job because of me. The head of the administrative department sighed upon hearing this, inquiring, what exactly did you steal? Li Wanru promptly responded, it was the solution regarding hydrogen fuel from the new energy sector. The head of the department nodded and asked, do you even understand what hydrogen fuel is? Li Wanru was momentarily taken aback and shook her head. The head continued, you see, I am not in research. Even I do not know what that is. If your daughter did not instruct you on what to steal, how could you assist her in this act? Li Wanru appeared to be at a loss for words, her voice faltering until she suddenly bowed her head, declaring, I don't care, it was my doing. And it has nothing to do with my daughter. Call the police, take me away, I accept my fault. The head of the administrative department sighed deeply, his gaze towards Li Wanru filled with sympathy and reflection. Hua Zichen observed Li Wanru. He should have despised this mistress. Yet witnessing her willingness to sacrifice for her daughter stirred feelings of compassion within him. In a sudden outburst, he bellowed, Su Nangu, say something. You cannot possibly intend to shift the blame onto your mother, can you? Do you not comprehend the fundamental virtue of filial piety? Do you truly possess no heart? The head of the administrative department spoke coolly, Vice President Hua, there is no need to rush. Rest assured, our administrative department will thoroughly investigate this matter. The whole group will not wrong any mother, nor will we retain any disloyal employee. Su Nange anticipated such a response. The consequence of denial was merely to invite skepticism from this group of individuals. She chuckled softly, aware that the matter was far from resolved. Indeed, Su Yin sighed and feigned concern as she stepped forward to stand before Li Wanru. Aunt Li, even if you wish to take this matter upon yourself, it is simply unfeasible. None of us are fools. We all know the truth of the situation. The best course of action now is to acknowledge the mistake and seek forgiveness from the whole group. Otherwise, Nange risks expulsion from her studies. Is that not so? Li Wanru turned to the head of the administrative department for assistance. The head nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we have our own judgments. Your attempts to shield your daughter are evident to us all. Li Wanru sank despondently to the ground, as though she had lost all support. Yet suddenly, a realization struck her. She crawled a few steps and grasped Su Nange's legs. Nange, there is no other way. You must admit your fault. If you do so promptly, the whole group will afford you another chance. Even if you are expelled, you still possess your qualifications and can seek other employment. However, should you refuse to acknowledge this and face expulsion from the school, your future will truly be irrevocably shattered. She appeared to be in great anguish, tears welling in her eyes. Yet in a place unseen by others, her gaze turned fiercely menacing. Su Nange observed her mother kneeling before her and found it utterly amusing. In the past, Li Wanru had always approached her straightforwardly, relentlessly pressuring her to yield to Su Yin. Now, however, she seemed to have adopted a more duplicitous approach. Was this a lesson imparted by Su Yin? Li Wanru continued to weep, lamenting, I am helping Nange admit her mistakes. As her mother, I am bowing down on her behalf. I hope everyone can grant her another chance, and I implore the school to expel her from the rolls. She earnestly knocked her head against the ground several times, the heavy sound resonating painfully in the hearts of onlookers. Truly, what a devoted mother. The head of the administrative department rushed over, attempting to assist her, but was unable to lift her. She urgently shouted at Su Nange, why are you still standing there in a daze? Your mother is so sincere and honest. How could she give rise to such an ungrateful daughter like you? Nearby, the vice president of Haicheng University displayed a look of pity. The dean directly addressed Su Nange. Do you still refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing? Are you intent on driving your mother to despair? How can our school harbor a student like you? Principal, do you see this? It is precisely because of someone like her that Professor Liang insists on vouching for her. Professor Liang has been utterly bewitched by her. It is bewildering, which is why I have had to suspend him at home. The vice president frowned, deeming such remarks inappropriate. He had accompanied the dean today because Professor Liang had called him regarding the dean's intention to expel the student. A student's academic status is akin to their business card. The expulsion from such status is an exceedingly grave matter. It is so serious that even the dean has suspended a professor. The vice dean acknowledges that it has indeed gone too far, which prompted him to respond to Professor Liang's request to come here. Yet, it seems that the dean's actions might not have been entirely unwarranted. He couldn't help but glance at Su Wanwan, urging, "Classmate, you should promptly admit your mistake. If this continues, even Professor Liang will be unable to protect you." Li Wanru immediately ceased her act of kowtowing and turned to her. "Nange, did you hear? Everyone is urging you to confess. They will grant you another chance." Chapter 58. Slander. Su Wanwan felt a jolt of surprise, instinctively looking toward Hua Zichen. Lowering her voice, "Zichen, during the last gathering, it was evident that Ji Ming and Su Wanwan share a special connection. Is he here to advocate for her? Hoping that the Hua group will go easy on her?" Hua Zichen immediately stiffened his jaw and instructed the person outside, "Escort Mr. Ji Ming to the RD department's conference room. Once this matter is resolved, I shall meet with him." The individual outside responded affirmatively, preparing to leave when a deep voice suddenly interjected, "Let him in." Everyone turned in unison to see Hua Beiyin, seated in the hearing position, having spoken. Hua Zichen hastily replied, "Uncle, Ji Ming is Dr. Nan's assistant. I do not wish for this situation to become public knowledge, lest Dr. Nan think our company holds him in disdain. Therefore, it would be best not to allow Ji Ming entry." Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. This was something she had indeed overlooked. She had not anticipated that Ji Ming would be unable to enter this conference room. However, she remained untroubled. As long as she revealed her identity, this group would have to summon Ji Ming to confront her. After all, only Ji Ming had met Dr. Nan in person. While she pondered this, Hua Beiyin spoke again. "Ji Ming is someone I invited." Su Wanwan was taken aback. She turned her head in surprise, only to find the man's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor calm and his deep black eyes inscrutable, leaving her uncertain of his true thoughts. If she were not aware of the truth, she might have believed that Ji Ming was indeed his guest. Following Hua Beiyin's remark, he cast a glance at Yi, who instantly grasped his implication and promptly exited, unable to suppress a glare at Su Wanwan. A beauty brings disaster, he thought. Their boss had begun to shield this woman. He could only hope Ji Ming would be competent enough to intimidate this group, preventing their boss from becoming truly befuddled and tarnishing his reputation with accusations of complicity. Soon, Ji Ming entered, accompanied by Yi. He appeared weary, dragging a suitcase, evidently having just arrived from a flight. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Su Wanwan, and he coughed lightly. There was a bit of traffic on the way, so I arrived late." Su Wanwan nodded slightly. Seeing them engaged in pleasantries, Yi, anxious, could not help but interject, "Mr. Ji, are you here to clarify that Dr. Nan's proposal was given to Miss Su by you?" As long as Ji Ming acknowledged this, the matter could be considered resolved. After all, the evidence from Li Wanru was not definitive. If their boss were a bit more assertive, he could protect her with a valid reason. While Yi was lost in thought, he heard Ji Ming's astonished response. "No, that's not the case. How could I possibly hand over Dr. Nan's design proposal to someone else?" Yi? He was instantly filled with confusion, looking at Ji Ming with astonishment, silently cursing in his heart. This scoundrel. He specifically came here to distance himself from Su Wanwan, didn't he? He was so furious that his entire body trembled. Indeed, this fickle man is utterly unreliable. The others in the room simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. As soon as Su Wanwan saw Ji Ming enter, she had clenched her fists in anxiety, but now she suddenly relaxed. Hua Zichen remarked, "Mr. Ji, have you come today to hear about the theft of Dr. Nan's proposal? Rest assured, our Hua group will certainly provide a satisfactory resolution for Dr. Nan." Upon hearing this, Ji Ming's expression shifted to one of amusement, and he chuckled. Yes, you must clear my boss's name." After uttering this, he swaggered over to the hearing seat and plopped down next to the vice president of Haicheng University, winking at Su Wanwan when no one was paying attention. Su Wanwan, the vice president, greeted Ji Ming. "Mr. Ji, I have long admired your reputation. Our university has always wanted to invite Dr. Nan to be a mentor. I wonder if Mr. Ji could convey our sincerity?" Ji Ming sighed. "Well, that depends on how today's matter is handled." The vice president paused. The dean immediately interjected. "Rest assured, we will not shield the student who stole Dr. Nan's proposal. She will certainly be expelled." The vice president tightened his jaw, feeling increasingly displeased. Let us not hastily declare Su Wanwan guilty in the eyes of the whole group. Even if a verdict of theft were to be rendered, the decision to expel a student necessitates a thorough discussion among the faculty. It is inconceivable to extend a commitment without due deliberation. Such actions reek of insincerity and a lack of integrity. Ji Ming's gaze turned icy, laced with evident sarcasm as he remarked, expulsion? As an educational institution, should you not strive to protect your students to the utmost? Why, when a crisis arises, do you hastily seek to distance yourselves? The dean found the statement unsettling, as if he were being reproached. Was it not Su Wanwan who had committed an egregious error? Oh, what transgression did she commit? She allegedly stole Dr. Nan's proposal. Ji Ming retorted, is there any evidence? The dean gestured towards Li Wanru, asserting, this is her mother. She confessed, and there is surveillance footage capturing her mother pilfering the proposal from Miss Su Yin's computer. Is that so? Is this what Miss Su Yin has claimed? Su Yin had been attempting to downplay her involvement in this matter, yet now, summoned by Ji Ming's inquiry, she stepped forward and affirmed, indeed, that is the case. Su Yin turned to Li Wanru and said, Aunt Li, this is Dr. Nan's assistant. If Dr. Nan chooses not to pursue this matter, I believe the whole group will also refrain from taking action. Li Wanru immediately grasped the situation and rushed to kneel before Ji Ming, bowing her head repeatedly. Mr. Ji, please forgive Su Wanwan. It was not her intention. Hua Zichen hurriedly stepped in front of her, urging, please, do not do this. However, Li Wanru cried out, as long as it helps Wanwan, I would do anything, even kneel. Wanwan, please admit your mistake. I beg you. Anything. Su Wanwan finally spoke, her voice calm and measured. As long as you do not slander me, I would be eternally grateful. Li Wanru was momentarily taken aback, then wept even more fervently. Wanwan, I am not slandering you. The truth can no longer be concealed. Hua Zichen, seething with anger, remarked, Su Wanwan, how can you be so obstinate? The dean of Haicheng University added fuel to the fire. Su Wanwan, how can you speak so? What mother would ever slander her own daughter? You are truly speaking nonsense. After saying this, he turned to Ji Ming, seemingly seeking validation for his previous statement. Mr. Ji, did you see that? This girl lies effortlessly. And this is not the first time. She often skips classes and leaves early, and I've heard she frequently stays out all night. It is only natural for us to expel her. Is that so? Ji Ming replied with a bemused smile. However, to my knowledge, Dr. Nan has not provided Miss Su with any plans at all. How did this kind-hearted and naive mother commit theft? Chapter 59, A Slap in the Face. Everyone, take a look at Ji Ming, and then at Su Yin. Both appear bewildered. Hua Zichen also casts a puzzled glance at Su Yin. What is the meaning of this? Su Yin bites her lip and directly addresses Ji Ming. The solutions provided by Dr. Nan to our Su family company were sent individually, and they have nothing to do with your company. You are merely his assistant and are unaware of this matter. Hua Zichen lets out a sigh of relief. Su Yin continues, Mr. Ji, are you implying that we should let this matter rest? If that is indeed your intention, there is no need for such subtlety. She turns to Hua Zichen. Brother Zichen, the whole group has not suffered any losses in this matter, and I will not pursue it further. Is that acceptable? Hua Zichen, evidently enraged, retorts, Mr. Ji, this is an internal matter of the whole group, and it is not for an outsider to meddle in. He is willing to show Ji Ming some respect solely because Ji Ming is Dr. Nan's assistant, but he is not genuinely intimidated by Ji Ming. The whole group stands as the foremost aristocracy in Haicheng, and there are very few who command his regard. Yet, Ji Ming asserts, I am well aware of this matter. Dr. Nan indeed did not send an email to Su Yin. Hua Zichen scoffs, if Dr. Nan did not send it, then how did Su Yin acquire the solution? Ji Ming raises his hands in a gesture of confusion. Indeed, how did she obtain it? Hua Zichen pauses, questioning, what do you mean by that? It is evident. Ji Ming points to Li Wanru. This woman provided it to her. Did we not capture the moment when she took the USB drive to copy files onto Su Yin's computer? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Hua Zichen was nearly infuriated to the point of laughter. Mr. Ji, do you mean to say that Su Wanwan's mother stole her proposal and handed it to Su Yin? Don't you find that amusing? Where's the humor in that? Ji Ming abruptly shifted the focus. Does Mr. Hua think my assertion is accurate? At this, all eyes instinctively turned to Hua Beiyan. Although he sat there composed and spoke little, his presence was undeniably strong. The man paused slightly, his lips parting to reveal a deep, melodious voice that resonated through the conference room. It can indeed be interpreted that way. Upon hearing this, several faces in the room changed. Hua Zichen dared not express his anger towards Hua Beiyin, instead directing his ire at Ji Ming. So you mean to say that the proposal belongs to Su Nange, not Dr. Nan? Ji Ming chuckled. With a hint of mischief, it also belongs to Dr. Nan. Hua Zichen exclaimed in disbelief, while Su Yin interjected, Mr. Ji, are you suggesting that Nange's proposal coincidentally mirrors that of Dr. Nan? At this revelation, Hua Zichen was genuinely enraged. So your intention was to absolve yourself of suspicion while claiming credit. What a clever scheme. He then turned to Hua Beiyin. Uncle, do you share this perspective? Hua Beiyin pressed his lips together, his gaze deepening as he sensed something amiss. Ji Ming's confident demeanor and the woman's erect posture since entering the room suggested that their relationship was not as he had presumed. The thought he had previously suppressed surged back into his mind as he suddenly turned to Su Nange, his pupils contracting. Load ADV 7-3, was it to say? Noticing his silence, which seemed to imply acquiescence, Hua Zichen immediately declared with righteous fervor, I vehemently disagree. Uncle, I am aware that Su Nange entered through your connections, and that she shares a significant bond with Ji Ming. However, Dr. Nan is my associate, and I must ensure fairness for him. I absolutely cannot condone this. Your actions are a disgrace to the integrity of researchers. His words resonated with the others present. They cast reproachful glances towards Hua Beiyin. How outrageous. The perpetrator of stealing another's achievements, and not only is there no punishment, but now there is an attempt to usurp credit? If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage within the company. Yi was also infuriated. What were Ji Ming and Su Nange thinking? To escape punishment was already a stroke of luck, yet they sought even more? Truly insatiable. This time, they had truly put the boss in the flames. But with the boss remaining silent, he, as the assistant, dared not speak further, only fuming internally. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Upon opening it, he found a message from the secretary's office containing a link. It led to the company's internal network, where an anonymous poster had been live commenting on the proceedings of this meeting. Now, beneath that post, a multitude of comments had emerged. Is it solely because that in turn is attractive that President Hua is defending her? It's truly disheartening. I stand with Vice President Hua. He speaks for the researchers. Initially, I believed that under President Hua's leadership, the company's atmosphere had improved, but now I am disillusioned. Would an intern's mother assist outsiders in bullying her own daughter? This mother has been so unjustly wronged, and it is indeed a tragic situation. I am a devoted admirer of Dr. Nan, and it pains me to see my idol's achievements stolen away. I cannot accept this. To be frank, I am immensely grateful that Vice President Hua Zichen was able to invite Dr. Nan for technical support. Collaborating with Dr. Nan is the greatest honor of my life. And then, take a look at President Hua. What kind of individuals has he recruited into the company? Interns who are mere pretty faces. It makes me scoff. If this in turn causes Dr. Nan to feel wronged and resign, it would truly infuriate me. The company's public sentiment has already taken shape, and this has dealt a significant blow to the boss. Yi, in a state of alarm, hurriedly passed his phone to Hua Beiyin, hoping to sway his thoughts on defending Su Nange. However, to his astonishment, Hua Beiyin did not even glance at the phone, his gaze firmly fixed on Su Nange, his eyes swirling with complex undercurrents. Yi, boss, at this crucial moment, could you please not be beguiled by her beauty? Just as Yi was growing anxious, the head of the administrative department stepped forward. President Hua, I cannot endorse this matter. It goes against my principles. The others in the administrative department echoed his sentiment. So do I. Dr. Nan is a person deserving of praise. He should not be treated this way. The dean of Haicheng University furrowed his brow deeply. He dared not reprimand Hua Beiyin and could only shout at Su Nange. Su Nange, you have truly disappointed your teacher. Dr. Nan is a figure we all respect. How could you act in such a manner? The vice president shook his head in disapproval. Li Wanru seized the opportunity to weep. Nange, we cannot err again. Su Yin lowered her head, a smirk of triumph gracing her lips. Su Nange has become a pariah, a target for all. Hua Zichen, emboldened, turned his gaze towards Ji Ming, as assistant to Dr. Nan. How can you fail to uphold her interests while plotting against her? Do you truly believe you are justified? Questioned thus, Ji Ming responded not with anger, but with a smile. Why not simply ask her? Chapter 60. The truth unveiled all around. The onlookers were struck with disbelief. Their eyes darting between Su Nange and Ji Ming, their minds seemingly frozen in shock. Why did Ji Ming address Su Nange as Dr. Nan? Could it be Su Nange as Dr. Nan? Ho Zichen gasped. Ji Ming, what are you playing at? The identity of Dr. Nan is not to be trifled with. Ji Ming chuckled. I anticipated your skepticism. He retrieved a patent certificate from his bag and held it aloft, showcasing it to the crowd. It was the official identification belonging to Dr. Nan, and the name inscribed upon it was none other than Su Nange. The seal of a legitimate institution could not be forged. Ho Zichen's pupils constricted, his entire being rendered motionless as if struck by lightning. He stared blankly at Su Nange, suddenly realizing he had become the object of ridicule. The choice to abandon her for Su Yin was not solely due to her status as an illegitimate child, but also because Su Yin could provide him access to the influential Dr. Nan, allowing him to easily navigate the landscape of the research department at the Hua Corporation. Yet now, the reality left him feeling like a mere jester. He suddenly turned to Su Yin, his face contorted with a mix of emotions that morphed into fury. What on earth is happening? Su Yin trembled uncontrollably, her entire body shaking. Initially, she had insinuated that Li Wanru had stolen Su Nangong's plan, claiming it was given by Dr. Nan, which carried a certain degree of risk. However, the events unfolded precisely as she had orchestrated. Everyone was convinced that Su Nangong was the thief, and to avoid inciting Dr. Nan's ire, they certainly would not bring the matter before him. Even with Ji Ming's appearance to testify on Su Nangong's behalf, few would lend credence to his words. Yet, she never anticipated that Su Nangong was indeed Dr. Nan. She bit her lip fiercely, struggling to find words to quell Hua Zichen's wrath, but in that moment, she was at a loss for what to say. Beside them, Li Wanru, witnessing the scene, abruptly sprang to her feet and lunged at Su Nangong, exclaiming, "Wretched girl, how could you be Dr. Nan? You have always struggled academically, barely scraping through university, and this is impossible. Ji Ming must be lying on your behalf. Quickly tell everyone that you are an imposter and that the plan is stolen from your sister." In that moment, any semblance of maternal affection had vanished. Su Nangong stepped back to evade the attack, coldly retorting, "Have you forgotten why my studies suffered?" Li Wanru paused. "In my early school days, during my first exam, I ranked first in the class. Who was it that punished me to kneel all night, forbidding me from overshadowing Su Yin? Who forced me to submit blank papers during exams, prohibiting me from studying diligently? Who threatened me, saying that if I dared to excel, I would be sold to human traffickers?" Su Nange lowered her gaze, her tone remarkably detached. "I must exert myself more than others, after all. The college entrance examination is fiercely competitive." Rarely did she speak of her past, yet today, as Li Wanru crafted the image of a perfect mother, these words were necessary to elucidate her self-deprecating actions. The crowd was taken aback, their collective gaze fixed upon Li Wanru, incredulous that such a mother could exist in this world. The head of the administrative department stood frozen, having initially perceived this mother as a pitiable figure, only to discover the unsettling truth. In the audience, Hua Beiyan rose to his feet, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze heavy upon Su Nange. Her words floated lightly, resembling the recounting of someone else's tale. Yet he understood, each syllable was a raw incision into past wounds, revealing a harrowing reality. He recalled the matters he had asked Yi to investigate. She had left the Su family in middle school, balancing work and study, barely managing to enter Haicheng University. The tuition for Haicheng University was substantial, yet she had never applied for financial aid, working countless jobs without respite. When he had seen Yi's findings, he had felt little pity. But at this moment, as she stripped away all pretense, feigning ease while confessing those burdensome truths, he felt a constriction in his chest, a profound sense of distress. Li Wanru, upon hearing these revelations, expressed no remorse, exclaiming vehemently, "Controlling scores? How dare you play this game with me? Su Nange, at such a young age, your thoughts run so deep, daring to deceive me. You are truly a wretched being. I should never have sent you to school, you worthless scoundrel. How could you possess such cunning and yet remain silent? Concealing your true intentions and setting this trap to deliberately frame Yin? Enough is enough." Hua Beiyan could no longer bear to listen. With a sharp exclamation, he turned directly to Su Yin, demanding, "Miss Su, do you have anything to say?" Li Wanru, being Su Nange's mother, was clearly a pawn manipulated in this matter. Hua Beiyan chose to disregard her and focused on the true instigator. Su Yin instinctively clenched her fists, glancing at Hua Zichen, who wore a dark expression as he fixed his gaze upon her. You had better provide me with an explanation. Su Wanwan's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried, I don't know. Brother Zichin, please believe me. Dr. Nin indeed sent me an email. Aunt Li, what on earth is happening? Li Wanru coldly scoffed. This entire scheme was orchestrated by me. It has nothing to do with Su Wanwan. She then turned to Su Nange. A few days ago, you reported me to the police, resulting in my 2-day incarceration. Ever since I was released from custody, I have been plotting my revenge against you. Occasionally hearing Su Wanwan mention the competition within your RD department, I devised this plan. When you visited Madame Su in her hospital room, it was I who stealthily took your computer and stole the proposal. The video you just witnessed, I was not there to pilfer from Su Wanwan's computer. I was delivering something to her. It was all a ploy to use Dr. Nan to undermine you, the ungrateful daughter. She had completely shed her earlier semblance of timidity and helplessness, now resembling a raucous street vendor. With her hands firmly on her hips, she glared at Su Nange, declaring, I am your mother. What can you do about it? Furthermore, I am not an employee of the whole group, so you cannot punish me. Su Nange found her ignorance and absurdity laughable. Just as she was about to speak, Huo Baiyan's voice resonated once more. Jiang Yingxiao, please escort Dr. Nan back. I will handle matters here. Su Nange was momentarily taken aback. She understood that Huo Baiyan was concerned for her well-being, fearing that the Hua Group's investigation into Li Wanru would put her in a difficult position, hence his decision to send her away. After a brief silence, she graciously accepted his kind gesture. She, along with Jiang Yingxiao and Ji Ming, exited the conference room and took the elevator to the research department. Jiang Yingxiao appeared dazed, staring blankly at Su Nange, seemingly lost in thought. Even upon entering the office, he remained oblivious. As soon as they returned, a group from the research department rushed over. What happened? What was the outcome? Team leader, why do you look so grim? Could it be that the consequences for the esteemed Su Nange are dire? The atmosphere was thick with concern, and Zhang Chao was particularly frantic, exclaiming, Junior, what shall we do now? I heard that Dr. Nan's assistant has also arrived. We must all go find him and plead with Dr. Nan to show leniency. Yes, if only Dr. Nan would speak on your behalf, this matter could be resolved. Su Nange. Chapter 61, Mother and Daughter. Team leader, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind? Is Dr. Nan here? Where is he? Can we meet him? Who is Dr. Nan? Group leader. Are you joking that Su Dashan is Dr. Nan? How can that be? Su Dashan is so young. As everyone thought Jiang Yingxiao was merely jesting, Su Nange gazed at him, her expression earnest. She extended her hand toward Jiang Yingxiao, saying, Let me introduce myself anew. I am Dr. Nan. The entire group fell into an instant silence. Zhang Chao was the first to break the stillness, exclaiming sharply, Junior, what did you just say? Who are you? The others remained in a state of shock. Su Nange's gaze swept across the group. During her time here, she had experienced unprecedented support. Though they may have initially misunderstood her, they quickly rectified that misapprehension. Their subsequent actions had deeply touched her. A faint smile graced her lips as she expressed, Thank you all for your care during this time. Should you encounter any technical issues in the future, feel free to message me. With her identity now revealed, it was clear that she could no longer continue her duties here, so her visit with Jiang Yingxiao was merely a farewell. She had already obtained the medical materials and was now ready to depart. As the group remained in a daze, she quietly took 2 steps back, leading Ji Ming out. Jiang Yingxiao watched her retreating figure, his feet instinctively following a step forward, only to abruptly halt. Regret washed over him. After learning she was Dr. Nan, his reaction had been woefully inadequate. Had he left her with a poor impression? As Jiang Yingxiao pondered this, he turned back to find the others. Some with mouths agape and others with wide eyes, each displaying expressions of utter embarrassment. Until Su Nange entered the elevator, the group suddenly came to their senses. Su Dashan is actually Dr. Nan. Goodness, I have worked alongside Dr. Nan. She just mentioned that I could reach out to her with any questions in the future. I have become friends with Dr. Nan. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, the group rushed to Su Nange's workplace and snatched up the remaining papers and pens from her desk. This pen was used by Dr. Nan. This is Dr. Nan's draft paper. This is the cup Dr. Nan used to drink water. The atmosphere within the group abruptly shifted to an unusual state. Jiang Yingxiao observed them, surprisingly refraining from reprimanding, as a wave of tranquility washed over him. In comparison to them, he felt remarkably composed. In the conference room of the administrative department, after Su Nange's departure, Huo Baiyan turned directly to the head of the department, call the police. At this pronouncement, Li Wanru, who had been so brazen moments before, was instantly struck with fear. She had only just been released 2 days prior. The head of the administrative department pondered for a moment, hesitating before speaking. Mr. Hua, if we call the police, the situation will escalate, and it would not bode well for the company. In fact, we have not intended to report it all day. Even if Su Nange were to be proven guilty, we would resolve it internally within the Hua group, without making it widely known. Hua Beiyin cast her a faint glance. The head of the administrative department's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately lowered her head. Understood. Li Wanru hurriedly exclaimed, Mr. Hua, I merely intended to discipline my daughter. Is it illegal to take something that belongs to my own flesh and blood? The victim, Su Nange, hasn't he even said a word, so why report anything? Hua Beiyin cast a cold glance at her, his gaze chilling, as if she were ensconced in an ice cellar. Then she heard the man's deep voice. The items you pilfered pertain to the core technology of the Hua group, constituting the crime of stealing corporate secrets. She might choose not to pursue this matter, but the company would not turn a blind eye. Li Wanru was rendered speechless, swallowing hard as she stammered, what secrets? Could it lead to imprisonment? Hua Beiyin replied solemnly. According to Article 219 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, violations of trade secrets, if severe in nature, may result in a sentence of 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. Li Wanru was taken aback. Is it really that serious? The head of the administrative department cast a peculiar glance at President Hua. Today's incident was not grave and had not inflicted any loss on the company. Why would President Hua seek to intimidate her? As she pondered this, Hua Beiyin continued, Of course, if you were coerced or deceived, leniency may be granted. So, were you enticed to steal? At this pronouncement, everyone turned their gaze towards Su Yin. It was apparent to all that a nearly 50-year-old individual, detached from society, would hardly grasp concepts such as renewable energy. Clearly, it was Su Yin who had instigated and manipulated the situation. The head of the administrative department understood. Any normal person would have expected Li Wanru to implicate Su Yin at this moment to absolve herself of guilt. However, just as the thought crossed her mind, Li Wanru proclaimed, No, Su Yin truly knows nothing about this matter. Everything was orchestrated solely by me. She is not involved. Su Yin, with red-rimmed eyes, confronted Li Wanru, saying, Aunt Li, even if you despise Nangu and seek vengeance, you cannot drag me into this. She lowered her head to wipe away non-existent tears, her expression one of grievance, yet a glimmer of sharpness flickered in her eyes. She was not naive. Such a simplistic frame-up would be easily unraveled. And from the outset, she had only offered Li Wanru suggestive remarks. After all, Li Wanru was oblivious to her true lineage. Su Yin had merely gone to pick up Li Wanru from prison, feigning anxiety along the way, and recounted in detail the wager between Su Nangu and Hua Zichen, concluding with a tone of regret. Aunt Li, why am I even saying this? I've just been feeling overwhelmed lately. Dr. Nan hasn't he responded? And it seems Su Nangu's proposal is completed. Sigh, what should I do about my broken engagement with Zichen? Never mind. Each person has their own fate. Li Wanru, her biological mother, promptly took it upon herself to steal Su Nangu's proposal and managed to transfer it to her own computer. Throughout this ordeal, she had played no part. As long as Li Wanru remained silent, she would bear no fault, even when the police arrived. Indeed, after questioning the details, they only took Li Wanru into custody. However, Su Yin did not feel a sense of relief, for her true concern lay not with Li Wanru, but with Hua Zichen. As anticipated, Hua Zichen's expression darkened. Although Su Yin was not taken away, everyone was aware of the underlying situation, especially after the Minister of Administration cast a glance at him. The suspicion in that look seemed to imply that he and Su Yin were in cahoots. He found himself at a loss for words. Furious, Hua Zichen did not even spare Su Yin a glance as he strode out. Su Yin hurriedly followed, calling out, Zichen, please let me explain. After the two left the conference room, Hua Beiyin fixed his gaze in the direction they had departed, his eyes deep and contemplative. Why was Li Wanru so protective of Su Yin? He was not well versed in research, but understood the significance of Dr. Nan to the development team. Holding his phone, he perused the posts on the company intranet. Indeed, the tide had turned. Initially, those who had criticized Hua Beiyin for favoring the beautiful intern had shifted their stance. Surprise! Dr. Nan is actually the stunning intern? So it was President Hua who invited Dr. Nan to the company, not Vice President Hua Zichen? And they still dare to speak of the Vice President? How embarrassing for him. His promotion to vice president seemed to hinge on his recommendation of Dr. And for technical support, didn't he? Now he can only seek others for technical assistance since President Hua has already brought her to the company. Comparing the two, one suddenly finds President Hua to be remarkably enigmatic and impressive. Oh no, I just inquired with the RD team, and Dr. Nin has already left. Why must Vice President Hua act this way? Had he not disparaged the beautiful intern, Dr. Nin might have continued to assist the company anonymously. Yi was quite pleased, almost wishing to kneel before Su Nange in admiration, until the voice of Hua Beiyan resonated. Yi hastily set down his phone and respectfully inquired, "Boss, you make a valid point. After all, which mother would treat her own child so poorly, to cast them aside and neglect them at such a young age?" As the words left his lips, Hua Beiyan's expression darkened. His voice as frosty as ice. That is not without precedent. Yi suddenly realized his blunder. After all, the boss's mother was indeed like that. He quickly diverted the conversation. "Boss, you still have an appointment with General Song to discuss the project." Indeed. Hua Beiyan chose not to pursue the previous topic and led Yi towards the top floor. At the elevator entrance, Su Yin was desperately tugging at Hua Zichen's arm, pleading, "Zichen, I truly don't understand what's happening. Su Nange must be deliberately concealing her identity and toying with me." Hua Zichen shrugged off her grasp, his expression one of disdain. "Su Yin, she is not that kind of person. After 4 years as classmates, I know her well. I suspect that Dr. Nen never agreed to join Hua Corporation as a technical consultant from the very beginning." Su Yin was taken aback. Hua Zichen, filled with anger, declared, "My initial proposal to you was a mistake." "Zichen," Su Yin cried out in panic. However, Hua Zichen continued, "Tomorrow, I shall visit to annul our engagement." Su Yin clenched her fists tightly. Just then, the elevator doors chimed open, and Song Jinchuan emerged briskly, accompanied by his secretary. Upon seeing him, Hua Zichen's expression shifted. "General Song?" The refined and gentle Song Jinchuan paused in his steps. Hua Zichen smiled and said, "I am Hua Zichen. I heard from my uncle that our families are to collaborate." Song Jinchuan nodded slightly, his demeanor warm yet tinged with detachment. "So it is young Master Hua. I have matters to discuss with you." Hua Zichen, feeling somewhat awkward, stepped aside. "Please, go ahead." Suddenly, an astonished voice broke the moment. "You are Song Jinchuan?" The two turned to find Su Yin, her expression one of shock. She had not anticipated that the brother of the girl from the hospital would be none other than Song Jinchuan. Song Jinchuan, lacking any familiarity with her, politely inquired, "And you are?" While he projected an approachable aura, his words conveyed a sense of distance. Su Yin's gaze flickered, and she smiled. "Mr. Song, have you forgotten me? From the first hospital of Haicheng, your sister, the phone call." Song Jinchuan was taken aback. "You are the benefactor who called?" Su Yin smiled warmly, linking her arm with Hua Zichen's. "Mr. Song, this is my fiancé." At that moment, Song Jinchuan regarded Hua Zichen with renewed seriousness. "Young Master Hua. What a coincidence." His gaze shifted to Su Yin before he remarked, "I have business to discuss with young Master Hua. Would you care to join us?" Song Jinchuan was well aware of the Hua family's circumstances and had initially intended to steer clear of entanglements with the main branch of the Hua family. However, if Hua Zichen was the fiancé of his sister's benefactor, he could not refuse assistance. After all, the Song family owed a debt of gratitude for a life saved. Hua Zichen was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Without Dr. Nan's connections, his position in the research department had become precarious. Yet, with the illustrious Song family backing him, if Song Jinchuan personally invited him to partake in the collaboration between the two conglomerates, his standing within the company would undoubtedly soar. He cast a glance at Su Yin, gently patting her hand, and pointedly remarked, "Yin, I shall be busy now, but tomorrow I will accompany you to purchase a diamond ring." Su Yin exhaled in relief. All right. She was resolute in her desire to marry Hua Zichen. After Song Jinchuan had moved away, he suddenly took out his phone, located the saved contact of his benefactor, and sent her a message. "Miss Su, when are you available? May my younger sister and I invite you and your fiancé to dinner?" At that moment, Su Nange's phone rang while she was engaged in conversation with the vice president and dean of Haicheng University in the lobby downstairs. She picked it up and glanced at it, recognizing a familiar number that had sent the message. Being quite sensitive to numbers, she quickly recalled that it belonged to the brother of that poetess. Curious about the developments of that day, she replied, "How about the weekend?" After sending the message, she suddenly felt a sense of dissonance. Where had the notion of a fiancé come from? Dr. Su, you two are an alumnus of Haicheng University, and you should understand our educational philosophy. We sincerely invite you to return to teach. The vice president of Haicheng University spoke with utmost sincerity, hoping she would consider their proposal. Su Nange lifted her gaze, unwilling to engage in pleasantries, and stated plainly, I had indeed intended to accept your invitation, as I was nurtured under Professor Liang's guidance. But now that Professor Liang has been suspended, I have heard that his graduate students have also faced unjust treatment. The dean's expression stiffened. Dr. Su, this is merely a misunderstanding. I was unaware that you were Dr. Su. The vice president immediately interjected, silence. Even an ordinary student should not be expelled without due conviction. Dr. Nan, we will certainly handle the relevant personnel with utmost rigor. As for Professor Liang, having served for so many years and nurtured numerous exceptional talents for the university, I believe he is quite suitable for the position of Dean of the New Energy Institute. What do you think? Su Nange felt a sense of satisfaction. She quickly reached an agreement with the vice president. When Su Yin arrived downstairs, she was met with the sight of their animated discussion. Her fists clenched tightly, observing the vice president's respectful demeanor towards Dr. Nan. A wave of intense jealousy surged within her. After some time, the vice president departed with the dean. Ji Ming went to fetch the car, while Su Nange waited at the entrance. Su Yin approached briskly, unable to conceal the malice and disdain etched across her face. Su Nange, do you know why I despise you? Su Nange chose to ignore her. Yet, Su Yin pressed on. I heard from Aunt Lee that your computer password is my mother's birthday. Su Nange slowly lowered her gaze. It seemed that Li Wanru knew her so well, which is why she could easily access her computer. Su Yin took a step closer, her voice laced with accusation, venomously stating, Don't you have a mother of your own? Why use my mother's birthday as your password? Don't think I am oblivious to your little schemes regarding my mother. Coveting someone else's mother, how utterly disgusting. One word at a time. Have you ever fantasized about usurping my position? What a dreamer. My mother will always be mine. And you have no part in it. Stop deluding yourself. Su Nange stood frozen in place, a wave of chaotic emotions unexpectedly crashing over her. The dark thoughts buried deep within her were laid bare, and for a fleeting moment, she felt utterly humiliated. Su Nange sat in Ji Ming's sports car, the cold wind tousling her hair, yet failing to disperse her turbulent thoughts. She had always envied Su Yin for having such a gentle and affectionate mother. Countless times in her childhood, she dreamed of becoming Su Yin, with Su's lady brushing her hair and telling stories, as she nestled in her embrace, savoring her warmth. She meticulously restrained herself, repressing her admiration for Su's lady, and after leaving the Su family, she never met her again. Yet like a pervert, she created these codes. As she watched the scenery by the roadside recede, a bitter smile suddenly crossed her lips. She picked up her phone, opened the password modification settings, and entered a new password, 1234. The moment the screen displayed that the change was successful, she felt a profound emptiness in her heart. She should not dare to yearn for the maternal love of Su's lady, nor did she deserve to intrude upon her life. Her eyes stung slightly. Su Nange tilted her head back slightly, concealing the moisture at the corners of her eyes. At that moment, Ji Ming's phone rang. Chapter 63. A mother's heart connected to her daughter S. As soon as their boss entered the car, she donned an air of impenetrability, making him feel apprehensive even about driving. He cleared his throat. The boss is right beside me. Go ahead. The voice on the other end became markedly more respectful. Boss, we found that Li Shengquan has been gambling for years, losing tens of thousands each month. A few days ago, he was set up and lost 2 million. When the casino thugs threatened to break his legs, he shouted something that made them release him. Can you guess what he shouted? What? He said his niece is the eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Nangong paused momentarily, yet remained indifferent, for in the past, when Li Shengquan solicited funds from her, he would often remark, You are also a young lady of the Su family. Why not ask your father for money? Has he approached you for money again? Su Nangong replied nonchalantly. Su Yin should have provided him with assistance. Indeed, I have verified his bank transactions. The funds were deposited 2 days ago. Moreover, I discovered that for the past decade, Su Yin has been remitting 15,000 yuan to him monthly. Over the years, this amounts to nearly 20 million yuan. What kind of leverage could be so valuable? Su Nangong remarked coolly, Isn't this precisely what I instructed you to investigate? Oh, come now, don't be upset. Allow me to continue. The other party responded with a playful grin. I have scrutinized everyone around Li Shengquan, and found him to be rather tight-lipped. No one has divulged anything. However, I now have an opportunity to pry open his mouth, but it requires your cooperation. How do you propose I assist? Li Xingquan was swindled out of 5 million at the casino yesterday. He is quite desperate. 5 million is no trifling sum, and Suyin may not be able to procure it promptly. Ultimately, he will have to turn to you for help, and then the secret shall be revealed. Su Nangong narrowed her eyes. Is this your scheme? Well, I may have employed a minor stratagem, but rest assured, I am fully aware of your stipulations. I would never engage in illicit activities and strive to be a law-abiding citizen. Understood. After ending the call, Su Nangong gazed ahead. It was imperative to uncover the secret between Su Yin and Li Shengquan to prevent any potential harm to Madame Su. Upon reflection, my phone vibrated, revealing a message from Madame Su to Dr. Nan. Xiao Nan, are you busy? I have something troubling to discuss with you. Su Nangong replied, not busy. Please go ahead. Madame Su promptly sent a voice message. Dr. Nan. It is as follows. The design proposal you provided to the Hua group has been pilfered by a young lady named Su Nangong. I would like you to intervene and assure the Hua group that they need not hold her accountable. Su Nangong's gaze tightened as she fixated on the voice message for a considerable time. She was taken aback that Madame Su sought her out regarding this matter. Perhaps noticing her silence, Madame Su sent another voice message. I understand this situation puts you in a difficult position, but Nangong is akin to my daughter. I have watched her grow since childhood. She is not that sort of person, and there may be some misunderstanding. Are you available now? If not, we can meet in person. The phrase akin to my daughter caused Su Nangong's eyes to well with emotion. She bit her lip and replied, I will come to your home now. After sending the message, she instructed Ji Ming to the Su residence. At the Su home, Madame Su Nanjingshu, after sending the message, took a deep breath, her entire being fraught with tension. Dr. Nan mentioned she would come to the house now. Beside her, Mama Nan could not help but interject. Madam, you have never been fond of socializing, and over the years you have rarely encountered outsiders. Yet now, you are proactively arranging a meeting with Dr. Nan for her sake. You truly are meddling. Madame Su, frail in health and lacking vitality, elicited deep concern from Nan Ma. Why are you so invested in that woman's child? She pondered silently, lowering her gaze. With both Su Yin and Su Wanwan absent from home, the two women found a moment to share their innermost thoughts. Suddenly, she spoke up, Sister Nan, truth be told, I am unsure myself. Nan Ma was taken aback. Meanwhile, Nan Jingshu, with a look of bewilderment, stared ahead and reflected. You know my disposition has never been that of a saint. Yet, curiously, the moment I laid eyes on her as a child, I found her endearing. An inexplicable fondness swelling within me, compelling me to protect her. It felt as though she were my own daughter. Nan Ma reminisced about the young Su Nangao, recalling her tattered garments and the abuse she suffered at the hands of Li Wanru, sighing deeply. Indeed, she was a pitiable sight, burdened with such an unreliable mother. However, she quickly shifted her tone. But, madam, she remains an outsider. Furthermore, her mother is exceedingly malicious. Ever since she departed all those years ago, she has never returned to see you, nothing but an ingrate. Yet Madame Su countered, surely there is a misunderstanding here. Do not forget, it was Nangao who sought Mr. Hua's assistance in securing a hospital room and medication. Nan Ma scoffed, feeling a sense of indignation on her behalf. If she wouldn't even assist with such a trivial matter, her heart would be utterly cold. Madam, must you allow yourself to be swayed by such minor favors? After all, you yourself were once. Before she could finish her thought, Madame Su abruptly turned her gaze toward her. The words of Mrs. Su immediately silenced the conversation. After all, as someone who has witnessed grand occasions, you should understand that material possessions are trivial. It is companionship that holds the utmost significance. Consider, Dr. Nan, how attentive and considerate she has been towards you over the years, investing so much thought and effort into your well-being. Each year, she presents you with gifts for your birthday, and during every festival, she never fails to remember you. One might say she embodies the devotion of a biological daughter. If Dr. Nan does not wish to let Su Nange go, please do not make things difficult for him. After all, in this matter, Dr. Nan is the true victim. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Su let out a silent sigh. I understand. On one side stands Su Nange, whom she has watched grow up, and on the other, Dr. Nan, who has given so much for her. Mrs. Su does not wish to see Dr. Nan in sorrow. Time passed, and soon there was movement at the door. Su Yin had returned home. Mrs. Su hurriedly stood up and approached her, inquiring, "Ineen, how did the whole corporation handle Nange's situation?" Seeing her mother's anxious demeanor, Su clenched her fists. "Did you not go to ask her?" "No. I feared that questioning her would bring her undue stress and sadness." Su Yin's expression darkened further. "She is fine." Zichen did not hold her accountable. Mrs. Su sighed with relief. "That's wonderful. Ineen, please invite Zichen over for dinner one day. I wish to express my gratitude to him properly." Su Yin maintained a tense expression. "All right." The whole corporation had issued orders to keep Dr. Nan's identity confidential. Within the company, only the research and development department knew that the stunning intern was Dr. Nan, without any knowledge of her name. Just as Su Yin pondered this, the doorbell rang. After the nanny opened the door, Su Nange stepped inside. "Mrs. Su was overjoyed to see her. Nange, what brings you here?" With a smile, Su Nange replied, "Did you not call for me?" Mrs. Su inquired with confusion, "Isn't Dr. Nan supposed to come?" The nanny, concerned, hastily interjected, "Miss Nange and Dr. Nan had a disagreement. It may not be appropriate for them to meet." The implication was clear. She wanted Su Nange to leave promptly. The nanny was utterly devoted to Mrs. Su, having observed her unwavering concern over the years, yet felt that Su Nange was somewhat cold-hearted and unworthy of Mrs. Su's kindness. Thus her tone was rather brusque. However, as soon as those words escaped her lips, Mrs. Su grasped her wrist firmly. "Sister Nan, Nange is Dr. Nan." The nanny was momentarily taken aback. "What?" She looked at Su Nange in astonishment, her previous discontent dissipating in an instant. Su Yin glared fiercely at Su Nange, convinced that she had come merely to flaunt her accomplishments. Fearing that Mrs. Su would delve deeper into matters, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. Mrs. Su noticed her actions, furrowing her brow slightly, then gently patted Su Nange's shoulder, expressing her complaint. "Child, you've assisted the family so much behind my back. Truly, why have you kept this from me?" Su Nange smiled through the sting of emotion at her nose. "I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? You have always been clever. I never anticipated you would achieve such heights in your profession." Mrs. Su took her hand and led her towards the sofa, asking earnestly, "Nange, please tell me. What truly transpired with the theft scheme? Was it Ian who set you up?" Su Nange assisted her in settling onto the sofa, her gaze lowered as she spoke softly. "It is merely a misunderstanding." Mrs. Su's health had deteriorated. For years, she had devoted herself to recuperation, neglecting both the company and the household. She was a woman of integrity and acted with great magnanimity, instilling in her daughters the principle of conducting oneself with a clear conscience. Should she learn that her daughter was implicated in the malice against others, it would undoubtedly cause her profound sorrow, ultimately taking a toll on her health. Su Nange wished to avoid troubling her and subtly shifted the conversation, saying, "I actually came today with a request for your assistance." Mrs. Su immediately inquired, "What is it?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Nange replied, "I have a friend who has come across some information indicating that a particular stock is poised to rise soon. She wishes for me to invest in it, but my company is preparing for an IPO, and I find myself lacking the necessary liquidity to contribute." Mrs. Su grasped the situation and interjected, "How much do you require?" Su Nange, well aware of the Su family's financial standing, carefully articulated a figure, 15 million. She was calculating against Su Yin, knowing that if the Su family lent out the majority of their funds, Su Yin would be unable to gather the 5 million needed for Li Xinquan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mrs. Su stated, "The household and the company together have over 17 million remaining. Thus, I can provide you with 17 million. Will that suffice?" A warmth blossomed in Su Nange's heart as she affirmed, "That will be sufficient." She hoped that the secret between Su Yin and Li Xinquan would not adversely affect Mrs. Su. In light of Mrs. Su's kindness, perhaps she would consider shielding Su Yin from any repercussions. However, should Su Yin cause harm to Mrs. Su, then Su Nange would not hesitate to intervene with unyielding resolve. As they departed from the Su residence, Ji Ming escorted her back to the hospital. At that moment, a luxury car gracefully pulled into the parking lot. Hua Beiyan emerged from the Bentley, his black suit accentuating his tall figure, adding an air of restraint to his expressionless yet handsome visage. Yi turned to spot Su Nange and hurriedly greeted her, his tone infused with an unacknowledged respect. "Miss Su, you have returned as well." Hua Beiyan instinctively raised his gaze and noticed the usually rebellious girl lost in contemplation, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. Upon hearing Yi Ye's voice, she turned to them, pausing, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Hua Beiyin unconsciously quickened his pace, striding to her side, and they walked together. He cast a sidelong glance at the girl, observing her unwavering expression as if troubled by something. He inquired, Miss Su, are you distressed about your mother? Su Nange looked at him, bewildered. Hua Beiyin maintained his forward gaze, his voice deep and measured as he continued. In truth, some familial bonds need not be forced. Some individuals do not deserve the title of mother. You may regard them as strangers. Su Nange parted her lips, intending to clarify that her turmoil did not stem from this issue, but seeing the ordinarily taciturn man's earnest demeanor, she hesitated slightly. The path from the parking lot to the inpatient department meandered through a tree-lined avenue, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the man's profile, imbuing his striking face with a touch of solitude. He had just mentioned them, remembering that the old matriarch of the Hua family was quite loquacious, yet had never mentioned Hua Baiyin's mother. Could it be that they shared a mutual understanding? Su Nange suddenly broke into a broad smile. You are absolutely right. The girl's smile was effulgent and infectious, as though all her worries dissipated with that single expression, lifting Hua Baiyin's spirits considerably. He awkwardly averted his gaze and shifted the topic. Rest assured, I have instructed the RD department not to disclose your identity. Su Nange's peach blossom eyes glimmered slightly. Thank you. She was not yet ready to reveal her identity, fearing that it would attract unwanted attention from many within the industry. Hua Beiyin replied in a neutral tone. You're welcome. Suddenly, Su Nange recalled something. By the way, you mentioned earlier today at work that you had some information regarding Ji Ming to share with me. What is it? Upon hearing this, Hua Baiyin's expression stiffened slightly. Yi, following behind them, could not help but halt, feeling the awkwardness enveloping the moment. Initially, he had thought Ji Ming was Su Nange's boyfriend, and that the boss intended to caution her about Ji Ming's fickle nature. However, he was taken aback to learn that Ji Ming was actually Miss Su's subordinate. How could one navigate this conversation? As he pondered, he heard his boss calmly say, Well, I would like to say that Ji Ming is indeed reliable, diligent, and a commendable subordinate. Yi twitched his lips. Su Nange was then struck by a sense of deja vu. Why does that sound somewhat familiar? Just as she was about to inquire further, Hua Baiyin's phone rang, and he exhaled in relief, taking a few steps away from her to answer the call. The conversation on the other end was unclear, but his countenance darkened visibly. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi could not help but murmur to himself, it is likely related to the collaboration with the Song family. What has gotten into Song Jinchuan? He suddenly involves Hua Zichen in the project and explicitly outlines the details of future cooperation, instructing Hua Zichen to negotiate. At this juncture, he could not restrain himself from saying, Initially, your situation today would have brought Hua Zichen disgrace, yet now he has regained his composure, becoming even more audacious than before. One wonders how he managed to connect with the Song family. As they conversed, the trio turned into the inpatient department. Su Nange was about to head to the third floor when she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Chapter 65. A visit. Su Nange walked toward Song Shishir, who was clad in a patient gown and seated in a wheelchair. Upon rising in excitement, a middle-aged woman beside her hurriedly assisted her back into her seat, saying, Please, sit down. Once seated, Song Shishir pointed to the two individuals next to her and explained to Su Nange, Benefactor, these are my parents. As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Song grasped Su Nange's hand, her eyes reddening as she said, Good child, thank you for saving our Shishir. I later inquired with the nurses about the situation, and had it not been for you, Shishir would no longer be with us. Su Nange felt at a loss in the face of such gratitude and simply replied, It was nothing. Mr. Song, sensing her discomfort, quickly added, Miss Su, our Song family owes you a life. Should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. Su Nange declined graciously, Mr. Song, you are too kind. I merely lent a helping hand. She then turned to Song Shishir and asked, Has your surgery been completed? In the near future, rehabilitation training will be necessary. My benefactor, I currently reside in the rehabilitation building. If you have time, would you be able to visit me? Very well. It is not suitable for Song Shishir to remain outdoors for extended periods, so after adding each other on WeChat, the two parted ways. Mrs. Song pushed Song Shishir back to the hospital room, conversing as they walked. This Miss Su possesses a clear gaze. She appears quite remarkable. Mr. Song, I am speaking to you. What are you pondering? Mr. Song returned to reality. I merely thought this Miss Su seemed somewhat familiar. Familiar to whom? Suddenly, The voice of Song Jinchuan echoed within the ward, and the three discovered him seated on the sofa with an unfamiliar man. Upon seeing the trio, the stranger immediately rose to greet them. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, Miss Song. Mr. Song's countenance revealed a hint of displeasure, feeling that his son had intruded upon his daughter's space. Song Shishir, too, was not inclined to meet outsiders, just as a sense of discomfort settled among them. Song Jinchuan spoke. This is Miss Su's fiancé, Mr. Huazichan. He has come to visit Shishir. Upon hearing this, their initial discontent evaporated. Song Shishir curiously scrutinized Huazichan, while Mr. and Mrs. Song exchanged pleasantries with him. After Huazichan departed, Mr. and Mrs. Song exchanged glances, subtly remarking, Miss Su appears so fresh and refined, yet her fiancé is rather, well, we should not criticize others' choices. Fresh and refined? Song Jinchuan contemplated Su Yin's rather mundane appearance, frowning as he said, Mom and Dad, it seems you, too, have moments of misjudgment. What Miss Su desires is far more than you could ever imagine. Mr. Song was taken aback. She did not present us with any requests. Song Jinchuan sneered. She introduced her fiancé to me, clearly indicating that I should assist him. If our collaboration with the Hua group succeeds, we will become a significant support for the Hua family. Hua Beiyin is not someone to be trifled with. He has dragged our Song family into this conflict. Is that not enough? At least she possesses some self-awareness, refraining from making further demands on you. Mr. Song furrowed his brow. I never imagined Miss Su to be such a person, alas. Mrs. Song sighed as well. She saved Shishir. We should help her as much as we can. It's a pity. I had hoped that Shishir could truly gain a confidant. Upon hearing this, Song Jinchuan cast an irritated glance at Song Shishir. It would be wise for you to limit your interactions with Miss Su. Neither she nor her fiancé are virtuous individuals. Our ability to repay their kindness with money this time is a fortunate turn of events. Song Shishir's expression changed. Miss Su is not that kind of person. Song Jinchuan sighed. Shishir, have you not yet learned your lesson? One must not judge solely by appearances. Yet, Song Shishir remained resolute. Miss Su was the one who had given her hope in her final moments. She could not believe Miss Su to be that kind of person. Though old Madame Hua had forbidden the rest of the Hua family from visiting her, Huazichan nonetheless made his way to the hospital, heading towards old Madame Hua. He arrived at the door of the hospital room, and, through the glass window, observed Hua Beiyin and Su Nange seated on the sofa, both engrossed in their laptops. Though they exchanged no words, the harmonious scene was a painful sight for him. Pushing the door open, he greeted the elderly matriarch and prepared to leave. As he passed in front of Hua Beiyin, he suddenly halted. In the past, he had always feared this uncle, but today, Su Nange had completely disregarded him, offering not a single glance, as if she were perched high above, untouchable. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him, emboldening him to speak directly. Uncle, Mr. Song values my contribution and has entrusted me with this project, but as merely the deputy head of the RD department, my rank seems insufficient. Perhaps you could consider appointing me as the project manager? The atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly, becoming tense. Su Nange remained silent, merely directing her gaze towards Hua Beiyin. By openly demanding authority and position, was Huazichan, emboldened by the support of the Song family, audaciously declaring war against Hua Beiyin? One wondered whether he would relent. Hua Beiyin lifted his gaze with indifference, his dark eyes briefly scanning Huazichan before he coolly responded, Is the position of project manager sufficient for you? The implication of his words filled Huazichan with uncontainable joy. Indeed, the Song family had applied pressure on his uncle. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the man's deep voice gradually resound. What if I offered you my position? Huazichan's breath hitched, as an invisible weight bore down upon him. He certainly coveted the position of authority. However, the younger uncle, despite his seemingly casual demeanor, harbored a tempestuous wrath in his voice, particularly evident in his icy, obsidian gaze. Huazichan felt as though he were staring into an unfathomable abyss, his heart trembling with trepidation. He swallowed hard and finally lowered his head, muttering, I dare not. Yet, even without lifting his gaze, he could still sense that penetrating stare, which felt almost tangible. A chill crept down his spine, and after what seemed an eternity, he finally heard the soft voice utter, There is no need for you to visit here, grandmother is well. Relieved, Huazichan hastily departed. However, upon exiting the ward, he was beset by feelings of regret and humiliation, convinced he had lost face in front of Su Nange. Inside the ward, Yi observed Hua Zichen's furious exit and remarked, to demand a promotion before the project has even commenced is the height of arrogance. Yet, boss, will your blatant disregard for him affect our collaboration with the Song family? Hua Beiyan remained silent. Yi sighed quietly. Su Nange, noticing the atmosphere, gently inquired, is there anything I can assist with? Yi promptly interjected, the collaborative project with the Song family is unrelated to new energy. You cannot be of assistance. Besides, you are not acquainted with the Song family. At this, Su Nange refrained from further comment. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Yi returned with fresh news. It turns out that President Song's sister is hospitalized in this very facility. Boss, out of both obligation and reason, you ought to pay her a visit, which could also ease relations with President Song. Hua Beiyan frowned. It is not convenient. Yi pondered for a moment. Indeed, it is rather inconvenient, being a lady. He suddenly turned to Su Nange. Miss Su, as the nominal wife of President Hua, perhaps you could accompany him? Upon hearing this, Hua Beiyan's motion to fasten his tie momentarily paused, yet he did not refuse. Chapter 66, The Past. Yi instinctively cast a glance at Hua Beiyan. Refraining from speaking, Hua Beiyan then stated, the Song family in the capital. As these four words echoed, the old matriarch's expression momentarily faltered. Su Nange perceptibly sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the room, as if the air pressure had diminished slightly. Her enchanting eyes subtly swept over Hua Beiyan, tentatively glancing towards Yi. Yi signaled her with a look, indicating that she should refrain from making any rash comments. At that moment, a caregiver entered with breakfast. Setting it upon the dining table, Su Nange assisted the old matriarch in taking her seat. The three gathered around the table, typically silent during meals. However, today, after consuming half a bowl of porridge, the old matriarch set down her chopsticks and remarked, that rascal, is he no longer collaborating with the Song family? Su Nange cast a glance towards Hua Beiyan. The man lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Observing this, Yi promptly suggested, Miss Su, shall we consult a doctor regarding the old matriarch's health? Su Nange understood that Yi was attempting to clear the room, as the forthcoming conversation was likely unsuitable for their ears. She stood, taking her half-eaten sandwich with her, intending to exit with Yi. When the old matriarch grasped her arm and said, Granddaughter-in-law, there is no need for you to leave. You are not an outsider. Eventually, you will learn about these family matters. Yi instinctively glanced at Hua Beiyan, who frowned slightly, his expression betraying some displeasure. He raised his eyes to the old matriarch, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately said nothing. Yi quietly stepped out, thoughtfully closing the door behind him, standing guard to prevent anyone from intruding and to thwart any eavesdropping. Su Nange, catching sight of this, understood that she was about to hear some family secrets of the Hua clan, which made her feel rather awkward. Leaving seemed inappropriate, yet staying felt equally uncomfortable. After all, she was not truly Hua Beiyan's wife or beloved. Was it truly fitting for her to listen in on their conversation? As she wrestled with her thoughts, the elderly matriarch spoke. Granddaughter-in-law, I have never mentioned the mother of that rascal to you, have I? Su Nange cautiously glanced at Hua Beiyan, only to find him leisurely consuming a piece of bread, showing no inclination to interrupt their discourse. She then inquired, does Mr. Hua's mother have any connection to the Song family? The matriarch, oblivious to their subtle exchanges, sighed softly. It is not the Song family per se, but rather pertains to Madame Song. The mother of that rascal is the sister of Madame Song. She recounted some past events. In the past, the Hua family sought to forge a marriage alliance with the Yi family of the capital. My unfortunate son, in his youth, experienced a divorce. In his early 40s, he remarried a young lady from the Yi family, who was in her 20s. It was only after she became pregnant that we discovered his ex-wife had secretly raised a son outside, who was now in his teens. This son is the elder brother of that rascal. Su Nange pieced together the familial connections. This Miss Yi must be Hua Beiyan's mother. Hua Beiyan's father is named Hua Baoxiang, and the child born of his first marriage is Hua Beiyan's elder brother, Hua Yuanjia, who is also the father of Hua Zichen. Hua Yuanjia and Hua Beiyan share the same father, but have different mothers. No wonder their relationship is strained. Madame Hua continued. The young lady of the Yi family entered into a marriage with a man over a decade her senior, a union born of commercial interests, one she was reluctant to embrace. Upon discovering the deception, her fury knew no bounds. A woman of fierce temperament, she opted for a cesarean section at 7 months of pregnancy, decisively leaving her husband and returning home with the newborn boy, thus fostering a grudge between the Yi and Hua families, severing their ties. At this juncture, Madame Hua's expression darkened. Su Nange pressed her lips together, casting a glance at Hua Beiyan. The truth of whether his father, Hua Baoxiang, was aware of the existence of another son, or if he had truly deceived his mother, was now shrouded in uncertainty. Regardless, her mother's decision to seek a divorce was entirely justifiable. Yet, how could she, in the 7th month of her pregnancy, heartlessly bring forth the child only to abandon him at the Hua household? Even if divorce was inevitable, could she not have waited an additional 2 months to deliver him? At that time, he was already a living being. Madame Hua had once mentioned that Hua Beiyan weighed a mere 3 pounds and 2 ounces at birth. Spending 3 months in the neonatal intensive care unit, his fragile body riddled with tubes, facing near-death experiences multiple times, before being given the disparaging name Dog Boy. How tragic. Recalling Hua Beiyan's words from the previous day, that some individuals are unworthy of motherhood and should be regarded as strangers, Su Nange inhaled deeply. Feeling a weight in her chest, it dawned on her that Hua Beiyan, like herself, had been forsaken by his biological mother. She looked at the man, observing him as he continued to sip his milk, his striking features etched with a coldness akin to iron. As if he were merely a spectator to a tale that was not his own, his aloof demeanor imbued with a sense of fragility. Su Nange felt a pang in her heart, suddenly yearning to embrace him. Old Madame Hua furrowed her brow and sighed. It is said that Madame Song shares a deep sisterly bond with the mother of that wretched child, which has led the Song family to harbor grievances against the Hua family for many years. Each party stands firm in their respective positions, and none are at fault. Your ongoing discord with that boy from the Song family stems from this very issue. If that is the case, why must you endure such hardship? Is this collaboration truly indispensable? Hua Beiyan set down his milk cup, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a tissue, and then lifted his cool, indifferent gaze. We are all adults here, and the business world is governed solely by interests. Past grievances shall remain unspoken. He rose to his feet. Grandmother, rest assured, I will not allow myself to suffer loss. Su Nange followed closely behind Hua Beiyan as they made their way from the inpatient department to the rehabilitation department, only to be halted at the entrance. Song Jinchuan's secretary wore a face full of apologies. Mr. Hua, Miss Song's condition is not stable. It is temporarily inconvenient for you to visit her upstairs. Upon hearing this, Yi erupted in anger. Our esteemed Mr. Hua's willingness to visit is a courtesy extended to your Song family. Do you truly believe we are intimidated by you? How dare you send us away? The secretary hurriedly replied, I would never presume, but her condition is genuinely concerning. Yi was about to retort when Hua Beiyan interjected, let us go. The three turned back in the direction they had come. Along the way, Yi seethed with indignation. This is utterly outrageous. Do they really think we are afraid of them? We simply wish to avoid unnecessary conflict. Just yesterday, Hua Zichen visited the patient, and now they block our entry? If this gets out, it would surely belittle our boss. Hua Beiyan, with an unhurried demeanor, remarked, Song Jinchuan is not so arrogant. It is likely that his sister is truly unwell. Yi promptly fell silent. Hua Beiyan had to return to the company, so he departed with Yi from the parking lot. Su Nange let out a quiet sigh, preparing to head back to the elderly lady's hospital room. At that moment, her phone vibrated. Upon picking it up, she saw a message from Song Shishir's brother. Miss Su, could you please come to the hospital? Shishir is not doing well and insists on seeing you. Su Nange was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 67, A Misjudgment. She had always possessed a remarkable memory. When she called Song Shishir's brother that day, he introduced himself as Song Jinchuan. At the time, she had not paid it much heed, but now, considering the various coincidences, it became evident that the sister of the general manager of the Hua Corporation was indeed Song Shishir. What a remarkable coincidence. She replied, all right, I will head over now. In Song Shishir's hospital room, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Holding his phone, Song Jinchuan glanced at the screen, relieved to see a response, then turned his gaze towards the bed where Song Shishir lay. Her delicate face was pale, and she remained curled up on the bed, utterly still. Their parents, anxiously pacing nearby, urged, Shishir, if you do not comply with the physical therapy, how can your health improve? Please listen to us, will you? However, Song Shishir remained obstinate. If you don't allow me to meet Miss Su, I want to undergo treatment. Song Jinchuan furrowed his brow tightly. He understood that his sister had been overly protected since childhood, leading her to become quite willful. Otherwise, she would not have eloped with her boyfriend years ago. A person as pure-hearted as my sister will experience lifelong tranquility if surrounded by virtuous companions. However, should her acquaintances be of a nefarious nature, as exemplified by her husband, no. Her ex-husband now, the repercussions could be dire. Hence, Song Jinchuan felt compelled to assertively intervene in her social interactions, resolutely forbidding her from meeting that Miss Su again. Song's father, a doting parent, observed the situation and turned to Song Jinchuan. Have you called Miss Su? Having been coerced into sending a message moments before, Song Jinchuan furrowed his brow, resembling a river in its winding form, and replied, I have. Song's father eagerly inquired, is she coming? Song Shishir looked at him with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Song Jinchuan considered the opportunity to extend a favor. How could she possibly miss it? She said she would arrive shortly. Song Shishir's eyes sparkled with delight. Song's father exhaled in relief, but noticing his son's troubled expression, he took the initiative to admonish his daughter. Shishir, you have been exceedingly willful this time. Your brother possesses sound judgment. Would our family ever wish you harm? Song's mother spoke up beside her. Shishir, you have indeed gone too far. Our family's relationship with the Hua family is intricate. If it weren't for the project requiring collaboration with them, I would never wish to entangle ourselves with them. The Hua family once humiliated your aunt so grievously, and our ties with them have always been complicated, especially since they are the main branch. And our relationship with Hua Beiyin is adversarial. She took a deep breath. No matter how strained our relationship may be, Hua Beiyin is, after all, your aunt's own son. Now, in order to repay this favor, we are aiding the main branch of the Hua family, which is utterly unreasonable. You mustn't blame your brother for being heartless. He called Miss Su to accompany you, and that too is a matter of obligation, all a debt he must repay. However, Song Shishir looked at them defiantly. Miss Su is not that kind of person. According to my brother, she merely introduced her fiancé to him, perhaps with no ulterior motives at all. Her parents and brother could not comprehend the sensation she experienced in her moment of despair, when someone descended like a savior to rescue her. Having faced her husband's betrayal, she found herself engulfed in a tumult of confusion and fear. Though her parents were there to support her, they were, after all, her elders, and a generational gap in understanding existed. Moreover, Song Shishir possessed her own pride. She did not wish for her parents to witness her vulnerability, as it served as a painful reminder of how utterly wrong her past choices had been. She yearned to confide in someone she deemed trustworthy, to voice the anguish that lay deep within her heart. The only person she currently trusts is her benefactor. As Song Jinchuan listened to her naive words, he frowned and remarked, in the business world, people seldom speak directly. After encountering so many individuals, I understand her intentions quite clearly. That calculating and petty demeanor is rather mercenary. At that moment, Sui nearly wore her thoughts on her face. Song Shishir became agitated. You must be mistaken. The benefactor is not that kind of person. Brother, why are you so unpleasant? I do not wish to hear you speak ill of our benefactor any longer. Song's father hurriedly intervened. All right, your brother is merely offering a word of caution. Hasn't he summoned you here? Song's mother felt it unwise to add anything further, as her daughter's health was paramount. Song Jinchuan, compelled by his parents, sent the message in frustration and now felt a surge of anger. He turned to leave. Where are you going? Called Song's mother. To work. Song Jinchuan strode out, fearing that remaining here would only lead to further exasperation from his disappointing sister. Moreover, having just obstructed Hua Baiyin's visit, he felt compelled to provide an explanation in person. This individual was not to be trifled with. The collaboration with the Hua group held mutual benefits, and Song Jinchuan merely suggested that Hua Zichen be responsible for the project's communication, which was not a high demand. Thus, Hua Beiyin acquiesced. However, there were limits that Song Jinchuan would not cross, and Hua Beiyin would not allow either. Although they harbored discord due to familial matters, they shared an unspoken understanding regarding project collaboration. With a grim expression, Song Jinchuan marched towards the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman stepping out. Even in a state of discontent, Song Jinchuan found himself unable to refrain from casting a few glances in her direction. This fleeting observation momentarily rendered him speechless. The girl bore an air of familiarity. On the night he was saved by Song Shishir, his benefactor's disheveled hair had obscured her features, leaving him with only a hazy recollection. However, after Su Yin's mistaken identity, he unconsciously merged that vague image with Su Yin's. Thus, upon encountering Su Nange once more, he felt a sense of recognition, but nothing more. He brushed past Su Nange and stepped into the elevator, descending directly. Su Nange stole a glance at him, but remained silent. The thought occurred to her that he had aided Hua Zichen in establishing a foothold within the Hua group, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. Su Nange entered the hospital room, and upon seeing her, Song Shishi's spirits lifted considerably. She eagerly engaged in conversation for a while before agreeing to undergo rehabilitation training. Song's father and mother observed her closely, whispering to each other, "This Miss Su possesses clear eyes. She certainly does not resemble those who offer insincere flattery." I concur. Is Jinchuan's judgment perhaps flawed? That seems unlikely. He has never misjudged anyone in all these years. Perhaps she simply conceals her true self well. At that moment, Su Nange received a phone call from the police station, where they informed her that Song Shishi's husband and mother-in-law were implicated in a murder case, necessitating a thorough confirmation of her testimony. They requested her presence at the police station to cooperate with the investigation and provide a recorded statement. Su Nange replied, "No problem. I will head there now." Meanwhile, recently discharged from the hospital, Song Jinchuan received a call from the police station. "Mr. Song, regarding your sister's case, we require your cooperation to complete some related procedures. When would you be available to come in?" Chapter 68, The Meeting. As a witness to the entire incident, she had complied with the police on the day they discovered Song Shishi's brother had an extraordinary background, providing a statement without daring to lie further. Naturally, she was pleased to assist, as it meant she could help testify for Song Shishi while also securing a favor from Song Jinchuan. While she savored this thought, her phone suddenly rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, her expression darkened. It was Li Shengquan. Despite her desire to hang up, she reluctantly answered the call. "What now?" "Niece, you must save me. If I can't repay this money, I'll be beaten to death." Li Shengquan's voice made Su Yin furrow her brow, filled with annoyance. She clenched her fists. "How much?" 5 million. "What?" Su Yin's voice escalated sharply, convinced she must have misheard. Although the Su family was affluent, providing her with a monthly allowance of 150,000 since middle school, their liquid savings totaled only a few million, with the company's working capital barely reaching 20 million. She had thought the previous 2 million would suffice for Li Shengquan for a while, yet here he was, demanding 500,000 just days later. Li Shengquan, undeterred by her agitation, continued, "Niece, surely you can manage it. If you can't, they'll kill me, and then I'll have no choice but to seek out Su Nange." Su Yintong's pupils constricted. "I shall grant you 2 days, if the money does not reach my account. Do not blame me for revealing your and Su Nange's origins. After all, preserving one's life is paramount, is it not, dear niece?" With that, Li Shengquan abruptly ended the call, leaving Su Yin infuriated as she hurled her phone to the ground. Taking a deep breath, she pondered the substantial sum of 5 million. Her only recourse was to seek assistance from her family. This thought instilled a sense of hesitation within her. Although Su Nange had not directly confronted her regarding the theft of Dr. Nan's emails, Mrs. Su had evidently caught on to something, as her demeanor had soured since the previous day. With a furrowed brow, Su Yin approached Mrs. Su's room. As she drew near, she overheard Mrs. Su inquiring, "Where's Li Wanru? It seems I haven't seen her in days." Su Wanzong replied dismissively, "What does it matter? Perhaps she has returned to her brother's place. That woman should never come back. Her presence irritates me." Outside the door, Su Yin's eyes flickered. Gathering her emotions, she entered with reddened eyes, choking back tears as she called out, "Mother, father." Upon seeing her, Mrs. Su rose, intending to comfort her, but hesitated and instead sat back down on the sofa. Su Wanzong, frowning, asked, "Yin, have you upset your mother?" Su Yin lowered her head and began to weep. "Mother, I was wrong. I should not have framed Nange. I was merely envious of your concern for her." Her tears were heartfelt and sincere. "Mom, Nangu is so capable now, a doctor, and she can help you arrange a hospital room. Yet, I feel inadequate compared to her. I'm a bit afraid that you might love her more than you love me. When we were young, we attended school together, and the classmates mocked me, saying my parents were getting divorced. They said you bought her clothes and brought her food, claiming you no longer wanted me and preferred to treat her like a daughter. So I have always been sensitive about her." Madame Su's expression softened considerably as she approached Su Yin, sighing, "My dear child, why must you be so narrow-minded? Besides, Nangu has refrained from returning home all these years precisely because of this concern. She has no intention of taking my affection away from you, and I assure you, I will never love her more than I love you. Do not dwell on such thoughts in the future. Su Yin, through her sobs, inquired, Is that true? Madame Su chuckled softly. At your age, do you think I could deceive you? Su Yin managed to smile through her tears. Then you must say, Mom loves me the most. With a touch of exasperation, Madame Su replied. Very well, Mom loves you the most. Su Yin's smile became more genuine, but then she heard Madame Su add, Do not always regard Nangu as a rival. Her smile faltered, and a shadow crossed her eyes. Su Yin lowered her head, acknowledging, I truly understand my mistake now. Once she had soothed Madame Su, Su Yin spoke up. Mom, today Zichin said he would take me to buy a wedding ring, and I thought I would also get him a gift. Madame Su nodded. Good. It is wise of you to think this way. We must not take advantage of others. After starting her job, Su Yin's monthly living expenses surged to 300,000. Living at home, she seldom spent money. Mrs. Su believed she must have a private fortune in the millions, thus failing to grasp the underlying meaning of her words. Su Yin's expression stiffened. Biting her lip, she candidly confessed, Since I've been with Zichin, my expenditures have increased, and I'm currently a bit strapped for cash. Only then did Mrs. Su comprehend the implication. I still have over 300,000 here. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Su Yin was taken aback. Only over 300,000? Mrs. Su sighed. Yes, I have transferred the money to Nange. She intends to invest in stocks. Before Su Yin could voice her dissatisfaction, Su Wanwan interjected. What stocks? The market is in such a downturn. Who would invest at this time? It's sheer folly. What if this money is lost? Mrs. Su waved her hand dismissively. She claims a friend has insider information and assures her it won't result in losses. Besides, even if she does incur a loss, consider this money a gift to her. Over the years, she has brought the company profits exceeding 100 million. Giving her over 10 million is hardly excessive. Su Wanwan frowned deeply, clearly dissatisfied. Su Yin, however, felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that it would be impossible to come up with 5 million in the near future. Lost in her thoughts, she descended the stairs and entered Hua Zichin's car. Hua Zichin, brimming with enthusiasm, said, Inin, my father was thrilled to hear about you rescuing President Song's sister. This morning, he transferred some funds to me, asking me to take you to purchase some exquisite jewelry as a gift from your father-in-law. Su Yinshin's eyes flickered with a hint of unease as she suggested. Let us first head to the police station. I need to provide a statement regarding Miss Song's case. Hua Zichin replied with a smile. Very well, I shall accompany you. Upon their arrival, they fortuitously encountered Song Jinchuan in the parking lot. Upon seeing Su Yin, Song Jinchuan comprehended the purpose of her visit and, considering her willingness to testify, felt a slight alleviation of his resentment towards her. Miss Su, I appreciate your effort in coming here, he remarked. Su Yin responded with a smile. It is my duty. The trio exchanged pleasantries and proceeded towards the police station, only to cross paths with Su Nange as she exited the building. Su Nange was the first to arrive at the station. After recounting the events of that day in their entirety, she confirmed the accuracy of her statement, signed the necessary documents, and made her way outside. Chapter 69, The Pursuit of Justice. One of the officers chuckled. Such commendable deeds should be widely publicized to inspire others to engage in acts of kindness. It is also a task for our publicity department. Su Nange replied with a hint of resignation. Very well. As they approached the entrance, they encountered Song Jinchuan and Su Yin, who were in the process of registering their visit. Upon explaining their purpose, the officer in charge, upon noticing Su Nange's companions, called out, Officer Chun. These two are also here regarding the murder case of Song Shishir. You may escort them inside. Upon hearing this, Song Jinchuan and Su Yin instinctively turned their heads. Su Yin's pupils constricted at the sight of Su Nange, while Song Jinchuan, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be? This woman is here for his sister's case as well? Su Nange merely cast a fleeting glance at them before retracting her gaze, disinterested in any disputes with these individuals, and proceeded to exit. Officer Chun interjected, requesting their patience, stating he would escort this comrade out before returning to lead them inside. Song Jinchuan nodded. Then his gaze deepened as he turned to Su Yin, inquiring, was this young lady present when the incident involving my sister occurred? Hua Zichin also directed his attention towards Su Yin. He was aware of the circumstances surrounding Su Yin's acquaintance with Song Jinchuan. Yet if Su Nange had indeed rescued Song Shishir, how could he possibly win over Song Jinchuan? Su Yin's expression grew colder as she suddenly offered a wry smile, saying, "Mr. Song, that is my sister. I was indeed with her at that time." She continued, "Miss Song had initially sought her assistance, but my sister's nature is rather aloof. It was not her intention to reject Miss Song. Zichen, you understand her disposition." Hua Zichen frowned, acknowledging, "Her demeanor is indeed frigid, and she prefers to eschew social interactions." Su Yin sighed. "At that moment, she even prevented me from calling you, claiming that those with romantic notions should perish." Realizing the implications of her words, she hastily covered her mouth. "Mr. Song, please do not take offense. I believe Miss Song did not take it to heart." However, Song Jinchuan's expression darkened ominously. He recalled the moment his sister, after being rescued and undergoing surgery, awakened and uttered her first words, "Brother, for someone as foolish as I, should I not be allowed to live?" Initially, he had thought his sister was merely troubled by love, but now it seemed she had been wounded by the words of others. Hua Zichen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Indeed, she was quite rational. During their university days, countless suitors pursued her, yet she never acquiesced. Such a person may never be moved by another throughout her life. To her, perhaps love was merely a synonym for foolishness. He clenched his fists. Did she ever perceive him in the same light? Hua Zichen felt a heaviness in his chest and suddenly turned to Su Yin. "You all proceed with the record. I shall remain outside and wait for you." With that, he dashed out the door. Song Jinchuan's gaze lingered on his retreating figure. Lost in thought, Su Yin feigned casualness as she inquired, "When does President Song plan to return to Kyoto? How is your sister faring?" "The hospitals in Kyoto must be superior to those in Haicheng." Song Jinchuan withdrew his gaze and replied coolly, "Yes, I will be signing the contract today. I intend to take Shir back to Kyoto for recuperation in the next couple of days, so I will not trouble Miss Su any further in Haicheng." Miss Su was far too purposeful. Song Jinchuan wished for Song Shir to be as distant from her as possible. Su Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that Song Jinchuan would not linger in Haicheng long enough to uncover the truth. Outside the police station, Su Nange stood by the roadside, awaiting her ride. Suddenly, the light beside her dimmed, and Hua Zichen's voice reached her ears. "Nange, I never imagined you were Dr. Nan. Do you truly believe that entrepreneurship is so effortless without a solid backing? In the business realm, connections matter far more than mere ability." Su Nange cast him a cold glance, remaining silent. Hua Zichen felt an intense discomfort in his chest. During her university days, she maintained an indifferent demeanor towards others, yet reserved a different disposition for him. Little did she anticipate that one day, his coldness would be directed at her. Frustrated and humiliated, he exclaimed, "Su Nange, your demeanor is far too frigid. You show an everlasting apathy towards others, and it is no wonder you have missed such a splendid opportunity." Su Nange, bewildered, pondered what opportunity she had forfeited. At that moment, the vehicle arrived. She disregarded Hua Zichen's entreaties and boarded the car, leaving. As Hua Zichen watched her depart, he realized he had irrevocably lost her. Yet, he felt no remorse. Even with the knowledge that she was a postdoctoral fellow, he had no regrets, for he could never wed an illegitimate child. After a prolonged period of self-persuasion, Hua Zichen finally regained his composure. Just then, Su Yin and Song Jinchuan emerged from the police station after completing their statements, and Hua Zichen promptly approached them. Song Jinchuan spoke in a calm tone. "I sincerely apologize for delaying Miss Su and Mr. Hua's appointment." Su Yin smiled. "There is no need for such formality. This is my duty." "Where is President Song headed now?" she inquired. Song Jinchuan glanced at the time. "I am scheduled to meet with President Hua regarding a contractual agreement. Once the contract is signed, the collaboration between our companies will be finalized." Upon hearing this, Hua Zichen interjected, "What a pity that my position is insufficient. Otherwise, I would be the one signing the contract with President Song today." Song Jinchuan's gaze darkened, and Su Yin chuckled. "Hasn't Brother Zichen been promoted yet? It is indeed inconvenient for a vice president to negotiate a partnership with Mr. Song." Hua Zichen replied, "My uncle mentioned that he would promote me after the contract signing, but he has many matters to attend to. I fear he might forget." Su Yin turned her gaze towards Song Jinchuan and said, "Mr. Song, could you kindly remind Mr. Hua during the signing?" Song Jinchuan pressed his lips together, fully aware of the underlying meaning behind her words, as both were seasoned veterans in the business arena. In this collaboration, Hua Zichen had contributed little, yet Song had insisted on his involvement, knowing that, in due course, the position of a department general manager would inevitably be his. However, He never anticipated that Huazichin would be so impatient as to attempt to ascend the ranks by stepping on him. Taking a deep breath, Song Jinchuan fixed his gaze on Su Yin and replied, "All right." After parting ways with her, he made his way to the Hua Group. The collaboration between the two firms was a significant affair for the conglomerate, hence the signing ceremony was exceedingly formal. In a spacious conference room, the two sat at opposite ends of the long table. After Hua Beiyin signed the documents, he handed them to Song Jinchuan, only to realize that his own copy remained unsigned. Hua Beiyin narrowed his eyes, his demeanor icy. "Does Mr. Song have reservations about this contract?" "The contract is sound," Song Jinchuan replied calmly. However, it was agreed that young Mr. Hua would take charge of this project, yet his title seems to be merely that of a vice president. Hua Baiyin's expression hardened. "Is Mr. Song attempting to interfere with the appointments at the Hua Group?" "I would not dare," Song replied. "I simply have a good rapport with young Mr. Hua, and I trust Mr. Hua would grant me this favor." Chapter 70. It is her. Huazichin has done nothing, yet is poised to attain the position of general manager? On what grounds? Yet he understood that at this pivotal moment in their collaboration, such a request was merely a trifling matter for the Hua Group. With so many executives present, it is inconceivable that the boss would object to such a minor position adjustment. It is indeed frustrating. What is going on with Song Jinchuan? Even if the Yi family harbored animosity towards the Hua family in the past, shouldn't the resentment be directed towards the head of the Hua family? Why is he constantly opposing the boss? However, Hua Beiyin maintained his composure, his expression unchanging, as his sharp gaze fixated on Song Jinchuan. Calmly, he inquired, "If I were to disagree, would President Song refrain from signing the contract?" His words carried a hint of challenge, instantly silencing the room. Hua Beiyin's demeanor remained indifferent. Although there were many from the Hua Group present, exerting pressure on Hua Beiyin, there were also numerous individuals from the Song family. If the unreasonable demands presented by Song Jinchuan were to lead to the cancellation of this collaboration, he would similarly face the pressure from his company. Thus, the situation merely tested the patience of both parties. Whoever could not withstand the pressure would ultimately lose. Time passed, and Hua Beiyin remained unfazed. Song Jinchuan, compelled to respond, gently clarified, "That is not the case, Mr. Hua. You have misunderstood. This is merely my personal suggestion." The chill surrounding Hua Beiyin lessened slightly as he said, "Let us sign the contract first. Afterwards, I will assign Huazichin to oversee the collaboration." With Huazichin accomplishing tangible results, he would have a valid reason for promotion to general manager, thus granting Song Jinchuan an unwritten assurance from Hua Beiyin. Both parties represented substantial conglomerates. With Song Jinchuan taking a step back, Hua Beiyin refrained from being overly aggressive. Nodding in agreement, Song Jinchuan signed both copies of the contract, and upon affixing his seal, the collaboration was officially established. Rising from his seat, Song Jinchuan extended his hand to Hua Beiyin, stating, "Mr. Hua, may our collaboration be fruitful." Hua Beiyin gazed at him with a faint expression, remaining silent, clearly still displeased by the recent incident he had caused. Noticing this, Song Jinchuan waved for the assistants in the conference room to leave. Once the room was devoid of others, he turned to Hua Beiyin and explained, "Please don't misunderstand. My actions were not instigated by my aunt. I merely owe Su Yin a favor and must advocate for Huazichin's interests." Upon hearing this, Hua Beiyin rose, stating, "You need not explain. I have no interest in her." Song Jinchuan furrowed his brow. "My sister was bullied in the hospital and nearly lost her life. It was Su Yin who protected her and called me for help. I must repay this debt of gratitude." Hua Baiyin's expression turned colder, and without uttering another word, he exited the room. Yi followed closely behind. "Boss, I just finalized arrangements with the Song family. We will hold a celebration banquet tomorrow evening." I inquired. "And Song Jinchuan will attend. I heard his parents are also coming to Haiqing and will be present." Upon hearing this, Hua Beiyin lowered his gaze. "Understood. Song Jinchuan's mother is the sister of that woman, his blood-related aunt." Yi continued, "However, there is one issue. Should we choose a companion for you from the secretary's office? Or should we invite Miss Su?" Hua Beiyin replied coolly, "She likely does not enjoy such gatherings. It is best to forego it." This indicated that he did not require a companion. Yi nodded in understanding, but then hesitated. If this were the past, the boss would have reprimanded him for mentioning Miss Su's name. Yet now he suggested that she might not appreciate such occasions. It appeared that the boss's attitude toward Miss Su had shifted considerably. Perceived no discernible difference. After all, when returned home from work, his countenance remained as dark as ever. as if someone owed him 8 million. Even when the Shiba Inu and the kitten approached him, tails wagging and gazes uplifted, he bestowed upon them not but an indifferent glance, feigned ignorance, and continued to immerse herself in the concluding phases of her pharmaceutical research. Over the past few days, she had thoroughly absorbed the neurological materials borrowed from the family corporation, and she had devised a solution to the challenges previously encountered in her research. She was on the verge of finalizing a clinical drug for Alzheimer's disease. The elderly matriarch of the family had been increasingly anxious about its absence from work, wishing for the couple to foster their relationship. She had intended to discuss with after his workday, hoping he might take his granddaughter-in-law out for a concert or a meal. However, upon observing his grim expression, she could not help but remark that it was undoubtedly due to work-related frustrations. She turned to and inquired, "Have they encountered some difficulties?" Seizing the opportunity while stepped away to wash his hands, could not contain himself. "It's all because of that. I don't know what his issue is, but he has been opposing the boss at every turn while attempting to elevate." Raised an eyebrow. Had forgotten that the elderly matriarch was Also's great-grandmother? It was rather audacious to speak so in her presence. Yet, to her surprise, the matriarch scoffed. "How am I unaware of any connection between the family and... How did that link even arise? This, truly, does he not realize the animosity between the family and his uncle? But no, logically speaking, it should be the main branch of the family that they resent, right?" It was evident that she stood unwaveringly on the side of Huo Beiyan. Yi scoffed. "Who knows what is going on? The Song family, true to form, remains close with the main branch while neglecting their genuine relatives." "Humph." Lady Huo pursed her lips. "Didn't we go to visit that young lady from the Song family today? Hasn't it eased the tensions? Did Madame Song not express a single sentiment upon seeing her own nephew?" Yi sighed. "I didn't see her. They said the patient wasn't well." Lady Huo was quite displeased. "In theory, that is still a cousin. If she is unwell, shouldn't she be allowed to see her? Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of closeness. There has been no interaction. In truth, some relatives become easier to connect with once the ice is broken." The elderly lady thought profoundly. After all, it was her son who had wronged Huo Beiyan's mother, hence the Yi family's justified resentment. Previously, she had harbored grievances against them, feeling that Huo Beiyan's mother had been excessively cruel, leading to his multiple life-threatening illnesses after her cesarean in July. But now, the Huo family and her grandson were not close, and her own health was rapidly deteriorating. If the Yi family could extend a gesture of goodwill, it might fill the void in her grandson's familial affection. Thus, she actually hoped this collaboration would foster a closer bond between Huo Beiyan and the Song family. Yet, she never anticipated it would escalate to this point. Lady Huo was filled with concern. What was going on with the Song family? Su Nangu, noticing her incessant murmuring, suddenly interjected, "Grandma, how about I facilitate an introduction between the two families? After all, she is the benefactor of Song Shishir." Upon meeting, she found that both Song's father and mother were amiable people. Once the ice was broken, they could gradually get along with each other. Just as Huo Beiyan emerged from the restroom after washing his hands, he overheard this conversation. His gaze grew cold, yet he inquired with curiosity, "Do you know the Song family?" Su Nange nodded. "Yes, I helped them a little before." "A little help." Suddenly, Huo Beiyan realized something. "So you were the one who saved his sister?" Chapter 71. Open your eyes after returning from the police station. Su Nange made another visit to Song Shishir. Upon seeing that she had completed her rehabilitation training, she finally went back. She provided a brief explanation to the old lady Hua, who surprisingly remembered it. Observing her, Su Nange felt that the elderly lady's health had indeed not worsened recently, but rather seemed to be improving. The medication must be researched promptly, ideally enabling the old lady to remember the truth about her marriage to Huo Beiyan. Listening to their conversation, Huo Beiyan's lips curled slightly, his eyes glinting with a touch of sarcasm. So it was Song Jinchuan who had mistaken the identity. He suddenly spoke up. "Miss Su, the night after tomorrow, Huo Corporation and the Song family will hold a celebration banquet. I am in need of a companion. Would you be interested?" Su Nange did not even glance up. "Not interested." Huo Beiyan paused for a moment, his deep-set eyes flickering. "Did you not say you wished to introduce the two families?" Only then did Su Nange look at him, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with reluctance as she replied, "Fine then." The old lady Hua, filled with delight, exclaimed, "You rascal, are you willing to reconcile with the Song family?" Huo Beiyan nonchalantly responded with a hum, deftly shifting the conversation. "What did you have for lunch today?" "Rice, chicken soup, and celery." Beside them, Yi couldn't help but steal a glance at the boss. The boss had never shown any inclination to reconcile with the mother he had never met. Thus, the rumors of his discord with Song Jinchuan were merely a matter of business. In reality, throughout this collaboration, Song Jinchuan had extended multiple gestures of goodwill, all of which the boss had ignored, clearly indicating his desire to maintain a strictly commercial relationship. Was that remark merely an attempt to placate Miss Su into being his companion? A contemplative expression crossed Yi Ye's face. After dinner, Su Nange decided to take her dog for a walk. She fastened the leash onto her Shiba Inu and stepped outside. Yi presumably needed to retrieve some documents, so he accompanied her downstairs. As they walked side by side, Yi suddenly asked with a smile, "Miss Su, what type of man do you prefer?" Although Miss Su had a boyfriend eager to marry her, as long as she remained unwed, the boss still had a chance. He intended to gather information for the boss, facilitating his efforts to win her over from her current partner. Upon hearing the question, Su Nange was momentarily taken aback. Having witnessed Li Wanru's obsessive fixation on love while residing with the Su family, she had developed an aversion to both love and marriage. Consequently, she had consistently chosen to reject the advances of suitors, fearful that falling in love would lead her to lose herself. She had never contemplated what her future partner might be like. Yet, when Yi posed that question, Hua Baiyan's handsome visage unexpectedly flashed through her mind. She instinctively began to speak. Handsome in appearance, standing at a height of 185 centimeters, weighing 75 kilograms, his voice deep and pleasant, with a meticulous mind, particularly adept at cursing. As Yi listened, his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Just say the boss's name directly. So, Miss Su and the boss are mutually affectionate? Su Nange noticed the expression on his face and suddenly realized what she had said. She swiftly changed her tone, transforming her words from cold disdain to kind-hearted and warm, capable of telling jokes, truly a big warm man. Yi? A warm man and the boss seem utterly incompatible. He wears a perpetually gloomy expression, renowned for his chilling demeanor. Seeing his change in countenance, Su Nange finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she found the small Shiba Inu moving too slowly, and she bent down to pick up the dog, hastening her descent down the stairs. Yi sighed, feeling that the boss had no chance. He turned to head back to the ward, but was taken aback when he turned around and found Hua Baiyan standing behind him. The dim corridor lights cast a half-bright, half-shadowed glow on the man's face, lending him an air of desolation. Clearly, he had overheard the entire conversation between her and Miss Su. He cleared his throat and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, boss, perhaps you could smile at Miss Su a bit more. He was quite talkative. Hua Baiyan reprimanded him and briskly walked past, descending the stairs. The sky had darkened, and under the streetlight, the girl was crouched down, petting the dog. With her head lowered, her expression towards the Shiba Inu was rarely devoid of the usual sharpness, now softened with tenderness. Hua Baiyan slowly approached, coming to stand before her. Noticing his shadow, the girl lifted her gaze. In that fleeting moment, Hua Baiyan's lips twitched, forming what he believed to be a gentle smile. Then, Su Nange rose cautiously, casting a wary glance at him. "Mr. Hua, is your mouth having a spasm?" Hua Baiyan. He gradually retracted his smile, observing the girl visibly relax, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he stated, "Grandmother asked me to accompany you while walking the dog." "All right." The little Shiba Inu clumsily darted into the park, with the two of them closely trailing behind. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing Su Nange to shiver. The temperature had plummeted today, and she was unprepared. Just as she rubbed her arms, contemplating heading upstairs, a large, warm coat was unexpectedly draped over her shoulders. Su Nange stiffened momentarily, turning slowly to find Hua Baiyan standing there in a shirt, his gaze directed elsewhere, his expression somewhat awkward. With a slight smile, Su Nange said, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Hua Baiyan replied nonchalantly. "I was mainly concerned that you might catch a cold and pass it on to grandmother." Su Nange stifled a laugh, finding the man's demeanor rather stubborn. Just as they were caught in this awkward moment, a sudden voice broke through. "Mr. Hua?" Su Nange turned to see Song Jinchuan standing in the park, his expression darkening upon seeing her. "Su Nange." Hua Baiyan furrowed his brow, positioning himself in front of Su Nange. "Is there something you need? May I have a word?" Song Jinchuan shot Su Nange a lingering glance before moving aside. His countenance was far from pleasant. Upon returning to the hospital room, he subtly inquired, and discovered that his sister was indeed deeply affected by the words uttered by a bystander during her initial plea for help, which branded her as love-struck and urged her to perish. In fact, during the surgery, she had even lost her will to survive because of it. This incensed him greatly. When Hua Beiyin approached, Song Jinchuan furrowed his brows and asked, "What is your relationship with Miss Su?" Hua Beiyin replied coldly, "Mr. Song, that is none of your concern." Taking a deep breath, Song Jinchuan countered, "Regardless, you are still my aunt's son. I noticed that your relationship with her is rather significant, which is why I felt compelled to caution you. You ought to open your eyes. This woman is not virtuous." Hua Beiyin retorted icily, "Our families share no connection, Mr. Song, so there is no need for your concern on my behalf." His voice grew even colder as he enunciated, "Moreover, I believe it is you who should be more discerning." Chapter 72. The banquet. Song Jinchuan frowned and said, "Hua Beiyin, how ungrateful you are. You." Before he could finish his sentence, Hua Beiyin abruptly halted and turned sharply. The man's gaze revealed a chilling malice and fury, his brows knitted tightly, his countenance resembling that of a fearsome demon emerging from the depths of hell, which rendered Song Jinchuan's words caught in his throat. Hua Beiyin fixed his stare upon him, his voice low yet imbued with a terrifying intensity amidst the night. "Mr. Song, our relationship is strictly professional. You have overstepped your bounds." With that, he departed without another word, leaving Song Jinchuan stunned, his expression taut. In this collaboration, despite Hua Beiyin's seemingly indifferent demeanor, he consistently exuded an air of refined gentlemanliness, nearly causing him to forget that this man was once notorious for his malevolence and ruthlessness. Initially believing such tales to be mere rumors, the fierce expression he had just exhibited made Song Jinchuan realize that he was far from benevolent. As Song Jinchuan observed him, he noticed the man's simmering hostility gradually dissipating as he approached Su Nange. However, upon returning to her side, he transformed once again into a man who merely appeared somewhat aloof. Wrapped in the man's coat, Su Nange felt no trace of coldness. The meticulously tailored black suit, infused with the warmth of the man's body, enveloped her entirely, releasing a faint scent of masculine vanilla. Her heart swelled with tenderness. As the man was left wearing only a black shirt, she cradled her Shiba Inu and said, "Shall we head back?" "All right." The following morning, Hua Beiyin went to work while Su Nange basked in the warm sunlight on the sofa, finally completing the final stages of research and development on Alzheimer's disease. After sending an email to the overseas biomedical base, she stood up and stretched lazily. She then picked up her phone and discovered a WeChat message from Song Shishir. "Miss Su, do you have time tomorrow evening? Could you accompany me?" Su Nange replied, "I have to attend the celebration banquet for the Hua and Song families tomorrow night." Just as she sent the message, a phone call came in from Ji Ming. "Boss, our project has encountered a bit of trouble." Su Nange's voice remained calm. "What happened?" Ji Ming exclaimed in anger. "Our hydrogen energy materials have always been procured from the Song family. I intended to place another order today, but they suddenly refused to sell to me. At present, the research and development of new energy is thriving, and the raw materials are in high demand. It takes time for us to source from elsewhere. The issue is that we have signed delivery dates with our clients for the products we manufacture, and this disruption means we will breach our contracts." Su Nange furrowed her brow. "You mean the Song family in Kyoto?" She had entrusted the management of her company entirely to Ji Ming, focusing solely on technical matters, so she was unaware of their collaboration with the Song family. Ji Ming replied, "Yes, precisely them. I have always purchased from them. I tried to glean information from their sales manager, but they have not found another buyer. However, someone from above has specifically ordered them not to sell to us." Su Nange lowered her gaze. "Understood. I will inquire further." After hanging up, she rose and headed directly towards the rehabilitation department. She was friends with Song Shishir and had a cordial relationship with both her parents, so she intended to ask directly if there was any foul play involved. Upon arriving at the inpatient department, she fortuitously encountered Song Jinchuan, who seemed to have just returned and was preparing to head upstairs. Su Nange quickened her pace and called out, "Mr. Song, hello." Song Jinchuan paused, turning his head to look at her. His previously gentle demeanor turned noticeably colder upon seeing her. Su Nange, perplexed, inquired, "I am Dr. Nan. Our company has consistently purchased hydrogen energy materials from yours. However, this month, your company suddenly announced it would no longer sell to us. Is there some misunderstanding?" Load ADV 7-3. "There is no misunderstanding." Song Jinchuan's expression was icy. his gaze filled with disdain. "It was my command. You are not permitted to purchase from us again." Su Nange was taken aback. "Why?" Song Jinchuan frowned. "Miss Su, have you forgotten the words you casually uttered?" Su Nange was filled with confusion. Had she inadvertently said something inappropriate while accompanying Song Shishir? Yet, she had no recollection of it, and each time their conversations concluded, she felt elated. Just moments ago, she had even sent her a message. Unable to recall, Su Nange directly stated, "Even if I did say something wrong, Shishir would not hold it against me." "If that is the case, shouldn't you, Mr. Song, consider my small favor for Shishir and show some leniency?" The phrase small favor led Song Jinchuan to mistakenly believe she was referring to her assistants at the police station. After all, that phone call was a matter of life and death. Song Jinchuan retorted, "How dare you mention Shishir? Your testimony for her was not a favor. It is the duty of every citizen." Su Nange felt displeased, her voice tinged with coldness. "Mr. Song, nothing is obligatory." Song Jinchuan's anger intensified. "Miss Su is correct. Therefore, the Song family is under no obligation to sell hydrogen energy materials to you." Su Nange took a deep breath. When they first met in the hospital, she had thought Song Shishir's brother was rather decent, yet she had not anticipated such a heartless turn. She had more to say, but Song Jinchuan had already strided into the rehabilitation department, his assistant blocking the entrance. "Miss, please refrain from causing a disturbance in the hospital, as it disrupts the patient's rest." Su Nange was taken aback, her anger boiling over, and she turned to leave. "Forget it. At the banquet tomorrow, when I see Song's father and mother, I shall have a proper discussion with them." Time swiftly flew to the following evening. The new project between the Hua Group and the Song family, involving investments of over $1 billion, warranted a grand celebration. They hosted an elaborate victory banquet at the Dihao Hotel. Many employees from the Hua Group attended, and several members of the Song family had flown in from Kyoto specifically for the occasion. At the hospital, Song Shishir donned an elegant gown, being carried by Song Jinchuan to a wheelchair. Song's father, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Aren't you the one who despises such gatherings the most? Why the sudden urge to join in the festivities today?" Song's mother added, "Perhaps it's best if you don't go. If you prefer not to be alone, I can stay with you." Song Shishir, looking dejected and downcast, glanced at her phone and spoke, "Since yesterday, my benefactor's tone has significantly cooled. When I invited her to keep me company, she made excuses to decline. Thus, I must seek her out at the banquet. Let us be on our way." Song Jinchuan urged, pushing her out and into the parking lot. Just as he was about to lift her into the car, a stretched Bentley glided past. The members of the Song family turned, only to spot Su Nange and Hua Beiyin seated in the back of the luxurious vehicle. They wished to greet them. Yet the Bentley continued on without stopping. Song's father was taken aback. Could it truly be Miss Su? Song's mother remarked, "It seems I have also caught a glimpse." Song Jinchuan furrowed his brow, certain that the individual seated in Hua Beiyin's vehicle was undoubtedly Su Nange, not Su Yin. He turned to Su Yin and inquired, "Is that your benefactor?" "Indeed, it is my benefactor," Song Shishir exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Oh, let us hasten and catch up. I wish to attend the banquet with my benefactor." Song Jinchuan clenched his jaw, pondering if the person within the carriage was truly Su Yin, as the family boarded their vehicle and pursued. The luxurious Bentley had already vanished from sight. Song Shishir instructed the driver, "Please drive faster. Perhaps we might encounter my benefactor before we reach the banquet." The driver accelerated. And indeed, just prior to arriving at the Dihao Hotel, they once again spotted the Bentley. Unfortunately, it entered the internal staff parking area, while their vehicle was halted outside. Song Jinchuan consoled, "We shall meet at the banquet." Disappointment washed over Song Shishir, and she resigned herself to this outcome. The Dihao Hotel was also a part of the Hua family conglomerate. Thus the vehicle for Hua Beiyin parked directly in the staff section. After Su Nange alighted from the car, she followed Hua Beiyin, only to suddenly sense something amiss. This did not appear to lead to the banquet. Rather, it seemed to be heading towards a hotel suite. She hesitated for a moment. Hua Beiyin, seemingly sensing her unease, turned to glance at her. His eyes filled with a hint of curiosity, as if inquiring what troubled her. Su Nange hesitantly asked, "Are we going to the suite?" Hua Beiyin replied nonchalantly. Su Nange's heart raced. For what purpose? Before Hua Beiyin could respond, Yi, who accompanied them, instinctively interjected, "Of course. We are going to get made up and change into our gowns. In the hospital, circumstances are rather inconvenient, so I opted for a suite instead." Su Nange. At that moment, she realized she had overthought the situation. She cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. Oh. Yet, as she spoke, she caught a glimpse of Hua Baiyan's deep-set eyes glancing at her, as if he had pierced through her thoughts, his lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile. Su Nange felt a surge of warmth, her cheeks flushed. She hastily averted her gaze, chastising herself for being overly sentimental. They had mutually agreed to divorce sooner or later. Why had she allowed her imagination to wander? Yi continued to inquire. Miss Su, what do you think we are here for? Su Nange lowered her eyes, her cheeks growing warmer, feeling increasingly awkward, just as she was striving to maintain her composure. Hua Baiyan shifted the topic. Has the makeup artist arrived? How are the gowns prepared? Yi promptly replied, they arrived long ago. As for the gowns, since we were unsure of Miss Su's preferences, we prepared over a dozen options for her to choose from. Su Nange felt a wave of relief wash over her. The three soon arrived at the presidential suite on the top floor. The makeup artist respectfully asked, Miss Su, which gown do you prefer? Su Nange furrowed her brows slightly. Confronted with a dazzling array of luxurious gowns in various colors and styles, overwhelming her senses. When she was with the Su family, she was never allowed to attend any social events, and after moving out, she focused solely on working and earning money, thus lacking experience in this regard. However, she remained unperturbed and calmly asked the makeup artist, do you have any recommendations? The makeup artist presented a simple yet form-fitting silk gown for Miss Su to try on. Although you appear slender, your figure is remarkable, and wearing this will undoubtedly captivate the entire audience, she remarked. Su Nange nodded in agreement. Then I shall choose this one. Following the makeup artist, she entered the bedroom of the suite to change, soon emerging. Hua Baiyan sat quietly on the sofa, awaiting her return. Upon hearing the door creak open, he instinctively turned his gaze. In that fleeting moment, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. When the makeup artist had praised her figure, he had been somewhat skeptical, as she typically donned casual, comfortable attire that concealed her true form. Yet now, the emerald silk gown cascaded gracefully, adhering to her frame and accentuating her elongated silhouette. Her back, slender yet perfectly erect, showcased exquisitely defined collarbones that exuded sensuality, leading down to her full bosom. The delicate waist, though slender, radiated an undeniable strength. Her porcelain skin contrasted with her flowing black hair, which danced behind her as she moved, swaying in harmony with the gown's hem. While an ordinary person might wear such an ensemble with charm, she infused it with a wild allure that stirred a primal desire for conquest within men. Hua Baiyan's throat tightened involuntarily. He knew he ought to avert his gaze out of courtesy, yet his eyes felt magnetically drawn, unable to tear away. Su Nange sensed his intense scrutiny, her cheeks warming slightly. This was her first time donning such a beautiful dress, and though she had initially felt hesitant, his reaction instilled a newfound confidence within her. Mister, well, what do you think? She inquired. It's quite good, he replied, lifting a nearby glass of water to sip, attempting to quell the heat rising within him. Su Nange took 2 steps forward, intending to glance at herself in the dressing mirror. However, having never donned high heels before, she immediately lost her balance as she lifted her foot and stumbled to the right. Be careful. Hua Baiyan sprang to his feet, instinctively wrapping his arm around her waist. Once Su Nange steadied herself, she became acutely aware of his large hand resting at her waist. The warmth of his palm seeped through the thin silk, causing her skin to feel as if it had been scorched. Reflexively, she pushed him away and took 2 steps back. The temperature in the room seemed to rise several degrees, becoming a touch stifling and lacking in oxygen. Su Nange felt a slight turmoil within her. She inhaled deeply and decisively kicked off the high heels, declaring, "These heels are a bit challenging to manage. I shall opt for flats instead." There are no stipulations that a formal dress must be paired with high heels. Miss Su was tall and had an elegant posture, so wearing flats was perfectly acceptable. The makeup artist chuckled. Moreover, I hadn't given it much thought earlier, but now I realize that your dress color complements Mr. Hua splendidly. You both appear to be a match made in heaven. Su Nange remained silent. She had anticipated a retort from Hua Baiyan, yet he offered no further explanation until they stepped out. A flicker of something stirred within Su Nange. She sensed a subtle change in his demeanor towards her, despite her lack of romantic experience. In the past, she would have kept her distance, but this time, she felt a tinge of sweetness in her heart. Su Nange chose not to delve into the reasons behind this feeling, deciding instead to let events unfold naturally. The pair entered the banquet hall through the main door, where Song Shishir had been waiting in a corner, seated in her wheelchair, and was indulging in some pastries. Song Jinchuan held a glass of champagne, standing beside her. Song Shishir glanced around. Where's my benefactor? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Chapter 74. Introduction. As soon as Hua Yin entered the venue, the executives immediately crowded around him. He exchanged pleasantries with them, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Su Wanwan, who had discreetly distanced herself from him the moment she entered, quietly slipping away. The woman glided through the crowd like an eel, retreating to the snack area, where she finally stood upright, took some food, and began to eat. Unbeknownst to her, despite her belief that she was hidden in a corner, she had already captured the attention of many in the room. Hua Yan's gaze deepened, and it seemed that the lingering sensation of her soft and smooth waist remained in the palm of his hand. He loosened his tie, just as someone in front of him flattering remarked, "Mr. Hua, isn't Mrs. Hua with you? You're hiding her too well. We must meet the boss's wife." Another person immediately tugged at the speaker, aware that the boss generally preferred not to have too much said about his wife. This newcomer, having just transferred back from another region, was evidently unaware of Mr. Hua's preferences, and it seemed that Mr. Hua might be displeased. To their surprise, Hua Yin responded lightly, "Perhaps another time." The crowd was taken aback by his change in demeanor. Song Shishir, upon recognizing Hua Yin but not seeing Su Wanwan, felt a twinge of disappointment. She continued her search, observing her reaction. Song Jinchuan spoke up, "Let me share some good news." "What is it? Do you recall that you told me about that Miss Su, who first ignored your call for help and even scolded you?" Song Shishir's pupils constricted as she lowered her head, expressing her sorrow with a simple acknowledgement. "I remember." In moments of adversity, the scorn and reproach from strangers can indeed shatter one's composure. When she faced such vitriol, despair enveloped her entirely. Song Jinchuan spoke slowly. "I have avenged you." She responded, puzzled. "Her company relies on us for a crucial raw material, and I have severed her supply line. For the foreseeable future, she shall find it impossible to procure any." His voice carried a somber weight. In the realm of commerce, one must possess a ruthless heart. Song Shishir bit her lip. "That seems a bit excessive, does it not?" Perhaps she spoke out of turn in a moment of frustration. Even so, thoughtlessness does not excuse one from casting aspersions upon others. Huazikan interjected, emerging from the side with palpable indignation. "Forgive me, President Song. I merely passed by and overheard your conversation. I felt compelled to voice my thoughts." He turned to Song Shishir. "Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. Even if she is inherently indifferent and unwilling to assist, she should never utter such words to someone ensnared in hardship. I believe President Song has been far too merciful. This punishment is far too lenient for her." Song Jinchuan gently ruffled her hair. "We owe a debt of gratitude to young Mr. Hua for this revelation. Had he not informed me of our collaboration, I would have remained oblivious to this minor project." Huazikan smiled. "It was my pleasure." Song Shishir nodded appreciatively, then directly inquired, "Where is our benefactor?" Huazikan chuckled. "She has stepped away to touch up her makeup." Song Shishir's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, let us go find our benefactor." She now felt uneasy in the presence of strangers. Thus Song's mother did not refuse and gently guided her towards the restroom. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally encountered Su Wanwan, who had just finished retouching her makeup and was exiting the restroom. In that fleeting moment as they brushed past one another, Song Shishir abruptly turned her head to gaze at her. "What's the matter?" inquired Song's mother. Song Shishir clenched her fists tightly. She had just considered that her brother's actions were somewhat excessive and believed that she harbored no animosity towards this individual. Yet, in that instant, she realized the profound extent of Su Yin's hurtful impact on her. It almost caused her psychological defenses to shatter. The harsh words about love-struck individuals deserving to perish made her feel as though her future was devoid of hope, rendering her existence seemingly unnecessary. With her fists tightly clenched, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Song Jinchuan. "Brother, that woman is here too. Can you make her leave? I do not wish to see her." Just as Song Jinchuan read this message, Su Wanwan approached, affectionately linking her arm with Huazichan's. She was about to greet Song Jinchuan when she caught a glimpse of his gaze, which flickered with a hint of displeasure. "Another Miss Su has arrived?" Both Huazichan and Su Wanwan frowned simultaneously. The three of them scanned the surroundings in search of Su Wanwan's presence, but the vast banquet hall was bustling with people, making it difficult to spot her at that moment. "What is going on?" Su Wanwan asked. Song Jinchuan's expression bore a hint of anger. "I heard she has also come to the banquet. Young Master Hua, what does Hua Group intend by this?" Are they seeking to embarrass our Song family? Hua Zichen replied, I will handle it immediately. Su Nange remained relatively composed in the corner, despite attracting the attention of many. Her cold demeanor and the icy glint in her eyes deterred most from approaching her. Occasionally, a brave soul would attempt to strike up a conversation, but they were swiftly dismissed by her terse replies. Time passed unnoticed until Jiang Yingxiao sauntered over, his eyes sparkling with delight. Yet, he feigned indifference, inquiring, Why are you here alone? Who did you come with? The latter question carried an undertone of reproach, suggesting that whoever had invited her had neglected her presence. Su Nange smiled. Isn't it wonderful to be alone, free from disturbance? Indeed. Jiang Yingxiao seemed poised to say more, but a group of people approached. Encircling Hua Zichen with flattery, young Master Hua, we look forward to your guidance on the project team matters in the future. Hua Zichen sported a faint smile. I am merely the vice president of the RD department. I cannot take such credit. Please, do not be modest. I have insider information that the company is preparing to promote you to project manager. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in congratulations. Young Master Hua, despite your youth, you have accomplished much for the company. There have been tensions between President Hua and President Song. It was said that this collaboration almost fell through. But thanks to young Master Hua's mediation, it succeeded. I just saw him engaged in a lively discussion with President Song. Hua Zichen relished this atmosphere, raising his champagne flute. He remarked, Let us not speak so highly of me. After all, the project was initiated by my uncle. Mr. Hua possesses remarkable abilities. Yet he tends to be rather unapproachable. If only he had a fraction of the amiability that young Master Hua possesses, discussions would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Indeed, our group has struggled to establish connections with enterprises in Kyoto. Should Mr. Song be able to facilitate introductions, the potential for our group's expansion would be significantly enhanced. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Yingxiao let out a cold laugh. I wonder what has caught Mr. Song's attention regarding Hua Zichen. He has been acting quite self-important in the company these past few days. After expressing her frustration, she lamented, My cousin has a stubborn tongue. He has some ties to the Song family, yet he refuses to engage in proper dialogue. If only I could meet someone from the Song family. He may not wish to leverage connections, but I could assist him in doing so, thus preventing Hua Zichen from slandering him behind his back. Upon hearing this, Su Nange glanced around and spotted Mr. Song conversing with Song Jinchuan. She promptly declared, Come, I will introduce you to members of the Song family. Chapter 75. The rising tide, however, after careful contemplation, she realized that such a possibility was rather slim. Hua Beiyan, despite his cool and gentlemanly demeanor, is actually quite attentive and gentle. Throughout their interactions, whether in the hospital or during the recent change of attire, he consistently makes her feel at ease through the smallest details. A person like him would seek to reconcile with the Song family in a subtle manner, fostering a favorable impression without overt displays. Thus, it is not that he is unwilling to reconcile with the Song family. Rather, he is unwilling to reconcile with his biological mother. Although the reason for this person deceiving themselves into attending the banquet remains unclear, if Hua Beiyan refuses to relent, then establishing a connection between Jiang Yingxiao and the Song family might alleviate some of the passivity within the company. Of course, it is possible that Hua Beiyan may not care about such matters at all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxiao paused. Do you know the Song family? Yes, I assisted them with a minor favor, Su Nange replied, preparing to approach the members of the Song family who were stationed in another corner of the banquet hall. Suddenly, music filled the air. The classic element of the celebration, the ball had commenced. The guests gathered in the hall instinctively dispersed, clearing a space for the dance floor. Su Nange halted her steps, deciding to wait until the ball concluded before continuing her conversation. The crowd began to seek dance partners. Someone approached her. Excuse me, miss. May I invite you to dance? Not far away, Hua Beiyan sat on a sofa, engaging in conversation with several company executives. One of them ventured, Mr. Hua, the ball has started. Won't you join in for a dance? Hua Beiyan calmly declined. It's not convenient. Mr. Hua truly remains faithful to Mrs. Hua, exemplifying strict discipline. You are a role model for us all. The others teased with good-natured banter. Upon hearing mentions of Mrs. Hua, Hua Beiyan's gaze instinctively drifted toward the corner where Su Nange stood, and his expression abruptly stiffened. He observed that several individuals had already encircled her, extending invitations to dance, while others eyed her with keen interest. Most of these individuals were promising single employees from the Hua group. Hua Beiyan suddenly rose, excusing himself, and strode purposefully towards Su Nange. As soon as she approached, the sound of a woman once again declining an invitation reached her ears. "I'm sorry, but I do not dance." Some of the rejected suitors gracefully withdrew, while others, rather audaciously, persisted. "No worries, I can teach you." "Not interested." Is the young lady disinterested in dancing, or perhaps in me? With so many of us present, surely you could show a bit of courtesy and choose one, lest you be continually besieged by further invitations. Su Wanwan found the harassment rather tiresome and boldly declared, "I have a dance partner." Yet the man was relentless. "Who?" A deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing everyone to turn in unison to behold Hua Beiyin standing there. The group of men gasped in shock. "Mr. Hua." Hua Beiyin paid them no heed and walked straight to Su Wanwan's side. "I apologize for the delay. I was held up." The men encircling Su Wanwan, comprehending the situation, promptly vacated the area, allowing this corner to finally settle into peace. At that moment, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Su Wanwan turned to see Hua Zichin leading Su Wanwan onto the stage, hand in hand. Recently graduated, Hua Zichin exuded a vibrant energy, while Su Wanwan donned a pink formal dress, her face adorned with a bashful expression. Upon reaching the stage, rather than dancing to the music, Hua Zichin stepped back, microphone in hand, and said, "Wanwan, with so many witnesses here today, there are a few words I wish to share with you." Su Yin's eyes sparkled with warmth, her smile sweet as honey. Hua Zichin spoke slowly. "To be honest, during my university years, I was captivated by wildflowers and failed to notice you. However, through our recent interactions, I have come to recognize your kindness, charm, and the grace with which you treat others. It is your persistent efforts to mediate between me and President Song that have fostered a harmonious relationship, leading to this delightful collaboration." Upon hearing these words, those around them instantly grasped the implication. I knew that young Master Hua and President Song shared a close bond. It turns out Ms. Su has been the bridge between them. In business, one must adopt a broader perspective. It is unnecessary to harbor the grudges of previous generations. I've heard that Ms. Su's mother, Madame Su, hails from Kyoto. It's quite possible that Ms. Su will not only connect us with President Song, but may also facilitate a partnership with the Yi family from Kyoto in the future. The flattery poured into Su Yin's ears, bringing a look of surprise to her face. She understood that Hua Zichin's actions were a means of elevating her status. After all, the Su family is not particularly affluent, and her marriage to Hua Zichin was indeed an ascent. Yet now, she felt empowered. Of course, this was not solely due to Hua Zichin's affection for her. Rather, it was the honor bestowed upon her as his wife that reflected positively on him. For in high society, the unity of husband and wife is paramount. With a smile, Su Wanwan replied, "Zichin, this is merely what I ought to do." Hua Zichin then retrieved a delicate little box from his pocket. Upon opening it, a stunning 3-carat diamond ring lay within. He knelt on one knee, holding up the ring, and said, "Wanwan, will you marry me?" Su Wanwan instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. "Marry him. Marry him." Miss Su and Mr. Hua are truly a match made in heaven, a divinely ordained union. They are undeniably a pair crafted by fate. Under the urging of those around them, Su Wanwan, filled with joy, extended her hand. The 3-carat ring, once adorned, brought her immense satisfaction. After the ring was placed upon her finger, the two embraced, finally commencing the first dance of the day. Although others gradually joined in, the spotlight of this gathering had undoubtedly been seized by Hua Zichin and Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow towards Hua Beiyin and remarked, "Perhaps it's best to refrain from dancing, lest it appear that Hua Beiyin cannot bear to see his nephew in the limelight." Standing nearby, Jiang Ingxiao expressed his displeasure, saying, "This Hua Zichin really knows how to seize the moment. With such a display, who will remember that it was you, cousin, who negotiated the collaboration with the Song family? Everyone will only attribute it to him and his fiancée. Hua Beiyin, however, remained unfazed by such remarks. He took out his vibrating phone and said to Su Wanwan, "I need to take a call." "All right." Once he had stepped away, Jiang Ingxiao observed his retreating figure and said to Su Wanwan, "Cousin is acting quite strangely towards you." Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Oh, why is that?" Jiang Ingxiao replied, "Why would he bother to inform you about taking a call? Since when does he disclose his whereabouts to anyone?" Su Wanwan, however, saw no issue with it. Her phone buzzed, and upon checking, she found a message from Song Shishir. "Benefactor, I've arrived at the banquet, but couldn't he find you in the restroom? Where are you now?" "I'll come find you." Su Wanwan replied, "Here in the northeast corner." Song Shishir responded, "All right, I'll be there shortly." Chapter 76. The expulsion as Huazichin and Su Yin made their way from the dance floor to her side. They were once again surrounded by a throng of well-wishers. At that moment, someone approached them. It was Huazichin's subordinate, Jiang Tao, who wore a smug expression. He addressed Su Nange, saying, "I recognize you as Dr. Nan. But what of it? You are merely a researcher, after all. How could you possibly compare to our young master, Hua's fiancée? She has connections in Kyoto." In this circle, social networks are of paramount importance. Su Nange remained silent, choosing to disregard Jiang Tao's words as she gazed into the distance. There, she spotted Song's mother pushing Song Shishir forward, joining Song Jinchuan and Song's father. The four seemed to be engaged in a conversation, with Song Shishir displaying signs of agitation. Concerned, Su Nange prepared to approach them. But just as she took a step forward, she was intercepted by Su Yin, who had just descended from the stage. "Nange, are you going to find President Song?" Su Yin asked, a note of anxiety in her voice. She had observed Su Nange's intention to speak with Song Jinchuan and felt a surge of panic. Unbeknownst to her, Song Shishir was also present at the gathering. All she knew was that she could not allow Su Nange to converse privately with Song Jinchuan. A slip of the tongue could lead to dire consequences, as a single phone call from Song Jinchuan could unveil the truth. Fortunately, Song Jinchuan had just mentioned wanting to expel some guests, which provided her with a convenient excuse. If she could just survive this evening, once the Song family departed, no one would be left to expose her. As she spoke, Huazichin turned and caught sight of Su Nange, his eyes lighting up at her stunning appearance, momentarily entranced. Su Yin had intended for him to initiate the expulsion, but seeing the infatuation reflected in his gaze, she clenched her fists in frustration, waiting for him to speak. Su Yin took a deep breath and spoke again. "I believe this is rather inappropriate. It seems that President Song does not wish to see you." Su Nange cast her a cold glance and retorted, "Who do you think you are? Are you in a position to make decisions for President Song?" Su Yin lowered her head, revealing a look of grievance. She was determined to maintain her image as a delicate flower and found herself yearning for Li Wanru, who always knew how to handle matters effectively. Fortunately, Huazichin finally regained his composure. He stepped forward and positioned himself protectively behind Su Yin, exclaiming, "Su Nange, how dare you speak like that? Yin is my fiancée. Who are you to belittle her?" The crowd immediately echoed, "Indeed, Miss Su holds a significant position. Among all the female guests present today, her status is undoubtedly the highest. Who is this person to speak to Miss Su in such a manner? Do they not comprehend the principle of hospitality? I believe I just saw President Hua conversing with her. Could she be his companion? She is merely a companion, not Mrs. Hua. How could she possibly hold a status superior to Miss Su?" Su Nange frowned, disinterested in the chatter around her, and attempted to circumvent them to leave. However, Su Yin stepped forward and grasped her hand, saying, "Nange, today is a celebration banquet. It seems there might be some misunderstanding between you and President Song. It would be best not to disturb him, lest you complicate the collaboration between the Hua group and the Song family." Su Nange shrugged off her hand, stating, "It's none of your concern." Although she did not exert much force, Su Yin's eyes flickered, and she instinctively took a step back, falling to the ground. Huazichin immediately glared at Su Nange, saying, "Su Nange, how could you resort to violence? Apologize to Su Yin at once. Su Yin is his fiancée, and in such a circumstance, it is also his dignity that is at stake." Su Nange glanced at Su Yin with amusement and said nonchalantly, "I didn't hit her. I saw everything. Do you still wish to feign ignorance? There are so many witnesses here." Huazichin took a deep breath and retorted, "Su Nange, do you believe that merely relying on the affection of your uncle and grandmother grants you the license to act without restraint? This is Hua Corporation, not your home. You cannot behave recklessly here. You must apologize to Yin today and leave immediately. Do not linger here to offend President Song." His words were laden with implications. Jiang Tao deliberately inquired, "Young Master Hua, what is the matter? Does President Song dislike her? If so, why?" Su Nange was equally curious about the reason, so he refrained from rebutting and turned his gaze towards Huazichin. Huazichin scoffed, "Of course, it is because of what transpired in the hospital." Before he could finish his sentence, his arm was seized by Su Yin. When Huazichin looked over, Su Yin subtly shook her head and sighed. "It is Nange who is being thoughtless, having inadvertently offended President Song. The specifics involve personal privacy, so let us not speak of it." Huazichin assumed Su Yin was referring to Song Shishir. After all, she had married the wrong person and had nearly been driven to despair by her husband and mother-in-law. Indeed, It was a disreputable affair not suitable for public discussion. Su Wanwan continued, Brother Zichin, Nange merely pushed me a bit too hard. It was not intentional. And I do not require an apology from her. Hua Zichin furrowed his brow tightly. Wanwan, you are simply too kind-hearted. He turned towards Su Nange and scolded. Wanwan will not hold this against you any longer. You should leave at once. If you do not depart, I shall summon security. Su Wanwan hastily interjected, Nange. General Song has just spoken. He does not wish to see you here. For the sake of the whole group, it would be best for you to leave. Their words prompted those around them to voice their opinions. After all, the Song family is a guest today. We must prioritize their preferences. This young lady should leave promptly. Indeed, leave quickly and avoid embarrassing yourself here. She is quite beautiful, yet her audacity is astonishing. Jiang Yingqiao, overhearing this exchange, stepped protectively in front of Su Nange and shouted, Miss Su was invited by President Hua. I dare anyone to attempt to expel her. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. I dare, Hua Zichin boldly stepped forward, positioning himself before Jiang Yingqiao. Today, I shall ensure her removal. Even if my uncle were to blame me for it, I refuse to allow her presence to jeopardize our collaboration with the Song family. His declaration prompted immediate agreement from the surrounding guests. Young Master Hua exhibits remarkable resolve. A beauty can bring calamity. It is one thing for President Hua and General Song to be at odds, but how can the woman by his side not offer counsel, only to exacerbate the situation? One should marry wisely. Look at her, and then at Miss Su, cultured, understanding, and able to help young Master Hua foster a good relationship with the Song family. Truly, a virtuous partner. The clamor of their dispute grew louder, drawing the attention of the entire banquet hall. Having just met with Song Jinchuan and his father, Song Shishir was admonished by Song Jinchuan not to engage in close contact with Su Nange. While she was feeling disgruntled, her attention was drawn to a commotion nearby. Initially, she had no intention of joining the fray, but suddenly, a thought struck her. Is that the northeastern corner? Indeed, replied Song's father. Alarmed, Song Shishir urged, let us investigate. Perhaps something has befallen our benefactor. Song's father instinctively glanced at Song Jinchuan's expression. Chapter 77, Identification. They did not draw too near, wary of someone inadvertently colliding with Song Shishir. Instead, they paused at a distance, faintly hearing the conversations within. Su Nange found herself encircled by several individuals from the Hua Corporation, their figures indistinct amidst the crowd dressed in tailored suits and elegant gowns, rendering it difficult to discern her exact location. Through the exchanges among the onlookers, they gleaned the general situation. It appears Miss Su is assisting in escorting that woman away, noted Song Jinchuan. Sure, for the time being, you should refrain from making an appearance. That woman. Song Shishir nodded but refused to retreat further. Intent on eavesdropping on their conversation, she nudged Song Jinchuan, saying, Brother, hurry and see what's amiss. That woman seems quite fierce. We cannot allow our benefactor to suffer harm. I will wait here for you. Song Jinchuan instructed his father and mother to protect Song Shishir while he maneuvered through the crowd, approaching Hua Zichin and Su Nange. Upon seeing him, the surrounding crowd respectfully greeted President Song. Hua Zichin, spotting him, promptly assured, President Song, rest assured, I will have her removed immediately to spare you any distress. He no longer maintained his politeness and directly instructed Jiang Tao beside him, go call security. Song Jinchuan, mindful of his sister's admonitions, first glanced at Su Wanwan, noticing her holding her wrist, and his brow furrowed in concern. Miss Su, are you injured? He inquired, aware that his sister would surely feel distressed upon seeing her like this. Su Wanwan, touched by his concern, felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Yet she responded gently, it's just a minor injury. Nange didn't mean to. But Song Jinchuan's frown deepened. How dare that woman resort to violence? He cast a disdainful glance at Su Nange and sternly declared, didn't you wish to purchase raw materials from the Song family? I can sell to you on the condition that you immediately kneel and apologize to Miss Su, bowing 3 times. Song Jinchuan harbored no affection for Su Wanwan and would certainly not come to her aid over such a trivial matter. However, not wanting to create a public uproar regarding his sister's issues, he chose not to pursue the insults that woman had previously hurled at her. Now that he had seized this opportunity, he intended to use it as a pretext to impose a severe punishment for her past transgressions, making her pay for her previous slander. Su Nange narrowed her dangerous eyes. This Song Jinchuan was truly overstepping his bounds. Jiang Yingqiao also expressed her anger. Mr. Song, what enmity or grievance drives you to humiliate her so? Even Huazichin found the situation excessive and couldn't help but interject, Mr. Song. Inin has already chosen not to hold it against her. After all, they are sisters. Yet, Song Jinchuan remained relentless. I am rather particular. And my heart is quite narrow. I do not possess the same magnanimity as Miss Su. He stared directly at Su Nange, his expression devoid of emotion, and said, Do you believe that if you fail to satisfy me, I can ensure that you won't be able to procure raw materials domestically? That little company of yours can just await its inevitable bankruptcy. Initially, he merely intended to delay their delivery, causing them to incur some losses in compensation. Now, however, he was determined to take things to the extreme. For a conglomerate like the Song family, which had amassed power over generations, extinguishing Su Nange's small company would be a trivial matter, far too easy. Su Nange fixed her gaze upon him. This man had once treated her with kindness and courtesy during their encounter at the hospital. She simply could not comprehend why his demeanor had shifted so dramatically. Did he truly believe that she was limited to sourcing raw materials within the country? Su Nange tightened her jaw, a cold smile gracing her lips as she prepared to speak. When Huabayan's chilling voice pierced the air, Surely, President Song does not possess such capabilities yet? The man who had stepped out to make a phone call finally returned, and upon entering, he found Song Jinchuan and Su Nange locked in a standoff. He strode purposefully towards Su Nange, positioning himself protectively between her and Song Jinchuan. Song Jinchuan glared at him, stating, President Hua, please do not interfere in matters between her and me. Huabayan maintained a nonchalant expression, replying, What if I insist on intervening? Song Jinchuan was no pushover. Upon hearing this, his expression turned frosty. Then I shall have to reconsider the collaboration between the Hua and Song families. As these words echoed, the members of the Hua group surrounding them grew anxious. Huazichin exclaimed, Uncle, you cannot disregard the interests of the company for the sake of a woman. Jiang Tao remarked, Indeed, Mr. Hua, it took considerable effort for young Master Hua and his fiancée to maintain a cordial relationship with the Song family. While your reluctance to ease tensions is understandable, it is rather disheartening to see you hinder their efforts. His words resonated with the other executives of the Hua Corporation, though they hesitated to voice their agreement. Observing this, Song Jinchuan gradually clarified, This individual has caused my sister profound distress with mere words, and I must administer some retribution. Are you truly determined to position yourself against our Song family, Mr. Hua? Song Jinchuan had never wished to confront Huabayan, even extending some courtesy to Huazichin for the sake of Su Yin, remaining well within Huabayan's boundaries. Yet, for his sister's sake, he was prepared to pay any price, even if it meant facing reprimand from his aunt upon returning to the capital. The executives present could no longer contain themselves. Mr. Hua, given that this young lady was the first to harm Miss Song, it is only natural for Mr. Song to seek some form of vindication. Indeed, after all, they are guests. Mr. Hua, could you not consider the broader interests of the corporation? At this moment, Yu Yi, who was aligned with Huabayan, felt a sense of urgency and whispered, Boss, everyone is rallying behind Huazichin now. Should you continue to assert your dominance, it may incite widespread indignation. Standing behind Huabayan and having listened intently, Su Nange interjected, Mr. Song, I truly fail to comprehend how I have wronged Sure. Perhaps we should invite her here to clarify matters face to face. Su Yin immediately countered, Nange, Miss Song is currently unwell and cannot travel. How could we possibly summon her? Isn't this putting Mr. Song in a difficult position? However, Huabayan calmly replied, Indeed, Miss Song should be invited over to clarify the matter. Song Jinchuan furrowed his brows. She is unable to. My sister does not wish to confront the woman who has wronged her. But as soon as the words left his lips, the voice of their father echoed from the crowd, Jinchuan, allow your sister to speak clearly, lest Mr. Hua believe our Song family is bullying others. Accompanying this statement, he pushed Song Shishi's wheelchair forward through the crowd. Under the gaze of so many, Song Shishi turned her head slightly, hesitant to lift her gaze. Seeing his sister in such a state, Song Jinchuan felt a pang of sympathy and glared fiercely at Huabayan, saying, Mr. Hua, after my sister has clarified the situation, I hope you will open your eyes and refrain from blindly supporting social miscreants. He crouched down, pointing at Su Nange, Sure, do not be afraid. Look at her and tell everyone what this woman has done to you. Chapter 78, Slap in the Face. Miss Song, how could she be here? She nervously clenched her fingers, wishing only to flee at that moment. Song Shishi felt a twinge of fear. The betrayal of her husband and mother-in-law had left her exceedingly insecure. Yet, under the gentle guidance of her brother's voice, She lifted her head to follow Song Jinchuan's direction. Initially, she expected to see the loathsome face of that woman, but to her surprise, she was met with the cold visage of her benefactor. Song Shishir was momentarily taken aback. Su Nange gazed at her. Shishir, what have I done to offend you? Or what words have I uttered to incite such hatred? Song Shishir. She waved her hands in confusion, saying, No, I. Song Jinchuan reassured her. Shishir, do not be afraid. Speak your mind boldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Song's father delivered a sharp slap to his head, exclaiming, Jinchuan, have you mistaken the person? This is our benefactor, Miss Su. Song Shishir immediately nodded in agreement. What? Song Jinchuan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Nange, who wore an icy expression laced with anger. Her cold eyes fixed upon them. He then turned to Su Yin, only to find her gaze flickering nervously, her entire body trembling. Suddenly, Song Jinchuan grasped the gravity of the situation. He pointed at Su Yin and inquired of Song Shishir. Shishir, tell me, who is she? Song Shishir glanced over, then quickly averted her gaze, waving her hand dismissively. Brother, please hurry and drive her away. I do not wish to see her. Her demeanor spoke volumes, conveying a clear answer. Song Jinchuan's face paled in realization, exclaiming, So, Su Nange is your savior, while Su Yin is the malicious woman who stood by and did nothing, even adding insult to injury? Song Shishir nodded emphatically. Their conversation clearly resonated with all the onlookers nearby, who comprehended the unfolding drama. Their expressions shifting to shock as they turned to Su Yin and Hua Zichen. Hua Zichen stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. He slowly turned to Su Yin, only to find her pallid complexion devoid of color. The atmosphere fell silent. Those who had just moments ago criticized Su Nange and Hua Beiyin now stood as quiet as mice. A chilling and subdued voice suddenly echoed, Mr. Song, who truly lacks discernment. Hua Beiyin's demeanor remained indifferent, laced with sarcasm as he retorted, Perhaps you should visit an ophthalmologist. Song Jinchuan's lips moved, yet he dared not speak. Jiang Yingxiao chimed in with a mocking tone, In the future, refrain from altruistically attempting to rescue others, lest you unwittingly find yourself obstructed in your endeavors. By the way, Mr. Song just mentioned ensuring that Miss Su cannot procure supplies domestically. Is this truly the Song family's attitude towards benefactors? Immediately, Song Jinchuan turned to Su Nange, his face suffused with profound regret. During this period, he had harbored dissatisfaction towards Su Yin due to her myriad demands. Yet he now realized that the true benefactor had never sought to exploit kindness for personal gain. He earnestly declared, Miss Su, I have been blind, and I shall ensure that your materials are delivered in full. Oh, very well. The anger that had previously marred Su Nange's expression dissipated, replaced by a bemused recognition of the truth. She had never anticipated that Su Yin would audaciously claim credit. However, she refrained from harboring undue anger. After all, Song Jinchuan had merely been deceived. Yet, given his apparent lack of judgment and perception, future collaborations should be approached with caution. Following his apology, Song Jinchuan recalled the true instigator of the turmoil, casting a fierce glare towards Su Yin's location, intent on confronting her. Yet, to his surprise, she was nowhere to be found. He furrowed his brow, his tone darkening. Where is Su Yin? She had just fled. Song Jinchuan could only direct his ire towards Hua Zichen, stating, Young Master Hua, I require an explanation regarding this matter. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Yingxiao remarked, Young Master Hua, you are far too impatient. It has barely been a short while since your graduation, and you seem eager to establish yourself within the Hua group immediately. However, we must rely on genuine talent and scholarship, mustn't we? Why resort to such unrefined tactics? Her words prompted a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. The last incident with Dr. Nan was similar. He ascended to the position of vice president through connections with Dr. Nan, only to discover that Dr. Nan was actually related to President Hua. It seems he intends to leverage a life-saving favor this time to climb to the role of general manager. How shameless. It became evident that Su Yin had been appropriating the achievements of others, while this Miss Su, unassuming and ungrasping, had quietly assisted us considerably. Now, President Song found himself unable to hold his head high before President Hua. Just moments earlier, when President Hua mentioned needing to consult an ophthalmologist, he dared not utter a word of dissent. Future collaborations will likely be even more straightforward. The gazes and murmurs of the crowd left Hua Zichen feeling as though he were under a piercing glare. He protested, I was unaware of this. It was Su Yin's doing, and I had no part in it. I was deceived by her. Regrettably, No one was inclined to believe him. After all, they were a united front, and the couple had just recently celebrated their engagement publicly. Song Jinchuan took a deep breath and turned to Hua Beiyin, stating, President Hua, I retract the suggestion I made during our contract signing and insist that the project between the Song and Hua families proceeds without young Master Hua's involvement. Hua Beiyin merely replied coolly, very well. He cast a glance around the room and stated directly, the proposal for Hua Zichen's promotion to general manager of the project department is hereby revoked, and he shall be dismissed from his position as deputy general manager of the RD department. Do any of you have objections? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Meanwhile, Hua Zichen felt as though he had been struck several times across the face. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could disappear into the ground, and ultimately could only leave in humiliation. Benefactor, Song Shishir called softly, approaching Su Nange, her eyes brimming with tears, nearly on the verge of sobbing. My brother is truly foolish. He mistook you for someone else. He even claimed he would avenge me. Has he done anything inappropriate to you? Su Nange glanced at Song Jinchuan, noticing that although he feigned calmness, his restless hands betrayed his anxiety. She smiled faintly and replied, no. Song Shishir immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Song Jinchuan, taken aback for a moment, gazed at Su Nange with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. However, that gratitude quickly shifted to a dark expression. He turned to Hua Beiyin and inquired, Mr. Hua, where does that Su Yin reside? Those who err must face the consequences. Hua Beiyin narrowed his eyes and nodded at Yi behind him. Assist General Manager Song. Understood. Meanwhile, Su Nange lowered her head, engaging in quiet conversation with Song Shishir. Song father observed Su Nange intently. Song mother nudged him. Old Song, what are you doing? Song father's eyes lit up. I just realized why Miss Su looks so familiar. I now know whose daughter she is. Chapter 79. The Nan family book. Madame Su, indeed, bears the surname Nan. Mr. Song, taken aback, responded, is that so? Are you certain? Her features, her countenance, bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know. She is the very image of her youth. Su Nange paused momentarily. No, that is not the case. Mr. Song furrowed his brow, disappointment etched across his face. Oh, perhaps I have overthought this. Su Nange paid little heed to his words. However, Mrs. Song could not resist pinching Mr. Song gently, whispering, who does Miss Su resemble? With that expression of yours. Could it be your white moonlight? Mr. Song quickly begged for mercy, responding in hushed tones. Oh, do be gentle, refrain from speaking carelessly. She is a senior. She carries the surname Nan, and her daughter does as well. Given Miss Su's appearance, I had thought that esteemed elder might be her grandmother. Only then did Mrs. Song realize her faux pas, exclaiming hastily, well, who could blame me for pondering, given your crestfallen demeanor? Mr. Song, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, that elder is someone I encountered in my youth. Her grace is unforgettable. Had you met her, you would feel as I do. Mrs. Song, intrigued, inquired, who might that be? Is she in the capital? Mr. Song waved his hand dismissively. She merely resided in the capital years ago. Her current whereabouts are unknown. I have not heard news of her in many years. Upon hearing news about the Su family from Yi, Song Jinchuan approached, declaring, Father, I intend to visit the Su household shortly. Their daughter has deceived and toyed with me. I must demand an explanation. Song's father mocked him, saying, our seasoned Song, who has seen countless people, has finally fallen prey to deception. He turned to Su Nange, inquiring, what sort of person do you perceive Miss Su to be? Is she suitable for Shishir's companionship? Song Jinchuan's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, Song's mother cast a glance at Hua Beiyin, who stood in the distance, and sighed quietly, choosing to remain silent. As the banquet approached its conclusion, guests began to depart in succession. Hua Beiyin personally escorted the Song family of 4 to the exit. Song Jinchuan's demeanor had returned to a placid state, possessing formidable mental resilience. He exchanged pleasantries with Hua Beiyin before bidding farewell to the group in the parking lot. Su Nange also came to see Song Shishir off. The girl in the wheelchair, despite having experienced both marriage and divorce, clung to her hand like a child reluctant to part. I'm going back to the hospital. You must visit me. I leave tomorrow. Song's mother, both amused and exasperated, replied, once you return to Kyoto, focus on your treatment. When you are well, you can visit Miss Su. With today's convenient transportation, your farewells sound as if it's a matter of life and death. Song Shishir felt a tinge of embarrassment at the remark, while Su Nange smiled softly. In truth, She held a fondness for Song Shi. The girl had been raised in a nurturing environment, her heart pure and kind. Embodying the bliss of a cherished childhood, an existence Su Nange secretly envied. With a composed gaze, Su Nange said, "I will see you off tomorrow." Satisfied, Song Shi was lifted into the car by Song Jinchuan. Turning to Song's mother, Song's father remarked, "You take Shi home. I will accompany Jinchuan to the Su family." Su Nange immediately furrowed her brows. The Song family, having been deceived by Su Yin, would undoubtedly seek retribution, and it was only natural for them to come knocking. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Uncle Song, I shall accompany you." Her intention was not to intervene in the Song family's confrontation with Su Yin, for she too was a victim and did not possess such naivete. Rather, her concern lay with Madame Song's health. Naturally, Mr. Song acquiesced. "Very well. Wabayan." Upon hearing this, stepped forward and said to Su Nange, "I shall escort you." However, before he could finish his sentence, Yu timidly reminded him, "Boss, you have an international conference to attend shortly." Hua Beiyin pressed his lips together, seemingly reluctant to relent. Su Nange hastily interjected, "There is no need for an escort." Song Jinchuan chimed in, "You may ride with us. It is convenient as we are headed to the hospital." He cast a fleeting glance at Su Nange before quickly averting his gaze. Hua Baiyin's eyes darkened, fixating on Su Nange. She was undeniably exquisite today. He let out a cold laugh. "Perhaps it is best to forego this. Mr. Song's eyesight seems questionable, and I fear you may not see the road clearly while driving." Song Jinchuan, taken aback, retorted, "Our family is not so destitute as to be unable to afford a driver. Mr. Hua is jesting." Hua Beiyin was poised to retort again when Jiang Yingxiao interjected, "Allow me to drive Miss Su. It happens to be along my route." Relations between his cousin and the Song family had recently improved, and it was unwise to provoke further discord, especially with so many executives from the Hua group observing. Hua Beiyin nodded, begrudgingly consenting. Su Nange then followed Jiang Yingxiao and took a seat in the back of his car. After starting the car, Jiang Yingxiao glanced at Hua Beiyin in the rearview mirror and then at Su Nange in the interior mirror. He cleared his throat and suddenly inquired, "What exactly is your relationship with my cousin?" Su Nange raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yingxiao continued, "I must remind you that my cousin is married. Although I have yet to meet his wife, they have been married for 2 years and their relationship seems quite harmonious. Do be cautious not to find yourself in the role of a mistress." Su Nange replied, "Do you know who his legal wife is?" "Who?" Jiang Yingxiao blinked. "Me," Su Nange stated. Jiang Yingxiao chuckled in disbelief. "Dr. Nange, do not jest with me. His wife is studying abroad. How could it possibly be you?" Su Nange fell silent. Their vehicle arrived at the Su family residence alongside the Song families. Upon disembarking, Su Nange hurriedly entered the house, intending to greet Madame Su to prepare her for the impending arrival of the Song family, who might come in with an intimidating presence. She moved swiftly into the living room, only to be unexpectedly met with a resounding slap. Smack! Su Nange turned her head, feeling a sharp, burning pain on her cheek. Her mouth filled with a metallic taste as blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Su Wanwan stood before her, seething with rage. "You wretched child! Why did you steal your sister's accolades? You were simply envious, hoping to have her cast off by the Hua family." Su Nange's initial astonishment gradually faded. She licked the corner of her lips, swallowing the blood that had pooled in her mouth, her heart turning to ice. She observed that behind Su Wanwan, Su Yin was seated on the sofa, her eyes swollen from crying. The gentle and kind Mrs. Su approached, her expression one of astonishment. "Wanwan, what are you doing? How can you act solely on Su Yin's one-sided account and take action against Nange?" Su Wanwan replied, "Ah Shu, regardless of the truth, I only know that Su Yin is our daughter. As an illegitimate child raised by the Su family, she deserves to have her dignity upheld in public." At that moment, the Song father and son, accompanied by bodyguards, stormed in with an air of intimidation. Upon noticing them, Su Wanwan instinctively shielded Mrs. Su behind him. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into a private residence?" Chapter 80. Heritage. Su Yin on the sofa was terrified, her small face pale, unable even to cry, with tears suspended in her eyes. Su Wanwan had never encountered such a situation. He held Mrs. Su tightly, his face betraying a hint of panic. In contrast, Mrs. Su, who usually appeared frail and delicate, remained remarkably composed at this moment. She furrowed her brow as she regarded the intruders, showing no signs of distress. When Mr. Song called her name, Mrs. Su paused, looking at him, and after a moment's hesitation, spoke. "Mr. Song?" Mr. Song nodded. Yes, it is I. He scrutinized the surroundings with a frown. The Su family's status hardly impressed him. After a brief pause, he remarked, back in the day, your sisters shone brightly in the capital and suitors were plentiful. How did you end up marrying into? Although the phrase this kind of family remained unvoiced, his disdain was unmistakable. Su Wanwan's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of anger. However, Nan Jingshu lowered his head and cleared his throat twice to divert the conversation. Mr. Song, what brings you to my home? In response, Song Jinchuan, filled with indignation, retorted, I have come to seek an explanation from Miss Su Yin. Song's father promptly interjected, Jinchuan. Remember, Miss Nan is also your elder. Please speak with courtesy. Jinchuan was momentarily taken aback and could only recount the events with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing that Su Yin not only failed to extend a helping hand to a girl in distress, but also uttered harsh words, Nan Jingshu's expression changed. Her gentle gaze transforming into one of cold severity. As she learned of Su Yin masquerading as Su Nange to claim undeserved credit, she clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling in anger, and the cough that had been suppressed due to medication erupted uncontrollably. She pressed her hand against her chest, coughing violently. Shui Wenzong hurriedly supported her shoulder, gently patting her back. Ashu, please do not be anxious. Do not let your anger overwhelm you. Observing this, Song Jinchuan felt it inappropriate to say more. Song's father quickly added, Miss Nan, please do not distress yourself. Since Su Yin is your child, let us consider this matter closed. We shall not pursue it further. Jinchuan frowned. Father. Song's father shot him a glare, prompting Jinchuan to fall silent. Nan Jingshu, one hand pressed against her chest, looked up at him. Mr. Song. Cough, cough, cough. I assure you. Cough, cough. I will discipline her properly and provide you with an explanation. Observing her state, Song's father waved his hands repeatedly. No need, no need. Please take care of yourself. My son and I shall take our leave. With that, he dragged the reluctant Song Jinchuan out the door. Before departing, Song Jinchuan cast a glance at Su Nange, noticing her flushed and swollen cheeks. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Madame Su, her feet unmoving, prompting him to leave first. Once in the car, his expression turned cold. Father, what is your relationship with Miss Nan? Why do you assist her so fervently? Surely, you haven't committed any transgressions against my mother? Song's father delivered a sharp slap to his head. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Song family once owed her a debt of gratitude. This revelation caused Song Jinchuan to relax slightly. However, Song's father furrowed his brow. I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something. Never mind, it's of no consequence. He then lamented about Nan Jingshu. How could someone who once enjoyed such splendor fall to this state? In the room, the others remained oblivious to their conversation. Meanwhile, the living room was filled with the sound of Nan Jingshu's coughs, while Su Wanwan appeared flustered and at a loss, his eyes reddening with concern. Ashu, what is wrong? How can we stop your cough? We must go to the hospital. Su Nange stepped forward, presenting a glass of water to Nan Jingshu and retrieving her medication from the table to offer it. After approximately 2 minutes, Nan Jingshu finally ceased her coughing. Her complexion bore an unusual flush as she turned to Su Yin. Kneel. Su Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother? I command you to kneel. Nan Jingshu's agitation flared anew, and she coughed once more. Su Wanwan could no longer contain himself. Ashu, please do not be angry. This is not a grave matter. Nan Jingshu retorted furiously. The essence of a person lies in their character and integrity. How can she commit such acts? Last time, she borrowed Dr. Nan's name, and now she has usurped Nange's achievements. How can I possibly remain calm? As she felt her blood surge with anger and was about to cough, Su Nange urgently said, Madam, anger is detrimental to one's health. However, Su Wanwan turned to her with fury, scolding, You are aware that Ashu's health is frail. Why did you bring them here? Are you intent on driving Ashu to the brink of despair? Su Nange clenched her fists and replied, It was not I who brought them here. This statement was directed at Madame Su. She cared little for the opinions of others. Nan Jingshu nodded, I understand. You deliberately entered first to send a warning, did you not? Su Nange lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Madame Su understood her. She had never been one to give without receiving in return. Su Wanwan, however, scoffed, Ashu, do not be deceived by her. If she truly cared for you, she would admit that the call was made in conjunction with her sister. The Song family would surely have let the matter go. Nan Jingshu sharply turned to him. How can you be so devoid of principles in your actions? It is our excessive indulgence that has allowed her to become this way. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Su Yin abruptly sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this way?" Her eyes wide with fury as she shouted at Nan Jingshu, "Is it not you who has forced me into this state? Go outside and see. Which family places such importance on an illegitimate daughter? In your eyes, will I forever be inferior to her?" Tears streamed down her face as she continued, "From childhood, I have strived to outshine Su Nange, fearing that you would favor her over me. Even as I grew older, all my efforts to marry Zichin were for what purpose? It is a desire to capture your attention. It is to let you know that your daughter is the most exceptional. Su Nange, are you not feeling quite proud? Your mother intervened in my parents' marriage, and you took away my mother. What are you pretending to be aggrieved about? Even if you leave the Su family, you still maintain a connection with my mother under the guise of Dr. Nan. I have worked so hard in university, yet I still find myself overshadowed by her. If I do not assume her identity this time, Brother Zichin will call off the engagement. Everything I do is to earn your mother's esteem." After shouting these words, she dashed upstairs, storming into her bedroom and slamming the door behind her, leaving Nan Jingshu in a state of bewilderment. She stared in shock at the upper floor, asking herself, "Am I truly like this?" She sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate a rebuttal. Deep down, she genuinely preferred Su Nange. Even though she knew she ought not to, she simply could not help herself. Su Wanwan sighed, "Shu Yin is our biological daughter. Su Nange is an outsider. You truly are." The rest of his words remained unspoken. He turned his gaze sharply towards Su Nange. "You troublemaker. During the years you were absent, we lived in tranquility. The moment you reappear, the household is thrown into disarray. Henceforth, you are forbidden from stepping foot into the Su family again." Su Nange clenched her jaw tightly. Mrs. Su seemed poised to speak, but Su Wanwan grasped her arm. "Shu, one must discern between close and distant kin. Do not be confused any longer." For a moment, Mrs. Su was taken aback, a wave of guilt washing over her, both towards Su Yin and Su Nange. Su Nange felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon her heart. She knew precisely what she ought to do, for she had long since become accustomed to it. Lowering her gaze, she took a step back, saying, "Madam, please take care of your health. There is no need to worry about me." With that, she turned and strode away, her steps resolute and her back straight. Yet, at the moment she crossed the threshold, a single crystalline tear traced its way down her cheek. She had never possessed the right to stand beside Madame Su. She extended a finger to gently wipe away the tear. Just then, her phone rang. It was her uncle, Li Xingquan, calling. His voice was weary and tinged with panic. "My dear niece, that's secret. I can sell it to you for 5 million. Will you buy it?" Chapter 81. The Meeting. After all, Li Shengquan's debts were the result of his own misdeeds, and ultimately, this money would circle back to her. Lowering his voice, he pressed, "Transfer the money now." Su Nange narrowed her eyes. "You must reveal the secret to me first." "No, you must pay first." Su Nange was acutely aware of her uncle's character. If he dared to demand 5 million from Su Yin for a secret, then that secret was undoubtedly worth far more. She recalled the prior incident involving a 20,000 deposit. And thus, if she were to transfer the money, Li Xingquan would likely not speak the truth. She scoffed, "If you do not wish to sell, then so be it." After uttering these words, she waited in silence. As anticipated, Li Xingquan grew frantic. "I will sell. I will sell. Nange, please help me. I owe them money. And they want to kill me. I'm hiding in the suburbs and dare not show my face." Su Nange lowered her gaze and asked, "Have you not sought out Su Yin? How could I not look for her?" Li Xingquan retorted, his voice laced with anger. "Yet she claims she cannot produce such a substantial sum. The Su family is worth billions. How could they be unable to procure 5 million? She has clearly climbed to greater heights, no longer requiring the Su family as support. Hence, she is reckless, unafraid of me revealing the truth, which is why she refuses to assist me." His tone shifted to one of desperation as he implored, "My dear niece, come to my rescue. I assure you that your efforts will not be in vain. This secret of mine is worth even 10 million. Su Nange maintained her indifferent demeanor, seemingly uninterested. "You propose 10 million as if it were a mere figure? I must evaluate the true worth of your secret." The more aloof she appeared, the more anxious Li Xingquan became, revealing increasingly more information. Su Nange engaged him in a psychological duel, having been relentlessly pursued these past days. Li Xingquan was on the brink of a nervous breakdown, and upon hearing her words, he exclaimed, "It is indeed worth it, absolutely. This matter concerns both you and the Su family." "What connection do I have with the Su family? I share no ties with them." Su Nange persisted in her line of questioning. Yet Li Xingquan retorted, I cannot divulge any more unless you provide compensation. Understanding that Li Shangquan was no fool, having navigated the streets with his own cunning, Su Nange realized further inquiry would yield little. She inquired, "Where are you? I will send you my location shortly. Bring the money with you." Very well. After ending the call, Li Shangquan sent her a location via WeChat. Su Nange had already exited the villa area and stood by the roadside. She gently touched her swollen cheek, intending to summon a ride online when a familiar black Bentley suddenly halted before her. Su Nange was momentarily taken aback as the rear door of the car slowly opened, revealing Hua Beiyin seated inside, engrossed in a video conference on his laptop. The man spoke in French, his deep voice resonating with an alluring timbre. He cast a fleeting glance at Su Nange before abruptly returning his gaze to her cheek. His words faltered, his tone turning frosty as he declared, "J. Quelk chose, continues. I have something to attend to. You may continue." He removed his headphones, closed his laptop, and gestured towards the seat, inviting her to enter. He then opened the car's mini-fridge and retrieved an ice pack wrapped in a towel, offering it to her with the words, "Apply this first." Su Nange stared at him in bewilderment, questioning how the car could be equipped with such items. Hua Beiyin, his expression indifferent, replied coolly, "Yes, Yi often gets injured, so we keep them on hand." The driver, Yi, was perplexed. As the boss's personal assistant, how could he be unaware of the frequent injuries? It was evident that after Su Nange arrived, the boss had felt uneasy and had followed her. He had been glancing outside during the meeting when he overheard Song Jinchuan mention that Su Nange had been assaulted, prompting him to send Yi to find a nearby supermarket to procure these items. Nevertheless, he dared not expose the truth. Su Nange then realized. So that's how it is. She entered the car and accepted the towel, applying it to her face. The burning sensation indeed subsided, bringing a measure of clarity to her mind. Her gaze, however, fell upon a supermarket receipt. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, she discerned it was for a purchase made just moments ago. For reasons unknown, the grievances she had recently suppressed surged forth at that instant, leaving her with a tingling sensation at the tip of her nose. Su Nange recalled her childhood, when her deskmate had been injured at school. In the face of inquiries from teachers and classmates, he always exhibited remarkable fortitude. Yet, upon catching sight of his mother at the school gates after class, the pain of his wound seemed to vanish, and he would weep inconsolably. She had never quite understood this phenomenon, but in that moment, a flicker of comprehension ignited within her regarding that very sentiment. How disheartening to regress as one ages. Su Nange turned her head, pressing a towel against her cheek, though her eyes ached intensely. She endeavored to restrain herself, yet the long-buried grievances within her heart, having fermented over the years, surged forth with overwhelming emotion, defying all attempts to contain them. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly spoke. "Mr. Hua, may I borrow your shoulder for a moment?" Hua Baiyin's body stiffened, his countenance darkening abruptly. It was then that Su Nange realized her indiscretion, just as she was about to utter something to amend the situation. She observed the man cough lightly, lean closer, and pat her shoulder, just for 5 minutes. All right. Su Nange buried her head in his shoulder, and the tears she had long restrained finally flowed freely. She had never fathomed that a person could shed so many tears. After all, since she had come to understand the world, she had never cried openly. She knew that when others wept, they evoked sympathy. She, however, did not. 5 minutes later, observing the large damp patch on the man's suit, Su Nange felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just as she pondered how to apologize, Hua Beiyin handed her a tube of anti-swelling ointment and some capsules for promoting circulation and alleviating bruising. Su Nange thought to herself, such a minor injury truly does not warrant this. However, she refrained from voicing this sentiment, instead accepting the items silently and expressing her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." "You're welcome," he replied, and the vehicle fell into a tranquil silence once more. Su Nange straightened her posture. After shedding tears and releasing a great deal of pent-up emotion, her spirits began to settle. It was only then that she realized they were heading toward the hospital. Remembering the matter at hand, she quickly retrieved her phone. "Can we stop here?" "Of course," came the reply. The car changed direction and soon arrived in the outskirts, where an abandoned hospital loomed. The night was dark, and the dim glow of the streetlights cast an air of desolation over the dilapidated structure. Su Nange took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Li Shangquan. "I've arrived. Where are you?" Li Shangquan responded promptly. "Room 303. Hurry." Su Nange made her way to the 3rd floor, with Hua Beiyin following closely behind, his jaws set with concern. They soon reached room 303. Su Nange knocked on the door, Uncle, it's me. Chapter 82. Secrets yet. Su Nange did not wait for a response. She quietly pushed the door open. Her trust in her uncle was tenuous at best, and she feared he had set a trap to coerce her, thus she remained on high alert. The room was shrouded in darkness, with no lights turned on. As Su Nange slowly entered, she was immediately confronted by a shadow lunging towards her. My dear niece, if you don't pay up today, you shan't leave. The threatening tone sent a chill down her spine. Narrowing her eyes, Su Nange let out a cold laugh and swiftly kicked the intruder away with great force. Bang! The figure collapsed to the ground. Hu Beiyin, hearing the commotion, hurriedly pushed the door open. Unable to discern the situation, he anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" "I am fine." As these words fell, Yu Yi, who had been trailing behind them, produced a powerful flashlight and illuminated Su Nange's vicinity, casting half the room into a bright light. While Su Nange remained vigilant against any further movements from Li Shengquan behind her, she stole a glance at Hu Beiyin, only to find his pupils constricted and his jaw tense, his gaze fixated intently on what lay behind her. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Su Nange turned around. Hu Beiyin instinctively stepped forward, attempting to block her line of sight. However, Su Nange subtly shook her head, evading his protective gesture, and focused her gaze. In the next instant, she stood frozen in shock. There lay Li Shengquan, sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide open, his body twitching slightly. A rusty steel bar had pierced through his chest from behind. His clothing was soaked with blood, presenting a ghastly sight. Su Nange's heart sank, and she hurried forward to inspect him. Just then, an impatient voice echoed from outside. "Dad, I'm here." Immediately, a man in his 20s, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Shengquan, rushed in. Su Nange recognized him. He was Li Shengquan's son, Li Haoxuan. He is a year younger than Su Yin and Su Nange, currently studying at Haicheng University. Li Shengquan had once sought financial assistance from Su Nange, claiming it was for his college tuition, but she refused to provide any. She understood that, even if she did, it would merely be squandered on gambling. Li Haoxuan's relationship with his father is strained, leading him to adopt a rather sullen demeanor, shunning social interactions and maintaining a distant rapport with his family. At this moment, his face contorted with rage, he exclaimed, "I borrowed 20,000 yuan from my classmates. I have no more to give. If you pressure me further, I will leave the country and never look back." "Dad?" Upon spotting Li Shengquan, he was struck with shock, the bag he held slipping from his grasp, scattering the 20,000 yuan across the ground. He rushed towards Li Shengquan, trembling fingers reaching towards his nostrils. In the next instant, he recoiled violently, collapsing onto the ground, and then turned to Su Nange with terror in his eyes, exclaiming, You killed him?" In a panic, he scrambled to retrieve his phone, his hands shaking as he dialed 110. "Hello, I need to report a murder. My father has been killed." The police arrived promptly, locating the power switch of the dilapidated building. Once the circuit was cut, the entire structure illuminated. Su Nange and her 3 companions were being interrogated by the officers. Li Haoxuan's eyes were slightly reddened, though he did not weep. His expression bore a semblance of relief. "My father sent me a message, demanding that I gather 5 million yuan for him, or he would be killed, but I haven't even started working yet. Where am I supposed to borrow that kind of money? I managed to gather 20,000 from my classmates, intending to assist him in an emergency. However, upon my arrival, I was met with the shocking sight of my father's lifeless body. Consequently, I contacted the authorities. Yi was also taking notes. My boss and I were here to accompany Miss Su, who had arranged to meet this individual in this dark building. As soon as Miss Su entered, my boss and I heard a commotion from inside, and fearing for her safety, we decided to intervene. I switched on my flashlight and discovered him lying there. The police inquired, "Before you entered the room, was he alive or deceased?" At this question, Yi instinctively cast a guilty glance at Su Nange. The officer, with an air of seriousness, stated, "Perjury is a criminal offense." Yi remained silent. However, Hu Beiyin spoke up. Prior to entering, Miss Su knocked on the door, and a male voice from within instructed her to come in. The officer probed, "Was it the voice of the deceased?" Hu Beiyin replied honestly, "I cannot say for certain." The officer then turned to Su Nange. "Miss Su, may I ask, did you hear the voice of the deceased? What transpired here?" It was indeed his voice. Su Nange, her gaze fixed on Li Shengquan's corpse, contemplated before responding. "Upon entering, I heard him threaten me and lunged at me. In a reflexive motion, I kicked him away, and that is how it unfolded." Before the officer could respond, Li Haoxuan clenched his fists tightly. "So, it was not intentional? It was an act of self-defense gone awry?" Su Nange remained composed. I do not know. The police, perplexed, inquired, what do you not know? Before Su Nange could respond, Huo Beiyin interjected. The room was quite dark. Miss Su merely kicked the person out. It is unclear how he met his demise. Huo Beiyin turned his gaze towards her and continued, Miss Su, perhaps you should reflect carefully. Did you hear the sound of the weapon piercing the body, the blade penetrating? Did you hear his cries of agony? During the time the police were present, Su Nange had been fervently recalling every detail of the recent events. Upon hearing his words, she shook her head firmly. No. Li Haoshuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Su Nange looked at the police with unwavering conviction and stated, I did not kill him. The officers were momentarily stunned. Most ordinary girls would have been overwhelmed by the sight of a murder scene. Yet this woman remained expressionless and articulated her thoughts with remarkable clarity, leaving a lasting impression. One officer spoke directly. All evidence from the scene, along with the statements you just made, have been documented. Miss Su, you are currently the prime suspect in this murder. We kindly request that you remain here until the forensic team arrives and examines the body. You may only be released if no new evidence arises. Su Nange nodded. Understood. She and Huo Beiyin began searching for clues. The dilapidated factory was enveloped in dust, yet Lu Xingquan had hidden here for an entire day, leaving traces of his presence everywhere, making it difficult to discern anything at first glance. Just then, a tech-savvy detective exclaimed, his phone, it's unlocked. Su Nong immediately glanced over and saw the police officer approaching, taking the phone and perusing the chat history and call logs. He seemed to have casually tapped on the screen, inadvertently opening a voice memo. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Just an hour ago, he had saved a voice message. Chapter 83. Old friends. However, in the next moment, a hand reached out beside the officer, hastily pressing the pause button, followed by a cold reprimand. The case remains unsolved. All evidence must not be revealed in the presence of the suspect. Have you wasted your years in police academy? The officer immediately coughed, a pained expression crossing his face as he pleaded for forgiveness. Zheng, I understand my mistake. The speaker was a female forensic expert, possessing an icy demeanor. With a pair of eyes radiating righteousness and a countenance exuding an aura of national stability and peace, she coldly stated, this shall not happen again. Understood. The forensic expert then turned to Su Nong, her brows furrowing slightly, but she remained silent, donning her gloves and gathering her toolkit to approach the body. Su Nong was momentarily taken aback, never expecting it to be her. The individual before him was Zheng Yi, a former classmate from middle school, and the first same-sex friend he ever had. Zheng Yi hailed from a family of forensic experts, and even in middle school, she had a clear vision for her future, claiming she was born to uphold justice in this world. What had once seemed like youthful bravado had become the driving force of her life. She directly enrolled in a vocational school after high school and, despite her youth, had already become a forensic expert deserving of respect. Yet, Su Nong lowered his gaze. She harbored some misconceptions about him, and judging by her earlier demeanor, it seemed the knot in her heart had yet to be untied. Su Nong silently sighed. A few minutes later, forensic expert Zheng Yi concluded her examination of the body, stating, the deceased succumbed to a penetrating injury, a fatal blow. There are marks on the chest indicating trauma, and the time of death should be. She lowered her gaze to check the time, 30 to 35 minutes ago. The police immediately remarked, it has been precisely 30 minutes since we received the emergency call, thus the victim must have died at the moment Ms. Su entered the door. He turned his attention to Su Nange. Currently, all evidence points to you, Ms. Su. As for the sound you mentioned, it is possible that the victim's heavy fall masked any cries for help, which you simply did not hear. Furthermore, witnesses can attest that the deceased spoke before you entered the room, making you a suspect in this homicide. We kindly ask you to accompany us back to the police station for further investigation. Su Nange glanced at Zheng Yi, offering no resistance. Very well. Noticing her compliance, the officer moved to her side, prepared to escort her downstairs. Just then, Zheng Yi interjected with a cold laugh. Shouldn't a murder suspect be handcuffed to prevent escape? Is this not a fundamental requirement of police conduct? The officer paused, then offered a wry smile. This lady was indeed cooperative with their investigation. And even if she were the perpetrator, it could be considered excessive self-defense rather than a premeditated act of violence. Therefore, handcuffing her was not an absolute necessity. However, he refrained from countering, recognizing that Zheng Yi was merely expressing her dissatisfaction with the girl and seizing every opportunity to criticize. He cleared his throat and cast an apologetic glance at Su Nange. At that moment, Huo Beiyin stepped forward, ready to speak, but Su Nange subtly shook her head. then extended her hands in cooperation. After being shackled with cold handcuffs, she was led downstairs by the police. Hua Beiyin furrowed his brow and followed closely behind her. I will promptly hire a lawyer for you. Until the lawyer arrives, you have the right to remain silent. Su Nange nodded and instructed. Tell Grandma that I'm just going home for a couple of days. Understood. As they reached the ground floor, Su Nange entered the police vehicle, only to feel a sudden weight beside her. Turning her head, she realized it was not the officer from earlier, but Zhang Yi. Once the car was in motion, Su Nange maintained a serene expression and suddenly inquired, Have you been well these past few years? Zhang Yi glanced at her, her eyes cold and profound. I've been very well, to your disappointment. Su Nange felt momentarily taken aback, then fell silent before responding, Back then, Silence. Zhang Yi snapped angrily. You liar. I want to believe a word you say. Su Nange sighed softly. Zhang Yi then asked, Was that man your boyfriend? Not wishing to deceive her, Su Nange replied, He is my legal husband. Zhang Yi stiffened. You're married? Su Nange felt like a heartless traitor as she slowly explained. Our relationship is a bit complicated. Zhang Yi turned her head away. You did the right thing. Even if you sent me an invitation, I wouldn't attend. Su Nange was left speechless, finally realizing that Zhang Yi was upset because she believed Su Nange had married without informing her. Su Nange found herself in a bewildering state, on the verge of speaking when Zhang Yi's voice interrupted. Is he the young man you once said you wanted to marry? Su Nange's expression momentarily faltered before she softly replied. No, Zhang Yi scoffed. So you truly are fickle, even willing to discard that young man. How could you possibly hold any other friends dear? Su Nange attempted to clarify. Actually, back then, I said be silent. Zhang Yi's face flushed with anger. Do not think that recalling our past friendship will sway me to assist you. I have seen through your true nature. You are nothing more than a consummate deceiver. Su Nange fell silent. However, Zhang Yi continued to regard her. Stop mulling over nonsensical thoughts and focus on your case. It is quite complex, and all evidence points to you. The marks on the body also implicate you. I shall not aid you in any concealment. Why do you seem utterly unfazed? Su Nange smiled, her voice resolute. Because with you here, my innocence will surely be restored. You once vowed to uphold justice, ensuring that no one suffers unjustly at your hands, nor that any criminal escapes your grasp. Zhang Yi momentarily hesitated, unsure whether to be taken aback by Su Nange's unwavering faith or to recall her own youthful proclamations, her ears tinged with crimson. But swiftly, she retorted with fierce determination. Do not utter such sweet nothings here. I do not believe a single word you say. Su Nange, should you be the murderer, I will absolutely see you brought to justice. They soon returned to the police station, where Su Nange, implicated in murder, was temporarily detained. Zhang Yi personally escorted her to the detention center, confining her in a solitary cell. Standing outside the cell, she fixed her gaze upon Su Nange. Are you certain you did not commit the murder? Absolutely, Su Nange replied. Zhang Yi furrowed her brow. Then how do you explain his voice? Su Nange suggested, could it possibly be a recording from his phone? Wasn't his phone found? Could you please check for me? Zhang Yi scoffed. The phone is at the police station. It won't be lost, as it is crucial evidence. After saying this, she stared intently at Su Nange. You mentioned that phone. Are you eager to discover what message he left for you? Su Nange's eyes lit up. Will you tell me? Of course. Chapter 84. Interrogation. Su Nange inquired. What did he say? Zhang Yi replied with a stern expression. It is against regulations for suspects to access evidence. However, rest assured, once the verdict is rendered, regardless of whether you are the culprit, I will certainly inform you. Su Nange. Zhang Yi, this little stickler for rules, has taken to teasing. With a resigned step backward, she sighed. Zhang Yi then issued a warning. Stay here and trust us. We will not wrong any innocent person. With that, she turned and departed. Although the workday had concluded, Zhang Yi did not leave. Instead, she proceeded directly to the morgue of the forensic department. Upon seeing her, a staff member inquired immediately, Dr. Zhang, what brings you here at this late hour? Isn't that case not urgent? Why not perform the autopsy tomorrow? Zhang Yi remarked, it is imperative to ascertain the cause of the deceased's demise promptly. This will expedite the exoneration of the suspect. Instantly, the individual responded, are you implying that the suspect is innocent? In the presence of Su Nange, Zhang Yi, typically fierce in demeanor, now stated, she is not that kind of person. With that assertion, she proceeded directly into the morgue. The detention center was undeniably austere and uncomfortable. Clearing her name swiftly would also facilitate the release of the individual in question. Stifling a yawn, She glanced at the body on the autopsy table, then opened a nearby drawer to retrieve a small loaf of bread. After taking a couple of bites, she commenced her work, having not had the opportunity to dine earlier that evening. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan sat quietly in her solitary cell, contemplating the events of the day. The death of Li Xingquan was indeed unexpected, catching her utterly off guard. It was inconceivable that her subordinates could be responsible. They would not tarnish her reputation. So, who could it be? Su Wanwan furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling Su Yin. Li Xingquan's secret could have cost Su Yin 150,000 each month to keep him silent. Now, unable to procure the 5 million needed, had she resorted to murder in desperation? What sort of leverage could compel her to act with such ferocity? No, this did not add up. When Su Wanwan departed from the Su residence, Su Yin had already retreated to an upstairs room, not venturing outside, which meant she must have had an accomplice. Su Wanwan's thoughts were crystal clear, yet confined here with her phone confiscated. She was unable to communicate with the outside world, leaving her reliant on Zheng Yi. Time passed, and suddenly, a multitude of footsteps approached. Soon, several police officers stood outside her cell door. Today, the young officer who apprehended her reported to another officer, Captain Zhao, "This is the murder suspect, Su Wanwan." Captain Zhao, a man in his 30s, scrutinized her with his piercing gaze and sharply rebuked the young officer. "The case is exceedingly straightforward. What are you waiting for? Why haven't you commenced the interrogation of the suspect immediately? Take her to the interrogation room at once." The young officer hastily opened the door, allowing Su Wanwan to step out. As she emerged, Captain Zhao shoved her, saying, dawdling, "Do you think this will spare you from legal repercussions?" Su Wanwan stumbled slightly, furrowing her brow, before casting a cold glance at Captain Zhao. "What are you staring at? Move quickly." Su Wanwan clenched her jaw, refusing to show weakness, and quickened her pace towards the interrogation room. Captain Zhao gripped her arm and forcefully seated her in the interrogation chair, securing her with a safety buckle, treating her as though she were a violent offender. Su Wanwan tightened her fist. Captain Zhao sat across from her and formally inquired, "Name?" "Su Wanwan." "Age?" 22. "Gender?" Taking a deep breath, Su Wanwan recognized that Captain Zhao was attempting to humiliate her. She wanted to explode in anger, but restrained herself. "Female." Captain Zhao glanced at her before continuing, "What is your relationship with the deceased?" "He was my uncle." Captain Zhao flipped through the documents in his hand. "The deceased had been demanding 5 million as repayment for gambling debts? Thus, you harbor resentment towards him, and when he approaches you, you kick him away with force?" Su Wanwan inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the malice emanating from him. She turned to Team Leader Zhao and said slowly, "Is this considered coercion?" Team Leader Zhao immediately shot her a glance, stating, "I am merely recounting the facts. You need only answer yes or no." Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, replying, "Until my lawyer arrives. I have the right to remain silent." "What right?" Zhao's fury boiled over as he slammed his notebook against the table, glaring at her and admonishing, "This is Huaxia. Every citizen has an obligation to assist us in our investigation, especially someone like you, a suspect. Now, answer my question immediately." Zhao rose to his feet, declaring, "We have ample evidence and witnesses. No fingerprints other than yours have been found at the scene. Lu Xing was fatally pierced by rebar from behind. If you do not admit to it being a tragic accident, we must question your motives, whether it was premeditated murder." He stepped in front of Su Wanwan, demanding, "So now tell me, do you harbor resentment towards the deceased?" Su Wanwan tightened her jaw, meeting Zhao's gaze as she slowly replied, "No." "You lie," Zhao exclaimed sharply. "If you bore no resentment, one would instinctively evade when he lunged at you. Why did you kick him instead?" Su Wanwan clenched her fists. Having moved out since middle school, she harbored a profound sense of insecurity, fully aware that no one would stand before her as a protector. Thus, when faced with aggression from others, her instinctive reaction was not to retreat but to counterattack. However, she understood that her words would bear no weight now, so she chose to remain silent. Observing her demeanor, Captain Zhao sneered, "You think that by saying nothing, you can evade this?" He then approached the side and abruptly illuminated a glaring light directed straight at Su Wanwan. The intensity of the light compelled an instinctive urge to shield her eyes. Yet Su Wanwan's hands were restrained on the interrogation chair, rendering her unable to protect herself. She turned her head slightly, but could not escape the blinding beam. Even with her eyes shut, a vivid crimson flooded her vision. Within 5 minutes, her eyes grew dry and irritated, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Captain Zhao's voice pierced through the oppressive silence. "Speak up. Do you admit to having killed someone by accident?" Su Nange inhaled deeply. I did not kill anyone. Captain Zhao smirked. Still defiant, are we? Then let us keep the light on for 2 hours. If you refuse to confess, you shall remain here for the night. Su Nange's eyes began to ache more intensely, tears falling uncontrollably, urging her to rub them. In merely a few minutes, she was already in such distress. If the light were to shine throughout the night, her eyes would surely be ruined. Meanwhile, outside the police station, Chapter 85, The Deficiency of Iron. This predicament had escalated. Indeed, all evidence pointed towards Su Nange. As she took a bite of her small bread, contemplating the evidence, it suddenly dawned on her. Had Su Nange not eaten dinner tonight? She hurriedly submitted the autopsy report and then took a few loaves of bread downstairs. However, upon reaching the ground floor, she noticed someone in the interrogation room. She cast a casual glance and, through the monitor, was astonished to see Su Nange. Zhang Yi quickly approached and saw that Su Nange's enchanting peach blossom eyes were swollen and red. Alarmed, she rushed into the interrogation room and turned off the light. The sudden darkness enveloped the room, yet Su Nange's eyes still stung painfully. She squinted ahead, the scene before her shrouded in white fog, unable to discern clearly. When she heard Zhang Yi's furious voice, "What are you doing? Who authorized you to interrogate her?" Team Leader Zhao stood up. "It was I." Zhang Yi glared at him. "Team Leader Zhao, using torture is illegal." Zhao tossed his cigarette to the ground and stomped on it with his leather shoe, asserting, "I'm merely illuminating the situation." Who made her refuse to confess? Zhang Yi's face darkened. Is it truly necessary to rush this, conducting an all-night interrogation? Zhao scoffed. If we don't interrogate her overnight, shall we wait for them to devise a means of collusion? I've received intel that the person inside is a rich heir. It's likely that her lawyer for bail has already arrived. Zhang Yi frowned. Rest assured. She does not meet the conditions for bail. Zhao retorted. How can she not? Don't these wealthy individuals always fancy some peculiar ailment? A simple hospital certificate could suffice. Haven't you encountered such cases before? When they escape abroad, who will be accountable for the deceased? Zhang Yi declared emphatically. I will. Zhao sneered. You will be responsible? How will you take responsibility? Zhang Yi pointed directly at her uniform, asserting, I am responsible for this attire. Is that acceptable? Zhao, taken aback by her boldness, fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen, then looked up with a mocking expression. Forensic investigator Zhang. You are truly naive. Follow me. Furrowing her brows, Zhang Yi trailed behind Zhao. Once they exited the interrogation room, she spoke up, Captain Zhao. I am aware of the case you encountered previously, where that wealthy heir evaded justice by claiming a heart condition and subsequently fled abroad, leaving the case unresolved. However, you cannot generalize. I cannot speak for others, but Su Nange is certainly not that type of person. Zhao turned back to her. Is that so? Yet her lawyer is already in the lobby. I just received word that they are processing her bail application on the grounds of illness. In the lobby, the lawyer was diligently filling out the necessary paperwork for the bail application. Jiming anxiously paced behind Hua Beiyan, exclaiming, Why does it have to be during these few days? The boss suffers from her condition every month around this time and requires immediate treatment. Hua Beiyan frowned. What exactly is her ailment? Jiming sighed heavily. The boss is afflicted with severe iron deficiency anemia. Iron deficiency. Hua Beiyan suddenly recalled that Su Nange's WeChat name was lacking iron, and it dawned on him that this was the reason. Jiming, in a state of urgency, insisted. Do you think iron deficiency anemia is merely a trivial illness that can be remedied with supplements? The boss's condition is peculiar. Jiming sighed. The boss suffers from anemia, and currently, the medical field has yet to identify any underlying cause. Her body is peculiar, as it fails to absorb any iron, necessitating monthly iron infusions to forcibly supplement her system. Each month, she undergoes this procedure on the morrow. Hua Beiyan furrowed his brow. What if the infusion is delayed? Jiming tightened his jaw. The consequences could be dire. Mild symptoms include trembling, pallor, weakness, and dizziness. Severe cases may lead to shock. If shock occurs without timely medical intervention, it could pose a life-threatening risk. Hua Beiyan's expression turned grave. He glanced at his lawyer. Expedite the process. The lawyer, however, wore a troubled expression. President Hua, the procedures for bail are somewhat cumbersome, especially at this late hour, given that the relevant departments are closed. It seems we will have to postpone until tomorrow. Hua Beiyan turned to Jiming, who nodded in agreement. Tomorrow is acceptable. The boss typically receives her infusions 2 days in advance, but it must be no later than the day after. Hua Beiyan released a sigh of relief. The lawyer then requested to meet Su Nange, but was similarly rebuffed on the grounds that visiting hours were over and was told to return the following day. Despite their concerns, the group had no choice but to depart for the time being. Once they had left, Zhang Yi approached with a stern countenance. Accompanied by team leader Zhao. Zhao remarked, "Please present Su Nang's bail application to medical examiner Zhang for review." Upon receiving the document, Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon the reasoning provided, which explicitly stated, due to severe iron deficiency anemia, timely iron infusion is necessary to sustain life. Zhang Yi clenched her fists tightly. Beside her, Captain Zhao cast a sidelong glance and scoffed. "Did you see that? The friend you trust." Unable to concoct even a plausible excuse for a heart condition, resorts instead to the ludicrous claim of anemia. Forensic Zhang, you are truly naive. These affluent heirs have no sense of decency. Zhang Yi's body trembled slightly, feeling as though she had been deceived once more. That little trickster had clearly professed faith in her, yet turned around to seek bail under the absurd pretext of anemia, treating her as if she were a fool. Drawing a deep breath, she abruptly turned and strode towards the interrogation room. Captain Zhao followed closely beside her. These wealthy heirs are all too keen to preserve their lives. They commit heinous acts yet search for every possible excuse. I have meticulously reviewed the case files, and it is evident that she attacked only to evade her uncle's financial demands. Of course, it was indeed manslaughter. Who would expect a steel rod to be protruding from the ground? I conducted the overnight interrogation strictly by the book. Only through such relentless questioning can we deny the perpetrator the opportunity to devise their own excuses. And since she is your classmate, you have granted her a privileged path. Forensic Zhang, we both know that the one truly violating the rules here is you. Aware of your soft heart and your relatively short time in this profession, do not let her deceive you. Whether you can still wear that uniform later is uncertain. Zhang Yi tightened her jaw and quickened her pace, entering the interrogation room directly. At that moment, Su Nang's eyes had visibly improved, her hands were freed, and someone had poured her a glass of water. She had just taken a sip. Moistening her cracked lips when she saw Zhang Yi enter with a stern expression, her delicate face tightened. "Su Nang, you have never believed in me from the very beginning. Have you?" Su Nang was taken aback. No. Zhang Yi clenched her fists. "Then what are you doing here applying for bail? And you lied about being anemic. Such a thing can be easily verified." It was then that Su Nang realized it was time for her foredrip and iron supplementation. This matter had always been remembered by Ji Ming, and she had nearly forgotten. She lowered her gaze. "I truly am anemic. You are still lying." Zhang Yi was nearly beside herself with rage. Suddenly, she grasped Su Nang's hand, produced a blood collection needle, and pricked her finger to draw a sample. After completing this task, she did not forget to use an alcohol swab for disinfection before releasing Su Nang's hand with a fierce gesture. Chapter 86. Anemia. Having not finished her words, Zhang Yi had already turned to leave. Su Nang could only hear her speaking to Captain Zhao outside the door. "Her condition is quite poor, even if there is a need for overnight interrogation. Do not use that spotlight." "Fine, I will consider it a favor to Dr. Zhang." Su Nang sighed silently. Just moments ago, Zhang Yi had vouched for her, asserting that she would not seek bail, yet Ji Ming immediately contradicted her, so it was no wonder she was furious. Never mind. Her body should hold up for 2 more days. If within that time Zhang Yi could help her find evidence to vindicate her, it would be best to avoid applying for bail altogether. Upstairs, Zhang Yi entered the equipment room and placed the blood sample drawn from Su Nang's fingertip onto the machine. The next step involved waiting for the analysis of various elements in the blood, a process that would take 20 minutes. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. It was a phone call from the detention center. She answered, and a voice came through. "Zhang, forensic doctor, I heard you are at the bureau, so I called you. There is a patient here who is feeling unwell. Could you come and take a look?" Zhang Yi immediately stood up. "I will be there right away." Although a forensic doctor is not the same as a physician, she could still manage to assess minor ailments. She dressed quickly and stepped out. Soon, she arrived at the detention center's cell. The individuals held here were either suspects yet to be tried by the court or a portion of those who had been sentenced, but with terms of less than 3 months. Su Nang had just been confined in a solitary cell here. She took a few steps forward and reached the door plate number indicated by the officer who had called her, donning a mask and gloves before entering. Her tone cool as she inquired, "Who was feeling unwell?" "I." A voice both unfamiliar and familiar made Zhang Yi furrow her brow slightly. Turning, she saw a middle-aged woman in prison garb, seated with her hands clasped over her abdomen, a pained expression on her face. "Little doctor, my stomach hurts terribly. Could you take me out to see a doctor?" Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. This woman, was she not Su Nange's mother Li Wanru? Zheng Yi had once met her during a parent-teacher conference in middle school. She quickly approached, concern evident in her voice. Auntie, where do you feel unwell? Li Wanru was implicated in providing false testimony, yet due to the circumstances not being deemed severe, she had been sentenced to 15 days of detention. Grasping Zheng Yi's hand, she exclaimed, I am in excruciating pain. Without hesitation, Zheng Yi pressed her hand against Li Wanru's abdomen, not daring to underestimate the situation. Is it here? I will take you to the hospital. Oh, please don't touch me. It hurts terribly. Li Wanru glanced around, her face etched with despair, and said, There is no need to visit the hospital. I merely caught a chill. Officer, would you kindly escort me to a solitary cell? I would not wish to disturb others while I am here. Moaning and groaning, Zheng Yi promptly nodded in agreement. Very well. She assisted Li Wanru to her feet and was about to lead her out when suddenly, another voice from the ward cried out, Oh dear. My stomach aches terribly as well. Officer, might you take me to a solitary cell too? The other inmates immediately burst into laughter. I have a stomachache too, but I am different. I have a headache. Could I be allowed to rest in a private infirmary? Zheng Yi furrowed her brow, about to respond when someone turned to Li Wanru, saying, We all ate the same food. Why is it only you who caught a chill? It's been 5 days since you arrived, and you felt unwell for 4 of those. What is this? Are you a reincarnation of Lin Daiyu? How come in our ward, you're in such distress, yet the moment you enter a solitary cell, your pain vanishes and you can even snore? Zheng Yi's brow furrowed deeper, as if she had grasped the underlying truth, and immediately turned her gaze to Li Wanru. She noticed Li Wanru's expression stiffen momentarily before she began to sob lamentably. I truly feel unwell. Zheng Yi clenched her jaw and replied, Then I shall take you to the hospital. However, if the examination reveals that you are indeed fine and merely feigning illness, I fear you may have to remain incarcerated for a few more days. Upon hearing this, Li Wanru's expression shifted to one of anxiety. The last thing she desired was further confinement. In this place, every night, the cacophony of flatulence and foot-picking rendered sleep impossible. On her very first night, she had been unable to rest at all. Thus, this method came to mind. Wouldn't going to the hospital expose me? Li Wanru offered a charming smile. No need. No need. It's just a minor ailment. I can endure it. I can endure it. Zheng Yi understood. Auntie, are you pretending? Li Wanru trotted to her bedding, lifted the quilt, and burrowed beneath it. Hey, how can you, little officer, speak so? How could I be pretending? I just had a stomach ache, and now it's fine. What's the matter? Are you not allowing me to recover? Zheng Yi felt a few dark lines cross her forehead. The female inmate beside her angrily scolded. You truly have a thick face, a shameless scoundrel, deceiving people. Yet, Li Wanru retorted, What is this compared to my daughter? I am far from her. She has deceived me terribly. That little wretch, may she meet a terrible fate. The mere thought of her filled Li Wanru with rage. Who would have thought the deliberately nurtured burden would turn out to be Dr. Nan? This statement struck Zheng Yi's ears like a jarring note. She clenched her jaw and swiftly ascended the stairs after closing the prison door. Soon, she obtained the recent blood test report, and upon seeing the data, her countenance darkened like thunderclouds. The iron levels were normal. She was not anemic at all. A fraud. In that moment, Zheng Yi trembled with anger. Directly heading to the interrogation room downstairs, forcefully tossing the blood report in front of Su Nange. Su Nange, is it amusing to deceive me time and again? Su Nange did not glance at the test results, but merely sighed. I am not anemic now, but I will be in a few days. She had intended to speak, but Zheng Yi departed without heeding her. Su Nange's anemia presented as peculiar. Each menstrual cycle precipitated a significant depletion of iron, necessitating preemptive monthly infusions. However, in the absence of bleeding, her iron levels normalized. After numerous consultations across various hospitals, she received a diagnosis of a rare, hereditary genetic disorder. Zheng Yi, evidently unfamiliar with such a condition, dismissed it with derision. Do you expect me to believe such preposterous tales? Su Nange, even when attempting to deceive me, couldn't you fabricate a more plausible excuse? Su Nange feebly protested. I am not deceiving you. Not deceiving me. In all my years of medical practice, I have never encountered such a condition. Su Nange tensed her jaw, lapsing into silence. Her condition was indeed unusual, and Zheng Yi's disbelief was understandable. Further discourse would prove futile. Observing her reticence, Zheng Yi felt a surge of anger. Zhao Dui, witnessing the scene, sighed. Forensic Dr. Zheng. She has been uncommunicative all evening. Very well, I shall have her returned to the prison. Otherwise, Our personnel will be compelled to remain awake all night, extracting nothing of value. Before he could complete his statement, Zhang Yi retorted vehemently, "You may leave. I shall remain with her. I am determined to ascertain the extent of her outlandish fabrications." Zhao Dui cleared his throat. "Very well, we shall retire for the night. Should she confess anything, alert us promptly." Following the departure of the group, Su Nangu and Zhang Yi were left alone in the interrogation room. Zhang Yi, seated opposite her, fixed her with a piercing gaze. "Why the falsehoods? Why should one seek bail pending trial? Are the doubts you mentioned merely figments of your imagination, or are you simply exploiting me, wishing for my testimony to absolve you from being the murderer?" Su Nange reassured, "Rest assured, I shall not consent to bail within the next 2 days. 2 days hence. Life takes precedence." Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes growing redder by the second. "Do you think uttering such words will win my forgiveness?" she retorted, turning away to wipe her eyes. Su Nange fell silent thereafter. The night had deepened. Whether it was the impending arrival of her menstruation or the lateness of the hour that deprived her of rest, Su Nange felt a slight throbbing in her head and a subtle ache in her lower abdomen. She endured the night in torment. By the following morning, the dizziness had intensified alarmingly. This was unfortunate. Insufficient rest had caused her menstruation to arrive prematurely, and she was beginning to feel the effects of anemia. Zhang Yi had not slept a wink, her mind a tumult of chaos. As dawn broke, she cast a fierce glance at Su Nange, eager to utter more words, only to find her complexion ashen, devoid of any color. Chapter 87. Deceived, she grasped Zhang Yi's wrist and said, "I need to visit the restroom." "I will assist you," Zhang Yi replied, supporting her arm as she escorted her to the restroom, waiting patiently outside, her heart racing with unease. Observing Su Nange's pallor and the beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, could it be that she truly was anemic? At this moment, in the visiting room of the detention center, Li Wanru approached with a smile, ingratiatingly saying, "Yinyin, what a pleasant surprise to see you here." Then she added, "You ought not to be here. This is hardly a favorable place, lest you invite misfortune." With her heart brimming with enthusiasm, she was met only with a faint smile from Su Yin, followed by a look of hesitation. Li Wanru immediately inquired with concern, "What is wrong? You look rather unwell. Has something happened?" Upon finishing her words, her expression darkened. "Is it Su Nange again? Has she disrespected you once more?" Su Yin offered a wry smile. "It is Nange. But she hasn't disrespected me. She has encountered trouble." "Oh, then it's nothing to worry about," Li Wanru scoffed, with her obstinate nature. It was only a matter of time before she got into trouble. Who has she offended this time? Has she been taught a lesson? A hint of schadenfreude danced across her features. Su Yin felt a pang of irritation and thought Li Wanru was rather foolish. She had always been this way, wearing her heart on her sleeve, utterly oblivious to the need for discretion. It baffled her how, all those years ago, such ill fortune had led to the swap between her and Su Nange. Su Yin's gaze flickered momentarily before she lowered her head. "It's not about offending anyone. She has committed murder and is now locked up in the police station." "What a stroke of luck!" Li Wanru exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "That wretched girl is bound to face the death penalty, right? This means she will no longer be a source of your distress." Su Yin merely responded with silence. Casting a sympathetic glance at Li Wanru before clearing her throat, "She killed Li Shengquan." "Who cares whom she killed?" "Who?" "Yinyin, who did you say?" "Shengquan. Am I hearing this correctly?" Li Wanru abruptly lunged toward the table, her emotions running high. With only one younger brother at home, despite his reckless nature, Li Wanru cared for him deeply. Su Yin sighed softly. "In truth, it is not entirely South Ji's fault. I have heard that Li Shengquan demanded 5 million from her, and when she refused, during their struggle, he tragically fell upon a steel bar, piercing his chest, and he died on the spot." "Aunt Li, do not be too agitated. Although South Gu is indeed Dr. Nan and presumably affluent, 5 million is no trivial sum. It is only natural for her to decline." Li Wanru, however, widened her eyes, her gaze reddened with fury. She abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming, "That wretched girl! Has she taken Sheng Chuan's life over a mere 5 million? I should never have raised her. She ought to have been drowned at birth. Where is she? I will end her life in retribution for Sheng Chuan." Her emotions were so heightened that the nearby police promptly issued her a warning. After a while, Li Wanru's agitation subsided somewhat, but the fury in her eyes remained undiminished. Su Yin then spoke, "Aunt Li, both individuals are your kin. I felt it was my duty to inform you of the situation, but please do not act impulsively." Li Wanru appeared dazed, her eyes brimming with tears as she reassured. Do not worry, Yinine, I am fine, truly. Suyin then suggested, very well, you should return home for now. I will go check on South Go. What for? She is a condemned criminal. I shall wait for her execution. Li Wanru retorted vehemently. Suyin regarded her as if she were foolish. Li, South Go is charged with manslaughter. She will likely serve a maximum of 10 years before her release. How can that be? That is far too lenient. Li Wanru seemed utterly oblivious to the crux of the matter. Suyin sighed. Li, Nangu did not act with intent. She has taken a life and must be terrified. If you happen to see her in the detention center, please offer her some comfort. Finally, Li Wanru grasped the situation. She's being held here too? Suyin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, she has yet to be sentenced. So she is currently confined to a solitary medical room, likely adjacent to yours. The multi-person and single-occupancy rooms are situated in close proximity. Li Wanru narrowed her eyes, a fierce glint appearing within. That is reassuring. Suyin rose to her feet. Aunt Li, it's almost time. I must take my leave. Li Wanru, reluctant to part, urged, Yinine, ensure that you marry Zichun properly and steadily into the Hua family. Take good care of yourself and do not dwell on me. Yet, Suyin had already exited the visitation room, paying no heed to her words. As she made her way out of the police station, she encountered her former classmate, Zheng Yi, anxiously hovering by the restroom door. Beside her, a female officer was inquiring, forensic expert Zheng. The suspect Su Nange's lawyer has arrived early this morning, asking about the status of the bail review. Given the suspect's recent appearance, it seems she is genuinely anemic. Will she be granted bail or not? Zheng Yi furrowed her brow at this remark, her heart heavy with concern as she glanced towards the restroom. Pondering Su Nange's apparent frailty was no act. She pressed her lips together, poised to utter her agreement, when team leader Zhao approached. Zhao, upon hearing the previous remarks, furrowed his brows and remarked, has she already begun feigning illness? Zheng Yi retorted, it is not an act. Zhao then scoffed, Zheng forensic expert, have you forgotten how she toyed with you last night? You actually believe this? I recall you swore last night that if she were to secure bail, you would shed your police uniform. Surely, you have not forgotten? Zheng Yi tightened her jaw and replied, Zhao, she is genuinely unwell. Yet Zhao remained unconvinced. How fortuitous. After merely one day of confinement, she suddenly feels unwell. Can this pampered young lady not endure even a modicum of hardship? Just as Zheng Yi was about to speak further, Suyin stepped forward. Hello. Are you discussing my sister, Su Nange? All eyes turned towards her. Zheng Yi slightly furrowed her brow. What brings you here? Su Yin's expression revealed a hint of anxiety as she grasped Zheng Yi's arm. Zheng forensic expert. We need to talk about my sister's health. Zheng Yi's demeanor instantly grew serious, aware that Su Yin was Su Nange's elder sister. After learning the truth about their family background in middle school, Su Yin had become wiser and ceased bullying Su Nange at school. Thus, Zheng Yi was unaware of any discord between the sisters. She walked aside with Su Yin, concern etched on her face. What exactly is wrong with Su Nange? Su Yin sighed. It is likely that her menstrual cycle has begun. During this time each month, she tends to feel unwell. It is simply a woman's affliction, as you would understand. Zheng Yi immediately exhaled in relief. It was a comfort to know that Su Nange was not truly ill. Immediately, Suyin grasped her hand and said, Zheng Yi, we were classmates in middle school, right? Could you please assist Nangu and agree to her bail? Zheng Yi's expression darkened abruptly. However, Su Yin seemed oblivious to her change in demeanor and continued. Every time around this hour, we girls turn pale, looking as if we are anemic. For the sake of our past as classmates, please sign the document. We assure you we won't leave. Zheng Yi forcefully withdrew her hand, exclaiming, dream on. Law enforcement is not a bargaining entity. She then cast a sharp glance towards the restroom before turning to Team Zhao, asserting, she does not qualify for bail. Send her straight back to the detention center. Only then did Team Zhao appear satisfied, stating, it's best if you understand. Yet, Zheng Yi was unwilling to linger any longer and strode upstairs to the forensic department. When Su Nangu emerged from the restroom, her complexion ashen, she encountered a female officer standing with her arms crossed. The officer smirked and remarked, Miss Su, it's just a menstrual cycle. We are all women here. No need to put on an act. Return now and await your next interrogation. Su Nangu felt her legs weaken and was urged back to her solitary cell. The moment she stepped inside, darkness enveloped her and she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zheng Yi's anger intensified as she recalled Su Nanji's pallid face. Chapter 88. He has arrived. The female officer noticed Su Nanji's movements and quickly nudged her. Slowly, Su Nangu opened her eyes, still in a daze. On ordinary days, a strong woman now finds herself weakened, her body trembling slightly. Please help me to the bed, she requests. The policewoman promptly assists her and inquires, how are you feeling now? Su Nange, truly unwell, does not indulge in any pretense for Zheng Yi's sake and replies straightforwardly, I am anemic. Please call Zheng Yi to come and draw some blood. It can be tested now. The policewoman furrows her brow, scrutinizing Su Nange carefully. Dr. Zheng is upset. She likely won't return. Su Nange bites her lip and insists, then you draw the blood and send it for testing. The policewoman hesitates. Forget it. I'll go to the forensic department and summon someone. With that, she exits the cell. As she walks away, she is suddenly called back by Li Wanru. Officer, she says. And the policewoman turns to her. What is it? Li Wanru points towards the ward where Su Nange lies. That is my daughter. Is she unwell? I can take care of her. The policewoman is taken aback. She is your daughter? In this day and age, are mothers and daughters both imprisoned together? Li Wanru nods. Yes, she is my daughter. You may verify my familiar relationship. Upon hearing this, the policewoman retrieves her phone and logs into the system to investigate their identities, confirming they are indeed mother and daughter. After a moment's contemplation, recalling Su Nange's condition, she concedes, very well. Su Nange lies on the single bed, just having closed her eyes when the door swings open once more. Has the forensic doctor arrived so soon? She struggles to lift her eyelids, only to see a figure stepping inside, followed by a chilling voice. Nange, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Su Nange's body stiffens abruptly. Perhaps due to her frailty, a vivid memory of her 5-year-old self suddenly surged within her mind. At that tender age, she lacked proper winter clothing, often succumbing to frequent colds. Each time illness struck, she would be confined by Li Wanru, forbidden from stepping outside. Whenever Madame Su learned of her plight, she would come to visit, administering medicine to her. Yet, no sooner had Madame Su departed than Li Wanru would rush to her side, forcing her to vomit the medicine just ingested. As she struck that defenseless 5-year-old child, Li Wanru would angrily hiss in her ear, you do not deserve to take medicine. Let the fever consume you. Why don't you just die? Cursed little wretch, look at your fate now. Were you not so arrogant? How dare you lay a hand on Enin, repeatedly assaulting her, and dare to defy me, imprisoning me in this cell. I will strangle you. The venomous echoes of that past voice intertwined with the woman's murmurs in the present, causing Su Nange to instinctively curl her body, just as she had in childhood, wishing to shrink into a ball to shield herself from the external oppression. It felt as though she had returned to the age of 5, back to that lightless basement. The dimness of the room enveloped her. The extreme dizziness brought on by her anemia rendered her unable to distinguish between reality and memory, her repeated pleas for mercy echoing in her mind. Her 5-year-old self murmured softly, Mommy, I was wrong. I shouldn't have fallen ill. Please, don't hurt me anymore. Yet, the sharp pangs of pain still coursed through her. The grip on her arms, abdomen, and thighs twisted mercilessly. Su Nange slowly pressed her lips together. At the age of 7, she had already grasped that pleas for mercy were futile. She could only endure. Yet, the pain persisted. The curses continued unabated. Die. Die. You killed my brother. You shall perish. I demand retribution for his life. At the tender age of 9, she had already learned to rebel, striving to push her assailant away, yet her frail frame was no match for the force, and she only met with more frenzied blows. Then came the years of quiet endurance, 10, 11, 12, until she reached 13 and entered junior high. Though her body remained slender, her height had surpassed Li Wanru's. With a determined shove, she forcefully pushed the woman away and coldly declared, If you so despise having me as your daughter, then I shall leave. She gathered a few tattered garments and resolutely departed from the Su household. There was no home for her in this world, yet the vast expanse beyond beckoned. Anywhere but the Su family could be her sanctuary. She had matured and could now protect herself. In a haze, Su Nange abruptly opened her eyes, awakening from a nightmare. Her gaze, sharp and piercing, fixated on Li Wanru before her. Li Wanru's grip on her waist faltered for a moment before her hands swiftly tightened around Su Nange's throat. Wretched girl, what are you staring at? You shall pay for this. I demand vengeance for my brother. With all her strength, Su Nange grasped Li Wanru's wrist and forcefully pushed her away. Li Wanru staggered back, crashing to the ground, just as she was about to lunge forward again. A voice reverberated from the doorway. What are you two doing? Turning her head, Li Wanru was met with Zhang Yi's wide-eyed gaze as she stood at the entrance. Hastily pushing open the iron gate to step inside, her bewildered eyes flitted between Li Wanru and Su Nange. Had she not seen correctly? Were the two engaged in a physical altercation? Were they not mother and daughter? Su Nange exerted all her strength and collapsed back onto the bed, utterly depleted, to the extent that even the slightest movement of her fingers felt impossible. She murmured, "You arrived just in time. I am anemic. Even if you refuse to grant me bail, please take me for an infusion to replenish my iron levels." Before Zhang Yi could respond, Li Wanru plopped down onto the floor, exclaiming, "You're anemic? How can you possess such strength then? You push me so hard it hurts. I suspect you're merely trying to deceive us. After all, fighting here incurs punishment." Zhang Yi, having just approached, witnessed Su Nange opening her eyes and shoving Li Wanru aside. The ferocity in her gaze made Zhang Yi feel as though she no longer recognized her. Remembering Su Yi's words, she clenched her fists and declared, "Su Nange, I will not be fooled by you this time." She turned sharply and called for the guard. "These two are brawling. Take them to solitary confinement immediately." At that moment, outside the police station, the lawyer received the news that bail would not be granted. He sighed in resignation. "Mr. Hua, if you wish to pursue this further, it may have to wait until tomorrow." Hua Beiyin frowned at this, glancing at Ji Ming, who calculated, considering the timeline, we can afford to wait. However, the day after tomorrow is absolutely the limit. Hua Beiyin nodded, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Just then, the female officer approached Zhao, saying, "Captain Zhao, I notice Su Nange does not look well. Women often experience anemia during their menstrual cycle. Should we conduct another examination?" Upon hearing this, Ji Ming's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and a wave of panic washed over him. "Is the boss's relative here? This is disastrous." Hua Beiyin's expression darkened. "What?" Ji Ming, in a state of frantic agitation, exclaimed, "The boss hasn't received his iron supplement in time. He must be severely anemic now. But if we haven't secured bail, what shall we do? What can we do?" Chapter 89, Dominance. When he regained his composure, he hurried to Hua Beiyin's side. "Mr. Ho, are you planning to storm in there?" Hua Beiyin remained silent, but his actions spoke volumes as he strode straight to the detention center at the back. Ji Ming exclaimed, "Your audacity is exceptional. Surely this cannot be allowed." Hua Beiyin continued his advance, but coldly inquired, "What alternative do we have? Can your boss afford to wait until tomorrow?" "That is certainly out of the question." Ji Ming kept pace beside him. "Given the boss's condition, he won't survive the night. There was one instance when the iron supplement was delayed, and he fainted, nearly failing to be revived." At this point, Ji Ming's anxiety intensified, and he declared with urgency, "The nature of the boss's illness is indeed peculiar. Anyone else would find it hard to believe, likely thinking we are deceiving them. We cannot afford to wait any longer. For the sake of the boss, we must take risks." While he ranted to himself, Hua Beiyin had already charged towards the detention center. The police stationed at the entrance blocked the way. "This is a prison. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. Leave immediately." Hua Beiyin paid them no heed and pressed forward. Zhao, who had sensed something amiss the moment he entered, immediately drew his weapon upon witnessing the scene. "Mr. Hua, halt at once, or I shall be compelled to fire." Hua Beiyin turned to him with an air of calm. Ji Ming, trembling with trepidation, gazed at the ominous muzzle, feeling an involuntary shiver run through him. This was utterly terrifying. As the two men came to a standstill, Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was aware of Hua Beiyin's esteemed status, the scion of the Hua family, not someone to be easily apprehended. He inquired directly, "Mr. Hua, what brings you here?" Just as Ji Ming was about to mention Su Nange, Hua Beiyin interjected, "I intended to find the restroom, but somehow ended up here." Ji Ming's heart sank as he abruptly turned to Hua Beiyin, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the marriage between his boss and Hua was shrouded in mystery. It was entirely reasonable for Hua Beiyin to avoid unnecessary risks while facing a weapon. Yet, he could not abandon his superior. Thus, as Hua Beiyin began to retrace his steps, Ji Ming remained rooted in place. Zhao furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at him. "Mr. Ji, aren't you coming along?" Overwhelmed with fear, Ji Ming inhaled deeply, "I do not." Before he could finish his protest, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Hua Beiyin, upon reaching Zhao's side, swiftly acted, lunging forward to seize Zhao's thumb, rendering his grip slack and the firearm transferred into Hua Beiyin's possession. Zhao attempted to retaliate and reclaim his weapon, but in the next instant, He felt an icy chill against his forehead as Hua Beiyin aimed a gun at him. Zhao was left utterly stunned. Confronted by the most heinous of criminals, he would undoubtedly not make such a blunder. However, He Beiyin and Ji Ming were the renowned leaders of enterprises in Haicheng, accustomed to being accompanied by bodyguards during their outings. He could hardly fathom that He Beiyin would resort to assaulting a police officer. Ji Ming was equally taken aback, staring blankly at He Beiyin. His initial thought had been to go all out, perhaps lying on the ground and refusing to budge, determined to compel this group to have their leader undergo a blood test. Yet, he never anticipated that Mr. He would employ such drastic measures. This was illegal. Mr. He, please lower your firearm, and I assure you I will not pursue your responsibility, Captain Zhao implored, raising his hands, displaying remarkable composure despite the tense situation. He Baiyin's voice was low and resolute. I apologize, but I am desperate to save someone. Without waiting for Captain Zhao's response, he fixed his gaze ahead and commanded, stand aside. The individuals guarding the entrance to the detention center, frightened, hastily moved aside. He Beiyin proceeded to take Captain Zhao hostage and marched directly inside, leaving Ji Ming in stunned silence behind him. He found himself in a bewildering predicament, effectively coerced onto a pirate ship. At this moment, declaring his innocence would undoubtedly be met with disbelief from the officers. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan lay on a thin, makeshift bed, observing the two officers who sought to escort her and Li Wanru to the isolation room. She turned to Zheng Yi, reiterating her plea. I truly am anemic. Her pallid complexion corroborated her claim. Zheng Yi felt a resurgence of doubt. At that moment, Li Wanru dramatically collapsed onto the floor, exclaiming, so am I. Oh dear, I'm dizzy. I think I'm dying. Please, save me. Zheng Yi was genuinely at a loss, unable to discern what was real and what was feigned. Li Wanru's portrayal is strikingly authentic, while Su Wanwan appears to be effortlessly immersed in her role. Just as she hesitated, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the startled exclamations of other officers. Zheng Yi immediately turned, her vigilance peaked, and beheld Hua Beiyin entering, holding Captain Zhao hostage. He swiftly locked onto the cell where Su Wanwan was confined, his gaze penetrating the iron bars and landing squarely on her. The woman lay on the bed, her complexion as pale as parchment, seemingly devoid of the strength to even move a finger. Hua Beiyan's pupils constricted, memories flooding back of moments when she had steadfastly maintained her composure, regardless of the circumstances. Such a woman would never bow her head. Yet now she appeared too frail even to sit upright. A pang of concern gripped his heart as he exclaimed, this is nothing short of mistreatment of a suspect. I will pursue this matter relentlessly. Zheng Yi retorted, we have not. It was a mutual altercation. All our actions have adhered strictly to protocol. Behind Hua Beiyin, Ji Ming's eyes brimmed with tears at the sight of Su Wanwan's weakened state. Boss, we have come to rescue you. He shouted angrily at Zheng. My boss is on the brink of death, and you still wish to punish her? Are you even human? Captain Zhao scoffed. I have yet to hear of any woman dying from menstruation. If you insist on feigning illness, at least choose a more credible ailment. Zheng Yi took a deep breath, her heart heavy with concern for them. She turned directly to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan, if you truly did not commit the murder, no matter how you attempt to escape, it will be futile. If you are innocent, we will restore your name. Even if you harbor distrust, you ought to place your faith in these officers. Why stir up so much trouble? She spoke earnestly, urging Mr. Hua to relinquish his intentions. I will intercede on your behalf, and Captain Zhao will not hold you accountable. However, should a prison break occur, the consequences would be dire. Su Wanwan, cease your pretense of illness. Su Wanwan offered a bitter smile. Zheng Yi, you repeatedly claim that I do not trust you, but what of you? Do you believe in me? Zheng Yi hesitated. Su Wanwan continued, you do not. Zheng Yi's eyes reddened. Why would I not trust you? It is due to your repeated deceit. Years ago, and now once more. Have I not been deceived enough? Su Wanwan fell silent. Hua Beiyin, seizing Captain Zhao, entered the hospital room. Was there still a chance to leave? Yes. Su Wanwan trembled, attempting to rise from the bed, only to find herself utterly powerless. Hua Beiyin immediately turned to Ji Ming. Come here. Ji Ming approached his side. Can you handle a firearm? I can. Hua Beiyin maintained his aim, passing the weapon to Ji Ming, who now held Captain Zhao captive. Ji Ming, perplexed, watched as Hua Beiyin bent down, abruptly lifting Su Wanwan into his arms. Without hesitation, he turned and departed. Ji Ming, clinging to Captain Zhao, followed closely behind. Zheng Yi and the other officers promptly trailed after them. A throng of individuals surged through the hospital, creating quite a stir. At that moment, Su Wanwan had succumbed to unconsciousness. The doctor drew her blood for urgent testing. Zheng Yi followed closely behind the doctor and instructed the others. I will oversee the entire process to prevent them from bribing the doctor to tamper with the blood report. With a multitude of police officers surrounding the hospital, the doctors were understandably apprehensive. Consequently, the expedited blood report was ready in just 10 minutes. Chapter 90. Daughter. She had never before witnessed such alarming data from a living individual. Zheng Yi stood in a daze, clutching the report as she turned back towards the ward. At that moment, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Numerous police officers encircled the ward, while Jiming held on firmly to Captain Zhao's hand. Throughout their journey, Captain Zhao had sought countless opportunities to escape Jiming's grasp. But this unreliable fellow had not afforded him a single chance. As Zheng Yi approached, Captain Zhao exclaimed, "Jiming, the test results are out. Your abduction of me can no longer be justified. Our snipers are in position. Once we confirm that the suspect is in perfect health, we can eliminate you all immediately. I advise you to lower your firearm and surrender at once." Jiming retorted, "Do not speak so arrogantly here." Captain Zhao, infuriated, turned to forensic investigator Zheng. "Since this group is so obstinate, please reveal the test results to everyone. Let them no longer pretend." He scoffed. Can a mere case of anemia lead to such a dire situation? All eyes immediately turned towards Zheng Yi, who tightened her jaw and spoke gravely. The suspect Su Wanwan has an abnormal iron level, posing a life-threatening risk. Captain Zhao, it appears we have misjudged the situation. Captain Zhao was momentarily taken aback. What? Zheng Yi took 2 steps closer and placed the report before Captain Zhao. The normal serum iron level for women ranges from 7.8 to 32 moles L. Yet Su Wanwan currently possesses a mere 1, indicating a severe and life-threatening deficiency. Captain Zhao's body stiffened at this revelation. At that moment, a sharp reprimand echoed through the air. What is going on? Wasn't she just here for an infusion yesterday? Why has iron supplementation been delayed until now? Everyone turned to see a man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, striding toward them. Clad in a white coat and with a somber expression, he directed his gaze at Jiming. She forgot the time, and you did as well? Jiming, feeling guilty under the admonishment, immediately turned to Zheng Yi. Dr. Su, it's this coroner who refuses to acknowledge the seriousness of our leader's condition, insisting she is fine. She has fainted, yet still claims all is well. His frustration mounted. Must someone die before you concede there is an issue? Zheng Yi's fists clenched in response to the onslaught, her shame overwhelming her as she wished for a hole to hide in. She glanced into the ward, where Su Wanwan lay receiving an infusion, her complexion pale and devoid of vitality. Tears welled in her eyes. Why was there such a lack of trust in her? Anger surged within her, prompting a self-inflicted slap as she stubbornly blinked away the tears. It is my fault. Jiming, taken aback by the unintended consequence of his words, refrained from further comments and instead turned to Captain Zhao. And what about this person? Is there a preconceived notion regarding the wealthy heirs simply because a previous case involved one who escaped? Are all second-generation wealthy individuals inherently malevolent? Allow me to clarify. It is precisely because we possess affluence that we have rarely encountered adversity, thus establishing a stronger moral foundation. Would you not agree? Zhao, the captain, grimaced at the insults. Jiming, feeling unsatisfied, reflected on his constant trepidation of losing the firearm to Zhao, fearing that their leader would be unable to rescue them, leaving them to face imprisonment. Consequently, he intensified his reproaches. If it weren't for your refusal to release us, would we resort to such measures? We are law-abiding citizens. And now you dare to target us? Come on, direct your fire here. He returned the weapon to Zhao's hands, pointing to his own chest and proclaimed, "A single shot to end it. Go ahead, pull the trigger. After all, my leader has been driven to his demise by your actions. I shall not endure this life any longer." Zhao, the surrounding law enforcement personnel. Zhao gazed at the firearm and then at the situation within the hospital room, perplexed. But how could a person suffer from such severe iron deficiency anemia? The officer beside him appeared equally bewildered. Indeed, just yesterday her blood test results were normal. Today she inexplicably deteriorates. Akin to a character in a video game whose health bar should decline gradually. How could she suddenly plummet to such a critical state? Jiming. He twitched his lips, preparing to retort once more, when Zheng Yi interjected. What affliction does she suffer from? Her words, laden with concern, rendered Ji Ming speechless. Doctor. Su Musheng frowned at the inquiry. Did I not mention it? Genotypic iron deficiency anemia. Her body is peculiar, failing to absorb any iron, necessitating the simple and straightforward method of intravenous administration. Zheng Yi anxiously inquired, how could such an illness exist? I have never heard of it. Su Musheng adjusted his glasses, and behind the lenses, his beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of sharpness. In a calm tone, he replied, have you heard of every ailment in this world? Even if you do not believe it, should you not have noticed the various symptoms she exhibited during her illness? Zheng Yi lowered her head, murmuring, I am sorry. Su Musheng responded, what use is your apology to me? You ought to apologize to those in the ward. Zheng Yi tightened her jaw, gazing into the ward but hesitated to enter. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she remained outside the door. Su Musheng had already turned and stepped into the ward. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Hua Beiyin standing beside the room. The man slowly turned his head, their eyes meeting, and for a moment, neither spoke. Hua Beiyin's deep gaze swept over him, quickly discerning the difference in this man's demeanor towards Su Nange. Maintaining a serious expression, he inquired, who are you? Her attending physician. Su Musheng replied, adding, I am also her godbrother. Hua Beiyin's pupils subtly constricted. After a moment, he stood, extending his hand to Su Musheng. A faint half-smile gracing his lips, so you are the godbrother. Su Musheng furrowed his brow, retorting, she is mine. And she is also mine, Hua Beiyin stated, his expression indifferent, exuding a formidable presence. We are one as husband and wife. Husband. Su Musheng abruptly froze in place. Hua Beiyin spoke in a low tone. Did she not tell you? Then allow me to apologize on her behalf. Su Musheng was taken aback. Su Nange felt as though she had plunged into a deep slumber, drifting from her adulthood back to her childhood, to the tender age of 3. She pressed her small hands against the glass window of the half-basement, watching Su Yin frolic outside in a beautiful dress, while Madame Su gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Li Wanru entered. A shiver ran through her petite frame as Li Wanru's malicious gaze fell upon her. Following Su Nange's line of sight, Li Wanru observed the scene outside, then approached and seized her by the hair, forcefully plunging her head into the nearby basin of water. Her voice intertwined with the sounds of the water and reality, as if emanating from a distant place. What are you staring at? Chapter 91. Dialogue. She did not wish to languish there for a lifetime, nor to take root in a stinking gutter. Thus, she resolved to strive diligently, utilizing the limited time she had to study ardently, determined to alter her fate. At the age of 4, never having attended kindergarten, she secretly observed Su Yin learning foreign languages. When Su Yin stumbled over a word that she could effortlessly pronounce, she anticipated praise from her mother, yet little did she know that what awaited her was nearly a catastrophe. Li Wanru did commend her, even astonishingly rewarding her with a piece of cake. The sweet, rich cream lingered in her mouth, and the satisfaction on her taste buds made her reluctant to swallow. She believed her life was on the verge of transformation. Li Wanru smiled as she took her hand, leading her outside, only to cast her into the clutches of traffickers. She neither wept nor wailed, for the traffickers at least provided her with beautifully wrapped candies, treating her with gentleness and smiles, until they confined her and a group of children in a cellar. There, she encountered an older boy. They spent a month together, enjoying each other's company. Initially, the older boy was reticent, but later he inquired, "Do you not wish to escape?" She replied cheerfully, "I do not." Staying there, though devoid of freedom, she could fill her belly and dress warmly, albeit without her mother. She felt it was the happiest time of her life. The older boy, perplexed, asked why. She responded, "Because no one hits me here." The older boy was taken aback. "What is your name?" She shook her head. Ironically, at the age of 4, she had no name and had yet to be registered. While the other children cried and fussed, she remained cheerful every day, which lessened the traffickers' wariness towards her. Consequently, the older boy handed her a pouch of sleeping powder, urging her to mix it into the traffickers' meals. She complied. The children panicked and rushed for the exit. Yet she stood there dazed. The older boy asked, "Why do you not flee?" She shook her head. "I do not know where to go." "Then come home with me." The older boy extended his hand, his large hand enveloping her small one. She did not accompany the older boy home, for they were too young. As soon as they descended the mountain, they were rescued by the police, and her identity was confirmed, leading to her impending return to the Su family. Before their parting, she clung to her older brother's leg, bewildered as she asked him, "Didn't you promise to take me home?" The nearby policeman, both amused and perplexed, replied, "Little girl, you aren't family. You can't go to his home." Her eyes brimmed with tears as she protested, "But I don't want to go home. I want to be with my big brother forever." The older brother gently patted her head and inquired, "Is it because you will get punished when you return home?" The policeman dismissed this notion, for children of that age often brought chaos to their households, and punishment was a common occurrence. Yet, the older brother spoke to her earnestly. "Wait for me. When you grow up, I will come to marry you and take you to my home." Suddenly, Su Wanwan awoke with a start. The events of her dream flitted past her like a fleeting panorama, leaving her momentarily uncertain of what was real and what was illusion. She pondered whether others could recall their experiences at the tender age of 4. Yet, she vividly remembered everything. She recalled how her older brother had given her the nickname 11, for she was the 11th child to be abducted. She could still taste the sweetness of chocolate and visualize the sunlight streaming into the dark cellar, illuminating the dancing dust motes. Those were the happiest moments of her childhood. Now, at the age of 22, that older brother had yet to come and marry her. A bitter smile crept onto Su Wanwan's lips. It was not that she harbored deep feelings. A 4-year-old child cannot comprehend love. However, the presence of her older brother had been her steadfast support through countless instances of abuse and torment. The other children had only Ultraman. Her Ultraman was an elder brother. Unfortunately, at that time, the elder brother was merely a child himself. Perhaps he had long been forgotten by her. Su Wanwan blinked, finally becoming aware of the slightly off-kilter atmosphere in the room. She turned her head to find Huo sitting beside her, inquiring, "Would you like some water?" Before Su Wanwan could respond, Su Muxiang's voice rang out from the other side. "I kindly ask unrelated personnel to step outside. I need to conduct an examination on the patient." He picked up the stethoscope and approached the bedside, directing his gaze at Huo. Huo, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "Surely, I am not an unrelated party." Su Muxiang continued, "Aside from the patient and the doctor, everyone else is deemed unrelated. Moreover, as I need to examine the patient, which requires disrobing, your presence here is rather inconvenient." Huo furrowed his brow. "And you find this convenient?" Su Muxiang stepped in front of Su Wanwan and directly lifted the hem of her clothing. "I am a doctor. To me, gender is irrelevant." Huo intended to say something further, but upon witnessing the garment being raised, revealing a slender, fair waist, his face flushed with a hint of crimson, and he promptly stood up and exited the room. After leaving the ward, Yi, who was waiting outside, instinctively glanced inside. Huo immediately blocked the door gap and shut it, then reprimanded, "What are you looking at?" Yi coughed lightly and replied, "Boss, Miss Su has made the trending news." He then handed his phone to him. Huo took it, only to find a news report featuring an interview with a journalist at the top of the trending list. The interviewee was Li Haoxian, the son of Li Xingquan. Clad in his school uniform, he bore an air of habitual discomfort and caution. When questioned by the reporter regarding his father's murder case, Li Haoxian appeared somewhat ill at ease, evasively stating, "My cousin did not act with intent. It was an accidental killing." When pressed further about his father's gambling addiction and whether he harbored resentment towards him, Li Haoxian hesitated momentarily before replying, "At times, yes. But there is nothing that can be done. One's birth cannot be altered. However, I wish to speak on behalf of my cousin. My father had indeed frequently sought money from her over the past few years, and the circumstances were genuinely an accident. I am willing to provide a letter of leniency for my cousin, hoping the authorities will consider a lighter disposition." What initially seemed like an ordinary interview took an unexpected turn when someone in the crowd shouted, "Are you aware that your so-called good cousin was granted bail to avoid punishment? The reasoning is quite absurd, citing anemia affecting her health." Following this remark, the news rapidly escalated. Trending hashtags such as "Rich Second Generation Granted Bail" and "Rich Second Generation Not Guilty of Murder" surged to the forefront of public discourse, all questioning the legitimacy of Su Wanwan's bail. It was evident that someone was orchestrating this narrative, manipulating the trending topics. Huo gaze darkened as he instructed, "Investigate who is behind the trending topics." After Yi concluded his statement, he surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "I just noticed a few journalists have infiltrated." Huo expression turned icy as he ordered, "Find a few individuals to secure this area." Su Wanwan's frail health rendered her unsuitable for disturbances. In the hospital room, after Huo exited, Su Muxiang set aside his stethoscope and took a seat beside her. Su Wanwan inquired, Brother, why are you teasing him? Su Sheng replied with a cold smirk. He married without informing me and still has the audacity to call me brother? Su Nanji's gaze deepened, her demeanor distant. Isn't it to avoid troubling you? Noticing an underlying tension, Su Sheng shifted the conversation. What dream did you have? You were calling for your brother throughout. Su Nangu chuckled softly. I dreamed of being 3 or 4 years old. Chapter 92. The culprit in reality, a 3-year-old child typically possesses little memory. Yet she vaguely recalled the beatings from that age. Perhaps her obsessions ran deep, for in her dream, she distinctly heard Li Wanru's furious rebuke. Let me tell you, my daughter deserves a life of luxury, while you are destined to remain forever in this foul ditch, in the sewers. Su Ninggu offered a bitter smile, astonished that after so long, such a dream had resurfaced. Since childhood, she often dreamt of transforming into Su Yin, with Madame Su as her mother. Su Sheng queried, what about 3 or 4 years old? Nothing much, Su Ninggu responded, unwilling to delve into past matters. Her body was peculiar. After receiving iron supplementation, all symptoms of anemia gradually dissipated, and she now felt revitalized. Yet, she still required additional iron reserves, necessitating a couple more days of intravenous treatment. Overloading her system with iron would be unbearable. She picked up her phone and noticed messages on Weibo. Her Weibo account is named Nan Journalist, and she has gained a modest reputation within journalistic circles. The individual leaving a message is named Xiao Yi, who has followed her for over 2 years. Xiao Yi, Nan Journalist. This time I shall not retreat in the face of difficulty. I aspire to be like you, unafraid of authority, and courageous in exposing the truth to the public. If you happen to see this message, I hope you can bless me. Su Nange was pondering this when a knock echoed through the hospital room. Zheng Yi entered with Li Haoxuan in tow. Li Haoxuan kept his head lowered, still appearing timid. Upon entering the room, he cast a glance at Su Nange before immediately dropping his gaze. Cousin. Su Nange did not share a close bond with the Li family. Over the years, Li Shengquan had only approached her for money. She remembered this cousin as being taciturn, having diligently gained admission to Shanghai City University. She maintained a courteous demeanor. What brings you here? Li Haoxuan began. I have come to deliver a letter of understanding. Su Nange was taken aback. Li Haoxuan then turned to Zhao, who had accompanied him, his eyes reddening. I consulted a lawyer. If I present this letter of understanding, even if you are convicted, your sentence will be within 10 years. He lowered his head. Cousin, I was so nervous at that moment that I called the police. I did not intend for this to happen. My father is not a good person. He brought this upon himself. It is my fault that you were incarcerated. Zhao furrowed his brow and remarked, regardless of his character, he should face legal consequences. It is not for you to decide privately. Li Haoxuan, with tears welling in his eyes, retorted, I did call the police. When he was gambling, I reported him to the authorities, but after only a month of detention, he was released. He continued to gamble, losing our home, and my mother left with someone else. I found myself without a place to stay. I could only strive desperately, yet the scholarship I earned was taken away by him. As his biological son, if he treats me this way, what can I expect from my cousin? You do not understand our suffering, so please refrain from standing on your moral high ground to condemn us. He wiped his tears with determination. I know I should not express these feelings, but when I saw him dead, I was in shock. Now, however, I can only feel relief. After uttering this, he covered his face and slowly crouched down. I am truly a scoundrel. My father has passed away. Yet I feel a sense of relief. Even burdened with his 5 million in debts, I see a glimmer of hope. You do not comprehend. His existence was a bottomless pit. He sobbed, choked with emotion. Beside him, Officer Zhao maintained a stern expression, choosing silence. The hospital room was filled solely with the muffled sound of Li Haoxuan's weeping. Su Nange remained silent, for her life, which appeared splendid to outsiders, was not significantly better than Li Haoxuan's. At least Li Shengquan had never let him go hungry. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Li Haoxuan finally ceased his tears, wiping his face and standing up. I am sorry. I lost control. It's all right. Officer Zhao gently patted his shoulder. We all understand. Su Nange then spoke softly. Thank you for providing the letter of understanding, but I do not require it. I have stated, I am not the murderer. Li Haoxuan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend. Cousin, I asked you, if you admit your mistake and display a good attitude, you might receive a sentence of no more than 3 years. However, if you refuse to plead guilty, you could face over 10 years. I am aware, Su Nange replied calmly, but the person was not killed by me. Therefore, I cannot accept responsibility for it. Li Haoshuan fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he turned to Captain Zhao and posed a rather foolish question. As the son of my father, can I choose not to pursue this matter? Captain Zhao responded, this is a criminal case. Even if you choose not to pursue it, we will still investigate. Li Haoshuan tightened his jaw and looked at Su Nange. Then I cannot be of assistance to you. Su Nange shook her head. It's all right. Li Haoshuan lowered his head once more. Cousin, please take care of yourself. I shall take my leave now. All right. As Li Haoshuan took a few steps towards the exit, he suddenly turned to Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao, could you possibly return the money that was at the scene? It belonged to my classmates. The money scattered on the ground, some stained with blood, was thus retained as evidence at the police station. Captain Zhao shook his head. The police station has its own regulations. That evidence cannot be returned to you just yet. We will only be able to return it once we ascertain that there are indeed no leads. Li Haoshuan hung his head. But that money is our dormitory classmates' living expenses for next month. I promised them I would return it promptly. Having experienced the struggles of part-time work, he understood the significance of every hard-earned penny. Suddenly, a shortfall of 20,000 emerged, leaving the group of students in a state of disarray. Su Nange narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and abruptly said, wait a moment. Li Haoshuan turned back. Su Nange picked up her phone. I will ask Ji Ming to lend you 20,000. Take it back for emergencies. Li Haoshuan's eyes brightened. Thank you, cousin. Once the funds from the police station are sorted, I will repay you. Su Nange sent a message to Ji Ming. Before long, Ji Ming entered, carrying 20,000 in cash, which he handed to Li Haoshuan. Li Haoshuan's eyes glistened with tears. He accepted it, saying, cousin, my father has borrowed quite a bit from you over the years. Rest assured, when I start earning, I will pay you back. No need, he is he. And you are you. Su Nange replied just as a sudden sound echoed from the doorway of the ward. Everyone turned to see a gaunt stranger, nervously holding a phone, capturing the recent scene. Upon being noticed, the man rushed in, exclaiming, Li Haoshuan, I knew you would provide a letter of understanding to your father's murderer. It's clearly a transaction. You are unworthy of being called a son. After saying this, he glanced at Su Nange, and upon seeing her rosy complexion, devoid of any signs of anemia, he sneered. What do you mean by deathbed bail? Is this your idea of being in a critical state? He raised his phone to film Su Nange. So, is it true that the wealthy have privileges? No matter the circumstances, they can always find a reason for bail? He then directed his gaze at team leader Zhao. Is this how you uphold justice? Captain Zhao furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Journalists are not permitted here. I kindly ask you to leave. I will not leave. The young reporter exclaimed fervently, directing his camera towards them. I am live streaming. The situation here is broadcasted every second. I must expose your actions. Captain Zhao immediately stepped forward, intending to detain him. Your actions infringe upon others' right to privacy. Without clarity in this case, many will evade justice. As a citizen, I have the right to know the truth behind any case. The young reporter remained undeterred. Unfortunately, Captain Zhao had already seized his phone, interrupting the live stream. What is your name? Which newspaper do you represent? I will hold you accountable. The young reporter raised his chin defiantly and retorted with a smirk. Do not intimidate me. My idol is journalist Nan. She bravely reported on a company discharging polluted water, unafraid of authority. I fear nothing. I only seek the truth. Upon hearing this, Su Nange was taken aback, suddenly recalling a recent message on Weibo. You are Xiaoyi? Chapter 93. It is him. However, Xiaoyi misunderstood her surprise. I never imagined you would know me. Even if you learn my workplace and pressure the company to dismiss me, I will not yield. He stepped closer and continued. Journalist Nan once said that if every reporter prioritizes their own safety, countless truths will remain concealed. Even if I can no longer be a reporter, there will still be countless others who will stand up. Do not presume that your actions can remain concealed forever. Su Nange. Listening to this somewhat juvenile rhetoric, she could not help but twitch her lips. Recently graduated from university, perhaps? Xiaoyi nodded. Yes, why? No wonder he appears so naive. Xiaoyi. He could not resist glancing at Su Nange, as though her words did not apply to her. Nearby, Captain Zhao seized his arm. Enough. This is a hospital room. We must leave promptly. He tossed Xiaoyi's phone back to him, then firmly grasped his arm and led him out. Only then did Su Nange turn her gaze towards Zhang Yi, who, upon noticing her, immediately averted her eyes, her delicate face taut, and her demeanor somewhat uncomfortable. Before stammering, I have something to attend to. I shall step out for a moment. She then hastily exited. Su Nange chuckled softly. The rigid Xiao Guobang remained unchanged, her straightforward nature causing her to wear a guilty expression after committing a misdeed. Yet, in truth, Su Nange bore her no ill will. This iron deficiency anemia is indeed rare. Speaking of it would likely elicit disbelief from most. When she mentioned anemia, Zheng Yi's expression was entirely untroubled, and her decision to undergo a routine blood test indicated she was faring better than the average person. As Su Nange pondered, Jiming suddenly inquired, "Boss, do you know who the culprit is?" Su Nange raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Jiming chuckled. "Oh, that Xiao Yi is live streaming again." Su Nange was taken aback, turning her attention to Jiming's phone. Xiao Yi had just been live streaming on Weibo, and he was still at it. He stood outside the hospital. Addressing the camera, the live broadcast was abruptly cut off, "So I am here to greet everyone. I am unharmed. They have not yet sunk so low as to eliminate me. I have witnessed their transactions, but it seems they are willing to go to the extreme." The barrage of comments below erupted in condemnation. This world has not yet crumbled, thanks to the perseverance of you righteous individuals. I must say, even if my father is no longer well, he remains family. How could a son possibly issue a letter of understanding for the murderer? Clearly, there is a monetary exchange involved. The wickedness of capitalism. Does wealth grant one the right to disregard human life? And the audacity to grant bail due to anemia, truly shameless. Such individuals must be brought to justice. I fail to comprehend why, despite abundant evidence, no arrests are being made. Is this case not easily solvable? As Xiao Yi engaged in self-deprecating humor, the comments continued to criticize Su Nange when a voice interjected, "This journalist friend." Xiao Yi turned to see Zheng Yi, clad in a police uniform, exuding authority, approaching him. "I am willing to accept your live interview." Xiao Yi rejoiced, "Officer Zheng, I just heard them say that you work as a forensic expert. Can you guarantee your impartiality before the camera?" "I can," Zheng Yi replied, gazing into the lens. Xiao Yi continued, "Then I would like to ask, is the murder suspect Su being granted bail due to anemia? Is this reasoning not utterly ridiculous?" Zheng Yi adjusted her attire and straightened her hat. Immediately, she straightened her posture and addressed the camera, saying, "I can attest that Miss Su is indeed suffering from severe anemia, which has already jeopardized her life. I signed her bail application, and I assure you that she is not attempting to evade her charges." Xiao Yi was taken aback by her declaration and sneered coldly, "Officer Zheng, on what grounds do you vouch for her?" Zheng Yi paused momentarily. She tightened her jaw, her earnest gaze fixed intently on the screen, and asserted emphatically, "By the authority of my uniform." She spoke with conviction. "I can publicly declare that if Miss Su's bail is intended for escape, I will willingly remove this uniform forever." Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned by her resolve. Zheng Yi turned to Xiao Yi and remarked, "Sometimes, the truth is not as you perceive it. Humanity's ingrained biases can lead to harm. Who says anemia cannot be life-threatening? Do not allow short-sightedness and narrow-mindedness to cloud your judgment, leading you to commit irreparable mistakes." Her words seemed directed at Xiao Yi, yet also resonated with her own introspection. With that, Zheng Yi turned and departed. Su Nange glanced at her phone, her peach blossom eyes slightly downcast, a swell of warmth rising within her. Zheng Yi held her uniform in the highest regard. Yet, during her time at the police station, Captain Zhao had mentioned that she would process the bail application, and Zheng Yi used that very uniform as a guarantee, even now that the bail had indeed been granted. She remained willing to stand in support. Though her friend might be somewhat obstinate, he was still quite loyal. At some point, Huo Beiyin had entered the room, his tall stature making the hospital room feel somewhat cramped as he settled himself beside her. Su Nange nodded, a smile tugging at her lips. "Yes, it's just a bit foolish." She turned her gaze toward Huo Beiyin. Yet, her mind flashed back to the police station, where she had been misunderstood by Zheng Yi and embroiled in a scuffle with Li Wanru, facing the despair of impending confinement. In the pitch-black detention center, the moment he appeared, clutching Zhao, it was as if a divine being had descended. Subsequently, he swept her up in his arms, striding purposefully toward the hospital. As he held her, she inhaled his refreshing scent, and his towering, formidable presence instilled in her an unparalleled sense of security. Perhaps due to her frail condition at the time, she felt particularly vulnerable. Now, reflecting on it, she could only think, this man possesses quite the audacity. What was that place? Who was he holding hostage? What if the armed police had, in their efforts to rescue Zhao, shot him from the shadows. He was even more foolish than Zheng Yi. Lost in these thoughts, Su Nange suddenly spoke. Thank you. Her politeness made Hua Beiyin feel a tad awkward. He instinctively wanted to say that if something happened to her, his grandmother would be heartbroken. But the words caught in his throat. He touched his prominent nose, a softness gracing his features. You're welcome. His demeanor momentarily stunned Su Nange. It seemed reminiscent of that older brother from her childhood, who, in moments of embarrassment, also liked to touch his nose. And that older brother was afraid of cats. Su Nange suddenly inquired, were you ever kidnapped when you were young? Chapter 94, Last Words. Childhood memories are seldom spoken of, especially those of such nature. Moreover, had that elder brother not been in Haicheng back then, he would have been promptly returned by the police. What an extraordinary coincidence that would be. Su Nange smiled faintly, about to dismiss the matter, when the door to the hospital room swung open once more, and Zheng Yi entered. Su Nange and Hua Beiyin immediately ceased their conversation. Zheng Yi appeared somewhat awkward, but soon approached Su Nange's bedside, her demeanor still icy. In her hand, she held a cup of brown sugar water, which she placed into Su Nange's hands, then averted her gaze, awkwardly stating, I misjudged you, and I apologize. I hope you will refrain from lodging complaints against Team Zhao and the others. It was all a result of my erroneous judgment. Su Nange sighed and glanced at Hua Beiyin, who nodded slightly, prompting her to respond. Rest assured, neither Mr. Hua nor I will pursue this matter any further. Zheng Yi was taken aback. Why? A person of sound mind, having endured such indignities, would certainly not let them go unpunished. The police station would impose sanctions on her and Team Zhao, and they might even receive compensation for emotional distress. Su Nange merely smiled gently, offering no reply. Were it anyone else, she would never have tolerated such an affront. However, Xiao Gobin was someone who had deceived her back in middle school. Zheng Yi seemed to grasp something, her lips pressed tightly together. Do not worry. I will expedite the process of uncovering the true culprit and restore your innocence. Upon uttering this, she noticed that both Su Nange and Hua Beiyin wore expressions devoid of any significant change, leading her to falter slightly. Do you know who the culprit is? Su Nange raised an eyebrow, turning to Hua Beiyin. She had her own suspicions, which had just been confirmed. Did Hua Beiyin also possess this knowledge? The man nodded and said, I have just dispatched someone to track Li Haoshuan. Zheng Yi, in a moment of realization, asked, is Li Haoshuan the murderer? Su Nange did not respond directly to this inquiry. Instead, she turned to Hua Beiyin and inquired, how did you come to this conclusion? Hua Beiyin spoke in a calm tone, his deep voice exuding a distinctive charm as he analyzed the case. At that moment, there were only 4 individuals present. The victim died on the spot. Apart from you, me, and Assistant Yi, he was the only one left. Moreover, I was puzzled. If Li Shengquan was not killed by you, then how do we account for the voice that answered when the door was knocked? There is only one possibility. It was a recording. Zheng Yi interjected immediately. However, no recording device was found at the scene, and there were no relevant recordings on Li Shengquan's phone. Furthermore, his phone fell from his pocket without any signs of having been tampered with. Su Nange retorted coolly. It wasn't his phone that recorded the sound. It was Li Haoshuan. When he saw the victim lying on the ground, he deliberately scattered the items in his hand. Subsequently, when he reported to the police, he picked up the phone from the ground. At that time, she did not find anything amiss. After all, with money strewn across the floor, it was not surprising for a phone to fall. It was only through the process of elimination that she gradually pieced together the details confirming Li Haoshuan's involvement. The only person who could have prompted Li Shengquan to record in advance would have been someone he trusted. For a man like Li Shengquan, the only person he could truly trust was his son, Li Haoshuan. Li Haoshuan must have deceived him into recording the audio, subsequently placing his own phone at the crime scene to fabricate the illusion that Li Shengquan was still alive at the time. Thus, Hua Beiyin and Yi Yi became indirect witnesses to the tragic misdeed of Su Nange. Subsequently, when Su Nange entered, the critically injured Li Shengquan, at the moment of her arrival, did not lunge towards her. Rather, he toppled backward, lacking the strength to maintain his balance. Coupled with that recording, in a subconscious reaction, one would instinctively push the other away. Had it not been for Su Nange's extraordinary hearing and the cautious nature of Hua Beiyin and Yi Yi, they might have all been led to believe that Li Shengquan was inadvertently slain by Su Nange. This situation appeared nearly insurmountable. Zheng Yi, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then her delicate features darkened. Then I shall promptly arrange for the arrest. Even if the recording on his phone is deleted, It can still be recovered. That would serve as the most direct evidence. Yet, Su Nange shook her head. There is no need for haste. Zheng Yi, rarely displaying a cold demeanor, revealed a hint of urgency. What do you mean? No rush. I must swiftly assist you in clearing your name of murder accusations. Are you unaware of the vitriol directed at you online? Even though she had just clarified the situation, the public would remain skeptical. Hua Beiyan spoke slowly. I believe Miss Su has a plan. Zheng Yi turned to Su Nange, puzzled. Su Nange nodded. Zheng Yi, I require your assistance with this. Please delay for a few days. Before his demise, Li Xingquan claimed he would reveal a secret regarding Su Yin. Coincidentally, just as I was about to meet him, Li Haoshuan took his life. I refuse to believe that this matter bears no connection to Su Yin. Zheng Yi was taken aback. So, you intend to use Li Haoshuan to draw out Su Yin? She forced a smile. Nan Ge, I recall now that I misunderstood you. It was mainly Su Yin who urged me to plead for you. In hindsight, she must have been exploiting me. However, even if I have come to this realization, I cannot accuse her. A person with such depth of thought, even if she did instigate Li Haoshuan, would leave no trace. Our police department would likely find no evidence to apprehend her. Su Nange shook her head. Li Haoshuan's intent to kill must have existed long before. Su Yin, at most, played the role of a seducer. I do not intend to use this to imprison her. Zheng Yi, puzzled, asked, then what do you mean? Su Nange attempted to articulate her thoughts, but her throat tickled slightly, prompting a cough. Hua Beiyan immediately interjected, you should drink some water. I will speak on your behalf. Su Nange paused, but obediently took a couple of sips of sweetened water. Hua Beiyan continued, I surmise that Miss Su is actually interested in Su Yin's secret. Su Nange's eyes brightened, and she nodded in agreement. Hua Beiyan elaborated. Li Xingquan is aware of a significant secret concerning Su Yin. Given his trust in his son, he would undoubtedly share this with Li Haoshuan. From my observations, Li Haoshuan is a contemplative individual who is unlikely to divulge Su Yin's secret easily. Miss Su likely hopes to incite a rift between Li Haoshuan and Su Yin, allowing Li Haoshuan to discern Su Yin's true character, thereby ensuring that after the incident, he would not assist her in concealing that secret. With a cup of sweetened water warming her from within, Su Nange felt a surge of clarity. Hua Beiyan's words perfectly aligned with her own intentions. Did Su Yin truly believe that by eliminating Li Xingquan, she could safeguard her secret? Is there still Li Haoshuan? Upon hearing this explanation, Zheng Yi felt somewhat anxious. However, while the netizens were criticizing Li Haoshuan, they were also directing their ire at you. It's of no consequence. Su Nange placed the cup of water on the bedside table, her voice emanating a profound confidence. Rumors and slander are merely a trifling annoyance to me, yet they are a veritable deluge to him, capable of disorienting him completely. Her unwavering self-assurance left Zheng Yi momentarily speechless.